Chapter 81 Interesting. At 7:27, Carl stood at the entrance of Arasaka Academy. There were still 3 minutes before class, which was more than enough time. After being scanned at the entrance and his identity confirmed, Carl walked towards the academy, wearing the school uniform of Arasaka Academy. Although it was a suit, he walked quite easily and did not feel any sense of restraint. He did not know if it was specially designed. It took 2 minutes to walk to his classroom. Carl walked in and found that there were more than 10 people in the classroom besides himself. Judging from their faces, they were all about the same age as him. However, judging from their unaccustomed clothes and some restrained behaviors, most of them were also experiencers who came to Arasaka Academy for experience learning like Carl. Opening a class for special experiencers. Well, it was expected. Carl did not intend to talk to those nervous people of the same kind. He looked around the classroom covering an area of about 100 square meters and found his seat. In the classroom, there are 4 rows and 5 columns. A total of 20 lying access devices. The teaching method of Arasaka Academy is that students lie down to access the equipment, and then access a special system similar to Mutuo to learn. So this lying down is to make it easier for people to access the system? Carl thought about the situation of accessing the Mutuo system. It is indeed easier to lie down, and there will be no sequelae such as headaches. His position is the 4th row, the 4th column. Well, it's okay. While other early students were still carefully observing the platform equipment, Carl had already laid on it. It's really comfortable to lie down with a soft backrest. Tick-tock. The class time is 7:30. Good morning, students. At the front of the classroom, an AI projection appeared. From the face, it looks like a bald woman. Is this the AI teacher of Arasaka Academy? Raising his eyebrows, Carl listened to the AI teacher introducing the learning process to the freshmen, while sending messages to Oliver and Jack in the special communication. Carl, I have already laid down. This chair is quite comfortable. Maybe we can buy a similar access device next time. I don't know if Arasaka sells it. Jack, how is it going? Are you getting along well with your classmates? Can you get used to it? Carl, Harmony. What? Classes have just started. And the classroom I am in is full of experienced students. Maybe I have to go to other classrooms during the break to find out. I originally wanted to get familiar with those children of the rich and powerful in the same classroom. But now it seems that it is not that easy. Oliver, is there enough time between classes? Carl, it's okay. There's a 20-minute break every 40 minutes of class. And there's also a lunch break. It's easier than any school I've ever attended. I almost doubted whether this was an academy run by Arasaka Corporation. But it may be that it's so easy because the students here are all children of the rich and powerful. Oliver, but didn't I hear that the Academic Affairs Office of Arasaka College encourages students to compete with each other in grades? I remember someone commented that at the finish line of the internal competition, there was a certificate of completion or something. Carl, maybe it's because they encourage internal competition that it's so easy. The easier it is to go to school, the better. The more time to rest, the better. This is suitable for students to do internal competition after class. Otherwise, they are all children of the rich and powerful. How can you beat others by learning those few things in class? Don't be ridiculous. Pay more money to the Academic Affairs Office, and they will give you relevant materials suitable for you to study during your break. Studying during break time. Well, it's quite ironic. Lying on the device, chatting with Oliver and Jack about Arasaka Academy. Time passed quickly. It was better to say that the AI teacher was just like the reception staff who entertained Carl yesterday, constantly emphasizing various rules and regulations, under the brainwashing that could be blocked by boredom. The first 40 minutes of the class passed without saying anything. It was really perfunctory, even if it was a trial class. At least I paid for it. As for a class, I kept talking about the rules for 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, when other students were still remembering the rules and regulations, afraid that they would forget them, Carl stepped down from the lying device. The AI teacher had disappeared and would not be back until 20 minutes later. This time was enough for Carl to take a look at other classes in the academy. Carl was not worried that his unique behavior would attract any attention. He was just a student who came from a street gang. What etiquette could he understand? Such a messy behavior and not taking the rules seriously might be in line with the impression of the faculty. A man who longs to become a corporate employee and stand out, but is ultimately just a street dog who can't bear to learn for a moment. After leaving the classroom, Carl did not go around to look around for the academic affairs office. People like him, who had just entered the college, must be the focus of observation. It would be too conspicuous to ask for information right away. What he should do is, "Where is the toilet?" Muttering softly, as if he had forgotten that he had been led to the road once yesterday, Carl walked to a corner. He heard slight footsteps on the other side of the corner. About 2 seconds. Controlling the footsteps. It seemed no different from before, but the speed of raising the legs was a little slower. Carl happened to meet the footsteps at the moment when the footsteps from the other side of the corner turned around. Bang! In the slight collision, the world in Carl's eyes was consciously controlled and slowed down. Carl saw clearly who bumped into him. It was a girl with blue hair and a single ponytail. Quickly scanned. The appearance is okay, with patch-like prosthesis on both cheeks. I don't know what it is used for. The pupils are purple. Probably prosthetic eyes. And the emotion revealed in the eyes is surprise. Nothing worth paying attention to. But it can be the first person to communicate. While thinking so in his heart, Carl noticed a person's sight in this slow time. It was a boy with a black punk hair who walked on the outside and walked around the corner with the azure-haired girl. From the appearance, this boy is nothing special. There are only 2 traces of prosthetic transformation on his face. In Carl's observation, there is no trace of Sion Weston. But this boy, who looks very ordinary, made him feel the sight of him when Carl's self-awareness accelerated. Excellent talent. Good reflex nerves. The slow time and the senses returned to the normal flow rate. And the azure single ponytail girl groaned and sat on the ground. But Carl's eyes met with the punk-haired boy. After a glance, they separated from each other. The boy continued to walk, and Carl smiled and stretched out his hand to the girl on the ground. "Sorry. Are you okay?" With a smile on his face. Carl's heart was a little interested. Interest in the boy passing by. Interesting. Chapter 82, How to Get to Know People. "Sorry. Are you okay?" The azure-haired girl sitting on the ground heard Carl's voice. Looked up at him, and her purple artificial eye flashed, as if she started scanning the moment she looked up. Gaius Brutus. From Haywood. 17 years old. Criminal history. Illegal sale of mutuo. NCPD bounty of no. After the information scanned by the artificial, I entered the girl's mind. She also understood Gaius' identity. The rumored experienced student? There was no special expression on her face. The azure-haired girl just shook her head gently, refused Gaius' support, and then got up from the ground. I should be careful when I walk around the corner. Just after saying this ordinary sentence, the azure-haired girl bypassed Gaius and continued to walk forward. It seems that she didn't care much about the accidental collision at the corner this time. I'd be careful. While saying something behind the blue-haired girl, who he didn't know if she heard, Gaius turned his palm and covered something under his palm. When he bumped into the girl just now, he took something from her. Gaius had noticed the camera at the corner. In the collision just now, he used the method of dislocation and used the blue-haired girl's body to block his small movements. He took a few steps as if nothing had happened, and arrived at a blind spot of the camera that he observed when he visited the school yesterday. Gaius took out the card-like thing he got from the blue-haired girl and looked at it. He touched the prize. The card-like thing in Gaius' hand is called a vehicle control chip, which is a kind of thing equivalent to a car key in 2075. Just like the car keys of the past always have a special matching appearance, the luxury cars in 2075 will basically have a special chip appearance. Thanks to the popularization of Oliver and Jack, 2 car lovers, Gaius has already recognized the chip key of the car just from the appearance of the chip. Herrera Gangster GTS, the top Spanish motor vehicle, has the most unique and popular models on the market. The technology and classic exquisite design are perfectly integrated in it. It is handmade by the world's top engineers. It is one of the most expensive models you can see on the market and can be legally driven on the road. As a student, you can have the key of such a valuable vehicle at this age. The father or mother of the girl you just bumped into must be a senior person in Arasaka Company. Originally, I just wanted to touch something casually as a pretext for contact again. But I didn't expect to win the jackpot. Such a big prize can't wait. It would be bad if she realized that she had lost it. With the vehicle chip in hand, Gaius turned and chased after the blue-haired girl. Wait a minute. You dropped something. Hearing Gaius' voice, the azure-haired girl paused for a moment and turned back. When she looked at what Gaius was holding, her eyes froze. This is yours, right? I just took a few steps and found that this thing was stuck in my cuff. Gaius smiled and approached the girl, handing over the vehicle chip he was holding. The azure-haired girl looked at the vehicle chip handed over by Gaius, but did not take it immediately. Instead, her purple artificial eyes flashed, and after scanning Gaius again, she stretched out her hand. It's mine. Her right hand was very white, and it could be seen that it was a hand that had not done any hard work. But the ring finger had a silver-gray color different from the other parts of the right hand. A closer look could tell that it was a prosthetic finger made of machinery. This hand gently placed on Gaius' palm, and then slid out the vehicle chip from Gaius' hand, without letting the finger touch Gaius' skin throughout the process. Thank you. Holding the vehicle chip in her palm, the azure-haired girl thanked Gaius softly. It's okay. I bumped into you. Actually, to be precise, it should be the girl who bumped into him. Gaius just walked to that position at the right time. But since he wanted to leave an impression on people, there was no need to worry too much about this kind of thing. After nodding to the girl and ending the second conversation, Gaius turned his head. Too much is as bad as too little. The contact in the morning is enough now. The first collision is to leave a minimum impression of the face. And the second conversation with the help of giving objects is to deepen this impression. The first meeting, leaving an impression of both sides, can lead to the next conversation. There is always a chance in a month. As long as there is a first formal conversation, the second one will often follow. It will be much easier when you are familiar with each other. Let's make her the first contact person. Next, we have to see if there are other students from Arasaka Academy who are willing to talk to a trial student like me. Everyone must not be missed. It's better to get to know them. Maybe they have the information they want. After washing his hands in the bathroom, Gaius walked back. The 20 minutes of rest had only passed less than 5 minutes. But Gaius didn't plan to contact more people. During the break time of the first class, Gaius was satisfied that one person left an impression on him. As I said, a trial student. You can't be so ostentatious for the time being. It's an accident to accidentally bump into one person at a corner. But it's a bit intentional to bump into two people. On the first day, when the school will definitely pay the most attention. It's best to pretend to be an ordinary street kid. Gaius thought so. But the development of things was not as he expected. Not long after he walked out of the bathroom, 3 male students in school uniforms stopped him in the corridor. Are you Gaius, the trainee? The leading male student had short blonde hair. When he saw Gaius coming over with the water drops on his hands, he first took a step back carefully, and then called out to Gaius, who was still planning to move forward. What's the matter? Gaius glanced at the male student and the 2 followers behind him, and didn't quite understand why they stopped him. Could it be that on his first day of school, he would face some bullying by the rich second generation against the common people? Can he bear it? Probably not. I was thinking about whether he would blow the other person's head first, or kick Gaius under the other person's crotch first if a fight broke out. And then, he heard his unexpected words. Are there any movies? The male student lowered his voice, and came closer carefully, accompanied by his 2 followers, who looked expectant. I've seen your information. You used to sell black mutuo on the street. Do you have any good ones? The academy and my family are too strict. I can't buy them. Do you have any channels? Gaius suddenly felt that he seemed to have a way to get to know most of the male students at Arasaka Academy. Chapter 83. It's all business. Huh? Bringing a black super dream movie to school. Carl, are you kidding me? You went to school for a day, and you come back to say this? At the team's dinner point, Oliver home. Oliver expressed disbelief at Carl's words of experience after a day of school. What can I do? Carl spread his hands and said. When they heard that my identity as Gaius was to sell black mutuo, a group of them came over. Before I could say anything, they had already decided on the subject matter, and asked me to bring it. They had already paid the deposit. I could not bring it. Well, let me ask first. How much did they pay for the deposit? 100 euros. And the price of a complete film is 500 euros. Then what is the normal price of black mutuo they want? About 250 euros. In other words, you just brought something and resold it. And you made double the money? Almost? This Oliver, who originally felt that Carl's work was not very reliable, was now in deep thought. He suddenly felt that bringing films to the students of Arasaka Academy was not something unacceptable. This seems to be profitable. But why did they come to you so quickly? And the process is so proficient? It seems that there is a student who sells black mutuo in the academy. Because of him, the students in the school know the general process. Why don't the students of Arasaka Academy go to him? But to you? It seems that the number of mutuo he sells each time is not large. And the transaction is very careful and cumbersome. In short, it is because the supply cannot meet the demand. In addition, I am a professional with a record on my resume. Maybe the students of Arasaka Academy trust criminal records more than the good student who sells a small number? Damn. Listening to you say that, I actually think it makes sense. Oliver can understand it by putting himself in his shoes. If it were him, he would trust professionals who came from the streets more than students who secretly brought 1 or 2 discs. But he realized one thing immediately. But Carl, resume is resume. Can you do it yourself? I can't do it. If I can, I won't come to discuss it with you. Carl sighed. And Jack on the side also sighed. The identity given by the priest is too reliable. It doesn't seem to be very good. There is even a criminal record in the past, which is unexpected. I suspect that this case is the fake identity used by the priest's staff to cover up the crime in the past. But Jack, this can't be said to be bad, because this is unexpected. It just happens to match our goal. Selling black mutuo to get to know people. It's amazing. It's just unexpected. It's just right. Who would have thought that a street person who started to redo his business and make money not long after entering the academy? The real purpose is to be a member of the academy board of directors. Oliver said on the side, this sounds absurd. I just watched an anime mutuo recently, called The Reincarnation of the Unemployed. The target is the Prime Minister. You give me the same feeling as that one. Carl, you should watch less 2D. Oliver. Carl was lying on the sofa lazily. Anyway, give me an idea. The money has been collected, but mutuo still needs to be bought. When I came back, I had already bought out all the black mutuo in the mutuo store we often go to. The quantity is still not enough. Do you have any ideas? Ordinary stores will not sell black mutuo directly when they first come into contact with them. After all, Encyclopedia has played this game many times. Jack thought about it and had an idea. Carl, didn't you just say that there are students in the college who also sell black mutuo? Otherwise, we can track him and see where he bought the black mutuo from. We can cut off the supply and see if we can make that line ours. Stealing business. Right? I think it's okay. Oliver voted in favor of Jack's idea, without any sense of shame for stealing students' business. If you can't do it well, don't do it. Big business still needs people who can control it. Since you are a student, then study hard. If you are too young to control it, they can do this kind of thing. Okay. I just happened to collect some information about him. But I think we can develop him into a subordinate. We can sell what he dares not sell. And we can take what he dares not take. In addition to black mutuo, those students also want ordinary mutuo. Let's let him help sell ordinary mutuo. We just can't do enough business in this area. He is hesitant to sell black mutuo. Let's let him sell ordinary mutuo. I think it's easier to win people over if we can make money together. Carl said so. But Jack didn't understand. Will that student listen to you? Of course he will, Carl said, and sent the identity information of the student who sold black mutuo to Jack and Oliver, David Martinez, a member of the non-company children group among the students of Arasaka Academy. Because he was born in a civilian family, his identity is not kept secret. So I collected it very clearly. He was born in Santo Domingo. Oliver. And you are from the same neighborhood. Are you from Santo Domingo? You look unfamiliar. Maybe it's because you don't interact much in your life. Carl had a deep impression of David. The boy who looked at Carl at the corner today was him. Carl remembered him because of his talent. Then, he is from a single-parent family. His mother is an emergency technician in Night City Health Care. In order to support his schooling, she often works long hours until late at night. Even so, his family is very tight. The data I obtained through hacking methods have 3 records of his family defaulting on rent. The longest one even reached the maximum deadline. He paid it on the day when his apartment was about to be locked. I think I can make a condition that he can't refuse. Listening to what Carl said, Oliver understood. So, you plan to use him to build an intelligence network in Arasaka Academy? Almost. A group of people who bought black mutuo, and a group of people who bought ordinary mutuo. Together. This should be able to get the information we want. But, at this time, Jack still had a question. I'm a little curious. Black mutuo is fine. Ordinary mutuo students should be able to buy them at the mutuo store by themselves. Why do they still need this? So Jack, you haven't been to school. Carl has some experience with this, in a place like Arasaka Academy that encourages involution. What do you think the parents who send students here have in mind? Do you think those company dogs will allow their children to watch some boring mutuo there to relax? In other words, what do you think the family environment of students who spend a lot of money to buy mutuo will be like? After Carl gave such an explanation, Oliver and Jack understood. It turns out that it is specially prepared for wealthy students who want to relax. After understanding this, they also have their own tasks. Follow David Martinez. When necessary, some force and euros can be used to persuade him. Chapter 84. David Martinez's thoughts. David Martinez feels something is wrong now. No. It should be said that he has felt something wrong since he came out of his house. David Martinez lives in the giant skyscraper H4 in the Santo Domingo district, an apartment building where most of the residents are low-level workers. Because he is used to the tired and numb gazes of others after get off work, David can keenly perceive different gazes. For example, drug addicts, thieves, and like now, those who have ulterior motives for him. He is being targeted. David believes in his feelings very much, and it is this feeling that has helped him grow up safely in Night City when his mother is too busy to take care of him and does not carry a gun with him. David's eyes quickly swept across the street and finally noticed an NCPD police officer patrolling the street. In the NCPD, patrol officers have the highest death rate and are the most unpopular positions. But it must be said that it is because of the existence of this group of patrol officers that the safety of the streets is guaranteed to a certain extent. Although in today's Santo Domingo, the 6th Street Gang may have the final say, David walked towards the NCPD patrol officer, hoping to use the NCPD deterrence to make the guy who might follow him retreat. In the past, he did this when he encountered problems, either looking for the 6th Street Gang or the NCPD. Compared with the lowest level street gangs and scavengers, even the 6th Street Gang and the corrupt NCPD are so amiable in front of ordinary citizens. This trick that was always successful in the past does not seem to work well today. David felt that even if he approached the NCPD patrol officer, the sense of being watched from behind did not subside, but became stronger. He was not afraid of even the NCPD. So the person behind him was no longer an ordinary street gangster. He didn't seem to have done anything. So why was he targeted? If it weren't for the fact that he came out of the giant skyscraper H4, and the giant skyscraper H4 was behind him, David would have thought of running home directly. No, he couldn't run home. If he did, his address might be exposed. If the person following him was someone that the NCPD wasn't afraid of, then his mother would be in danger. David touched his pocket. There wasn't much money in it, but it was enough to buy the cheapest disposable pistol in the street vending machine. The plastic pistol worth €5 could only fire one bullet, but it was powerful enough to kill a normal adult. He had never fired a gun before. Could he do it? He had to do it. Cheer himself up in his heart. David walked past the NCPD officer, as if he didn't realize that someone was following him. It's not that he didn't think about asking for help from the NCPD officer, but he knew the nature of the NCPD officers patrolling the streets. If he really faced someone who wasn't afraid of the NCPD, the officer might run faster than him, and might even push him to block the bullet, because the only thing the officer could rely on was actually not much different from David. That was the police uniform on his body. Otherwise, would he still rely on the Lexington on his waist? Don't be ridiculous. With that gun, facing gang members who are not afraid of the NCPD, it might make them laugh for a while. When passing by the NCPD patrol officer, David tilted his head as if he was looking at the police officer. And it was this tilt that made him see the figure not far behind him. Just a quick glance left a very deep impression on David, because the man behind him was a very sturdy man with black hair and a small braid on the back of his head. He was wearing a bulletproof jacket and his waist was bulging. Looking at the outline, that was completely different from the Lexington. You can know that the holster on his waist must be stuffed with a very powerful weapon. Unlucky. 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 What's up with that extremely strong man behind him? It's killing me. What did I do to be targeted by such a man? This guy doesn't look like a scavenger. With that atmosphere and posture, I would believe that he was a personal bodyguard of a company executive. How could such a person follow me? In a short moment, David Martinez recalled his life in the past 17 years, trying to find out why he was targeted by the strongman. But sadly, he couldn't find any possibility. His life should be very ordinary. He grew up in Santo Domingo, was a good boy who listened to his mother and studied hard, and was admitted to Arasaka Academy. Although he was often rejected by the children of the rich and powerful in the academy, he was also an ordinary student until now. Why did he encounter such a thing? A sentence flashed through David's mind. In Night City, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. After David turned around, he kept the same pace as before, but he had made up his mind in action. He walked to the vending machine on the street, bought a bottle of drink casually, and drank it pretending to be thirsty. As soon as the drink entered his mouth, David felt something was wrong, because he was too nervous and concerned about the strong man behind him. He didn't pay attention to the movements of his hands. He bought a small Coke. It doesn't matter if it's a small Coke. The problem is that David is not good at drinking carbonated drinks. At this time, you can't care so much. David kept his facial expression unchanged, for fear that the person behind him would notice. And then he clicked the button to buy disposable weapons on the weapon vending machine next to him, as if he was just ordering it. Payment completed. Click. The sound of plastic products falling made David's body stiffen for a moment. This sound was similar to the sound of a gun pulling the bolt, which scared him. He almost thought that it was the person behind him pulling the bolt. But then he adjusted himself and pretended to be calm. He picked up the disposable weapon that fell from the vending machine, and then opened its packaging and held the weapon that could only fire one round firmly in his hand. In fact, there are more expensive disposable weapons. The weapon has 36 bullets, but the price is as high as €100, which is not something David can afford. One bullet. Only one chance. Take a deep breath, David. Take a deep breath. David comforted himself. This weapon is not Lexington. Think back to the advertisement. Its bullet is powerful enough to penetrate ordinary garbage bulletproof vests. The recoil is so strong that it is rumored to break the wrist of a beginner. You must not be nervous. Otherwise, after firing the gun, your hand may not be able to control the recoil and let the bullet fly. And then you will be finished. As David was holding the gun tightly, he felt footsteps approaching from behind. Did they come after seeing his action of buying a gun? Here? Right here? David's body was shaking slightly, but his hand holding the gun was still firm. He gritted his teeth and was about to turn around, but he didn't expect the footsteps to suddenly speed up. And then a big hand firmly grasped his hands holding the gun. David, after all, is not experienced enough. Damn it. Just when David looked ashen and thought he was going to die today, the big man's voice, which sounded like a suppressed smile, came from his side. David Martinez, your film selling incident has been exposed. Come with me. Chapter 85. No need to think so. I brought him here. Sorry to bother you, Jack, and let you go to Santo Domingo alone. It's okay. Oliver, you told me about your past. If the 6th Street gang doesn't want you to go back, then they won't let you go back. They beg us to go there when the time comes. Jack brought David Martinez, who was walking beside him and was as well behaved as a little chicken, to Oliver and Carl. David Martinez was nervously observing the surrounding environment, and then he found that the place he was taken to was actually a restaurant. A luxurious restaurant where he never dared to go in, but only dared to look at it from the outside. And each dish would cost no less than €100. Sit anywhere. This is our first time here. Don't be too nervous. Today we are taking this opportunity to entertain you and enjoy the luxury restaurant. Don't worry. Just order. I paid for it. Carl smiled and asked David Martinez to sit down. They were next to the French window of the luxury restaurant. After David sat near the window, Jack sat next to him, blocking all the positions he could move to escape. Don't be so bitter. Come and have a drink. Noticing David's nervous look, Oliver smiled and handed him the drink of the luxury restaurant like the big bad wolf who deceived Little Red Riding Hood. Apple juice. Real apple. Try it. David Martinez, who was persuaded by Oliver, looked at Jack on the left and the window on the right. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he reached out to hold the apple juice, and then put it to his mouth. He didn't even think about smelling the fruit aroma. He drank half of it in one gulp as if he accepted his fate. Drink it. Amid Carl's strange praise, David, who had only drunk apple juice, swallowed the juice with determination. And then he felt the sweet and slightly sour taste of real fruit in his mouth and at the root of his tongue. It's really the real thing. David's eyes seemed to light up. And then, Perhaps he was desperate. He picked up the remaining half of the apple juice, gulped it down again, and drank it all. This time, because he drank too quickly, the apple juice entered his trachea, causing him to choke twice. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. Jack kindly patted David back twice, making David cough more comfortably. After David breathing calmed down, he looked at the two people in front of him who were smiling and no different from smiling tigers, and then looked at Jack next to him. He had no regrets after drinking the real apple juice. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? David was ready to be used ruthlessly. Oliver was a little surprised to see David like this. So he looked at Jack. Jack? Didn't you tell him the story? I did. But he didn't believe it. How could he believe it? He suddenly followed me and brought me to a luxury restaurant, and then told me that he wanted to sell Black Mutuo with me. No one would believe it. David was a little crazy. Even if he was beheaded, it wouldn't be so hard to bear. What did he want him to do? He was prepared. Whether he was going to use him to carry out a terrorist attack in Arasaka Academy, or to make him a scapegoat. He could say it. As long as it didn't involve his mother. He was aware of it. Don't be too loud. Noticing the sight of other customers in the store, Carl clicked the sound blocking button on the table, and the transparent glass cover rose to isolate their seats. Fine restaurants are good. After muttering this, Carl checked and confirmed that there was no recording equipment in the shielded space. He then pulled down the curtains on the French window and asked Oliver, who was sitting next to him, to cover his right side. Then the prosthesis on his face began to change his appearance. After a slight nerve pain, Carl changed into a face that David recognized. You? David Martinez opened his mouth wide, looking at this person, who had only met him once in disbelief. He was very familiar with his face. During school hours today, he heard that a professional Black Super Dream salesperson had come to the academy to steal his business. So he also went to see the information posted by the experienced student on the academy official website. The face in the information was exactly the same as the face that appeared in front of him now. Do you believe it now? Carl quickly changed back to his original appearance, and then frowned. Every time he changed, he felt a nerve pain, which was a bit annoying. This mission was over. He had to take off the prosthesis quickly. If it was connected to his nerve endings in the future, it would be fatal. It still feels a little weird. Like a dream. David, who had never seen a prosthetic body that could change one's appearance, said this blankly. Then you will see it now. Carl said this, and he thought of a way to make their conversation go on happily and easily, without letting the boy in front of him think too much. For the sake of cooperation, you can use this money as the funds to buy Mutuo. Don't worry. As long as you don't want to embezzle it, the money will be yours in the end. The data stream was transmitted in Carl's mind, and through Carl's sight. The target was found. It was only because his cheat was powerful. Otherwise, he would have to wear equipment glasses or change to a pair of artificial eyes to lock the personal terminal. Startup capital. Don't embezzle it. This money is all mine. What does it mean? Drop. And the subtle sound in his head. David, who was a little dazed, suddenly saw that his poor account with only 17.5 euros suddenly transferred a sum that he had never seen or even thought of. 10,000 euros. David Martinez was completely shocked this time. For the first time in his 17 years of life, he felt the feeling of being overwhelmed by money. This feeling was so wonderful and dreamlike that David was a little dazed for the next half an hour. As if he was dreaming. A dream that he tried hard to keep dazed. Afraid to wake up. Can you help me with the errands? Yes. Absolutely. Can you help me sell the Black Super Dream? I am absolutely happy to help. Can I eat well? When answering Oliver's words, David realized that he was now using a knife and fork to cut the air into his mouth, and the food had been squeezed to the edge of the plate unconsciously. After regaining his consciousness and adjusting his eating posture, David, who had woken up, had no time to care about the taste of the delicious food on the plate that he had never tasted before. He now had only one thought in his mind. Mom, she doesn't have to worry about rent. And she doesn't have to worry about not being able to pay for the washing machine. She doesn't have to work so hard for the money that can make his mother life easier. David is willing to step into the dangerous hell. Regarding David's expression, which showed that his thoughts had not changed much, Carl just sighed. It's really just about selling the movie. You don't have to think about committing suicide. Chapter 86. James Norris. After dinner, Oliver looked at David, who was walking away happily with a light step, and asked Carl a question. Although you said that as long as he doesn't think about embezzling, the money will be his. But aren't you afraid that this kid will really run away with the money? 10,000 euros is not a lot of money for us now. If he is honest, it will be regarded as an investment. But if he really doesn't even take the money, and is not prepared to do a good job, but thinks of embezzling and running away. Carl recalled the taste of the delicious juice in the luxury restaurant and continued, we can find him and give him money. And we can get rid of him. That's right. Oliver folded his hands and looked at David back. But I have a feeling that this kid will work hard and maybe do well. Do you think it's because he is also from Santo Domingo? The relationship between people makes me a little biased towards my hometown? Come on. You are not allowed to go back to your hometown. Right? I think the people in Night City are really weird. No one calls themselves Night City people. They all use the neighborhood as their place of origin. Jack is from Haywood, and you are from Santo Domingo. The distinction is clear. If the names in the city are not distinguished by neighborhood, what else can they be distinguished by? Jack came over with the bill that he asked the restaurant to issue. I spent 1,200 euros for a meal, which can afford 1/10 of a pig. That kid looks thin. But I didn't expect him to eat so much. This is how people who grow up are. As the person who paid the bill, Carl naturally knew the price of the meal. It must be said that this meal was indeed luxurious. In the entire restaurant, except for their table, the other guests were either company dogs of the management or top gang members. Then, we have to go back. When Carl was about to ask Jack and Oliver about their next itinerary, Blanca's message came to his personal terminal. Blanca, are you interested in taking some more private jobs? How come there are more jobs? Carl is happy to take the jobs. But this is too much. He hasn't finished the first 2 jobs he got from Blanca. And now there's another one. Could Blanca be a receptionist at some task center? Carl, I'm still working on the tasks you gave me. But you know the tasks. They're not particularly urgent. There's some spare time. What other tasks do you want me to do? Long-term ones are fine. But I can take them when I have time for short-term ones. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that the number of times I've taken commissions from middlemen is not as many as the number of times I've taken commissions from Blanca. But there's nothing I can do. Blanca really pays generously. And the tasks are simple, easy and clear. Her commissions are much better than Faraday's stupid middleman, who takes more and gives less. And Carl said he would never take his commissions again. Blanca, it's just a short-term mission. A retired lieutenant from the new United States Armed Forces, named James Norris, has recently arrived in Night City. Let me tell you the truth. He is from our military technology. He originally came to Night City to help our company do some small things as a retired person. Then, for some reason, he suddenly shot and killed our liaison yesterday and ran to the city center. Seeing Blanca stop sending messages halfway, Carl felt a little strange. Carl, so, do you want us to get rid of this traitor with rebellious behavior? Blanca, no. I want you to monitor him and see why he did that. If possible, communicate with him and let him go back to perform the mission. It's an understatement. The life of the liaison can be ignored. Right? You are still useful. So you can ignore small mistakes? It's the company's way. Carl, if he doesn't want to go back to do the mission and doesn't want to communicate, Blanca, then even if he is a cyber psychopath, just get rid of him. Carl, kill him without communication. Is that simple? Blanca, It was Blanca's commission. It was really easy. Simple and clear. Carl, he is in the downtown area. Right? I can start searching now. Do you have detailed information? Also, how much is the reward? Blanca, he has a military-grade countermeasure chip. I don't have information about his specific hiding place, so you can only find it by yourselves. As an apology for the lack of information, I will give you a little more. What do you think of 150,000 euros? More money for lack of information? Carl, more money. This is not like the corporate dog I know. Blanca, Now you said it openly. I thought you would cover it up a little. Carl, cover up. Tell the truth. You gave so much. It should not be because you want me to talk to the lieutenant properly. Blanca, really sharp. Don't you plan to help me full-time? I just need a capable guy under my command. Carl, stop talking nonsense. If you have something to say, I don't know you well. Carl knew that for Blanca, The good attitude she revealed in her words was because he could really bring her benefits. If he couldn't bring her benefits, then his fate would not be much better than the contact personnel, who were killed, and James Norris, who was unwilling to communicate. Listening to Carl's words, Blanca did not show any emotions in the contact. Blanca, okay. Then I will explain it clearly. James Norris is equipped with a military-grade Cyanwyston that is still in the experimental confidentiality stage of our company. And the person in charge of the project experiment has a little disagreement with me. As long as James Norris is confirmed as a cyber psychopath, the experiment in charge of that person will be declared a failure. Not only will he be executed for wasting company resources, but I can also let my people take over that part of the project at that time. Carl, another office struggle? I really should get used to this. Blanca, it's the same in the company. If even a tough guy like James Norris becomes a cyber psychopath after installing that prosthesis, it can only mean that the prosthesis is not something that ordinary people can bear, and there is no value in continuing the experiment. Don't worry. I just need to confirm that James Norris is a cyber psychopath. I don't plan to recycle the prosthesis with the color of the predecessor. If you are interested, you can use it. But I have to remind you that it has the Super Dream recording software and monitoring equipment that all military prostheses have. If there is no military-grade anti-chip, remember to disassemble it. Carl, I don't have the habit of removing prostheses from others to use. The rejection reaction of the specially prepared prosthesis is not something that ordinary people can accept. I accepted this task. Send the detailed information. While waiting for the data transmission, Carl told Jack and Oliver about his communication with Blanca. Former Lieutenant James Norris. A target worth 150,000 euros. Chapter 87. Who is that person? Subcutaneous armor. Grounding plating. Military-grade experimental Cyanwyston. Military-grade neural processor. Military-grade frontal cortex. An enhanced reaction Krenzikov. The left arm has a specially modified projectile launch system that fires high-explosive bullets. And the right arm and right leg are equipped with mantis knives. Tut tut tut. Oliver read the intelligence and shook his head. He is really armed to the teeth. Now I think it is not a surprising thing for this tough guy to become a cyber psychopath. I even feel that the possible cause is not Cyanwyston at all. A target worth 150,000 is really not that simple. A full set of military-grade prostheses, even experimental models, looks quite intimidating. Jack compared himself and found that the prosthesis he had on him was not even a fraction of the lieutenant. Although it is true that the side with more prostheses will not win in a battle, this overwhelming gap still feels quite depressing. Krenzikov has enhanced reflexes, and with Cyanwyston, I feel that if one of them is not handled properly, we may be wiped out in one encounter. Carl also made a comment here, and then had an idea. He looked at Oliver. This time, you may have to rely on your long-range sniper to shoot him in the head. Aren't you going to talk to confirm whether he really betrayed? I see that the employer means that we should talk first if we can? I don't have the kindness to bet my life that he is not a cyber psychopath. Carl did. The decision was made. After we find him, let me keep a safe distance to approach him. Jack, you will record it, as long as there is a slight ferocious look on his face. Oliver, you will shoot directly. We will send this as evidence of a cyber psychosis to the employer. The sniper rifle Oliver bought recently, named Nikomata, is a technical sniper rifle produced by Tsunami, with its electromagnetically accelerated bullets. Even ordinary exoskeleton armor can be penetrated with one shot. A former lieutenant with subcutaneous armor is not that strong. Carl, are you going to face it? Isn't it too dangerous? So I said keep a safe distance. Don't worry. I will turn around and run without hesitation if I see something bad. Carl himself has the ability to keep up with Cyanwyston, and can react if he wants to run. It is definitely much better than letting Jack and Oliver come. The only problem now is how to find James Norris. Oliver turned his head and looked at the city center where the company dogs were walking around. There are company dogs everywhere. A soldier lieutenant should be easy to find. I am very familiar with the military style. I can tell at a glance whether a person has been in the army before. Where to start the search? Carl asked. And Oliver pointed to a place, Corpo Square. Corpo Square, Corpo Square, which was rebuilt after the Fourth Corporate War, has now become one of the most iconic places in Night City. Its iconic circular memorial park is a tribute to every victim of the Fourth Corporate War. Corpo Square. When Carl looked at the square, He immediately understood why Oliver chose to start the search from that place. The land in the municipal center is worth every inch of gold. In such a place, where can a former lieutenant who killed the company's dispatch personnel behind him go? The only place that can be visited by anyone is the Memorial Park. He couldn't just run to the gate of another company to rest. If he looked like that, every company's security guard would give him the warmest greeting with electricity. Then we will. Carl was halfway through his words when he suddenly felt a little chill on his head. He looked up and found that it was raining. The sky of Night City is polluted to a considerable extent. The rain that falls in this city. Let's find a place to hide first. Although our physique should not make us sick after being wet for a long time. The smell on our bodies is also quite disgusting. Raising his sleeves and smelling the smell of raindrops dripping on them, Carl pointed to the direction of Memorial Park. There are still some places in Memorial Park where you can take shelter from the rain with bionic trees. While hiding from the rain, observe the homeless people who stay in Memorial Park after the rain. Is this a good idea? After Jack voted in favor, the three of them were no longer stupid enough to continue to get wet in the rain. They ran towards Corpo Square, and when they arrived, they found that the NCPD personnel had set up a cordon at the Memorial Park in the center of the square. It seems that something happened in the park. The three looked at each other, came to the bionic tree in the park that was closer to the NCPD cordon area, and looked inside the cordon. Because of the distance between the rain and the blockade, Carl could not see the situation inside the blockade clearly. So he turned his head and asked Jack, who had an artificial eye, what happened in here? I saw a company dog lying on the ground with a big hole in his head. Didn't the head explode? No. There was just a big hole. Judging from the size of the muzzle, it might be a gunshot wound caused by Lexington. Lexington blew up the company dog head? I don't quite understand what happened. But does it have anything to do with my goal? Just as Carl was thinking, he suddenly saw a familiar figure among the police officers in the blockade. I see an acquaintance. I go say hello. After leaving this message to Jack and Oliver under the tree, Carl stepped into the rain and ran towards the NCPD police officer. A few seconds later, Johnson, who was busy dealing with the shooting of the company dog, heard a voice outside the blockade. Mr. Johnson. What happened here? Hearing someone calling his name, Johnson subconsciously looked over and found that it was Carl. He was slightly stunned, and then temporarily handed over the things at hand to his subordinates and walked towards the blockade. He stopped inside the holographic projection blockade constructed by the police car and greeted Carl outside the blockade. Long time no see, Carl. How are you doing recently? Not bad. Mr. Johnson, did you encounter a cyber psychopath? Is there any work? Cyber psychopath? Johnson listened to Carl's words, looked back at the company dog lying on the ground, and roughly understood the purpose of Carl coming. This is looking for work. But today may disappoint him. No. It's just an ordinary revenge killing. The murderer was caught on the spot, and we are just doing some finishing work. Johnson shrugged. Maybe not what you think. Is that so? Carl felt a little regretful. He thought he had caught up and got the clue. After the regret, when Carl was about to thank Johnson for telling him this, he noticed from the corner of his eye that a shirtless man with 2 guns on his back, a strong physique, and a protective eye prosthesis, walked slowly into the blockade from a distance. That man is... Carl pupils widened. Chapter 88 triggering the alarm. James Norris. I didn't expect that I would actually meet him. Oliver. Jack. Get ready. I found the target. While sending a message to Oliver and Jack, Carl saw James Norris slowly walk to the side of an NCPD police car and take out a DB2 SAD-era technology double-barreled shotgun from his back. DB2 SAD-era technology double-barreled shotgun, a technical shotgun that can be charged for powerful shooting. As the saying goes, wherever SAD-era goes, metal and stone will be opened. When facing it, you'd better pray that you really have steel and iron bones to protect yourself. James Norris, who took off the shotgun, emitted a strange red light from his 3-eyed prosthetic eyes, and Carl happened to be a little familiar with that kind of light. He had seen the high-temperature light emitted by this prosthetic when it was operating to the limit in cyber psychiatry. Oh no! In the rain, with military-grade interference. Can Oliver still aim accurately? While feeling uneasy, Carl had already broken into the blockade. Carl? When Johnson was wondering why Carl's face changed so much, Carl had already reached out and twisted his body to turn back. Call your people to run. That guy is not right. He might be a cyber psychopath. Not right. A cyber psychopath. Johnson, who was a little slow to react because of overtime, heard the second half of Carl's words and hurriedly looked towards the position of his subordinates. When he saw the situation there clearly, he found that a big man who had broken into the blockade at some point was holding a shotgun and pointed the muzzle at the NCPD officer sitting in the police car through the window. Well, what are you going to do? The NCPD officer, who seemed to be communicating with a colleague in the car window, turned his head to look out the window. And then he saw a black muzzle. At this time, his boss Johnson's anxious shout came from his communication. Run. This guy is a cyber psychopath. Cyber psychopath? Before the police officer could react to the situation in his mind, the shotgun went off. It is said that people will feel time slowed down suddenly at the last moment before death. But this police officer only realized when he really faced death that at the last moment, what he could feel was just an inexplicable sense of brain blankness. Bang! The window glass shattered. And in the flames of the flying fragments and the collision of steel, the police officer in the car felt pain in his blank brain. It was the pain caused by the glass fragments deeply piercing his face. I am not dead? Idiot. Get out of the other door and run. The boss roar in the communication made the police officer in the car come back to his senses. He slid quickly on the seat and pushed open the door on the other side that was not closed tightly with his back. He fell to the ground from the other side in a backward posture and fell into the rain. At least he saved his life. James Norris did not think of chasing the police officer because he felt a greater threat now. The instinct honed on the battlefield reminded him that if he insisted on killing the police officer in front of him, he might get hurt. And the result of getting hurt in the face of such a big threat is death. Death red. Black. Fire. Muttering inexplicable words, James Norris turned his head to look at the direction of the high-threat target he felt. And what appeared in his flashing artificial eyes was a black-haired young man with a gun pointed at him. Kenshin. That's it. Instinct told him this. And the information about the relevant firearms washed away his complicated and crazy thoughts. Watching James Norris turn his head to look at him with the broken and exploded shotgun, Carl exhaled a breath. A little relieved. Fortunately, when he felt something was wrong, he took out the gun and started shooting. Otherwise it would not be so easy to break the gun body one step ahead. Regardless of whether James Norris, who was obviously in a state of cyberpsychosis, could understand what he meant, Carl shouted to him, "Don't look for others. How about playing with me?" At the same time, Carl sent a message to Jack and Oliver in the communication. Jack, go around to the side. Don't get close. Use Saratoga to help suppress it. I need to judge the operation ability of his Swan Weston first. Oliver, hold the cat firmly. My life is in your hands. After that, it's for Johnson. Tell your people to retreat. He is a former lieutenant from the new American Army, with a military-grade prosthesis. And the subcutaneous armor is not something you can penetrate with weapons, like Lexington. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Stay away. And help me suppress the firepower. That's right. In Carl's mind, the data flow began to flow. Please call a terrorist squad for me. If I am not a match, I will try to hold out until they arrive. Carl, I will help you. Don't come and make trouble. Mr. Johnson. Carl stepped in the rain, and raindrops bloomed on his face with a hint of excitement. I can't help it. In this situation, I can still protect you. Believe us, we are professional mercenaries. In this situation, if I can't protect my friends, I will be sad. Friend? Listening to Carl's words that were obviously referring to him as he walked forward slowly, Johnson was stunned at first, and then smiled. Then I am honored. Johnson's figure began to retreat, and at the same time, he began to roar in the NCPD communication channel. Everyone retreat. Keep a distance and suppress firepower. The opponent's prosthesis is military grade. Don't make trouble. Call the terrorist squad. And let those crazy people deal with their own kind. The data flow in Carl's brain found a node. And under his control, it began to access James Norris. The imported puppet data, when facing James Norris military-grade processor, its intrusion resistance frequency instantly reached the processing limit of Carl Access Warehouse Arasaka Type 3. When Arasaka was selling this access warehouse, it was exaggerated in the advertisement, but it reached the limit with just one puppet data access. Complaining in his heart, Carl actually knew that facing the military-grade protective equipment, Arasaka Type 3 was able to invade. which was actually quite hard. If it could complain, it might complain about Carl insufficient hacker level. The puppet program that Carl chose to invade into James Norris' body was to hinder movement. The reason was simple. Just to buy time. Whether Jack and Oliver came, or these police officers escaped. It took time. Why not save the lives of several NCPD police officers, when you can achieve your team's combat objectives? Although this encounter was something I had not expected, it was not bad. It saved us from spending a lot of effort to find him. Moreover, with the evidence of the law enforcement recorder from the NCPD, the fact that this guy has cyberpsychosis was also confirmed. The only thing to do next is to fight. Kill him. This was the only thing that remained in Carl's mind after eliminating other messy thoughts. The distance between him and James Norris was now 22 meters. Chapter 89. Start the fight. James felt the intrusion of the data flow, and the puppet program flowed into his mind, blocking the signal transmission between the cone beam in his mind and his legs, making his legs, which were about to take a step, stay in place and unable to control. The military-grade anti-hacker equipment gives priority to protecting the user's own brain to prevent it from being burned directly by hackers using the overheating of the prosthesis. The priority of blocking signal transmission is not high, so the impede movement puppet program easily bypasses its related protection and acts on James. However, this kind of restriction will not last too long. The military-grade equipment will soon react and start to kill. This kind of obstruction may only last less than a second, but it was enough for Carl to shoot. When he reached a distance of 20 meters, the Kenshin in Carl's hand was already aimed at James' head. In an instant, Carl fired 6 shots. 2 shots were aimed at the prosthetic eyes. 2 were aimed at James's naked left chest, and the other 2 were aimed at James' throat and a certain key point in his lower abdomen. Carl wanted to know if a man like James, who was described as a tough guy in military science and technology intelligence, would be hit in that part. When the gunshots rang out, time seemed to slow down at this moment. It was not slow, but Carl's reaction caught up with James, who started to accelerate at this time. The Krenzikov prosthesis in James' spine stimulated his body. Under the effect of the prosthesis, James' reaction speed was improved. And then the military-grade experimental Sion Weston was activated. During the slow time, even if his feet could not move, the movements shown by James were as light as a flying butterfly. James dodged the prosthetics aimed at his eyes, and also dodged the bullet aimed at his throat. He did not dodge the bullet aimed at the key point of his lower abdomen, because after the bullet flew past, it only took away a few pieces of cloth. There was nothing under the empty crotch, except for a steel shield that was obviously installed later. Carl suddenly realized why he was a tough guy. So, he was the ultimate man who abandoned his biggest weakness. Right? He must be called a tough guy. Ding dong. 4 of the 6 bullets were avoided by James, and the only 2 bullets that hit James made a very crisp steel collision sound after colliding with James' left chest. Then, the 2 bullets that had been completely deformed and began to twist and break fell to the ground. Carl stared at James' left chest. Under the broken artificial skin, the subcutaneous armor was exposed. Subcutaneous armor. Can it block Kenshin's bullets? Damn. I should have known that military technology products are not at the same level as those on the market. Carl had heard in the past that the American Standard Testing Association divided bulletproof vests into 6 levels, namely Level 1, Level 2A, Level 2, Level 3A, Level 3, and Level 4. Level 1 bulletproof vests can only protect against ordinary 9mm pistol bullets, and are strictly restricted. Even the few Level 4 equipped in the Army can block armor-piercing bullets with an initial velocity of 850 meters per second. The difference between the two is huge, and now it seems that even in 2075, America has not changed at all in this regard. Good things are used internally by their own people. Military technology people who perform tasks may be grateful, and at the same time as consumables, they will have some unnecessary good feelings for military technology. But for Carl, who is now facing the suppression of corporate technology, he just wants to curse. Squeak. The data flow stopped, and Carl's ability to limit James' time has reached the limit. Now there is a good news and a bad news, and Carl happens to be a person who likes to hear the bad news first. The bad news is that the Access Warehouse has reached its limit. Because of his lack of skills, he can no longer use the puppet in a short time. The good news is that the other party has used Sion Weston once. According to Blanca, The experimental Sion Weston is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even a tough guy like James, who has good adaptability and tolerance, only used it 3 times a day during the experiment. And then he reached the limit and fainted. In other words, there are 2 more times. James threw away the broken and useless shotgun in his hand. At this time, only 3 seconds had passed since he and Carl fought, and he found time to throw away the weapon in his hand. After that, he pulled out 2 pistols from his waist with his hands crossed. One is the Omaha Technology pistol produced by Military Technology, and the other is the Yukimura Smart pistol produced by Arasaka Corporation. Military Technology M76E Omaha, an excellent firearm produced by Military Technology. It fires 3 bullets each time it shoots, and can fire 3 bullets in succession after pressing the trigger to charge the magnet in the barrel. In small battles, its short-term lethality is no less than that of a heavy machine gun. Arasaka EP11 Yukimura, released in 2040, is still considered one of the best pistols ever. It was this gun that started the smart revolution. There is a saying Nakano, who is now the #1 in the smart weapon industry, also launched a smart weapon similar to Yukimura in the early research on smart weapons. Regardless of the truth, this weapon that can fire single shots or 3 bursts is definitely a weapon that has never been outdated 30 years later. Seeing the 2 pistols that James took out, Carl aimed at the 2 pistols without hesitation and fired again. According to intelligence, James did not have a prosthetic body with smart weapons, but the performance of these 2 guns in the hands of a soldier would definitely not be inferior to that of the company's security guards, who used auxiliary aiming. Carl trusted James' shooting ability very much, so in order to cut off the possibility of being chased and shot, he used the same trick again and prepared to shoot James' guns. Carl fired, but was blocked and protected by James, who was well prepared with his arm. Did the soldier's instinct work again? However, Carl was only the one holding back. Jack, aim at his gun and shoot. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Jack Wells is here. Jack has arrived. As always, he raised his Saratoga submachine gun and fired a burst of bullets at James' hand. Jack's shooting skills are not as good as Carl or Oliver, but he is a street fighter after all, so his skills can still be compared with ordinary soldiers. Not to mention that Jack only needs to aim at the approximate position for scattering. Amid the dense bullet hits and the subsequent cracking of guns, the 2 guns James had just picked up were damaged and fell out of his hands, and James' fingers that were broken due to the impact also fell with them. The subcutaneous armor of the fingers still has to rely on its own bones to exist. But at this moment, Carl felt time and slowed down again. James used Sion Weston again. In the slow time, his left-hand projectile launch system started, and the launch port popped out from his arm, aiming at Jack. Then, the high-explosive bullets burst out. Chapter 90 Cyberpsychosis. Jack once told Mrs. Wells that as long as he was there, nothing would happen to Oliver and Carl. But Carl was seriously injured during that mission. Every time Jack recalled this, he would feel guilty because he thought he had failed to protect Carl and had broken his promise. For a man like Jack, breaking a promise is enough to make him remember it forever. Today, when facing James, he was in a dangerous situation, and he said he would never let Carl fight alone again. Before the high-explosive bullets fired by the projectile launch system of James' prosthesis arrived, Jack suddenly moved in the slow time. He saw it. After the last escort mission, Jack had some money left to buy a prosthesis in addition to the money used to buy a car. And the neural prosthesis Jack chose was called a synaptic accelerator. Synaptic accelerator, a neural processor that controls hormone balance in threatening situations. When sensing danger, the synaptic accelerator will adjust Jack's hormones, speed up his senses, and slow down the time he feels, achieving an effect similar to the Sion Weston effect. Jack saw it. Saw the fire coming out of the projectile launch system in James' arm. Saw the bullet flying slowly and approaching him. And also saw Carl's eyes looking over from a distance. Watch carefully. Carl. Oliver. Jack Wells is about to start performing. His figure fell on the slippery ground. Jack supported the ground with one hand and held the Saratoga submachine gun with the other hand, leaning forward at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his physique, sliding sideways with extreme elegance, and dodging to the side. Bang, bang, bang. The bionic tree behind Jack's original position was broken in half, facing the violent bullets. The bionic tree made of stone and plastic could not resist at all. Fortunately, It was a bionic tree. Otherwise it would be a waste if it was a real tree. There are still real trees in Night City, although they are extremely rare due to pollution and other conditions. Much less than real grass. Even the tree-lined Coronado farm in Night City's official propaganda actually has only about 40 trees. But in Corpo Square, where the company dogs often walk, there are indeed more than 10 real trees that look no different from bionic trees. These plants usually breathe polluted air and suffer enough. If they suffer an unexpected disaster, Jack will be a little embarrassed. As the broken rocks fell, Jack raised his Saratoga submachine gun and fired a round in return. The feedback force of the trigger changed Jack's sideways movement, and all the kinetic bullets hit James. Crackle. The submachine gun bullets hitting James were like tickling James. Except for making James' body move slightly. They did not produce more results. Sion Weston's time passed. The second start. Carl counted like this in his mind. Time. 6 seconds had passed since the battle began. And the retreating NCPD officers finally reacted. They adjusted their formation according to the order in Johnson's communication channel, relying on the bunkers built with bionic trees, police cars, and flower beds, and used Lexington, tactician and other weapons to suppress James with firepower. They tried very hard, and the bullets almost never stopped since the beginning. But the weapons in their hands could only suppress firepower, because even the best weapon in their hands, the shotgun tactician, was, in a sense, just a weapon of the same level as the Lexington. And even if they shot at close range, they could not break the subcutaneous armor on James' body. Constitution Military Industry MNCPD bullets rained down on James' back. But James didn't even think of looking back. At best, those bullets could only remove the short blonde hair on top of his head and plow a furrow in his scalp. Apart from that, they could not cause any harm to him. As a tough guy, James could even give up a part of his body. So why would he care about a mere bald head? Not to mention that his rationality was almost gone now. Listening to the crackling gunshots like firecrackers, he felt as if he was on the battlefield. This feeling. This is the feeling. This feeling that he can still rely on and be expected. I am James. Lieutenant James Norris of the new United States. I am still fighting on the battlefield. And I can continue to fight. I am not a useless waste who was dismissed by the army because I am no longer useful and forced to work for the military technology that was despised in the past. I am not a retired veteran. I am special. My prosthetic carrying capacity is the best in the team. I am the special one. Battlefield. Enemy. Death. Red. Red blood. James saw the blood slowly dripping from his hand. Black. Black gunpowder slag. James dodged the grenade thrown by NCPD, and then looked at the explosion mark left on the ground by the grenade. Fire. The flame of the incendiary bomb. James raised his head. In the rain, he saw the holographic projection projected by the company, which was like fire in his eyes. This is, what a beautiful, gorgeous, and dazzling fire. It seems to tell himself that he is still in control. He can roam freely. And he is on the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Yes. It's here. He is here. Everything is on the battlefield. James Norris. Still fighting. Ha ha ha. Carl watched James dodging and swerving in the fire, laughing wildly, dodging the explosions of grenades, and unknowingly activated the Sion Weston again. He counted in his mind and moved forward again. Now, it's the third time. Let's recall the intelligence. Even a tough guy like James Norris only used the military experimental Sion Weston 3 times a day. And then he reached the limit and fainted. It's time. Chapter 91 then. Jack, cooperate with me. After sending a message to Johnson, asking him to order his men to stop the attack, Carl began to move forward. James and Weston's time has ended. He is now 10 meters away from Carl. Avoid the grenades that only pose the greatest threat. And keep close. Carl threw Kinchin, who had emptied his bullets in the fire suppression, aside, raised his hand slightly from his side, and 2 single-molecule wires appeared from them. Sure enough, I still have to get close to you and use the single-molecule wires that I have upgraded at a high price to get rid of you. Subcutaneous armor can reduce the impact of bullets, but it is not so effective against single-molecule wires. James originally had a gun on his back, which was also broken into pieces during the fire suppression. When facing Carl, who was walking slowly, James almost instinctively raised the projectile launch system in his left hand, and when he tried to fire the bullet, the arm responded to him with only the click of an empty chamber. Do you still want to play tricks that times have changed? Carl's steps were steady, and he didn't want to slip on the slippery ground. Show me your mantis knife. I'm happy to play close combat with you. Carl didn't need to say much. James' right arm had already popped out a mantis knife with a cold edge, and rushed straight to Carl. As expected, Carl data stream, carrying the puppet, came to James' right arm. The prosthesis overheated. The operating parts of the mantis knife in James' arm suddenly began to overclock, and the scorching temperature it emitted directly burned the remaining flesh and blood in James' arm. James' arm, which was about to swing, also stopped for a while. But a tough guy is still a tough guy after all. After that moment of stagnation, James ignored the pain of his arm being roasted and swung the mantis knife to chop it down. Carl dodged. He had no intention of competing with a strong man, although his current arm might not lose in strength. He never forgot that the strongman had more than one mantis knife. Sure enough, just as Carl dodged, the mantis knife swung down by James. James' right knee suddenly lifted up, and the bent and stretched mantis knife chased Carl from bottom to top with the movement of his knee. Squeak! The tip of the mantis knife touched a single molecular line that was blocked in front of him in advance. Carl pulled the line with both hands, and blocked the tip of the knife with a width of one line. James' mantis knife was of good quality, at least the same level as the single molecular line in Carl's hand. When blocking the mantis knife, Carl saw a small notch on the tip of James' knife, and heard the squeaking sound of the single molecular line in his hand, which was the strange and harsh sound made by the friction between sharp weapons. I have to find the old repairman to repair it later. Fortunately, it was a minor damage. Gauze gauze. The harsh friction sound was suddenly prolonged. I knew it. In Carl Inner something he had expected happened. James activated the Force on Weston. Cyberpsychosis is really awesome, and overclocking is too much. The raised knee was lowered, and the mantis knife that affected the leg movement was retracted. The mantis knife in his hand left a trail of afterimages in the air as James shifted his body at a ghostly speed. Before Sion Weston stopped, James had already stood behind Carl, holding the mantis knife and slashing at his head. With this knife, Carl would definitely not have the slightest chance of survival. His skin is not ACPA armor, and it can't stop the mantis knife. So I said, it was expected. Carl turned his back to James and did not move, even if he could react, because any of his movements might make someone aiming lose his position and hurt him by mistake. At this angle, you should be able to hit it easily, as if responding to what Carl was thinking at the moment. Oliver, who had been aiming at the cat-shaped weapon since the beginning of the battle, finally fired his first shot. A sniper only needs to fire one shot. Bang! A huge roar came with the time-stopping of Sion Weston. Blood sprayed all over Carl's back, and an arm with a half-broken mantis knife flew high in the uncontrolled splattering of bones and mechanical fragments. We are a team of 3. Well done, Oliver. Carl turned around and threw out the single-molecule line with Jack's joyful shout. Chi-chi. There was a clean and neat sound of breaking and cutting, but no damage could be seen on James. James, who had lost his arm, was in a daze. The moment he realized that his arm was lost, he wanted to raise his knee and eject the mantis knife to repeat the same trick. But as Carl turned around, he could not feel the sensation in his legs. It's easier to just break the legs to really hinder movement, isn't it? With Carl smiling, who tried to avoid getting blood on his face, Jack walked over and kicked James to the ground. James, whose entire legs were broken and only half of his body and head were still conscious, raised his head. He seemed to be ready to attack the enemy in front of him with his teeth until this moment, when his weapons and offensive prostheses were all destroyed. You might really be a qualified soldier. Jack stepped on James' chest with one foot, cutting off all his resistance. He looked down at James, who was lying on the ground with red light in his eyes, and wanted to bite something like a mad dog, with a slight sympathy in his eyes. Cyberpsychosis. Jack pulled out a pistol from his waist. The pistol he pulled out was the new produced by Tsunami Company, a deadly and elegant kinetic weapon. Jack had someone help him modify it and paint it gold, and preciously called it the Golden Bitch. Now, Jack picked up this precious golden ruthless woman and pointed it at James's artificial eye. Have a good sleep, soldier. At the last moment of his life, the red light in James' eyes, for some reason, faded a little. His eyes moved. But what he saw was still the fire. The burning fire. But he did not make any more resistance. He just stared at Jack. Staring at the golden gun in Jack's hand. And said calmly, "Well done, soldier. You should really say this to Oliver. But I take it for him. Thank you." Then, Jack pulled the trigger. Bang. Chapter 92 David Thoughts. Bang. Waha. David's body twitched violently on the sofa. And he almost couldn't control himself and took off the Mutuo player on his head. The immersion brought by the black Mutuo was so deep that David, who was immersed in it, almost couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality. After the picture in front of him and everything he perceived gradually faded, David, who was sweating coldly, remembered what he was doing. He is not James Norris. He is David Martinez, and he is now helping a cyborg doctor he knows to experience the content of the black Mutuo before it is sold. This is the process that David Martinez, as a half Mutuo dealer, has to go through every time he gets new goods. After all, the black Mutuo he gets from the cyborg doctor is to be sold to people of his kind, and it is most suitable for him to use the experience classification standard. However, the after effects of this Mutuo were quite strong, and David Martinez was in a trance and hadn't recovered from his shock. Ding ding. The voice in his head sounded, and the cyborg doctor sent a communication. "How is it, David? This Mutuo is fresh memory extracted from the brain of a cyber psycho who died less than 2 hours ago. How is the experience?" "Awesome, doctor. Your Mutuo is amazing." Ha ha ha. The awesome thing is the editor JK who edited this masterpiece. After all, this is unlimited, and JK is the best in this field. To be honest, my head is dizzy and I want to vomit. If you feel exactly the same as the cyber psycho, everyone will feel the same way. So, before you vomit, try the next Mutuo. "No, doctor. Let's stop here today." David rejected the doctor's advice. He rubbed his head and sent a message. "I saw some familiar people in the video of the cyber psycho just now. The impact is a bit strong now, so I have to slow down. Is it going to end so early today? I was thinking of giving you a surprise with the next Mutuo." But what does familiar people mean? Could it be that among the NCPD police watching the show around in the video, there are guys you know? That's really a coincidence. You just happen to be an extra. That's about it. Anyway, I take a break first, doctor." After hanging up the call from the cyborg doctor, David let out a long breath, feeling that the suffocation he felt from the Super Dream movie was now slightly relaxed. Then, he covered his head. It would be fine if he really only knew someone in the NCPD police. The problem now is that the people he knew were not extras, but the protagonists in the Super Dream movie. Sure enough, this was a bit wrong. The scenes he saw in the afternoon flashed through David's mind. The classmates from other classes in the school wanted to sell Super Dream with him, and gave him money and invited him to a luxury restaurant for dinner, just to reach a cooperation. In fact, his real identity was an incredible person who could instruct the NCPD to watch and fight against the cyber psychopaths head-on. This was too dreamy. Could it be that he was still in Super Dream? Thinking that it had only been a little over 2 hours since he and they parted, the cyborg doctor said that this was a fresh Mutuo from 2 hours ago. Did they go to fight the cyber psycho soon after he left? In other words, did he almost face the cyber psycho with them? Although he knew that this possibility was not great, David felt an inexplicable surge of excitement when he thought of this possibility. He had read the entire series of Cyber Psycho, and could be said to be one of the few people of his age in Ninth City who knew the threat and power of Cyber Psycho. He watched the Carl team kill a powerful Cyber Psycho with military-grade cyborgs in Mutuo in a simple and easy way, and he already had a feeling called yearning in his mind. A man, even if it is only once in his life, will fantasize about becoming the strongest man in the world. The strength that Carl and his team showed, which is almost equal to strength, has satisfied David's fantasy. So there are really such a group of people in the world? David looked at the Arasaka Academy uniform placed beside him. Tomorrow he will see Gaius again. At that time, he will ask Gaius about his feelings about fighting with the Cyber Psycho today. As David, who has experienced the Black Super Dream and fought with Gaius for half a game, he really wants to know what people think when they are really fighting with the Cyber Psycho. Will he be nervous, worried, and feel pressured? For the first time in his life, David is looking forward to going to Arasaka Academy. In that repulsive and oppressive academy, David Martinez saw a ray of light that he could look at. But speaking of going to the academy, David remembered one thing. He had just been so shocked by seeing black mutuo that he had not yet told the doctor that he wanted to buy in large quantities. But Gaia said that it would be fine if he delivered it within this week. So there was no need to rush. What he needed to do more now was to wash his clothes first. Today, he went to a luxurious restaurant for dinner. And because he was in a trance for a while, a lot of soup was stained on his clothes. For formal students, the school uniforms of Arasaka Academy were not expensive. They were theirs after they were bought. But the number of school uniforms would be determined more or less by the family environment. For example, David only had one set of school uniforms and no spare ones. He had to wash them when they were dirty, and they had to be dried and put on before tomorrow morning. David had violated the rules and regulations of the college several times by wearing his regular clothes to school because he had no spare school uniforms. Every time, the AI teacher would remind David to pick up a set of school uniforms, but he had to pay for it, and the final result was often nothing. David had never thought of telling his mother about it. As long as a set of school uniforms could be washed and dried at night, they could be worn tomorrow. As long as he was careful, he would not be left without clothes. Woo! Insufficient balance. Stop drying. The washing machine in the apartment stopped working. Mom, did you forget to pay again? Facing the wet clothes in the machine, David sighed. This shutdown was obviously a common occurrence for him. Fortunately, he found it at night, instead of seeing it when he woke up during the day. He still had one night to wring out the water from the school uniforms and find a way to dry them. If it was normal, he would definitely do so. But today was different. David had 10,000 euros in his account from Gaius. Gaius said that all the money earned from the sale of the mutuo he bought this time would belong to David. The only thing he needed was to buy enough so that he could make a name for himself. Looking at the balance in his account, David calculated that after buying the mutuo that Gaius requested, he would still have more than 5,000 euros left. So he recharged the washing machine with a full 100 euros without hesitation. Buzz buzz buzz. Looking at the machine in front of him that had been paid and was working again, David Martinez once again felt that Gaius was generous. Let alone 10,000 euros. Even the 100 euros he recharged now were all the money he could earn by helping the cyborg doctor sell black mutuo for a week. The share given by the doctor was shockingly low. Chapter 93 Calling. In the morning, at 7 o'clock, Carl opened his eyes to the sound of the alarm clock, and then said the first sentence from the bottom of his heart after waking up. I really don't want to go to school. I have to go even if I don't want to. Rubbing his eyes and getting up, Carl checked the messages sent during his sleep while washing. Johnson, the assistance bonus I applied for you has been issued. Sorry. The people above have determined that this is a cyber psychopath who is quickly solved, and they are not willing to give too much money. I applied for 30,000. As expected, from the weapons used by NCPD police officers. We can know the nature of the people above NCPD. Carl, don't worry. This is enough. After sending 10,000 euros to Oliver and Jack respectively, Carl looked at the second text message. Blanca, you are indeed a professional. You did a good job. And this order is settled. The 150,000 commissioned by James Norris has arrived. He continued to remit 50,000 to Oliver and Jack respectively. Carl, who was still a little unclear because he had just woken up, suddenly realized why he didn't check his money and then remit money to Oliver and Jack at once. But then, there was no other information about remittances. Carl looked at his balance. After receiving the deposit for the cybernetic King Kong mission, his money was 915,000 euros, 5,000 of which was the team's meal expenses. In the past few days, he had spent almost 2,000 euros. Apart from the money temporarily placed with him, the only money that belonged to Carl was about 910,000. He gave David 10,000 of this money yesterday, leaving 900,000. Plus the money from Johnson and Blanca 960,000. Not bad. After adapting to the current cybernetic body, maybe he can use this money to modify it. According to Lao Wei, how long is the best time to adapt? Half a month? I have been quite diligent in installing prosthetics. It has been more than a month since 2075. The prosthetics I have now are Arasaka Type 3. Single molecule wire. Titanium bones that make up the arm. Dense bone marrow. And bionic joints. Although I don't feel anything special. And it feels the same as my previous hand. Lao Wei said that a large number of modifications in a short period of time are often the cause of cyberpsychosis. So I should listen to the doctor's advice. I will see if I can get a better access warehouse. This thing seems to be a big improvement for me. Although Arasaka Type 3 is the top product on the market, it is still a little worse than military-grade ones. Then, what kind of prosthetics should I install? Carl is quite clear about his current abilities. It is not difficult to deal with ordinary cyberpsychosis. But if he faces a person of James Norris's level alone, he may win. But he will probably have to pay a huge price, such as losing his hand again. So he still has to become stronger. Once you start to transform, it is difficult to stop until you become a cyberpsychosis. In order to prevent this possibility, I should be more cautious in my choice. Before Carl realized the progress brought by Arasaka Type 3, he considered whether to install a Sion Weston. After all, the prosthesis was too useful. There was a huge difference between having it and not having it in top battles. However, after realizing that his consciousness could keep up with Sion Weston, and after getting Arasaka Type 3, he could even catch up with the movements to a certain extent. He realized that what he should want was not Sion Weston, but a better access warehouse with faster calculation. It felt like he was like artificial intelligence. The more computing power, the faster the action. After washing up, Carl took the synthetic milk in the rented refrigerator and had it with the wheat bread heated in the microwave as breakfast. The wheat bread was delicious because it used genetically modified wheat, and the synthetic milk was just like that, drinkable. Carl took the plastic-wrapped milk and wheat bread and left the room to eat while walking. The time now was already 7:30. The pork for dinner will arrive soon. I will have to ask Jack and the others to buy some kitchen utensils. There is only a microwave oven for rent in the apartment. I am not one of those people who can just eat a meal with semi-finished products every day. Ding ding. Thinking about how to cook the real pork that he has not seen for a long time, Carl received a message from Oliver and Jack on the communication. Are you awake? We are waiting for you downstairs. Let's take you to the city center so that you can go to school. Fuck. I don't want to go to school anymore. On the second day of school, I started to hate school. While complaining on the communication, Carl still walked over honestly and ate his breakfast on the way. Did you receive the money? Of course. Oliver sat in the driver's seat, opened the window, and leaned on the car door and said, after sending you today, I will go to Laway Place. It was too terrible to be disturbed in the rain yesterday. If the artificial I was better, I would have killed the guy a long time ago. Now that I have money, I must replace it with a Khaleesi Type 1I. Chi Lucy. Isn't that a high-end product? It's a pity that Old Way could get this. Carl nodded to Jack sitting in the passenger seat as a greeting, then opened the back door and got in. When closing the door, he was careful not to let it close tightly. So when Old Way told me, I plan to change, Oliver said, getting up from the car door, closing the window, and turning to look at Carl. How did you sleep? Not as good as you who don't have to go to school and can go to bed late and get up early. Carl chose to be sarcastic without hesitation, which made Jack laugh. You are very resentful. Well, if you get the information about Tanaka earlier, you can run earlier. When you finish this mission, how about coming to my house to get together? We have all the things here. How about I make corn flakes and steamed pork for you? I trust Mrs. Wells more in this regard. Are you capable? Jack? Very good. Brother, you can always trust Jack cooking skills. Jack cooking skills. Carl also decided to give his brother face and nodded for the time being. But he also made a request. When the time comes, you have to call Misty as well. Huh? Jack was confused by Carl's words. Misty. But if we get together at his house. Misty and his mother. Yes, we have to call Misty. Oliver drove while looking at the road ahead, and said with a smile, otherwise I won't recognize you. You don't need to go to school, Jack said, and his honest face at this time showed some embarrassment and some convinced looks. Finally, he nodded firmly. Well, after this mission is over, I will call Misty too. And Laway can't be left out either. Chapter 94 Thief. At 8:10, the first class ended. Still on time, Gaius Brutus walked out of the classroom. After a day of brief familiarity, the other experienced students knew some of their classmates' names, and they had a deep memory of Gaius Brutus. A student who ran out every time the get out of class was over. This kind of student, who seemed to not care about reviewing the knowledge in the course during the break after class, was really a waste for other experienced students. Doesn't he feel sorry for the 10,000 euros spent by his parents or other elders on him? Doesn't he want to seek progress at all? Experience Arasaka Academy. This is such a rare opportunity. Maybe it will become a stepping stone to enter Arasaka Corporation in the future. Even if you are not lucky enough to be favored by Arasaka Corporation. You have such a resume of experiencing elite education in Arasaka Academy. And you have to find a better job on the street. Even if you go to the dock to carry goods later. You can confidently ask for a higher salary. And this Gaius is wasting this opportunity. Gaius is indeed wasting a good opportunity. For ordinary civilians at the bottom of Night City, it is a good opportunity to spend 10,000 euros to enter Arasaka Academy for experience. And it is shameful to waste it. If Gaius is really a civilian from the bottom of Night City, he will cherish this opportunity. The only problem is that he has never been Gaius. A poor boy from the Haywood neighborhood. He is Carl. It is not wrong to study hard. But the knowledge in Arasaka Academy is not what Carl needs to work hard and learn. Those classroom knowledge about how to plan workers more reasonably is actually written about how to oppress. Carl remembered it because he was familiar with the company's ideas. But he should study it in depth and think about how to oppress people more meticulously and grab the credit of his office colleagues. In the Academic Affairs Office of Arasaka Academy, several faculty members looked at the classroom where only one person left, operated the surveillance camera, and focused on Gaius, who left the classroom. Gaius Brutus is a street person who is different from other experienced students. His purpose of entering the academy is probably to sell black mutuo. Has his evaluation come out yet? It has come out. And he is certain use value. According to the physiological data of students in class yesterday afternoon, the hormones secreted by most male students when they are anxious have decreased. The appearance of Gaius is benign to the management of the academy. Then, should we indulge his behavior? The proposal allows. And the time is for the experience month. After 1 month, he will be punished for illegally selling black mutuo in the academy, according to the provisions of Article 3, Paragraph 6, Line 7 of the Academy Regulations. And all his proceeds from selling black mutuo will be confiscated. And he will be fined. And he will be prohibited from entering any academy in the facilities opened by the Arasaka Company. Should we start drafting the punishment now? Add one more clause. If he is willing to take the initiative to contribute the sales channel and hand over that line to our faculty, then we can exempt him from the fine and only confiscate 95% of his income. Right, 95%? We can make some adjustments in the details. Write 50% in the penalty clause. On the grounds that we assisted and pleaded. Let him voluntarily hand over 45%. Can we take 45? 40 is the highest. We take 5, and then divide it equally. Then let's do it. In the eyes of the faculty and staff in the monitoring room, Gaius, who is walking under the monitoring, has become a small fortune that they will get soon. In order to make this extra income more, in this month, all the faculty and staff of the college who know about this matter will not only not stop it, but will take the initiative to indulge Gaius. After all, who doesn't like to have a fatter purse? Those idiots sent by Arasaka to manage the academy and learn the knowledge in the academy should be thinking about how to take my money now. Gaius sent a message to Jack and Oliver in the voice communication. We tried for a day yesterday, but we didn't get any warning today. According to Arasaka efficiency, this is already a default. We can purchase in large quantities. David sent a series of contacts and purchase methods of mutuo and black mutuo sellers that he knew in the morning. I give them to you. Jack, okay. I go with Oliver after installing the artificial eye at Laoway Place. You still want to buy kitchenware, right? We buy them on the way. Be careful in the academy. Carl, I will. I won't be careless in Arasaka territory. Don't forget to bring back the meat. I plan to try to make braised pork tonight. Don't forget if you want to taste it. Jack, I won't forget it. You've said it several times. I won't forget it. Braised pork. Right? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Carl, it's the most classic pork recipe. In fact, there are many other pork recipes. But I'm not sure about the ingredients for other recipes. Braised pork is a pork dish that involves fewer other ingredients. Jack, I understand. The young master dislikes other foods. Speaking of which, Laoway has been in trouble with a few scavengers these days. Because Laoway doesn't want to accept the prosthesis taken from others by these bastards. They sent an email saying that they plan to kill Laoway. Laoway doesn't care and says he can handle it. But I think we have to do this job even if we don't get paid. What do you think? Carl, Don't ask me for advice on cleaning up the garbage. It's an eyesore when it's piled up. Just treat it as a pre-dinner exercise tonight. Send the scavenger's email address to me. I check the address behind it during class. When I get out of school in the evening, we go to their house and kill them. It's better to do it quickly, so as not to delay dinner time. Jack, I pass it to you later. I tell you later. Carl. Oliver is about to start the operation. I have to help Lauway keep an eye on the door, to prevent those blind hooligans from coming to the door. Carl, I contact you later. Gaius ended the communication and was about to go to each classroom to talk to the students who ordered Mutuo from him yesterday, saying that they would have the Mutuo they wanted tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, when someone stopped in front of Gaius. It was a girl with blue hair, a single ponytail, and purple pupils. Gaius had an impression of her. She was the girl with the key to the Herrera Gangster GTS car that he deliberately bumped into yesterday. Gaius originally planned to use her as a springboard to get familiar with Arasaka Academy, but with the help of many male students, he abandoned this idea yesterday afternoon. Because compared to getting to know Arasaka Academy by getting familiar with girls and making friends with them, it is obviously easier to get some inside information from male students who have common interests. Now the other party took the initiative to find him. Why? When Gaius lowered his head slightly out of curiosity and looked at the girl, who was about 20 centimeters shorter than his height of 1.8 meters, the girl had already stared at Gaius' face and said a word. Thief. This is not a good word. Chapter 95 Be good. Thief. Gaius looked at the azure-haired girl, revealing a look of confusion. Eyes seemed to. He just opened his mouth to say something, but the girl interrupted him. I felt strange. So I went back to check the surveillance footage of the corner where we collided. When you were moving forward, your figure paused slightly. And then it was as if you knew I was coming from the other side. And you bumped into me at a speed that was just enough to touch me. And just after your hand was covered by my figure, the traces of fluctuations in my pocket due to the vehicle chip were gone. The azure-haired girl stared at Gaius with her purple eyes. After that, you also made a flipping motion that just blocked your palm, as if you were hiding something in your sleeve. Therefore, I am sure that you are a thief. You stole my chip, and then took the initiative to return it to me later. Is that so? Gaius did not say anything like evidence, because in 2075, things never really care about evidence. The other party is sure, and there is really no need for him to argue verbally. He is just a little curious why the girl blocked him after she was sure that he was a thief. So what? Gaius held his hands up. In psychology, this is a defensive posture in the conversation. But when it is shown on Gaius, it seems a bit like intimidating the girl in front of him. The girl didn't seem to be intimidated by Gaius' slightly depressed posture. The light in her purple pupils flashed. And then she said, I have blocked the surveillance camera here and created a fake picture. Is there any conflict between this and what I am going to say next? What can't be seen in ordinary student chats? Apologize. The girl looked at Gaius, pointed at his head, and then pointed at his waist, bowed down 90 degrees and apologized to me. Apologize for deceiving me to thank you. Huh? Apologize? You checked the surveillance, blocked me, and blocked others from peeping. And the result was to make me apologize for the bad things I did? According to the usual routine. Shouldn't you start to sue me now? This request was too normal and considerate. So Gaius couldn't believe it. He blinked a few times and asked, You just want me to bow and apologize? I care about my thanks. Yesterday, I was deceived by you and thanked you. The girl stared at Gaius. So, I have to ask you to apologize. If it's just like this, I don't care. I was wrong in the first place. It's reasonable for you to seek an apology after finding out that you were deceived by me. But, Gaius was a little concerned about the point raised by the girl. 90 degrees is too humble. Can it be 30 degrees? 90 degrees has almost become the standard for confession and apology. Don't you understand the rules of Arasaka Academy? I know them well. I have memorized them all. But the rule of bowing 90 degrees to apologize is just a superficial procedure for me. It's too easy to get rid of guilt by apologizing 90 degrees. Gaius said to the girl seriously, At least, I am serious. That. The girl didn't know what she was thinking. She stared at Gaius, hesitated for a moment, and said, 60 degrees. 45 degrees. Cut in half. This. The azure-haired girl's insistence in this regard was not as firm as seeking an apology itself. Or in other words, for her, this kind of apology required a discussion of angles. And perhaps it was just the first time. Seeing her hesitation, Gaius felt relieved in his heart. It seems that she is indeed just a pure student with a good family environment and is well protected. So she has not been polluted. She showed immaturity from the beginning. Even though she was sure that she had been robbed and the other party was approaching her, she dared to meet the other party alone and took the initiative to block the surveillance. From this point, we can see the girl's innocence. Later, in terms of action, she was only entangled in thanking someone who didn't need to be thanked. A student of Arasaka Academy. Inform is equivalent to half of the Arasaka employees. When she found someone who could be threatened and used, she didn't have the slightest idea of threatening and using the other party, but just wanted the other party to apologize. Are you still a student born under Japanese education? Seeing the girl hesitate, as if she was entangled in whether to give in 45 degrees, with an expression that had never bargained before, Gaius smiled, and then bent down deeply. I'm very sorry. I played a trick on you yesterday. 90 degrees. The standard of repentance and apology. Why do we have to reach this angle? Because it was indeed my fault. I played a trick on a student who was quite clear and did something wrong. The girl looked at Gaius, who bowed deeply to apologize. Obviously, she had asked him to apologize to this extent before. But now, she was surprised. She gently covered her mouth and took a step back. Then, as if realizing something, she put down her hand and wanted to help Gaius up. When the other party apologized seriously according to her request, she seemed to be embarrassed again. What's your name? Before the girl's hand touched Gaius, Gaius took the initiative to straighten his waist and looked at the girl. Now, I really feel that it's good to know someone in Arasaka Academy. You? Looking at Gaius' smile. The girl's face was a little strange. Are you apologizing for deliberately approaching me? No. The apology is honest. But the approach now is really real. Don't worry. I don't have the intention of seducing you. And this apology is not pretentious. I just suddenly feel that it's interesting to see a rare lotus blooming in the mud in Night City. Gaius stretched out his hand. Gaius, a trainee of Arasaka Academy. Gaius Brutus. The girl looked at Gaius' outstretched hand, and then looked at Gaius' face. I heard that some boys will attract attention by bullying girls. Childish behavior is sometimes the most effective. Although I didn't have this idea at first. Now you are really interested in me. Right. Good boy. Don't you mind the bad boy's handshake request? I mind it very much. The girl stretched out her hand and gently shook Gaius' hand. But you are indeed the first bad guy I know in the academy. Why do children always use tricks to attract other people's attention? Because quiet children will not get more attention. They should be more obedient. Chapter 96, Innocent David. Hey, David. At the door of David's class, Gaius greeted David as he walked out of the classroom after class. Gaius. The moment he saw Gaius, David's mind flashed with the scene he saw in his dream last night. It must be said that the impact was quite strong. How is the goods I want? I can bring it to you tomorrow. But we have to make an appointment in advance and bring it directly to the school. It's okay. I understand. Gaius looked at the other students who were about to leave and pointed to a place where there were not many students. Let's talk over there. Yeah. After David followed Gaius to the place he pointed, he couldn't help but say, Did you solve a cyber psychopath yesterday? Does the news of cyber psychopaths spread so quickly? Gaius looked at David in surprise. I remember that the official news report said that the NCPD solved it. Right. How do you know it was me? That, David said a little embarrassedly. The military prosthesis on Lieutenant James Norris had a recording software, and a Mutuo editor produced a related Mutuo within 2 hours after you dealt with him. Because it was new. I even tried it out. Mutuo editor. Within 2 hours. Gaius suddenly seemed to realize something. It's not the Cyber Psycho series. Right? Yes. It's the editor named JK. It's that bastard. I still have a score to settle with him. A score? Account? Seeing David's puzzled look, Gaius did not take the initiative to expose the fact that he was recorded as a cyber psychopath. He pointed at the teaching equipment worn by David's face and changed the subject abruptly. Speaking of which, your equipment is different from the one I saw yesterday. Did you change it? I upgraded it this morning and spent 1,000 euros. Oh, don't worry. I bought the number of Mutuo you requested. And then I used the extra money to upgrade the equipment. The quantity and quality are definitely enough. Seeing David halfway through his speech, as if he realized something and looked a little uneasy. Gaius didn't care. He waved his hand. It's okay. I don't care about this. Anyway, as long as you really buy enough to make me famous. Just as I said before, all the money earned from this sale belongs to you. If you don't buy enough, you will just make less money. As for spending money, what is given to you is yours, and you don't have to tell me how to spend it. After saying this, Gaius looked at the time and found that there were still 15 minutes left for the break. Because he knew someone, he came to David after the second class. There were only 3 classes in the morning, and it was lunchtime after 3 classes. Gaius didn't plan to stay in Arasaka Academy during the lunchtime. It's true that Arasaka Academy indulgence attitude towards people who don't want to roll in is the most relaxed school Gaius has ever attended. But in other words, without paying, even if you want to roll in, there is no place to roll. So you can only accept this kind of indulgence. Speaking of which, are your grades good? Gaius had investigated David's family situation, so he knew that he was the kind of person who couldn't pay for the internal competition. He was a little curious about what David's grades would be like if he couldn't do the internal competition. Grades? I didn't quite understand why Gaius suddenly asked this, but David was still quite honest in his answer. In the last test, I only ranked 10th in the school. In the situation where the internal competition is endless, and almost all the children of the rich and powerful have private tutors, he only relied on the broken content in class to get the 10th place in the whole school? Only ranked 10th? That's right. David was a little confused and didn't know why Gaius showed such a little unbelievable expression. He continued, I used to be able to maintain the 7th or 8th place, but my grades have dropped a lot recently, and I can only get the 10th place. You? Staring at David with a punk head, Gaius suddenly realized that David was actually a good student. With just a little bit of class content, he was able to get into the top 10. If there was really a chance of internal competition, Gaius couldn't even imagine what David's ranking would be in Arasaka Academy. With your grades, doesn't Arasaka Academy have scholarships? I heard that schools run by E-Company all have scholarships. Yes, but only the university department can get large scholarships. We are in the middle school department, and the scholarships we give are generally just for encouragement. They are given out once a semester. 300 euros each time. I saved some for emergency use, and it can last for 1 or 2 months. 300 euros. 1 or 2 months. For the subway, my mom topped up my account. I ate at the cafeteria, using a topped-up meal card. The college cafeteria is subsidized, although the food is cheap and not very tasty. 1 euro can buy a piece of bread. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, I can buy a piece of meat floss bread that's about to expire for 5 euros. It's enough for 1 meal. I go home for dinner. So these 300 euros are really for emergencies. Don't you usually buy drinks or snacks? Every week, I buy myself one. I like to buy the fat chicken wings from the Feifei restaurant. For euros can buy a large roasted golden and crispy chicken wing that is dripping with oil. I will eat the wing tip on the spot, and then save the wing root to heat it up in the microwave at night. My mother likes to eat the middle of the wing the most, so I will leave a middle of the wing for her on the table. Listening to David's overly bitter story, Gaius remembered what Jack described in the communication when he asked Jack to catch David. When David spent money to buy drinks, he pretended to be careless and bought a 5 euro disposable pistol. At that time, the kid's heart must have been bleeding. Looking at this young man whose eyes seemed to sparkle when he mentioned the synthetic grilled chicken wings that he would definitely dislike, Gaius could only reach out and pat his shoulder in the end. Do a good job. As long as we make all the boys in the academy understand that they should come to me to buy Mutual, we can start to try to develop the female side. By then, the money we earn will be enough for you to have endless chicken wings every day. By then, your mother won't have to work hard, and you can pay the tuition by yourself. Is this considered as the boss' empty promise? Looking at the expectant eyes of the innocent David, Gaius inexplicably felt an unspeakable sense of shame in his heart. God, why do the guys in this academy, 1 or 2 of whom he knows, blame the innocents? This makes me, who has been in Night City for a long time, completely unable to bear it. Fortunately, the impression left by Gaius that the people of Arasaka Academy are all innocent did not last long, because some students came to cause trouble. To be precise, they were looking for trouble with David, and Gaius was just a byproduct. Poor people and street thugs really fit together, don't you think? David? Listening to the mocking voice of the student approaching, Gaius breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's better not to leave a good impression on Arasaka Academy. Finally, he came. A typical rich kid, who looked down on the poor and street people. If he didn't come again, I would have doubted the composition of the students of Arasaka Academy. Chapter 97 Shungnan. The boy who came to deliberately provoke and mock David and Gaius was a boy with blue mullet-shaped hair. He was wearing a neat Arasaka Academy uniform. When he came over, he was followed by 2 followers. One fat and one thin. Judging from his appearance, he had the temperament of a vice-corporate dog. Gaius' eyes noticed that there was a very obvious bionic skin connection mark on the right side of his cheek. It was easy for someone who could implant bionic skin to eliminate this mark. I don't know if he kept it on purpose. The blue-haired boy who didn't notice Gaius' eyes was obviously looking for trouble, and his target was David. He walked in front of David and looked down at David with his height, which was a little taller than David. Yo, David. I thought you would do something embarrassing in class today, but I didn't expect you to update the teaching software and even change the equipment. You must have spent a lot of money. Right? It has nothing to do with you. Shungnan. David frowned. He obviously didn't like the classmate he called Shungnan. I didn't allow you to call me so intimately. But you are a poor man. I can understand that you are a little lacking in education. The boy called Shungnan by David took a step closer and got very close to David. Don't worry. I don't mean to despise your poverty. Because it is a fact. Not something that needs to be emphasized and despised. Katsunen stared into David's eyes and said, You may think that I am targeting you because you are poor. But you are wrong to think so. I adhere to philanthropy. It is not your fault to be born in the poor class. No one stipulates that poor people cannot go to Arasaka Academy. Just like no one stipulates that street thugs can enter Arasaka Academy as long as they can pay the money. Said so. Katsunari glanced at Gaius next to him. And then looked back at David. What disgusts me is your attitude. David. I don't have time to say anything nonsense to you here. Katsunari. That's it. That's the attitude. David. Shungnan stared at David, who looked like he was bothered by the trouble. With an unhappy face, you always take it for granted that you don't care. You haven't studied much. But you always get better scores than me who studies hard. Time and time again. Do you know how I feel every time I see you do very well in the exam? But you show that you did poorly in the exam? What kind of feeling? Even if you say this, David didn't quite understand and didn't understand what Shungnan cared about. You studied hard and worked very hard. But that's your business. Isn't it? I did poorly in the exam. And I didn't deliberately show that I did poorly in the exam. So, that's it. David. Why do you always? Is it possible to show an attitude of taking it for granted? As if it should be so. Shungnan stretched out her hand and put her index finger on David's chest. Every time I work hard, I see you leisurely, easily getting excellent grades, and sighing over there that you didn't do well in the exam. I can't help but feel disgusted. You know, seeing your existence is really too annoying. Who in the class is willing to get close to you? You'd better drop out of school early. You freak who can't get along with anyone. Shingnan's index finger tapped David's chest again and again. No one in the class welcomes a disgusting guy who can easily do better than them after hard work. He obviously has an easy life, but always acts like he has worked hard. Every time we see you, a freak, we feel everything you have worked hard for will become meaningless. This kind of thing has nothing to do with me. David looked at the expressions of Shungnan and his 2 followers, as if he had made a big mistake. He really couldn't understand. Don't care about my exams. Just do your best. Why do you care about me so much? It's because of your existence that people have to care about you. Do you know how many people in the class are blamed by their parents because their grades are not as good as yours? Listen to those words. I hired the best teachers for you and arranged the best educational conditions for you. But you are not even as good as a poor boy from Santo Domingo. Your existence is an eyesore. Listening to the conversation between Shungnan and David, Gaius, who was standing next to him, roughly understood what was going on. Simply put, a group of company children, because they had the best educational resources, but could not get better grades than David, a poor man, were under pressure from their parents. Under this top-down pressure, they looked at David's existence and felt that he was extremely annoying. So they excluded him and wanted him to leave the college. How to say it? If I were to describe Gaius' feelings, I could only say that this place is indeed Arasaka Academy, a school founded in Japan. It always has this full Japanese flavor. It excludes and suppresses people who are different. This top-down distortion was like this in Gaius' past. And in 2075, There was still no change. Professional Japanese flavor is. This is your business. David raised his head slightly and stared at Katsuo. His tone was firm. He didn't particularly like Arasaka Academy. He only studied here because of his mother's request. But even if he didn't like it, he had to go on this path under his mother's expectations. Moreover, now that he has met Gaius and has an income that can support the family, it is absolutely impossible for him not to go to school. Huh? I didn't think that I could just let you drop out of school by saying it verbally. When Katsuo was about to say something, a slight bell rang. The break time was over. You'd better not give me any evidence. David, I heard that you may be involved in the sale of Black Mutual recently. You should remember clearly that you will be expelled from the academy if you are involved in the sale of Black Mutual. After saying this harsh word, Shungnan and his 2 followers hurried to the classroom. He didn't want to be late because of something related to David. Otherwise his usual score would be reduced. Looking at his back, David listened to the bell and was about to turn around and say something to Gaius. But when he turned around, he only saw Gaius' back. Don't worry. You only need to sell ordinary Mutuo that does not violate the rules. Don't worry about him. If you feel scared, I will take you to see the world after school to boost your courage. This is the message Gaius left for him in the communication. As for why Gaius didn't say it in person, but went to class through the communication, it has almost become a habit engraved into Gaius' DNA to go back to the classroom when the bell rings. Chapter 98. Seeing the World and the End of the Night. Carl, we're here to pick you up. Huh? How come this guy followed you here? Oliver parked the Skyhara, which belonged to Carl and was actually always driven by him, on the side of the road. When he and Jack, who was sitting in the passenger seat, greeted Carl who was coming over, they found that behind him was the boy named David who they met yesterday. Show him the world. Carl, still wearing Gaius' face, walked over, scanned the surroundings, adjusted the position of the only camera that could capture this place, and deleted and changed the image of him and David walking over, and then greeted David to sit in the back seat of the car. See the world? Oliver looked back at David, who was sitting in the back seat like a chicken, with his hands on his knees. He looked at Jack curiously and said, What kind of world does a student need to see? We have to teach him how to hold a gun when facing a real threat. He is a rare partner. I don't want to see him being shot by a thug on the street when he goes to school one day. After sitting in the car, Carl returned to his original face after a slight facial pain. The pain in his face has been relieved a little bit, and the nerves have been well integrated. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Aren't you afraid of leading him astray? Oliver had no objection to bringing a newcomer. Anyway, they were only dealing with small matters, like scavengers today, which were things that new mercenaries on the street could do. They could protect a newcomer who would only cause trouble and not help. Does a student of Arasaka Academy need to know all this? It's better for a child born in a civilian family to know a little. Carl looked at David. I have also asked him for his opinions. I just made a suggestion. It's better to say that he is very interested and wants to try with us rather than that I want to bring him here. Is that really the case? Oliver stared at David. Although David was very nervous, he nodded firmly in Oliver's eyes. I want to learn how to use a gun, so that even if I meet a cyber psychopath on the street with my mother in the future, I can resist. Cyber psychopath. But you can't solve it with a broken gun. If you really encounter it, you'd better run away quickly. But learning a little from us is enough to solve the gangsters, Oliver said, and laughed. You are a coward, worthy of being a Santo Domingo. If the 6th Street gang is not a bad place to stay now, I want to introduce you to my father. Okay, Oliver. You were kicked out within a week of joining, and it's better to stay safe than joining any gang. Even the Valentino gang is the same in this regard. Jack said on the side that gangs should not harm young and promising children. If you really join them, it's not so easy to get out. The reason why Jack and Oliver were able to quit the gang was because they had some connections in the gang. If David was involved with the gang, it would be no less than sinking into the mud pit. Don't talk so much, Oliver. Let's drive. Hurry up and finish it. David, I take you to eat real pork after the task is completed, and you can have dinner at my place. When the time comes, you can take some back to your mother. Well, just say that you met a new friend in the college. Real pork? Is this really okay? It doesn't matter. Anyway, my concept of food is that food can soothe people's tired hearts. Your mother must be very hard at work. So eating something is just right to replenish her. And I just want to see how my cooking tastes in the mouths of hard-working people. Only by knowing Carl concept can we understand your young master's picky eating. While driving, Oliver did not forget to say, "We are all looking forward to your cooking skills. For what you said, if it tastes good, you should eat more. And don't think about leaving unless you are full. You don't need to tell me. It's really delicious. I can eat a whole pot by myself." Looking at the colorful scenery passing by through the window, David listened to Carl and Oliver's words, and the original tension and uneasiness in his heart slowly calmed down. At this time, Carl handed him something. "Take it. Use this first. This is..." David took it subconsciously, and saw that it was actually a pistol. "Gun! I said that you will see the world. So take it to protect yourself. Although we will protect you. There are always unexpected things. Since you want to learn some skills to protect you and your mother, then start by learning how to hold a gun correctly." The gun that Carl gave was his personal pistol, Kenshin. The recoil of a technical pistol is much smaller than that of a kinetic pistol. So even David, who looks quite thin, can hold it, as long as he doesn't fire 7 or 8 shots in an instant like Carl did. The recoil won't make his wrist numb. However, if he doesn't hold the gun correctly, even with the recoil of a technical pistol, one shot may dislocate the wrist. So Carl then explained and helped David adjust how to hold the gun. Hold your fingers like this. That's right. It's best for beginners to hold the gun with both hands. This way, your wrist will be more stable, and the point of impact will not be offset. You don't need to hold it very tightly. Just relax a little. Just like holding a door handle. When a beginner shoots for the first time, even if he faces an enemy less than 10 meters away, he may miss the target. Don't be in a hurry when shooting. A pistol like Kenshin is enough to shoot off the head of a street thug. What you need to grasp is not speed, but accuracy. Watching Carl teaching over there, Jack also interrupted and said a few words. Also, when shooting, you must remember how many shots you fired. Otherwise it will be fatal if you want to shoot at a critical moment, but find that there are no bullets. That moment of hesitation is enough for others to make a few holes in you. Novices should not think about firing empty bullets and changing bullets. One magazine can solve most battles. Listening to Carl and Jack's words, David kept nodding, and after constantly adjusting his gun-holding posture, in the eyes of Oliver who looked over after parking the car, he already had a good grip. Just looking at the Kenshin in his hand, Oliver asked Carl casually, "You gave the Kenshin to David. What do you want to use?" "Lexington." Without hesitation, Carl took out the Lexington in the car. "I went to the gun shop in our super skyscraper and asked the boss to help modify it. It is an upgraded version with enhanced power. A blade is added under the gun body that can be used for close combat. I call it the End of Night now." Chapter 99. Imagine a different mission. Carl and his team's target, the scavengers who dared to threaten Old Way, were located in the little Chinatown in Watson District, which happened to be near the residence of Carl and Oliver. This group of people might want to force the goods in their hands to sell to Old Way because they were close. For their behavior, Carl could only say that they were really looking for death in front of the door. "Which floor?" Holding a golden ruthless pistol in each hand, Jack asked Carl, who was hacking into the apartment building in front of him. "Third floor. 7. There is nothing noteworthy about the weapons. It seems that this gang has just started the scavenger business not long ago. No wonder they dared to threaten Old Way. Wait a minute. I will connect the screen to your personal terminal and give you permission," Carl answered while sending permission requests to Oliver, Jack, and David. Although David came to see the world, to be precise, he was just learning. But since he was going to do things, he had to be steady and follow the requirements of his teammates. It was also necessary to connect to the screen to understand the situation. Even though he would vomit continuously after connecting to the screen because of the bloody feeling of human organs scattered in the picture, it was the same. Watch carefully and get familiar with it. Oliver was very considerate of David. Maybe because they were both from St. Domingo. He handed David, who was holding the wall and vomiting nonstop, the real water he brought in the car. "Take it to rinse your mouth, and remember what you see in your heart. If you don't protect your strength, then you will also become a part of the stretcher. Speaking of which, I remember that you should have come into contact with a lot of black super dreams. Why do you still vomit because of the bloody images?" "It's just that I suddenly remembered a black super dream I saw last night. The impact was too strong. I don't usually do this." David, who felt that his stomach was clean, took the real water handed over by Oliver and rinsed his mouth. The refreshing feeling of real water made him feel relieved all of a sudden, and the whole person was refreshed by the coolness. David stared at the bottle of real water he had never drunk before, and was a little surprised. This water tastes completely different from the water in St. Domingo. The water in St. Domingo. Oliver couldn't help but sigh when he heard David talking about this. But he didn't say anything. Get ready, David. Here, I give you another little thing. Carl took something out of the car and handed it to David naturally. Grenade? David looked at the oval thing that Carl placed in his palm, and he was a little dazed. Don't worry. This is a modified version that I got specially. The explosive power won't be too great. It won't blow up the whole building. The most it can do is to empty the room. Take it first and throw it in when the time is right. Can I throw the grenade in? Of course. We're not here to rescue people. I've checked. There are no living people except the scavengers. These bastards are in a hurry to make money. There are only some poor people's bodies in the room, which are placed in a special freezing bathtub. I've also uploaded that room to your personal terminal. Don't throw it in there. Although the people are dead, the bodies should be kept intact as much as possible. When the matter is resolved, I call an acquaintance in NCPD and ask him to come and see if he can contact the family of the deceased. It's bad enough to be targeted by the scavengers. Let them have a home. The information has been transmitted, and what needs to be explained has been explained. Next, it's time to officially carry out the mission. The Carl team self-issued the mission. Time, before dinner. Reward, braised pork made by Carl. After pulling the slide of the night watch, Carl and the other members of the team took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The scavengers were in a large suite on the 3rd floor that they had rented. The suite had 4 rooms, namely the living room, the storage room, and the processing room. The last one was an empty leisure room for rest. There were 7 scavengers. 2 of them were sleeping in the living room. 2 were processing corpses in the processing room. 1 was talking about some business on the computer next to the table in the processing room. And the remaining 2 were lying on the sofa in the leisure room wearing Super Dream equipment, watching some Super Dream movies with their lower bodies swaying. The suite where the scavengers were located was relatively inside the corridor. And in the corridor, that was the only way to pass. 2 residents were standing at their respective doorsteps smoking and chatting. Carl knew their identities before they saw him. The 2 civilians, who were doing street hot dog business, did not have any contact with the newly moved in scavengers, so they just had to stay away. Got it. Jack held the golden rifle and knocked twice on the wall in the corridor with the butt of the gun. After attracting the attention of 2 civilians who were talking with the sound, he showed the gun in his hand, and then shook his arm and made a gesture to get out of the way. The 2 obviously experienced hot dog vendors did not show any nervousness or panic. They looked at the sturdy Jack and the pistol in his hand, then looked at the 3 people holding weapons behind him, nodded in understanding, and then opened the door behind them and hid directly in. They had seen street mercenaries come to handle things before, so there was no need to be too surprised. Let's go! In the communication, when Carl gave the order to continue moving forward, David rolled his throat and swallowed his saliva. But he felt nervous, and his hand clenched the pistol unconsciously. He had just been taught in the car before. This rigorous and serious atmosphere was the appearance of real mercenaries performing tasks. It was completely different from the recordings experienced in the dream. It turned out that the real thing was the most powerful. Just when David had such thoughts in his mind, he found that a paper card was stuffed under the room where the 2 hot dog vendors hid, and there seemed to be something written on it. He looked over subconsciously, and the artificial eye in his eyes flashed, allowing him to see clearly what was printed on the paper card. Old William's Hot Dog Stand. Want to enjoy hot dogs with 80% real meat content? Then come to the Old William's Hot Dog Stand in What's in Chinatown. Only €10. You can enjoy a big hot dog that is enough for the whole family. Old William's Hot Dog. Satisfy you every day. If you want to pre-order, you can call the communication number. Advertisement? Remember it. If it tastes good, you can go back and try it. In Oliver's usual words. David felt that the excitement he had just felt about the mission of a serious mercenary was instantly calmed down. Chapter 100 Growing into a Man. Ding. After a very slight unlocking sound, Carl cracked the door of the suite where the scavengers were staying. The first room after entering the door was the lounge where 2 scavengers were lying and watching Mutuo. The slight sound of unlocking did not disturb their fun in mutuo. Slowly pushing the door open just enough for one person to pass through. Carl did not rush in. There are mines. It seems that this group of scavengers are quite alert. As Carl pointed down, David, who was watching from the side, noticed that there were 2 biological sensing mines arranged at the entrance. As long as they detected a creature trying to cross this threshold, they would be activated. No wonder the lounge was placed in the first room. I originally thought it was used to deal with possible inspections by the NCPD. Now it seems that it is used to attract attention, Jack said in the message, looking at the sensing mines on the ground. And his eyes glanced at the 2 scavengers lying on the sofa in the distance, wearing mutuo equipment and without any protective preparation. I take care of it. A single molecule line popped out from Carl's wrist. And when he waved it, the end of the single molecule line was connected to the port of the induction mine. It was originally used for users to connect to the remote control port. But now it became the best channel for Carl to invade. Single molecule lines can be used as data lines for hackers to invade. But few people will use the swinging method like Carl to connect to dangerous mines. Because if this is not handled properly, it may really explode. After the connection was successful, not even a second passed, and Carl information appeared in the communication again. After the solution was completed, I blocked the possible trigger induction. As long as we don't actively detonate, even if someone in the scavenger connected to this mine in advance, they will not notice that this mine has failed. Although I feel that the induction mine bought by the scavenger should not have this function. But for safety reasons, it is better not to touch it. Got it. Seeing that Jack and Oliver both sent a clear message in the communication, David quickly followed suit. Got it. After finishing the work, Carl walked into the suite first. He had taken over the surveillance of this place. Be careful and slow down, David. Jack kindly reminded him, and followed Carl into the suite. Then it was David. Oliver was responsible for the guard duty, so he had to enter the room last. Knowing that he was taken care of because he was in the 3rd place, David stared at the induction mine that was so close that he seemed to be triggered by accident. After his heart jumped twice, he took a deep breath to suppress the tension in his heart, and then walked into the room steadily without any mistakes. As a newcomer, you did a good job. Maybe you are more suitable for mercenaries than you thought. Oliver, who watched David's performance in the end, praised him in the communication. David's performance for the first time was much better than his. He was shaking all over at the beginning. Is that so? Who doesn't like to be praised for doing a good job? At least for David. This kind of recognition and approval has not happened many times in his life. The constant praise from Oliver made him grin uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the wrong place, he might have been a little shy and touched his head. It's really well done. But it's a good time to improve. Come on, David. Come here. Seeing David's cheerful look, standing next to a scavenger who was looking at mutuo, Carl waved at David. What are you going to do? David walked lightly and carefully without disturbing the scavenger. He walked to his side, and then saw Carl handing him a knife. You probably don't have enough strength to break his neck, so use this thing. Cut it into the neck artery. Don't worry. Don't worry about him calling for help if you make a mistake. I will cover his mouth for you. Huh? David took the knife from Carl and looked at the scavenger in front of him, who was still shaking his lower body. He was a little confused. He was ready to use a pistol to protect his life, but he didn't fire a shot. Just went straight to the knife. Right? Don't be too sympathetic. I checked his information. He was involved in the murder of 3 children. The oldest was only 12 years old. Everyone's prostheses and organs were hollowed out. One of the children was from Santo Domingo, your hometown. Think about those parents who cried while holding the empty bodies after losing their children. And think about the street children you saw in Santo Domingo. Carl's hand gently rested on David's shoulder, giving David the courage to support him. If you want to protect yourself and your family, you must not hesitate to kill a bastard like a scavenger. I personally do not approve of killing, but if it is a scavenger, I don't mind relaxing the conditions to see such a scene. The hollowed-out child and the crying parents. David's mind flashed with a picture of his young self lying in a pool of blood, his body empty, and his mother crying desperately while holding him. He felt the same way. He took another deep breath, and under Carl's gaze, David acted decisively. Puff! The sound of the sharp knife piercing the neck, along with the sound of Jack breaking the scavenger's neck, rang out. Under David's gaze, the scavenger, who had been obsessed, suddenly stiffened, and then his face twitched a few times with his body, and began to shake his head wildly. He didn't stab accurately, so the scavenger still had the strength to flutter. Continue? Without any accusation. Carl just glanced at the scavenger, blocked the last message he tried to send to his companions, and coldly asked David to take action again in the communication. At this time, there can be no hesitation. Hesitation for scum. Any hesitation may allow them to find opportunities to hurt themselves and those around them. Yes. Replying in the communication, David felt his hands were wrapped by the gushing bloody liquid, and it seemed that he couldn't open them. He still pulled out the knife steadily, and then found the right position with the biological knowledge he learned in class, and cut it again. This time, there was no mistake. Watching the knife stop struggling under his hands and then pass away, David's clothes were covered with blood, and blood was slowly dripping from his face. His expression was different. That expression was no longer the expression of a boy. Oliver, who had been watching everything and making preventive preparations beside him, also sent a message to David in the communication. Congratulations. You are now a man. In Night City. When can a boy grow into a man? Is it when he kills the first enemy? Or when he goes to bed for the first time? Or shoots for the first time? None of them. Only when he is really determined and aware to protect the people around him can he be regarded as a real man. On an ordinary day in December 2075, the boy named David Martinez has grown into a man with the awareness of protecting those around him. Chapter 101: Cars and Subways. After the 2 scavengers in the lounge were dealt with, the remaining 5 scavengers did not survive long in front of Carl's team. It took about 2 minutes from the time they entered the door for them to handle everything. You have to wash yourself well when you come to my house later. Looking at David, who fired 4 shots in the previous battle and killed 2 scavengers in total, including the one killed by the night before, Carl commented on the blood on his body. But now I understand why Arasaka always likes red and black clothes. It turns out that this is stained with blood, but it's not too obvious. Did I do it? Smelling the blood, David began to breathe heavily after the battle. Of course you did it, David. Oliver slapped him on the back, almost making David stumble. I told you. You did a great job. You deserve a good meal of braised pork. It was obviously me who was going to cook. Why did it seem like you did it? Carl complained and asked David, how is it? David, can you still eat it? I can. David adapted quickly. I'm Black Chow Ming. I didn't see it for nothing. That's fine. You can keep the Kenshin. I recommend you a gun store on the way to school that will give you a discount if you buy 4 boxes of bullets together. Then you can go to the shooting range to practice reloading and aiming when you have time. Killing one person with 4 bullets is a bit of a waste of bullets. 1 out of 4. David's shooting skills are already good enough. Jack searched the scavenger suite and found that there was nothing valuable except some second-hand junk prosthesis. He came to their computer and flipped through the email records on it. It is indeed this group of people. They haven't deleted the threatening emails they sent to Lao Wei. Let me see. There are also records of their kidnapping. This way, NCPD may find it easier to find the victim's family. After sending a message to Johnson, Carl took a bag full of things and handed it to David. What is this? The scavenger's gun. I picked it up when I checked it. The quality is not good. You can find a weapons store to sell it later. It should be able to sell for some money. You can use it as pocket money. Now the money from selling this kind of gun is a bit despised by Carl and others. But it is just right for David, who is adapting to it for the first time. Can I? Looking at Carl handing it to him, which is his first income. David was a little surprised and a little surprised. You've killed 2 of the 7. More than me. What's there to be embarrassed about? Carl stuffed the bag into David's arms. But you have to be careful. Don't let your mother find out. Since she has worked so hard to support you to go to Arasaka Academy, she must have thought that it would be best for you not to get involved in street things. You have basically learned almost everything this time. Next, you just need to go to the gun store occasionally to practice continuously. We have nothing to teach you. There is nothing to teach you. This sentence is of course a lie. But Carl still said it. After all, David's family is not a family with a strong gang atmosphere like Oliver and Jack. It's better for him not to get involved too much in street mercenary things. There is nothing to teach me. David heard the hidden meaning of Carl's words. That is, this time is the last. Really? Just to see the world. David couldn't help but compare the current acceptance with the rejection in school. Compared with going to school, maybe what he longed for more in his heart was the mercenary life like Carl and others. But he also knew that this was indeed the end. Because, thinking of his hard-working mother and her expectations of him, looking at Carl, Oliver and Jack, David didn't say anything willful after all. Just nodded, "I understand. But I'm still willing to come to my place for free meals." Carl smiled and patted David on the shoulder. "I don't mind friends coming to my house for free meals. It's just a good opportunity to test my cooking skills." "Yeah." With David nod and the sound of sirens approaching in the distance. This pre-meal exercise was over. And then he could go to eat his reward. Mr. Johnson. After going downstairs, Carl told Johnson, who came over about the relevant matters, and handed over the small piece of paper he had picked up when he left just now. "Old William Hot Dog?" Johnson looked at the paper in his hand and felt a little puzzled. "When we were dealing with the scavengers, 2 residents gave us a promotional advertisement. I think the pictures are good, so I recommend it to you. Recommend something you haven't even tried yourself. Since they didn't make any noise to disturb us, I do them a favor." Carl originally wanted to chat with Johnson, such as asking him to come to his place after get off work to get some meat, when Jack's voice came from a distance. "Carl, it's not good." "What happened?" When Carl looked over, he found David and Jack surrounding his car, and Oliver had a very ugly look on his face. "When we went up, a car thief pried open the car door. Although he didn't drive away, he damaged all our tires." "Huh?" Carl hurried over to take a look and found that it was true. There were obvious marks of prying on the car door. From the gap between the car door and the car body, the other party's actions were very urgent. We can actually encounter such a thing? When Jack was hanging out on the streets, he had done a lot of car thefts, but he didn't expect that he would be pecked by geese all day long. Today, the old car thief had his car stolen. Well, although this is nothing to be angry about, Carl looked at Oliver's gloomy face and continued, "But we may have to take the subway back today. Don't let me find that little thief. Otherwise, I will hang him up and beat him with my belt." Oliver, who obviously has the deepest feelings for cars among the few people, said this harshly. He can understand those who make a living on the street. But it's another matter if he messes with him. If he really catches a thief. Although he won't kill the car thief as easily as the company dog, he will definitely beat him up. Carl shook his head. He accepted this thing that was the biggest loss today very quickly. He looked at Johnson, who was walking over. "Mr. Johnson, we call a car repair shop later. Can you stay here and ask the people over there to take my car to be repaired? We have something to do tonight and have to go back early." "It's okay. You go ahead. After all, you have done us a good deed today. This is nothing. Go back early." Johnson glanced at David, whose uniform was stained with blood. "He also needs to take a good shower. Thank you for your trouble. But this is not a big deal." Before the mission, Carl had changed his clothes in the vehicle in advance. After thinking about it, he asked David to change into the Arasaka uniform he left in the car. "There is a little difference in height. You wear it first. Take the bag of clothes and wash it at my house." With Carl instructions, David, holding 2 bags containing guns and clothes, followed Carl, Jack and Oliver to the subway he would take every day to and from school. The moment he stepped on the subway, he suddenly noticed a touch of white in his peripheral vision. Chapter 102 Thief. David followed the white spot and found that its owner was a short-haired woman with pink roots and white tips. She looked about 20 years old. She wore a short jacket and a black tight leather jacket. She had smoky makeup and looked gorgeous. So beautiful. This was the first thought that came to David's mind. And then he noticed the other party's unusual movements. She seemed to be approaching the company staff wearing Arasaka Academy in the subway intentionally. "David?" Oliver's doubtful voice made David, who was chasing the woman, subconsciously turn his head. And then he saw Oliver with a strange look on his face. "We asked you if you had any dietary restrictions. Why were you absent-minded?" "Sorry." David apologized quickly. "I was a little absent-minded just now." "What were you looking at?" Oliver followed David's previous line of sight, but only saw a few company dogs wearing Arasaka uniforms. He seemed to understand something. "You are looking at them." "Right. After all, if nothing unexpected happens after graduation, you will also be employed there. I don't know how much Arasaka employees make in a month." Jack, who was standing next to him, Also glanced at the company dogs who were talking over there. I heard everything here. Even when I was riding the subway. They were discussing work. There was really no time to relax. I guess they are not that high. Judging from their appearance, they should be low-level employees. Carl covered his stomach. He was a little hungry. In order to disguise himself, he ate very simply in the cafeteria of Arasaka Academy. Just bread and synthetic milk. He ate like this in the morning and at noon. To be honest, he couldn't bear the consumption at all. What I care more about now is what to eat first. So, David, do you have any dietary restrictions? I have already started ordering takeout. When it is almost time to arrive at my house, the delivery robot will deliver the food to my door. We will eat something first. Dietary restrictions. David thought for a while. I don't have any dietary restrictions when it comes to food. That's fine. What's the matter? The first time I ordered takeout, I realized that manual and mechanical transportation actually have two different prices. Why is mechanical transportation so much more expensive than manual transportation? It's almost catching up with the price of food. Carl's complaint was responded to by Oliver, who reminded Carl, pay attention. The two types of delivery have different terms and conditions. If there are problems with manual delivery, they are not responsible, but they will be responsible for mechanical transportation. In this regard, it is better to choose a machine. The price is a bit expensive, but at least the time can be guaranteed. How is it guaranteed? Even if the deliverman is shot in the middle of the way, another machine can deliver the food on time at the time it is supposed to arrive. That is to say, if there is a problem with a person and he dies, he will die, and both the person and the goods will be empty. But if the machine dies, another machine will take over its work and continue to work. Right? Thinking about it, I think this is okay. Carl is already very hungry, and doesn't want any accidents. Just pay more. Well, let's order a few pizzas first. No. Pizza will be too filling. Let's just order fried rice, which is just right for meat. And then, while Carl was muttering, David looked at the place he saw again. The woman with pink and white hair had already shuttled through the crowd and came behind the Arasaka employees. After that, David saw the artificial eye of the pink-haired woman flash. Click. He didn't hear any sound, but David saw that a chip popped out from the back of the neck of several Arasaka employees. At the chip access point, David didn't recognize what the chip that popped out from the chip access point of the Arasaka employee was. But he saw that the pink-haired woman skillfully held the popped-out chip in her palm in midair. Thief. David immediately realized what the pink-haired woman was doing. Using hacking technology to hack into company employees. Pry open the data gap on the other party's chip access point, so that the chip that originally existed in it would automatically pop out when it sends the pop-up command, and then steal it away. The lowest value of the chips on the company employees is not less than 100 euros. Not to mention Arasaka employees. Some chips related to firearms can be sold for thousands of dollars. Watching the pink-haired woman stealing, David said nothing. Because this is Night City. This kind of thing is commonplace. There is really nothing to worry about. Not to mention that the target of the theft is a company employee. David just didn't expect that such a beautiful woman would do such a thing. He turned his head and stopped looking at the woman. When chatting with people, you can't always turn your attention to other places. Just when he turned his head, the pink-white-haired woman sensed David's last look. She glanced over and then noticed the Arasaka Academy uniform on David. Arasaka. Her artificial eye flashed. Scanned David, and saw the Arasaka Academy ID on him. Identity. Confirmed. Since he is from Arasaka. The pink-white-haired woman slowly approached David. In her sight, she could see the back of the boy wearing the Arasaka Academy uniform. There were a lot of people in the subway. She noticed that the Arasaka Academy boy seemed to be talking to someone. But due to the angle, she could only see the person standing opposite the Arasaka Academy boy. He was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, with blonde hair and a small mustache. From the appearance, he didn't seem to be a threat. Even if there was a threat, it didn't matter. The pink-haired woman was experienced. She was confident that she could block the chip ejected by the boy by hiding it in the crowd. At most, it would only appear in front of the blonde youth for a moment at the moment of ejection. It was unlikely that he would react in such a short time. He might think that he was just dazzled. Even if he reacted and reminded the Arasaka Academy boy in front of him. It was too late. This moment was enough for the pink-haired woman to disappear into the crowd. Today's stealing environment is the best. The pink-haired woman's artificial eye flashed. With her hacking ability, she quickly successfully cracked the chip access vulnerability of the Arasaka Academy boy who had his back to her. Click. The pink-haired woman was muttering the undetectable sound of the chip ejection in her heart. When she was about to reach out to hold the chip in the air, the chip was intercepted and held by a hand in the air in advance. The one holding the chip was the blonde youth, who the pink-haired woman thought would not be able to react. He was staring at her very calmly at this time. Oops. Just when the pink-haired woman was about to quickly withdraw and hide in the crowd, a real click sound was heard. That was the sound of the gun's safety being opened. One on the left and one in front. The two guns were already against her temple and forehead before the pink-haired woman wanted to withdraw and retreat. There were people on both sides. The pink-haired woman froze. Thief? Some unhappy voice came from the blonde young man's mouth. I hate thieves today. Chapter 103 Familiarity. What's your name? Lucy. Real name? Real name. Oliver looked at Lucy, who was sitting obediently on the subway chair, and felt that this kind of interrogation was very familiar. When he first met Carl, he seemed to have been treated in the same way. How old are you? 21. What do you do? I'm a hacker, and I occasionally make some extra money on the subway. Carl. Oliver looked at Carl. Is what she said true? As for what's registered in Night City, it's true. She seems to be an outsider, and there is no record of her identity before Night City. But this is common in Night City. Carl yawned as he spoke. He looked at Lucy for a few seconds and added, I saw her in a restaurant in the city center a few days ago. She seemed to have run away with the bill at that time. A thief and a runaway. A habitual street criminal? Probably. Carl was not very interested in how to deal with thieves. He wouldn't kill them, but he had no objection to beating them up and throwing them in the trash. He treated men and women equally, and would beat both men and women. He wouldn't hesitate at all when it came to shooting. I want to eat braised pork, but the subway is too slow. Compared to the lazy Carl, Oliver was seriously thinking about how to deal with this little thief. She stole things from them, and it happened to be not long after their car was stolen. She really ran into them at the right time. Want to beat her up and throw her in the trash can. Or, Oliver looked at David standing next to him. David, she wants to steal your chip. What chip is it, and how much is it worth? David stared at the impressive woman for a few seconds and said, It's just a part of the money storage chip. It contains my meal money in the cafeteria. There are about 300 euros left. 300 euros? Oliver nodded. And in front of the somewhat nervous Lucy, signaled Jack, who was holding the gun, to relax his finger on the trigger a little. If you steal one, you should pay 3 times. Pay 1,000 euros, and it will be your apology. Oliver can understand the street trade in Night City. But if you steal from him, you have to pay a price. If you are not good at it and get caught, you should pay a fine. Anyway, if you hand it over to NCPD, they will still treat it the same way. They even reduce the punishment of confinement. 3 times. Shouldn't it be 900? Lucy felt the movement of the gun next to her head and felt a little relieved. But she had some opinions about the number. At this juncture, he dared to bargain. Make it an even number. It's good that you didn't ask you to pay 10 times. Transfer it all to David, whose chip you stole. This is what he deserves. He doesn't have much food money. If you want to steal, you shouldn't choose a rich person, but steal from a poor person. How can a student of Arasaka Academy be penniless? Without any weakness in her words, Lucy still paid the money according to the number Oliver said, and transferred 1,000 euros to David. Not all students at Arasaka Academy are from the company. David, has the money arrived? Yes. It's 1,000 euros. For the sake of this 1,000 euros, I won't beat you up today. Be more careful next time. When Oliver was about to say something, he noticed that Lucy's eyes lit up. Hacker intrusion? This was his first thought. Just before he could make a move, Carl's voice came from the side. It's the communication. I'm still looking through it. The money has been paid. Can you put down the gun and let me answer the phone? Lucy wanted to answer the call, but Jack pointed the gun at her head, so she didn't dare to make any big moves. Be careful next time. Sister. Jack moved the gun away. Others won't be as kind as us. Others won't ask me for 1,000 euros. Today extra money was all lost. Lucy was about to answer the phone, but she found that the black-haired young man who should be the hacker in the group and looked the laziest suddenly sat up and looked at her. Man? Do you know man? After listening to his words, Lucy realized that the person who called her was Man. This guy actually hacked into my personal terminal and looked through my communications. If I hadn't been pointed at by a gun the moment before, I would have fought back no matter what I said. But compared to this matter, Lucy was more concerned about the 2 words Man said by the black-haired young man. Because Man was the captain of the mercenary team she joined. Do you know Man? When Lucy asked back, she answered the call. Lucy, there is a job to be done here. Come quickly. Man. Carl communication was specially connected and added to the communication. Carl? On the other end? Man was stunned. Why did my call to Lucy get transferred to you? It's a special access. What's your relationship with Lucy? Did you meet Lucy? She a member who joined my team recently. Because Sasha still needs to recuperate. And the recent mission lacks a hacker to assist. I asked Chiwei to find a hacker friend of hers to join the team. What happened? Man realized on the other end that Carl had connected to Lucy communication channel. And something must have happened. If she did something wrong. Can you give me some face? Man knew Carl character very well. Lucy can still communicate now. Which means she is still alive. If Carl and Lucy really had a big conflict, he would have shot a hole in her head with a gun. He just wanted to make a small matter smaller. No. It's not a big deal. She just made extra money on the subway and made it on our heads. The matter has been resolved. She lost money because of her poor skills. But it's over. But if she was your teammate, she could have given up the money. While communicating, Carl explained to Oliver, Jack and David next to him, and Lucy face next to him, was very wonderful. I met an acquaintance and was caught. It was awkward. This is really a small matter. Since it has passed, let me apologize to you on behalf of Lucy. Let's get together when we are free. I will treat you. It's okay if you don't need it. But if there are delicious special dishes, that's fine. I'm going to interrupt. You and your team members continue to talk. If you have anything to say, please talk privately. After hanging up the call, since they are acquaintances, there is no need to be so nervous. I am Carl. And the one over there is Oliver. And Jack, Carl said, pointing to David, then he is David. Let's get to know each other again. I am Lucy, the current assistant hacker in Man's team. After introducing herself to a few people, with the sound of the subway arriving, this extremely embarrassing encounter for Lucy finally ended. The moment she arrived at the station, she hurriedly said goodbye to a few people and fled the subway in embarrassment. Man and his friends will definitely laugh at this for 10 days or half a month when she returns. Let's cook the braised pork. The place where she arrived happened to be the place where Carl and his friends arrived. Amid the cheers of Carl, who had endured for a long time and could finally go back to cook the braised pork, David, who got off the bus with him, glanced at the back of Lucy, who was running away. Was she also a mercenary? Chapter 104. Let's have a taste. First, put the pork belly in cold water to skim off the blood foam. Bring real water. Oliver, I want the best ingredients. Buy me a whole bucket. Carl responded, heating the wok with an induction cooker. Then blanch it in water and remove the floating residue. Wait, why is the fishy smell so strong? Didn't the pig bleed when it was killed? What? The pig wasn't even castrated. My God. David sat on the sofa in the apartment, staring at Carl, who was calm even when facing a cyber psychopath. At this moment, his face was full of collapse. He felt that his inherent impression of Carl had changed a lot. Damn it. This thing really is. Forget it. It's fishy. I can just add some more seasoning to remove the fishy smell. Cut the pieces into smaller pieces, and try to stir-fry them to let the seasoning penetrate into them. But as for the blood, forget it. Don't cook it first. Jack, get an empty pot. Pour cold real water and white vinegar into it. I'm going to soak it for a while. Then take it out and wash it clean. I hope this will remove more of the blood smell. Is it really that troublesome? Carl? Is it really that troublesome? By the way, didn't you buy a lot of corn? Bring the corn here. I leave this pot empty. Pour out the water and cook the corn first. Carl turned his eyes and looked at David. David. Yes. Being stared at by Carl with that unquestionable look, David subconsciously stood up from the sofa. Go get the extra small bag I bought. What is a small bag? It says it contains 3 kinds of spices: cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves. Be careful. I only got one. Under Carl command, several people were busy in Carl apartment. Originally, Oliver thought that Carl would cook and be busy. But when he arrived, he found that Carl was just using them as coolies, and basically commanded them throughout the process. "Carl, you are too lazy." Oliver couldn't help complaining. But under Carl's intimidating gaze, he still obediently carried out another of his requests. "I'm in charge of cooking, so you guys are the ones who have to do this. You have to wash the pots and dishes after dinner." Jack laughed indifferently at Carl's words. "I used to help my mother cook a proper meal only on my birthday. I didn't expect that I'd be busy cooking even though it's not my birthday." "Don't worry. It's definitely delicious. I won't let you down." Carl made a promise and said something that made Oliver feel like he was stabbed in the heart again. "After all, it's okay for you to eat. Bring it to Old V, Mrs. Wells, and Misty. Don't let it down. I don't want to be a test subject." Oliver now only hopes that this thing that Carl has been looking forward to for a long time will really taste so good. After preparation, heat the oil in a pan, add spices to the cold oil, and start slow frying. The aroma came out. Bring the pork belly I prepared. Then start stir frying to bring out the flavor of fat. Then add soy sauce, salt and rock sugar bought from Chinatown. There are many ways to cook braised pork. Some people put sugar first and then meat. But Carl's method is to put meat first. Then start to stir fry until the sugar color comes out. Sizzle. Pour in boiling water. Turn to low heat. Cover the pot. And start simmering. "Is this okay, Carl?" Watching Carl stop, Jack asked. "In fact, we should pour some wine or tea water to remove the fishy smell at the end. But we don't have the conditions. So let's just do it this way. Is it okay?" Braised pork is a dish that every household can cook. It can be made casually. There is no fixed process. Some people even add Coke to it. What's wrong with that? Really? Jack didn't understand it very well, but he roughly remembered Carl's operation. If Misty thinks it tastes good later, he can also learn to make it. The corn is cooked. Oliver lifted the lid of another pot and saw the yellow corn under the lid in a cloud of white mist. He couldn't wait to take one out, but he almost dropped it because of the heat. "I have never eaten real boiled corn. I only ate corn flour and flakes before." Smelling the fresh plant scent of corn leaves, Oliver broke it into 2 pieces after cooling it for a while, and handed one to David and the other to Jack. "Let's try it. David and Jack, aren't you looking forward to this the most? Can I eat it first?" David took half of the corn, feeling a little embarrassed. "There are a lot of them. Don't worry. Try it first. If you feel the taste is not good, we can add salt and cook it again. Try boiling corn in salt water." When Oliver looked back at the pot and considered which corn to take, Jack had already started to chew the corn. Watching Jack's movements, David followed suit and started to eat the corn. He had learned about corn plants at Arasaka Academy, but he didn't chew them with the stalks. He ate the corn kernels on top, and the plump and soft feeling of the corn gave him a completely different feeling from the food he had eaten before. In other words, when you eat this thing, you can really feel the taste of corn. It's a bit sweet. It will be sweet if you chew more starch. Carl had a pair of good hands, so his hands didn't get burned like Oliver. But his lips and teeth were not strong enough to directly touch the hot corn. So he ate the corn after it cooled down for a while. When the familiar taste came into his mouth, Carl felt that his heart suddenly emptied for a moment. And then, I felt like crying. The familiar taste of the past. Even in 2075. Can I still feel it? After lifting the lid and turning off the fire, Carl directly brought a pot of beautifully colored braised pork to the front of several people. "Come and try it." As he said this, he couldn't wait to take out the fried rice from takeout, and use chopsticks to pick up a piece of soft braised pork soaked in rich soup, and put it into his mouth with the fried rice. The soup from the meat soaked the distinct grains of fried rice, and the taste of the two transmitted to the brain through the tongue when chewing in the mouth made Carl unable to stop eating. Mercenaries, you can't just eat vegetarian food. Looking at Carl, who was eating voraciously, Oliver made such an evaluation from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 105 Strange. At 11:25 p.m., when David returned home with a plastic box filled with braised pork, fried rice, and 2 corns, he found that his mother had also returned home. "David?" Mother Gloria looked at David, who had just returned from outside, and her tired face showed a bit of surprise. "Why did you come back so late?" Because of her busy work, Gloria rarely saw her son at night and in the morning. Usually when she came back, David had already fallen asleep, or when David went out, she was still asleep. Like today, David was still awake at this time, and it was rare for him to come back from outside. Almost instantly, Gloria's brain flashed a very bad mother guess. David won't learn bad things? Just when she was worried that the child she raised with great difficulty would mix with the street thugs without her knowing, David had already handed over the things in his hand. And then, according to Carl's instructions in advance, he said the reason for coming back late. Today a classmate from school invited me to his house for dinner. I played there a little late, so I'm going home now. My classmate asked me to bring some food back. I'm already full. Mom, have you had dinner? Come and eat something. I went to my classmate's house for dinner. Gloria looked at David with a little bit of disbelief. Her son actually had friends in Arasaka Academy that he could invite to his home. After this disbelief, Gloria's heart was filled with joy. Her son, David Martinez, was finally not a lonely child. He also found good friends in the academy. Didn't cause trouble to others? This was the first question Gloria asked in her joy. And David, who was looked at with joy by her, was a little bit unaccustomed to it. This kind of conversation with his mother showing concern for his friendships had never happened since he entered Arasaka Academy. However, even though he was not used to it, he still answered, "No. I helped with the cooking." "You helped with the cooking?" Gloria listened to David's words and smiled. "You are not causing trouble for others." "No. I really helped." David pushed the plastic box that originally contained takeout over. "Compared to this, you should come and eat something. It's delicious." "Well, okay. I'm hungry too. Let me see the dishes you helped cook." Gloria originally thought that it was just some common street semi-finished food that was heated up, which was consistent with her impression of her son's so-called helping cooking. After opening the plastic lunchbox, she was stunned. Although it was a bit cold, the lid was still opened, and the brightly colored pork and the boiled corn in the compartment on the side, which was full of grains and clearly real corn, made Gloria doubt for a moment whether she was too tired and saw it wrong. But immediately, the smell of oil in the air told her that this was reality, and what she saw was indeed real. "David?" Gloria looked at David at first. "What are these foods?" "As I said, my friend made them. He asked me to bring some back because there were a lot of them." "But is this real corn?" Having never eaten real pork, she didn't dare to speculate about pork. But as for corn, Gloria had eaten one plant before. It was bought for her by David's deceased father with the money he saved for a long time during his honeymoon period. Relying on his friends, he finally divided it into two halves and ate them together. The aroma of the plant symbolized love, and it was the support that supported her to raise David alone after her husband left. So she would never admit her mistake. "It is indeed real corn," David said, pointing to the pork in the lunchbox. "Mom, try the pork. I helped get the spices for this pork. It tastes great." Gloria was not concerned about the taste. "You bring back such an expensive thing. Is it really okay?" David's friends are students at Arasaka Academy. It is not uncommon for them to eat real corn, but it is too expensive. They actually allowed David to bring it back. Gloria was worried that bringing back such an expensive thing would affect the relationship between friends. "Is it expensive?" After hearing what his mother said, David realized the preciousness of real corn. One plant of real corn is shipped through channels, plus the handling along the way. It is about 100 to 200 euros. It will be cheaper if the quantity is large. The money for one plant is enough for David's monthly food expenses, considering that he eats 2 meals a day. €1 of bread at noon and €3 of normal food at night. More than 90% of the money the family earns goes to David's tuition. Such a luxurious meal is indeed a bit expensive. However, don't worry, Mom. There are other people going with us. We all brought them. It's just that the other people are not classmates." "Is that so? It seems that your classmate is very generous." Relaxed, knowing that her relationship did not affect her son's friendship, Gloria ate the food her son brought. "Mom, don't you want to heat it up?" "Yeah. It's okay. It's delicious." "David, you must thank your classmates later." "I know." Looking at his mother, fatigue dissipating, and her relaxed and satisfied look because of the food, David's mouth corners involuntarily outlined a smile. "Just like Gaius." "No," Carl said. "Food is something that can soothe people's tired hearts." But looking at his tired mother, David thought of something in his heart because of the price issue. "The money earned by the family every month is basically spent on my tuition. So the family is very tight on rent. food and equipment usage fees. However, no matter how tight and frugal they are, the money they can save is not much. Besides, I already know the salary where my mother is, which is 5,000 euros a month. Even if my mother works overtime every month, she can never earn more than 10,000 euros. I started my enrollment in Arasaka Academy in April this year. The academy adopts a 3-semester system, with the first semester from April to July and the second semester from September to December. The third semester from January to March next year. I am now at the end of the second semester, and I have been in school for 6 months. Even if the tuition for December has not been paid, the tuition of 20,000 euros per month is 100,000 euros for 5 months. How did my mother earn this money? Is it really the same as what my mother said? That it is the compensation my father received from an accident at work. Can it still support me to go to school? David's eyes noticed the black bag that his mother brought home. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he seemed to smell a little blood from it. It seemed that his mother often brought black bags home. Chapter 106 4 Things. Ding. Are you awake? KK? A strange call. Check the time. It's 6:40. And there are still 50 minutes before school starts. I was woken up. I wasn't awake. I was woken up. So who are you? Carl rubbed his eyes and sat up, answering the call. From the other end came an old, steady male voice. You should have heard of me from Jack. Is Gaius' identity still useful? Gaius? Hearing the name Gaius, Carl sobered up a lot, and then immediately understood the other party's identity. The famous middleman priest of Haywood. Father, do you have something to do with me? When Carl said this, he knew that what else could a middleman do for a mercenary? Most likely, he was just helping with some work. If it was a priest's job, Carl would be willing to take it, as long as it was short-term. After all, he owed someone a favor, so he had to pay it back more or less. Not to mention that in Jack's words, the priest had a good relationship with him. Here is a job that needs someone with skills. I thought you might be interested, so I left it to you. The price is not too high, just 60,000 euros. If someone like you who is already famous in the circle is willing to take it, it would be great. Not at all. Father, we only have this little skill. How can we be considered famous? Of course we have to give you face. But is this job urgent? It's not urgent. There was a member of the Tiger Claw gang who went to Haywood and killed a safe and honest man, and then ran back to Japan Street for refuge. The man who was killed had a son who spent all his money and wanted revenge, and also wanted to know why his father was killed. If you can investigate the reason for the conflict, then I can add more money. Thank you, KK. If you are really willing to help the lost father, if you want to get justice for the poor child, I have to thank you very much. If it's not a particularly urgent task, we have no problem. Then I trouble you. Please see the attachment for details. After the priest's communication was interrupted, Carl flipped through the attachment sent by the priest and found that the content was similar to what the priest said. The citizen who was killed was 58 years old this year, which was considered a long life in Night City. In the end, he did not escape the gunshot of the Tiger Claw gang, and his child was a son born in old age. He was only 16 years old this year. He was born with dystocia. His mother died as soon as she came out. On weekdays, the father and son supported each other and opened a convenience store on the street. The son's grades in the street school were also among the best. He was expected to study for a few years and get into a good university and find a good job. Unexpectedly, this happened. In Night City, I really don't know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Sighing, it is always difficult for people to be in a good mood in the face of tragedy. Looking at the time, it was 6:45, and Carl no longer had the idea of taking a nap. After sending the priest's commission to Jack and Oliver, he cleaned up, heated up the leftover braised pork from last night's delivery, and ate it with wheat bread. This meal was so heretical that the former Carl would definitely collapse if he saw it. But there was no steamed bun. What could Carl do? He wanted to stuff the braised pork into the steamed bun and make a Chinese hamburger, but he couldn't do it without the conditions. After spending 10 minutes and finally eating the remaining braised pork cleanly by scraping the gravy with bread, Carl walked to the window and opened it, only to find that it was drizzling outside. It was a rainy day. Closing the window, Carl began to change his face while wearing the clothes of Arasaka Academy. 10 seconds later, Gaius yawned and walked out of the room. Go upstairs and see if there is any visit record in the room upstairs. Carl thought that today arrival would be fruitless again. But he saw the visitor record in the record. I need to get you a job. Why haven't I contacted you recently? Are you drunk? See you at 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Kabuki Hall. Lizzie Bar. Along with the visit record, there is an image of a tattooed young man. Judging from the recorded face, he is no more than 25 years old. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Lizzie Bar. Finally, there is a clue. Although judging from the tone of the message, the Masager and the dead green-haired coxcomb young man only know each other. It is better than looking blindly. Carl used the relationship of Johnson, an acquaintance of NCPD, to check the identity of the green-haired coxcomb in the past 2 days. But the fake identities and messy past information of people in Night City are really hard to sort out. During the query, Carl only knew that the green-haired coxcomb was named Alan. And he knew it based on the registration information when he moved into this super skyscraper. Remember it first. What I have to do now. Long term, waiting for Blanca news. And finding Tanaka to torture out the information of the cybernetic King Kong. Short term, find a Tiger Claw gang to get rid of him. Search for things related to Alan. And see if he can find his relatives to repay him. It is much clearer and easier to sort out this way. However, Lizzie's Bar. Carl mind flashed with information about Lizzie's Bar. Lizzie's Bar, a fancy backstreet nightclub with a super dream experience. The headquarters of the Mox gang in Night City. In Carl's impression, he heard Jack talk about this bar, saying that it is a must-go place if you want to experience super dreams. And the quality of super dream movies there is among the best in the entire Night City. I heard that there is also a super dream movie editing master there. Super dream film editing master. Thinking of this, Carl felt unhappy. David brought the latest cyber psychopath Black Super Dream to Carl and his friends yesterday. It was the Black Super Dream that recorded their battle with former New American Lieutenant James Norris. Carl had complicated thoughts about his role in JK's Black Super Dream film. I can only say that if there is a chance, Carl would definitely not mind giving Black Super Dream editing master JK a punch. However, the person who works as a Super Dream editor in Lizzie Bar, the territory of the Mox gang, should be a woman. JK is said to be a man, but the gender does not match. But in 2075, gender may not be a big deal. Maybe JK is a person who likes to change gender, and his real gender is an armed helicopter. At that time, he can take a look at the so-called Black Super Dream Master. If it is really JK, then he has to let him see it no matter what he says. Is the so-called cyber psychopath true? Chapter 107 just met. This is the Mutwa you wanted. This is yours. And you didn't forget the special customized version. Right? You have to wait a moment. My assistant has already gone to get it. Assistant? Listening to Gaius' words, the male students who were doing the transaction in the hidden corner were a little strange. And then, they saw David rushing over with a hurried look. It's you, David Martinez? In the past, the objects that David sold were all carefully selected by him. And the objects that he traded after making sure that they would not be exposed. So most of the students in the academy knew that there was a mysterious Black Mutwo salesman. But they didn't know who he was. After meeting him, when they found out that he was David Martinez, many people were quite shocked. Especially those students who were in the same class with David Martinez. They looked at David Martinez, who was almost always the first in the class, and looked at the Mutwo he brought over. And the emotions in their hearts at this moment were quite complicated. The student who always performs better than me in class is actually a Mutwo salesman in private. Many students who are keen on Japanese books have a lot of random book titles in their minds. And at the same time, they feel a strange sense of relaxation as if they have mastered a secret. This guy seems to be a bit pleasing to the eye. He doesn't seem to be so good that it makes people feel disgusted. It's too funny that he sells movies in school. After all, he is just a guy from the bottom of the civilian population. The students of Arasaka Academy, who are born as children of companies, will always choose the best aspects of the other party to compare when they see someone who is not as good as themselves, but does better than themselves because of the competitive spirit they have developed from their parents' teachings. When they find that they are not as good as the other party in the best aspects, they will inevitably have different ideas in their hearts. And such ideas will change when they find that they don't need to compare with the other party in the aspects that the other party is best at. And they actually have many more advantages than him. The arrogance that belonged to them originally would return along with the pride of their own superior status. so that when they see someone who is better than them in some aspects, their thoughts would be different. No matter how good their grades are, no matter how they pretend in the classroom, they are just a commoner from Santo Domingo. When they enter the company, they will still be rejected. It doesn't matter. You still want to join Arasaka Corporation. Many Arasaka Academy students who are familiar with David Martinez have less hostility and disgust in their eyes when they look at David Martinez. They look at David Martinez, who is busy with goods, and look at him busy, in the words of Gaius, the street Mutuo seller. The contempt has unconsciously offset their past rejection of David Martinez from grades. After all, he is a formal student of Arasaka Academy, but he actually helps work under the hands of the experiencer on the street. In the end, his ability in the future is to sell Mutuo on the street. The emotions in their hearts changed, but the actions of these students of Arasaka Academy were not slow. It would be better to say that after they found out that it was David Martinez, they smiled at him and used the relationship with their classmates to ask him to send Mutuo to them first. The rest time was so short, and it would be better to get Mutuo as soon as possible. So what's the harm in smiling at others for this? They were all classmates. David Martinez didn't know that his classmates had thought so much in their hearts. He only knew that everyone who came was a guest. And for guests, it didn't matter if they could make money and respond with a smile. The large-scale sales of Mutuo were much better than David Martinez expected. And the euros that kept arriving also made his wallet constantly full. Even though David knew that this crazy demand for Mutuo was only temporary, after most students got the Mutuo they wanted. The sales of Mutuo in the future would be 1/10 of the current sales, which would be great. But the data change that marked the money still made his smile more and more sincere and brighter. I could actually make so much money. If I had known earlier. No. If it weren't for Gaius, I wouldn't have had the courage to sell in such large quantities. Nor would I have the funds to purchase such a large number. In the busyness, David glanced at Gaius, and an idea emerged in his mind. Although Gaius said that the money earned from the purchase of Mutuo this time was all his, but the capital was paid by him, and the sales were also led by him, and even the sales were carried out by him. I just helped a little, and I was really embarrassed to take so much money with a clear conscience. Thinking of my mother talking about her making friends yesterday, and her real smile when she was eating, David transferred all the money he earned to Gaius after the sale during the break. He and Gaius have a personal terminal communication, so there is no need to use hacking technology to transfer money. Just send it, and let Gaius receive it. This is the money earned during this break. David attached a message in the communication, but Gaius refused to accept the money. I said that what you earned today is yours. You don't have to give it to me. I keep my word. But this is too much. This money is okay. Don't worry about it. You need this money more than me, don't you? And I don't really want the money from the sale. It's just this time. How to divide it in the future. Haven't we set the rules? I take 70%. You take 30%. I have something to take. After that, I may not sell so much. In the long run, I will make more money than you think. When my trial month is over, you will be the only one busy in the school. You will have to take risks to carry the black Mutuo. Now you want to give away the little money you earn. Not to mention that I still take 70%. And you take 30% for me? If you work in Arasaka in the future, you are too conscientious. I am afraid that you will be eaten up without leaving any residue. According to Gaius' words, David finally had to accept the wealth with embarrassment. After the break, Gaius returned to the classroom. But after ending the communication with David, he opened the communication with Oliver and Jack. Carl, I found the information about the target Tanaka in the casual chat with a male student who came to buy Mutuo. I learned one thing. There is also a student named Tanaka in the academy. He may be the son of our target. His name is Katsuo Tanaka. And I happen to know this person. Chapter 108. That's the reason. Tanaka Katsuo was not in a good mood today. He couldn't tell why. Maybe it was because the atmosphere in the class that originally excluded David suddenly changed. Some people were talking and laughing with David. Maybe it was because his two followers secretly took something and immediately hid it when he looked over. Anyway, Tanaka Katsuo was in a bad mood today. He always felt that everyone seemed to be hiding something from him. Even his two followers. With such a somewhat unhappy mood, Tanaka Katsuo spent a day of study and then got on a Villefort Alvarado. This was his father's car. Every day when he went to and from school, a man named Maxim, who was his father's bodyguard and driver in Arasaka Company, drove his father's car to pick him up. In Arasaka Company, this was not considered as calling for public resources, because Maxim was a full-time bodyguard and driver responsible for his father. As long as you reach a certain status in Arasaka Company, you can enjoy such treatment. And Tanaka is obviously a person who has such treatment. Katsuo Tanaka, who got into the car, had no intention of chatting with Maxim. For him, he had changed too many bodyguards and drivers like this when he grew up. He didn't know how many bodyguards and drivers died in the company affairs to cover up his father. There was no need to know such a guy who was destined not to know him for too long. Those who were really capable of protecting his father would have climbed up to become bodyguards and drivers of higher-ups long ago. Why would they become subordinates of his father, who was only a middle-level manager in Arasaka? Even if they were bodyguards and drivers, they would climb up if they were capable. In the Arasaka system, there are two types of people who can climb up continuously. One is capable, and the other is seniority. Compared with the latter, the former obviously climbs up much faster. Maxim is in his 30s, and he is definitely not seniority, and he has no ability, so he can only be limited to this level. Katsuo Tanaka doesn't care much about people who will be left behind sooner or later as the company's affairs or his father's position rises. What he focuses on is the higher level his father expects him to reach. Katsuo Tanaka's father's position in Arasaka Corporation is the executive director of the Arasaka Academy Board of Directors and the section chief of the Arasaka Experimental Department in Night City. This is actually a rather awkward and mediocre position, because in Night City, Katsuo Tanaka's father's main identity is the position of Arasaka Academy, not the experimental department position that he longs for. Management College. This may be a very good position in the past, because the students it trains are born with some of the color of managerial individualism. But in 2075, in Arasaka College in Night City, this is definitely not a good position. In the management model carried out in Arasaka College, the executive director can only intervene in a small part of the matter, and cannot even have any opinions on the education model of students. He can only follow the intentions of the higher level to vote superficially. It is basically a superficial position. Its role is to push out a scapegoat in case of any problems with student education at a critical moment. The main position held by Katsuo Tanaka's father is this, which clearly reflects his situation in Arasaka. Tanaka Katsuo father. The position he can really speak in is actually the position he holds concurrently, the section chief of the Arasaka Experimental Department in Night City, which is the position with real power and can climb up. In Arasaka Corporation, under the director who can have real power, the positions of the branch can be roughly divided into the following types. Minister, a senior management position second only to the board of directors, managing a department with several section chiefs under him. Section chief, a middle-level management position, which can also be regarded as a senior position in a branch company, responsible for supervising the work of ordinary employees, and the upper-level leader of ordinary employees. Department head, a true middle-level manager, managing ordinary employees. Director, unlike the upper-level authority of directors in other companies. The director of Arasaka Company is just a position that ordinary members can be promoted to after they have sufficient qualifications, and their status is only slightly higher than that of ordinary members. Ordinary member, a low-level employee. If Tanaka Katsuo graduated from Arasaka Academy, then according to his father's relationship, he would soon be promoted from an ordinary member to a director. And his father's expectation for him was that he would work hard for a few years after graduation and become a department head. If possible, it would be better to go one step further than his father in the next 10 years, cross the threshold of section chief, and reach the threshold of minister. At that level, their Tanaka family would be considered to have successors. Sitting in the car, Katsuo Tanaka was looking at the tutor course displayed on his artificial eye and fantasizing about the future. What he didn't know was that not long after he got into Villafort Alvarado after class, a quartz EC followed behind the car he was riding in. Squeezed in this quartz EC are Carl, Jack, and Oliver, who have recovered their appearance. Are you keeping an eye on them? Jack looked at Villafort, who was shuttling through the traffic in the city center, without blinking. Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on them. Although I can't put on a tracker because of the bodyguards. You can rest assured when it comes to driving and tracking people. Jack. Oliver was driving the quartz EC, which he hadn't driven for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the Sky Hera was still being repaired, he wouldn't have thought of driving it. He said confidently, since I got this birthday gift from my sister when I was 20 years old. I have been driving this car in St. Domingo and the Badlands for 4 years. Compared to the environment of St. Domingo and the Badlands, it is much easier to track cars in the city center, where the traffic rules are at least followed. Not to mention, Oliver said again, compared to the Sky Hero. This Sky Quartz EC is a sports car made later. You can rest assured about the speed. Believe that the Sky series is correct. Carl, who was squeezed in the middle, tried to maintain his body shape with both hands, and commented on Oliver boasting, it has enough horsepower, is cheap and durable, and it can be regarded as the standard of the Sky series. It makes me feel strange to hear you say this. After all, Sky cars are domestic cars in a sense to me. If it is easy to use, I have to drive it, no matter which country it is from. As long as it is of good quality, cheap and durable, I like it. That's the truth. When Carl said this, his eyes noticed Villefort in front of him and started to turn. Which direction is Japan Street? Chapter 109. It's so weird. I remember the priest's mission was to ask us to go to Japan Street and kill someone. Right? Oliver said as he looked at Villefort, who was driving towards Japan Street. It's on the way. Jack flipped through the attached information sent by the priest. The target is called Sato Kazuo, a member of the Tiger Claw gang. I don't know where he is in Japan Street. If we see him later, we can kill him. Let's focus on the task in front of us first. Carl said, it's still impossible to accurately determine whether Tanaka Katsuo is the son of our target. If we attack him directly, it may attract unnecessary attention from Arasaka Academy. Let's create chaos later. I will invade the driver head. After searching for enough information, I will use Memory Eraser to erase his memory of being invaded by me. The drivers and bodyguards of this company will not be taken seriously by the upper-level company dogs even if they die or disappear in the chaos. Carl, do you have to be so meticulous and troublesome? Oliver drove the car and glanced at Carl. Is it possible? No. You still pity the company dog. There are 2 points. First, killing him directly and making him disappear may cause unnecessary vigilance to the target. It is safer to erase his memory than just making him faint in the chaos. After all, no one will pay special attention to his senses in a coma as a low-level driver. The second point is that he didn't provoke me. I have some principles. He is not the main target and didn't provoke me. It's just that his identity as a company dog made me shoot him easily. Then I am no different from a company dog. There is no need to divide people by identity. Listening to Carl's words, Jack understood why he had to check their past experiences when solving scavengers. No wonder you had to look at the criminal history when solving a scavenger. No, you were wrong about this, Jack. Carl watched the car in front of him slow down and barely adjusted his body in the narrow seat. The scavenger is different. You just said that it is unnecessary to divide people by identity. Yes, the premise is that he did not provoke me. And the scavenger, simply because of his identity, provokes me. You have personal principles. You can call it Carl Code of Conduct. Remembering grudges and remembering favors are equally important. Both points cannot be missing. What? Mr. Jack Wells? Do you have any special insights? Don't be sarcastic. Carl, what can I say? Jack showed a big and bright smile. It's better to say that I feel that every word you say touches my heart and makes me feel comfortable. This feeling can be upgraded to the team code. Oliver drove the quartz to the side of the road. But now, gentlemen, you can all get out of the car. We've arrived. I told you not to get out of the car. You rubbish driver. You made me feel sore. Couldn't you turn slower? Don't complain. If you're not happy, drive yourself next time. And don't say such misleading words. Didn't I almost hit your head on the windshield 3 times? You didn't wear your seatbelt. What can I do? To be safe, run fast. Carl said this, got out of the car wearing a casually changed black jacket, squeezed his sore body for a while, and after confirming that his gun was worn all night, Carl looked at the back of the bar where Villefort's car was parked in the distance. The company children of Arasaka Academy followed the driver to the bar on Japan Street in Westbrook District after class. It seems that we will know some little secrets. Westbrook District, the most livable and enjoyable district in Night City. As long as you have money, you can spend it freely here. It can satisfy almost all the enjoyment you need. NCPD threat level assessment, very low. Japan Street, the entertainment center of Night City. The main residents are Japanese. It is the most popular place for tourists in Night City. The Hintane Club, and it can bring unexpected surprises. Looking at Katsuo Tanaka and the driver Maxim, who walked into the bar. Oliver nodded slightly to Carl and walked towards the bar. Carl's face is already very famous in the Arasaka company in Night City. It is better for him to create chaos. Watch the car. Carl. Jack followed Oliver with a pistol in hand. But he kept a distance from Oliver, and did not walk into the bar with Oliver one after the other. If there was no one in the bar to cause trouble, Jack would have to act out a scene with Oliver, watching his two companions walk into the bar. Carl, who was communicating with him, leaned against the door of the quartz car. There were no cameras around the area where the bar was located. This may have been designed for the privacy of the bar guests at first, so that Carl would not have to cover his face at this time. I have to buy a jammer from Lao Wei so that the camera can't take pictures of my face. Otherwise, I have to be on guard against the cameras around me all the time, which is troublesome. Some prosthetics, such as the Carusi optical prosthetic I installed by Oliver, have this function of automatically blocking cameras. In terms of behavior, Oliver is easier and simpler than Carl. Carl took out the night watch and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, Oliver communication came. Oliver, we have arrived at the bar. Tanaka Katsuo went to the private room under the guidance of a bartender, and the driver stayed at the bar to drink. Carl, the driver name is Maxim. I have found out his identity. Well, there are also some interesting personal information, such as he likes to gamble on boxing. How is the situation in the store? Jack, there are many people from the Tiger Claw gang, and there are also ordinary customers. If you want to find trouble, it's easy. Carl, just have someone to be the target of trouble. Don't rush to do it. Order something to drink for a while. Don't get really drunk. Let me see what Tanaka Katsuo, a student of Arasaka Academy, is doing in this bar. Carl accessed the nearby Night City LAN, and then accessed the hidden camera in the private room of the bar. As expected, this kind of bar that has no cameras outside and seems to respect the privacy of customers must have hidden cameras in key places. After accessing, Carl took a few glances at what Tanaka Katsuo was doing in the private room, and then he found that Tanaka Katsuo had accessed a learning chip under the guidance of a bartender. What the hell did he come to the bar to learn? Did he see it wrong? Or was there something wrong with him? Carl was surprised, and he flipped through the information records in this bar. And then he understood the real purpose of this bar. This place is actually a special place in the Academic Affairs Office of Arasaka Academy that specializes in internal transactions. What are you doing in the bar? Come to study. It's ridiculous. Even if classmates see this, they will simply think that Tanaka Katsuo went to the bar to be cool. But in fact, under the cover of his going to the bar, he was secretly and voluntarily in the private room, to prevent other company students from seeing him being introverted. Right? To give the illusion that he is addicted to bars? Is it really that serious? The atmosphere of this Arasaka Academy is too weird. Chapter 110 Coincidence. Just as Carl was waiting for Jack and Oliver to drink in the bar and start making trouble, his eyes noticed that in the parking lot behind the bar, there were new guests who wanted to go to the bar. When Carl saw the man getting off the car, his body, which was originally leaning on the quartz, moved slightly. Carl, I saw a good target heading to the bar, and I think you can pick a fight with him. Oliver, good target. What do you mean? Carl, he has entered the bar. You can tell at a glance. When receiving this message from Carl on the other side of the communication, Oliver had already seen the big man with the iconic tattoo of the Tiger Claw gang who walked into the bar. The official members of the Tiger Claw gang are easy to identify, because only they will use the fluorescent tattoo that is actually a special prosthesis. Tattoo. Tiger Claw Gang Leather Ink. Connect the user's optical implant to the weapon system, so that the user can know the real-time information of the weapon and use the intelligent aiming of the intelligent weapon. When seeing this Tiger Claw Gang man, Oliver immediately understood why Carl said he was a good target. Because by coincidence, this Tiger Claw Gang man is the target person of the priest mission they just received today. Oliver, Sato Kazuo. It's really a coincidence. We just went out and found money. Carl, that's not the case. This bar seems to be the gathering place of the Tiger Claw gang nearby, not just the place where the Arasaka Academy Academic Affairs Office conducts special transactions. Sato Kazuo came here. We just got here at the right time. This is not something to be surprised about. Tanaka's main position is the executive director of Arasaka Academy, and behind the Tiger Claw gang, there is the shadow of Arasaka. It's better to say that the Tiger Claw gang is like the 6th Street gang, the company's black glove in Night City. It's only natural that a bar involved in Arasaka Company has people from the Tiger Claw gang coming and going. Who knows? The Tiger Claw gang may also be responsible for watching the scene in such a bar. Jack, but it is indeed good luck. There are many bars under the name of Tiger Claw gang. I didn't expect that we would run into the target. Carl, don't be happy too early. Jack, from your previous description, there are still many members of Tiger Claw gang in this bar. Don't make trouble when you are picking a fight. Jack, of course. Don't worry. Carl, wait for our signal. Carl did not comment on Jack's confidence and did not show any attitude. Click. He took out the all-night pistol, turned the gun sleeve, checked it, and made sure that there would be no unexpected situations such as jamming. Then Carl walked slowly towards the bar. Sato Kazuo came at the right time, just in time to cover up their true purpose. Carl did not want the people related to Arasaka to investigate this incident and find out about Arasaka Academy. The commission he received from the priest today to deal with Sato Kazuo's affairs became the best cover-up. The original plan was to pick a fight and take advantage of the chaos to read Maxim's information and erase his memory. However, after Sato Kazuo appeared, the plan changed. The street mercenary team attacked Sato Kazuo for the middleman's commission, and the innocent Maxim was implicated in the fight and was unfortunately knocked unconscious. When he was unconscious, he had no idea what happened. During the whole process of the changed plan, Tanaka Katsuo and the driver Maxim were just unrelated passers-by. Their only connection to this matter was that they happened to be in the same bar. With this degree of coincidence, even if Carl's target Tanaka was really Tanaka Katsuo's father, he would not associate it with any conspiracy against himself. This kind of thing is like a friend telling me that he saw a stray dog biting another stray dog while walking on the roadside, and the two dogs were running around on the roadside and almost hit him. Should I be on guard against whether the stray dog is planning to hold me hostage with a knife and ask me the secret recipe of my delicious cake? Don't be too ridiculous. For people like Tanaka, the mercenaries and the tiger claws on the street, and even the driver, are just stray dogs. As long as they don't bite me, there is no need to care about them. Oliver, Sato Kazuo, do you want to kill him directly or spare his life? Carl, spare his life. Put it in the trunk and send it to the priest. Didn't the priest say that if we find out the reason why he killed the child's father, he would give us more money? We just tie him up and send him over intact. The priest should not mind giving us more money. Maybe we can let the child take revenge himself. Jack, let's do it this way. Revenge still has to be done by hand. Then I start. Carl, get ready. Carl, let's get started. Carl walked to the back door of the bar, which was also the place where guests driving cars entered the bar. He waited quietly with the whole night, and within a few seconds, there was a noisy noise in the bar. The first thing Carl heard was Jack's voice. What are you looking at? Dog eyes are so bright? No way. Jack, do you need such a cliched provocation? But maybe it's cliched that will work again and again. Carl then heard the voice that should be Sato Kazuo's voice after being stunned, mixed with disbelief and annoyance. I see what's wrong with you. Are you crazy? You are so big here. Can I not look at you? Try to look at another one. I try it. Bang. Without any hesitation, Carl rushed into the bar the moment he heard the sound of the golden ruthless woman in Jack's hand. Then, in the colorful lights that flooded into his eyes in an instant, Carl saw the situation in the bar clearly. Several experienced civilians in Night City have already squatted under their seats with their heads in their hands, while 8 members of the Tiger Claw gang have taken out their guns, and together with 3 bartenders who have started to pull out their guns from under the bar, they are ready to point their guns at Jack, who is sitting next to the bar. In front of Jack is Sato Kazuo, who was hit in the abdomen and was leaning back with the impact, which is a bit unbelievable. Jack aimed at the abdomen with subcutaneous armor, but the golden fierce woman after Jack modification is not something that ordinary subcutaneous armor can completely block. Probably, it is really just to save his life. Carl, who stepped into the bar, has already raised his gun. Enemies. 11. With Oliver and Jack. The time to solve is 1 second. The shell ejected by pulling the trigger drew a golden arc in the air. Chapter 111. Who is afraid of whom? After a moment of clamor, what was left in the bar was a dead silence. Plop. The sound of the body falling to the ground became the first sound after the silence, and then continued. Plop. Plop. After the sound of the body falling down sounded 11 times, accompanied by the sound of bottles and cups breaking, Oliver slowly put away his Nova, and then blew away the gunpowder left by the revolver in a pretentious manner, nothing more. 11 people solved 3. You are so pretentious. If you want to take care of Carl, you only solved 4. Amid the bickering between Oliver and Carl, Jack was still working honestly. He walked past Maxim, who was knocked unconscious by his elbow in the melee, and walked to the wailing Sato Kazuo, and glanced at the other guests in the bar who were holding their heads. Mercenaries are doing things. It's okay. You can all leave now. After hearing Jack's words, some civilians who had not yet reacted to the end of the gunfight carefully raised their heads and looked at Jack, who spoke. And after seeing the current situation in the bar, almost everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. The dense and rapid gunfire made their ears a little deaf, and they could only barely hear Jack's voice a little clearly. But their eyes were still fine. The powerful Tiger Claw gang, all lying down after a confrontation? What is the origin of this group of mercenaries? Many people stared at Jack's thick and powerful arms, then looked at his strong body, and silently remembered Jack in their hearts. This guy is obviously the leader of the mercenaries. If you meet him on the street in the future, you must stay away from him no matter what. He defeated all the Tiger Claws in the Tiger Claws bar in one encounter. It's too exaggerated. If you want to leave, leave quickly. When the support of other Tiger Claws arrives, you may be regarded as our accomplices. After Carl's kind reminder, several guests woke up from their dreams. They looked away from the mercenary leader and looked at the young brother with some gratitude. After saying thank you, they hurriedly fled the bar. Just as the brother said, the Tiger Claws will not consider whether they are innocent or not when they retaliate. Indiscriminate attacks are really common for gang members. There were no surveillance cameras in the non-secret private room of the bar. So Carl slowly walked to the side of the wailing Sato Kazuo, stomped on his head, knocked him unconscious, and then came to Maxim's side, squatted down, pulled out a single molecule wire from his wrist, connected it to his brain-computer interface, and began to invade his brain. Carl only wanted the communication chat records, so when Maxim fainted, he had cracked the transmission in 5 seconds. Solved. Even erasing the memory is saved. Carl stood up and glanced at Maxim on the ground. It's Jack. You stood up and knocked him out with an elbow. Will it arouse any suspicion? It's a small matter. It's common to accidentally hurt people in a bar fight. Even if this guy wakes up, he will probably just think that he is unlucky and happened to drink next to me. Jack, who has been on the streets for too long, walked to the side of the unconscious Sato Kazuo and carried him up. The first fight I participated in was an accidental injury. A bottle hit my head. No wonder your head looks so strong now. While Carl was talking, many bartenders in the box noticed what was happening outside. They came out with guns. But when each of them appeared in front of Carl and his friends, Oliver would kindly send a bullet. 1, 2, 3, 6. Carl, I've surpassed you. The rest of the guys seemed to be too smart. Listening to Oliver's words, Carl rolled his eyes and sent him off. Come on. There's only one way from the box to the front. Normal people would know to go out the back door and take a detour when they see 3 people lying in front. We should leave too. They probably have already notified the Tiger Claw gang. Japan Street is the Tiger Claw gang territory. If you stay too long, you'll be entangled. Okay. But you have to wait a little bit. I have one last thing to do. What thing? This thing. Oliver took out a euro from his arms, shook it in front of Carl, and then put the euro on the counter. 2 drinks. For Jack and me. 14 euros. 20 euros here. Oliver glanced at the body lying on the counter. Don't give me the rest. Just give it as a tip. You are an honest man. The wine is really good. Even if the bartender wants to draw his gun later, I still feel that I have to pay for it. For the sake of wine. You are not a human being. Right? While Carl was complaining, the 3 of them left the bar and stuffed Sato Kazuo into the trunk. He was shot in the abdomen, but because the subcutaneous armor protected most of the power, he was not dead. According to Oliver, who was proficient in medical skills, he could probably last 2 hours, which was more than enough time. Quartz restarted, and Carl, who was squeezed in the middle by Jack and Oliver again, missed Tianqiong Hera very much. The area connected by the Japanese street in the Haywood district and the Westbrook district is called the Liejing district, and the priest is there. Liejing district, the poorest place in the entire Haywood district. Violence is rampant. Most of the area has graffiti of the Valentino gang. But there is also a small area belonging to the 6th Street gang. When they arrived at the common territory of the Valentino gang and the 6th Street gang, this job was already 80% completed. Even if there were pursuers, the Tiger Claw gang would not dare to call too many people to rush directly into the Legion district, as that would only be rejected by the two gangs. But that was after entering the Lycenic area. Before entering the Lycenic area, Quartz's journey through the Japanese street was the real test of this job. Not long after the vehicle started, Oliver noticed the Tiger Claw gang modified motorcycles speeding behind him through the rearview mirror. It's been less than a minute, and 4 motorcycles are chasing us. They are so efficient. Oliver sighed, and was about to speed up to get rid of the Tiger Claw gang members behind him. But he found that a car suddenly cut in on the road in front of him. Judging from the trajectory of the movement, if Oliver continued to maintain this speed, Quartz would collide with the car directly. TSK. Damn it. While Oliver was smacking his lips, he did not slow down, but stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Come if you want to. Try it. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 112. Wait and see. Bang. Amid the sound of the collision between Quartz and the vehicle that hit it from the side, 3 figures opened the car door in advance and got out of the car, rolling to the side. Are you so hot-tempered, Oliver? Jack immediately found a cover and pulled out the Saratoga to sweep the motorcycle chasing behind him. I have road rage. Damn. You actually think that you can make me brake like this? I brake. Oliver looked at the Quartz that had a large dent in the front of the car in the collision, and his eyes turned red. Damn it. My sister gave me the car. Did you react after the collision? Your eyes are so bright red. Are you a cyber psychopath? Carl still felt a little dizzy from being squeezed. Hey. I knew you would say that. I deliberately chose the color model of the Carusi artificial eye. The red light represents that the threat object with vital signs has been scanned. How about it? You are scared, Oliver said, took out his Nova pistol, and started shooting at the Tiger Claw gang members, who were still alive in the crashed vehicle. Shaking his head, Carl also took out his knight at the end. I think your mental state may be too healthy now. It's probably the kind of high-end cyber psychopaths who look down on low-end cyber psychopaths. So what do we say now? We don't have a car. How are we going? It's just a collision. The Quartz won't be damaged, I said. I believe in the quality of the Sky Dome series. The mission targets are still in the trunk. Get rid of these chasing kittens first and continue driving. Anyway, you drive? Just follow your opinion. Carl doesn't care. According to the speed of the pursuers, the Sky Dome Quartz will be caught up sooner or later in the interception. It's really better to be as refreshing as Oliver thought. Kill all those who dare to chase first, and then drive. Solved. After Oliver killed 2 Tiger Claw members, who still had vital signs in the driver's seat, and the co-pilot seat of the vehicle that had hit the vehicle, Jack also killed the Tiger Claw members, who were chasing him from behind in a sweeping fire. I found that the synaptic accelerator is really useful. I think I can try to equip it with a violent prosthesis later. And then, I can upgrade the hormone regulation algorithm. Violent implant, an operating system prosthesis that can regulate the body hormones, greatly improving the user's strength, physical toughness, and recovery ability. Some models come with a nonodermal impact absorption system that allows the user to stand firm in a hail of bullets. We still have to wait. Carl, who found that there was no need to shoot and the matter was solved by his friend, took back the knight. Didn't Old Way say that you can't be too hasty in modifying the prosthesis? Otherwise, the body may not be able to withstand the continuous changes in a short period of time. You have only installed a prosthesis not long ago, but you can reserve one first. After all, it takes time for Old Way to buy goods. Jack listened to Carl's words, thought about cyberpsychosis, and finally nodded. Yes. This thing can't run away, so there is no need to be so anxious. I just installed a new Carusi prosthetic eye here, and there is no need for other prostheses in the short term, Oliver said on the side. Calling Carl and Jack to take the car, I have to see the follow-up first. If I can bear the adaptation period, I would like to install a Sion Weston, so that I don't need to aim for a long time before I can shoot with confidence. Sion Weston. The tolerance required by the prosthesis is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Carl thought of Lieutenant James, at least the experimental type, that does not take human rejection seriously, and only treats people as guinea pigs is better not to touch. I know. I'm not a fool. How can anyone casually install some prostheses of unknown origin and even unclear models? In terms of treating prostheses, because of the repeated instructions of Lao Wei, the three of them remembered it very well. And it was absolutely impossible to install any second-hand prostheses or unknown models. Click. Jack opened the trunk of quartz and checked it. He found that the target was in the trunk. But he just hit his head and fainted more deeply. But he was not tormented to death. Good luck. Then don't wait. Keep going. Halfway through Oliver's words, he noticed a familiar fire light from the distance in his peripheral vision. The fire light was so familiar that he knew what it was the moment he saw it. RPG. Oops. Car. Bang. The shock wave raised by the rocket exploding in the air was already very weak when it reached Oliver. Just like a breeze. You still use this thing to aim at us. Jack put down his pistol and looked at the trace of the rocket that was detonated by his bullet in the middle of the way. A little surprised. How can the people of the Tiger Claw gang have a rocket launcher? I suspect that it was left over from our escort mission. Carl was quite calm. After all, he was not in the car. Rockets were not difficult to deal with. The things that the superiors could not use up were sold to the subordinates at a high price. Isn't this a common practice of company dogs? Just like the prosthesis on my face now? Anyway, make the best use of it. Right? Oliver opened the car door and took out the Nikomata in the car. Fortunately, my sniper rifle is fine this time. Raised the gun and aimed. 3 members of the Tiger Claw gang who were hurriedly loading rockets appeared in Oliver's scope. You are far inferior to the agents who attacked us before. And your speed of action is too slow. Didn't you expect someone to be able to blow up rockets in midair? That's too shallow. I show you something interesting. Watching the Tiger Claws hastily loading rockets, Oliver said to Carl calmly, I remember you did something like shooting a bullet into a gun in midair and breaking the gun. Yes. It was when we were attacked by RPGs. Then I show you today. The explosion at the moment of exiting the gun. Oliver smiled slightly and pulled the trigger at the moment when the Tiger Claws panicked and finished loading rockets and fired at them. Wait and see. Carl and Jack stood calmly with their hands folded, looking into the distance. They trusted Oliver's shooting skills. A trust that was enough to entrust their lives. Whoosh. As if there was no sound of breaking through the air, the bullets of the cat-shaped gun came out of the gun. And in the gap of less than a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the rocket that had just been fired. After that, the two collided. Boom! In the dazzling firelight, Oliver put down the cat-shaped gun and gave a middle finger to the firelight. I hate people who shoot me with RPGs. Because it always reminds Oliver of his last real battle with the SOR-22, in which he was killed without firing a single shot. Chapter 113 Dream. Become a legend. There is no doubt that you did a great job on this trip. The priest asked his men to send Sato Kazuo to avenge the poor child. And after interrogating him why he killed the child's father, he came up and gave Jack a big hug. The priest looked like a kind old man with obvious age spots on his face. Anyone who saw him on the street would not think that this old man was the most famous middleman in the entire Haywood area. After giving Jack a hug, the priest looked at Carl. This job is done. Please accept some of my personal extra thanks. Ding. Looking at the 90,000 euros in his account, Carl could only say that the priest was really generous. The total reward for this job was only 60,000 euros. And the priest gave half of it in one go. And it was paid privately. This was really too open, and people had to admire it. Compared with Faraday's cerebral palsy middleman, Carl could only say that he liked the priest's style as a middleman. If you have any work in the future, just come to us. After receiving the money, he must be more nice. After transferring 30,000 to Oliver and Jack respectively, Carl looked at his account of 990,000 euros and found that it was about to break 1 million again. This money really has nowhere to go when his prosthesis is still in the adaptation period. Carl has no requirements for vehicles and is quite satisfied with the residence. After losing these two expenses, his only need for food is satisfied because of the pork. This money really can't be spent. Jack and Oliver didn't ask him for money, and they couldn't give it even if they wanted to. Of course, Carl actually knew that if the 990,000 euros were not counted, the eldest lady of the Arasaka family gave him a special reward of 1 million euros. And he actually spent so much. He actually still owed 10,000 euros. But that was indeed his reward. Although it was quite unexpected. This kind of accident doesn't happen every time. So in conclusion, he still has to take more work. From the ample account, Carl came to a conclusion that satisfied him. Father, we go first. After handing the target person over to the priest, the few people did not stay in the King's Avenue for long. After driving quartz to the repair shop, the three people changed back to the repaired Skyhera and drove all the way to the Wild Wolf Bar. After Carl went to school, he had not been to the Wild Wolf Bar. Although it was only 3 days, Carl had missed Mrs. Wells's French fries. On the way, Carl sent the information he had obtained to Mann and others. Carl, we have obtained the itinerary of the target Tanaka, and the things have been sent. I need you to find an opportunity to kidnap Tanaka. Man, I have received it. Don't worry. With this information, it won't take us long. Mann's team, which has 2 hackers and a hacker who is recovering from illness, is indeed much better than Carl's team in tracking and searching capabilities. Carl, then I leave it to you. If there is any accident, send us a message. And send us a message after capturing Tanaka. After sending this message, Carl ended the communication. Well, overall, everything went smoothly for this military technology distribution mission. Speaking of Carl, not long after Carl ended the call, Jack asked Carl, what has been your purpose in doing missions? Purpose? Yes, purpose. For example, the reason I became a mercenary is to make money and become famous. It would be best if I could become a big shot. A legendary mercenary like Morgan Blackhand or Wayland Old Snake. My purpose is to let everyone in Night City know my name. As for you, we have been doing missions together for so long, and I don't seem to see that you have any special desire for anything other than food. Yes, I feel that way too. Oliver, who was driving, also said, my reason for doing missions is very simple. Similar to Jack. Just to get money and fame. To slap the faces of those who kicked me out of the 6th Street gang. And wait for the day when they kneel down and ask me to take a job. A commission that I disdain. I became a mercenary for this purpose. But you don't seem to have this desire. Oliver drove the car around a corner and continued, you give me a feeling that sometimes I really doubt whether you are some kind of monk. No. There are many bald donkeys watching Mutuo. And they can't be as calm and warm as you. To be honest, Carl, you are really too special. You give people the feeling that you are the sun that can illuminate others. It feels that you are completely out of tune with the entire Night City. There is a feeling of mismatch. Jack added on the side, in short, Oliver's description of the sun is a bit confusing. Let me talk about my experience. Before I met you, I never thought that someone would smile at anyone. Nor did I think that a person would respect all those who can be called people's people. Yes, that's it. Respect. Carl, you have a strange respect for people. Remember the old man? In the past 28 years of my life, I have seen many people face the old man like this. And you are the only one who truly has a sense of respect for the old man. Respect? Carl was a little confused. Are you saying I'm polite? Maybe partly. But more of that is that you are too dazzling and warm. And people can't feel the darkness and coldness of Night City at all. Jack said, looking at you. I always have a feeling that. There are still such carefree people in Night City. And it doesn't seem so suffocating. Looking at you, I feel that people can still get support. There is a feeling that there are still such people. Why should I despair of this city? You really don't match Night City. Oliver smiled and said, that is to say, you live too sunny, with clear day and night, so that everyone can know clearly what you like and what you don't like after understanding you, without hiding anything. But it is precisely because of this that we don't know what you are craving on the road of mercenary. Jack nodded. No one's original dream. Is it to become a corporate dog to climb higher or make more money to enjoy life? Even now, it is not. Money is only a tool to achieve the goal, not the goal itself. What you let Oliver and I see is the dreamlike feeling as bright as the sun. The pursuit that is truly buried in everyone's heart. Looking at you, I have a wonderful feeling in my heart that as long as you want to do it, you will definitely be able to step forward on the glorious road. So, we really want to know your purpose. No, it should be what you dream about. Dream? Carl thought about it, and was silent for a while after asking Jack and Oliver. What is your dream? Thinking carefully, I came to 2075. And it seems that I have really been drifting with the flow. Working as a mercenary with Oliver. Pulling Jack to do missions. And then I have been carrying out missions until now. And I have never thought about what I want to do. What do I want to do? There is no specific one. So let's set one. Anyway, the road to chasing dreams is always there. I think my dream now should be Carl looked at the high-rise buildings in the city center that can be seen even in the Haywood district. Become a legend at the top first. Chapter 114 Mercenaries and Blue Eyes. Maxim. Why did you connect now? I'm so sorry. Section Chief Tanaka. Something unexpected happened just now. I was caught up in the mercenary mission and fainted. I just woke up now. The mercenary mission? At 6 p.m. Tanaka, who was still working overtime in the Arasaka building, frowned at the words of the driver Maxim and asked, Is my son okay? Your son Katsuo didn't encounter anything. It seems that the group of mercenaries just kidnapped their target and left, without involving other people. Do you know the identity of that group of mercenaries? There are tiger claws in the streets of Japan. The surveillance along the way showed that there were no two people with shielded prostheses in the mercenary trio. Their identities had been confirmed. They had received commissions from the company before, so they were recorded in the company's files. It's not surprising that there are a few street mercenaries who have never worked for the company. Send me the surveillance footage. Yes, Chief Tanaka. In the communication, Maxim's panicked voice was accompanied by the sound of wind, as if Maxim was on the other end, bowing desperately while receiving instructions. Tanaka, who was accustomed to this kind of sound, didn't care much about Maxim's performance. There were too many people in Arasaka who thought that bowing could express respect. They were too numerous to count. The street camera data provided by the Tiger Claw gang was quickly transmitted to Tanaka's personal terminal. Tanaka was still a little curious about this mercenary mission that almost affected his son, so he clicked it to play it as soon as the transmission was completed. Breaking into the Tiger Claw gang territory. Japan Street. Kidnapping people and taking them away. This kind of courageous mercenary. Let me see it. With such thoughts in mind, Tanaka saw the faces of Carl and Jack without any cover in the clear picture. This face is Carl's face. Tanaka was a little surprised. For this mercenary, who was famous in the Arasaka company in Night City, he had naturally heard of it a long time ago. That was the mercenary who protected Miss Haruko, and was asked by Miss Haruko to provide equivalent medical assistance and prosthetics. In the recorded video, he even almost solved a specialized ACPA of military technology in a single fight. How could it be him? This was Tanaka's first thought. And then he felt ridiculous for his own idea. Mercenaries are mercenaries. Even if they saved Miss Haruko, and were temporarily appreciated by Miss Haruko, they are just stray dogs on the street. Isn't it natural for them to take on some work to fill their hungry stomachs? It seems that it is indeed just a special accident. No one is targeting his son. And no one is targeting him. Shortly after receiving the first-hand intelligence from Maxim, Tanaka saw the same video in the intelligence circulated within the company. At the same time, the identity of the last of the three mercenaries, whose face was covered by Karusi optical prosthetic eye, was also confirmed to be Oliver, the last member of Carl mercenary team. This intelligence collected by the Arasaka Counterintelligence Department while confirming the attack on the Tiger Claw gang bar did not attract much attention in the Night City Arasaka company, because the mission of a mercenary on the street was too insignificant. However, this information, which was not taken seriously by the employees of the Night City Arasaka company, was placed in front of the only member of the Arasaka family with the name of Arasaka in Night City. Mercenary. Mercenary. In the Wild Wolf bar, Carl held a cup of sweet tea and raised his glass to the middle-aged man in a suit who came to him in front of him, saying, For me. If there is work, just talk about it. No need to talk too much. Very generous. Worthy of being the mercenary KK who has become famous in Night City recently. The middle-aged man sitting in front of Carl, with blue light flashing in his eyes, smiled, and then looked at Oliver and Jack sitting next to Carl. There are two others. As a mercenary team, you are indeed a rare excellent team in Night City now. Why do you talk so strangely? Jack took a sip of lager and stared at the middle-aged man with blue light flashing in his eyes. Don't flatter us too much. Just talk about the work. We can take short-term work, and we have other things to do for long-term work. So we don't have time. Are you busy with military technology? The words spoken by the blue-eyed middle-aged man made Carl, Jack and Oliver's eyes slightly condensed. It seems you know a lot of things. After looking deeply at the blue-eyed middle-aged man, Carl didn't pay much attention to what he said. Knowing that they are now doing long-term work for military technology, they will know. Anyway, even if this job is leaked by the blue-eyed man in front of him, It will be a mess at most. Although it will lose some reputation as a mercenary and have to return the deposit. It is not a big deal. What's more, the other party said this deliberately. Most likely, he didn't intend to really leak it out, but just showed that he knew a lot. Gulp. After taking a sip of the new sweet tea that tasted similar to iced green tea, Carl put down the can that was 1/3 empty. So since you know that we are busy, are you planning to let us do some short-term work that can still be accepted now? If you pay more, I don't mind. But Oliver on the side helped Carl finish the second half of the sentence. You have to pay a deposit first. Otherwise you will run away when the mission is over. And our efforts will be in vain. Don't worry. The blue-eyed middle-aged man showed an intriguing smile on his face. I don't want you to accept it now. My mission is just to see if you can take my long-term mission after you finish this job. Appointment? Jack listened to the blue-eyed middle-aged man's words. While he understood, he also had some other questions. Make an appointment now. Are you worried that our mission will fail, and we will die in the long-term mission of military technology? I believe in your strength. It's just a small trial experiment in the experimental department of Arasaka Night City. It won't be difficult for you. The blue-eyed middle-aged man sat on the sofa of the Wild Wolf Bar, with his hands crossed on his raised knees. The information revealed in his words was quite amazing. A small trial experiment? This is a very important military-grade experimental prosthesis in the evaluation of military technology. In the mouth of the blue-eyed middle-aged man in front of him. It is just a small trial experiment of Arasaka. The tone is very big. And I don't know who is behind this blue-eyed middle-aged man. Let's meet here today. The blue-eyed middle-aged man put down his raised feet, stood up, looked at Carl again, and walked out of the Wild Wolf Bar. I will contact you as soon as your mission is over. Contact me. Don't even add the communication. Looking at the back of the middle-aged man with blue eyes, Carl didn't know if he saw it wrong. When the other party turned his head for the last time, he seemed to see the blue light flashing in the other party's artificial eye, which dimmed a little. Is he pretending to be the same color model of Carusi artificial eye as Oliver? The kind that changes according to emotions? Chapter 115. Remember it. Good morning, Gaius. Hey. Good morning, David. It was quite a coincidence that Gaius and David met at the door when they went to school today. 7:10. Gaius, are you here so early today? After David met Gaius, he also knew that he arrived at school on time. And he was a little curious about why he came so early this morning. I have to go to the Ritz Bar in the Kabuki Hall in Watson District tonight. I got up a little early because I have to prepare something. Ritz Bar. Is it the Ritz Bar famous for Mutuo? David had obviously heard of the Ritz Bar mentioned by Gaius. Or it would be strange for a Mutuo enthusiast like him not to know the famous Mutuo place Ritz Bar in Night City. That's the place. Gaius, are you going to go there to customize some special services for the people in the academy? But I remember that no one seems to ask for special customization now? No. Gaius took a piece of bread with real butter and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he said, It's just that I have a personal matter and I have to go there. But your words remind me. Are you free in the evening? Do you want to go there together to see the newest and most powerful Mutuo editing? I treat you. Oh. No need to treat me. David looked at his account, thought for a while and said, I want to transfer money to my mother so that she won't have to work so hard. In addition to the money I plan to transfer and the money to buy Mutuo, I still have some pocket money for myself, which should be enough for a trip. The things there may be very expensive. After all, it is a top-level service. Very expensive. David hesitated for a moment, but remained firm. I can't let Gaius take care of me every time. I have to do it myself. Is that so? Gaius smiled. Then don't drink at night. Don't drink. What do you mean? David's doubts were answered in the evening. At night, in the lobby of the Ritz Bar, David opened his eyes wide as he read the wine list, unable to believe the amount he saw. A special drink. 30 euros? That's cheap. David. Jack was drinking a glass of ginger beer with vodka, lime juice and ice. When he heard David's words, he stopped drinking and shook the drink in his hand. This is a special drink I requested. Just pour vodka into ginger beer in front of me. And you dare to charge me 40 euros. So a bar is a bar. This is not Mrs. Wells's Wolf Bar. Oliver drank the rusty nail cocktail and complained. It seems that the mix I copied also costs me 40 euros. So the specialty of this place is Mutuo, not wine. Carl looked around the Ritz Bar. What he was waiting for now was the person he had agreed to meet at the Ritz bar at 10 o'clock. To be precise, it was the person he had agreed to meet with the dead green-haired coxcomb youth named Alan. When Carl first arrived in 2075, he took the Euro and Lexington from a dead green-haired coxcomb youth in front of him. At that time, Carl promised in his heart that if he still had relatives, he would find them and repay them when he had the ability to find them. This is why he rented the apartment of the green-haired coxcomb youth and maintained it until today. This is the favor that Carl himself thinks he owes, and he must repay it. Because without the Lexington, which he has now converted into the Night of the End, he would not have been able to accidentally save Oliver, and would not have met Jack and experienced all this later. The beginning of the matter was the death of the green-haired coxcomb. He was the beginning of Carl in 2075, and must not be forgotten. Carl waited for a long time, and sought help from his NCPD friend Johnson. But all he got was the name of the green-haired coxcomb, Alan, and nothing else. Today is his most likely chance to learn about Alan. A tattooed young man came to find Alan in the apartment record and made an appointment to meet at the Ritz bar at 10 o'clock. Carl was looking forward to the tattooed young man telling him some more information about Alan. The current time is 9:50. It was at this time that Carl saw the tattooed young man, who looked exactly like the one in the apartment record, walking in from the door of the Ritz bar. I leave for a while. You continue. After leaving a message to Jack, Oliver and David, Carl sat next to the tattooed young man when he sat at the bar counter of the Ritz bar and started waiting. Are you interested in getting to know him? Carl took the initiative to talk to the tattooed young man. Who are you? The tattooed young man glanced at Carl and frowned. Obviously, he was wary of men who came to chat up for no reason. I know that many people in the Ritz bar will provide that kind of service, but I remember that they are all women. If you are interested, you should go to Big Bird and ask. Big Bird turn, a famous gay bar located in the Haywoodley scenic area, mainly for psychological or physical men. Carl's eyelids twitched, and he almost couldn't help punching the tattooed young man for his obviously repulsive words. He could only say that this guy has a street flavor. Patience -1. If I wasn't afraid of a blow to his head, I would have done it myself. Feeling unhappy for a moment, Carl controlled his emotions and said, Alan? Alan? The tattooed young man was stunned at first, then reacted and stared at Carl. Alan asked you to come. Why didn't he come? He's dead. Dead? The tattooed young man opened his mouth in surprise, and then his expression quickly returned to normal, as if this matter was not that important. Dead? That's a pity. I originally wanted to get him to do some work this time. Are you familiar with him? Familiar? Hearing Carl's words, the tattooed young man looked at Carl inexplicably. We grew up together. Ran from outside to hang out in Night City together. Of course I am familiar with him. The person who grew up with you is dead. Are you so calm? What's wrong with being indifferent? We left home when we were young. There were 7 people who came out of the village. This year, only Alan and I are left. It's hard enough for us to live in Night City. Everyone is busy with their own things. It's good to be able to comfort each other occasionally. Now look. I'm the only one left. I'm used to this kind of thing. In Night City, what difference does it make if you die early or late? The tattooed young man said quite calmly, and asked Carl, who are you? I don't remember Alan having any friends. How do you know about Alan affairs? I'm a mercenary named KK. I owe Alan a favor, so I want to pay it back. While introducing himself, Carl asked what he cared about most, since you grew up with him. Does he have any relatives? Is there a way to contact him? Why? Do you want to repay him? The tattooed young man was about to say something, and he saw Carl look. It was a serious look without a trace of lies. Yes, I want to repay you. Staring at Carl's face, the tattooed young man was silent for a while, and then stood up. Carl also stood up, and all he got was the tattooed young man, who turned around and started walking, waving goodbye to him with his back to him. No need to follow me. It's nice to meet you, KK. I can feel that you are a good person, so it's right to come to the Ritz bar today. But since Alan will not come, there is no need for me to stay, and you don't need to think about repaying anything. So forget about this kind of thing. Forget it. Why? It's very simple. The tattooed young man paused, looked back at Carl, and smiled. Because we all came to Night City because we lost our families. After saying that, the tattooed young man's expression did not change, and he was still smiling. This is normal among outsiders in Night City. I am very grateful that you can think of Alan. It is 99% accidental. But I think some things can never go as you wish. But in this night city, there are people other than me who can remember Alan. It's really happy to think about it. The tattooed young man turned around. If you don't mind, remembering Alan's name is a reward. He used to think about becoming a great man. But now it seems that he can't become a great man. But it's not bad to be a small man whose name is remembered, and who has not disappeared for the time being. After all, I probably won't live for too long. By then, if you remember Alan, he will live longer than us. Speaking of death, the tattooed young man who was indifferent to it smiled and left, while Carl stood there in a daze. He looked at the back of the tattooed young man, and after a long time, he touched the end of the knight on his waist. Remember it. You have to remember it. Chapter 116 hit the heart. What happened? Carl? Jack watched Carl walk back in a daze, and was a little curious about his previous conversation with a stranger. Something happened. In order not to let his emotions affect others, Carl quickly adjusted himself. Have you seen Mutuo in the Ritz bar? Knowing that Carl was changing the subject, Oliver continued to say, I haven't seen it yet. I have been choosing on the menu for a while, and haven't made a decision yet. Is there anything special? Customized senses. Customized pain. A lot of details can be customized directly. David said, in order to prevent any special accidents. The ordinary Mutuo tablets sold on the market will make a certain degree of attenuation in sensory stimulation. And the Super Dream film here can be adjusted to 100%. And can even be increased. Which is very exciting. For example? For example? David thought for a while and said, for example, you solved James Norris's Black Super Dream before. Here, you can adjust the pain sense to 150%. Although I don't think any madman will experience this level of excitement. There is James Norris's Black Super Dream. Could it be that the Super Dream editor here is JK? Carl still misses the Super Dream editor who filmed him into the Cyberpsychosis series twice. No. This is the work of another Mutuo editor. Although JK is one of the best Mutuo editors in Night City, he is too concerned about the editing of Cyberpsychosis. In terms of adjustment technology, he is still a little behind the Mutuo editor named J. Isn't it JK? Carl still remembered the grudge and thought that if the editor of this place was JK, he would find him and hang him up and beat him. Since it's not him, there is no need to toss him. Do you want to buy a few Mutuo back? This place has customized Mutuo. It's a rare trip. It would be a pity not to buy some back. Carl drank sweet tea and was not interested in the Mutuo in this place of indulgence. After all, this place didn't look like a place that could sell gun tutorial Mutuo. But he remembered that Oliver liked this type of Mutuo very much. I'm going to try it first. Oliver had chosen the Mutuo he wanted. There were many Mutuo access devices in the lobby of the Ritz bar, which allowed him to directly access Mutuo. However, he was not bold enough to have some physiological reactions in public. So he greeted a few people and paid for a private room. Jack and David. What about you? I'm not interested in this stuff. I'm just here with you today. Jack shrugged and looked at David. Do you want to experience it? David? Forget about this type. David was a little shy about the dazzling array of erotic Mutuo in the Ritz bar. Innocent little boy. Yeah. I understand. Carl said, then let's drink another round. This round is my treat. This bar doesn't have any proper food. Aren't they afraid that people will consume too much and can't get replenishment? There are Mexican tacos. Although these things taste like plastic mixed with sawdust. It's rare to have something that Jack dislikes. I am also Mexican after all. After Jack finished speaking, he wanted to say something. But suddenly his words stopped. He gestured to Carl, indicating Carl to look at a place. What's wrong? Carl looked in the direction of Jack's gesture and understood why Jack suddenly stopped talking. Why would Arasaka people come to such a place? What Carl saw were 3 company dogs wearing Arasaka official employee uniforms. It's not that Arasaka company dogs can't come to the Ritz bar, but under normal circumstances they will cover up. There can only be one reason for coming to the Ritz bar openly like this. Official business. What happened? It was not just Jack, David and Carl who were looking over at the moment who had such thoughts, but also some guests who had not yet connected to Mutuo. Under their gaze, 3 Arasaka company staff came to a well-dressed middle-aged man who looked at them in horror. The Mox gang member in charge of security in the Ritz bar walked over to find out what happened. But before she got there, she was stopped by the Arasaka company staff. It's a private company matter, and it won't be resolved here. After hearing this, the Mox gang member had no reason to intervene. So she nodded and walked aside. The Ritz bar didn't care about the guests' own conflicts, as long as they didn't fight in the Ritz bar and damage the objects. What do you think happened, Carl? It's probably a victim of the internal factional struggle. Carl didn't think much about the internal affairs of the company. This kind of thing that happens too often between companies is really nothing to worry about. But he then noticed David's expression. Are you curious, David? Internal struggle. What will happen? David stared at the pale middle-aged man, who was surrounded by 3 Arasaka company personnel, and pulled up and started to be taken away. He had a bad premonition in his heart. It said that he is a victim. What else can it be? Carl put down the sweet tea that he had finished drinking and stood up. If you are interested, I will take you to follow and see it. Jack? Wait a moment. We will be back soon. Go and come back quickly. At Jack's voice, David stood up blankly and followed Carl to move forward. The two of them squeezed through the dense crowd of the Ritz bar, followed behind the Arasaka company personnel, and soon walked out of the back door with them. Take a good look, David. If you want to enter Arasaka, you will get used to this kind of thing sooner or later. As Carl spoke lightly, David watched the pale middle-aged man being pressed on the shoulders by 2 Arasaka employees, one on the left and one on the right, and was forced to kneel on the ground. Then the last Arasaka employee took out a gun that he was quite familiar with, and pointed it at the middle-aged man's forehead. This is execution. Accompanying Carl's light words was a not-so-loud gunshot. And then David saw the middle-aged man's body shaking under the impact of the gun. And then he fell to the ground with a plop without any reaction in the hands of the Arasaka employees on both sides. And there was no sound. Plop. This sound hit David hard. Chapter 117 Changing Thoughts. David's mother told him again and again that as long as he entered Arasaka, he could lead a decent life and live happily for the rest of his life. Although David did not completely agree with this statement in his heart in the past, he could accept it under his mother's teachings. He believed that entering Arasaka was the path he would definitely take, and becoming an Arasaka employee was his future life. Although he might not be happy, at least he would be stable and could make his mother happy. But all of this was shattered in the cruelty he witnessed closely now. A decent life. The dead middle-aged man was well dressed. It can be imagined that his daily life was definitely many times better than David. He was specially sent by Arasaka to be executed. His status might not be low, and it might even be a height that David would need to spend his whole life to climb after entering Arasaka. But such a high-ranking, respectable Arasaka employee, right in front of him, behind the bar, in the alley full of drunk vomit, without any resistance, just like a bug, fluttering and dying. No, he was worse than a bug. Even a bug could flutter. He just twitched his body because of the impact after death. And then, there was no movement. Facing death, he didn't even dare to resist. David remembered that he followed Carl to see the world in order to face danger, and hope to have the courage to resist. What would happen to the courage he gained after entering Arasaka? Will he be like this man, without even a struggle? Will the words that his mother kept repeating about becoming an Arasaka employee really protect her mother and live happily? Nothing can shock him more psychologically than putting the expected things in front of the expected people and breaking them. Now David is watching the expectations that he has been enduring rejection and wanting to get her shattered. In his heart, he had the first doubt about becoming an Arasaka employee. While he was confused, 3 Arasaka personnel, who had finished handling internal affairs, noticed the 2 young men who walked out of the back door and looked at them. Are you street thugs who want to search the corpse for property? An Arasaka personnel's artificial eyes scanned Carl and David and said, there is nothing you can take here. Even the corpse belongs to Arasaka. The name he saw when he scanned it made him stunned and unable to speak anymore. David Martinez, who was following behind, was not surprising. Although he had an ID tag of an Arasaka Academy student in his identity, it was nothing. What was really important was the black-haired young man who was staring at them with a chuckle. Carl. Mercenary KK. After being extremely vigilant, or even panicked to say Carl's name, the 3 Arasaka personnel couldn't help but take a few steps back. They were all security personnel of Night City Arasaka, although they did not participate in that mission. Carl's name was too famous in front of them, who were considered half-colleagues. They knew that as long as the other party was interested, the 3 of them would fall to the ground in the next second. The leader with the most professional ethics among the 3 Arasaka personnel, or the most corporate security spirit, only took a step back. And faced with Carl's gaze, he walked back to the original place. Then, his tone slowed down a bit. And he even said with a little caution, "This person should not be your mission target." "Indeed, he is not. I just came to watch the fun. Don't worry. I have no intention of participating in the internal affairs of Arasaka Company. At least I don't want to when there is no mission. You can do whatever you want." After Carl said this, the 3 Arasaka personnel obviously relaxed a little. The 2 personnel who took 3 steps back and 2 steps back also hurriedly came forward to carry the dead middle-aged man at this time. They smiled at Carl under Carl's gaze, and hurriedly walked back with the body of the middle-aged man under the glare of the leader. They are just people who make a living at the bottom of the company, not professionals trained by Arasaka themselves. They do as much work as they are paid. If they really have to face KK, let those people go. You bastards. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. But I am not a professional either. My level is not enough to escort Miss Haruko. He cursed in his heart. But the leading Arasaka staff member, who had to stand up, after glaring at his 2 subordinates, still smiled at Carl. But his smile made Carl puzzled. "Aren't you leaving?" Carl looked at the Arasaka staff member, who was smiling at him in confusion. He didn't understand why his subordinates were moving the bodies and walking away. But he stayed and smiled at him. "Aw? Can I go?" "Why can't you go?" The Arasaka staff wanted to slap Carl's puzzled look. Why did he ask this question? Can't he just walk obediently? But he was afraid that he would be shot dead by a bullet from behind halfway through his walk without saying a word or smiling. He had seen both of the 2 cyber psychopaths in the black super dream that this guy appeared in. In one, he didn't even see his face. And several elite personnel, who could kill 5 of his own, were killed. In another cyber psychopath, with a full body of military-grade prosthesis, he didn't even hurt a hair. But his hands were cut off. His feet were stomped. And his whole body was like a stick and died miserably. Thinking about the dead people in the black super dream, how could he not be afraid? "Then you are busy." After leaving this sentence in a hurry, the Arasaka staff turned around and ran. And when Carl turned around, he found that David was looking at him with an extremely complicated expression. "What's wrong, David? Is it a little hard to accept?" No. It's just, I just understand a little bit how powerful Carl is on the street. For someone like him, even if he works in a company, he must be many times more powerful than me. Perhaps for him, climbing to the top of Arasaka is the only thing that can be achieved." David Hart was filled with the hope he had always had. Perhaps, instead of becoming an employee of Arasaka, it would be good to become a mercenary like Carl. However, can he protect his mother in this way? And can he convince his mother? Ding. Carl received a message from Man on his communication. The communication he sent was simple, but it was enough. Tanaka whereabouts have been confirmed. Chapter 118. Kenichi Shiro. Have Man and his team found out Tanaka whereabouts? Oliver, who had come back after watching Mutuo, was somewhat impressed by the progress of the matter, as expected of a team with 3 hackers. The speed is fast. It said that they knew. But in fact, they found out that Tanaka often went to customize Black Mutuo. So Man made a suggestion. Can we find the editor of that Black Mutuo and use him to make an appointment with Tanaka? Carl said, the first thing to find. Hey, it happens to be an acquaintance. Man and his team sent a message that the Black Mutuo editor named JK customized the Black Mutuo for Tanaka. I didn't think of looking for him specifically, but this mission just happened to be delivered to him. What is the specific process? To put it simply, this kind of perverted private customization of Black Mutuo is basically between the customer and the editor met alone to customize it. Isn't Tanaka whereabouts difficult to find because of the protection of Arasaka Company? Then we can just tie up JK, whose whereabouts are easier to find, and then use him to lure Tanaka out. Will Tanaka not bring bodyguards? You see, even perverts know about private rooms. Don't you think Tanaka will? A company dog has to save face. Then have you found out who JK is specifically? Man and the others are still investigating this. Carl and the others chatted and got on the Skyhara parked not far from the entrance of the Ritz bar. David, who was sitting in the back row and listening to Carl and Oliver chat, suddenly spoke up. If it's JK, his name is Jimmy Kurosaki. He is a Mutuo director with many die-hard fans. So his real name is not a secret. After hearing David's words, The other three looked at him at the same time. Then, Oliver spoke. Do you know him well? I have seen all his Mutuo series. Yes. You sell black Mutuo. So you must know more about these. Oliver nodded. Since he is a famous Mutuo director, it should not take much time for Man and his team to find relevant information. Oliver was afraid that Jimmy Kurosaki would only have the name of JK on the market, and his identity would be better hidden in Tanaka. It would be troublesome to find him in that case. Sure enough, just as David said, JK's real identity, Jimmy Kurosaki, is no secret in Night City. When Carl and his team sent David home, Man's team had sent information about Jimmy Kurosaki. Man, we have found out that Jimmy Kurosaki will go to a club tomorrow, and we will capture him at that time. After all, they received half of the reward for this job, and Man and his team were still quite active in the action. And Carl had no objection to this. He and Man had agreed that they would just let each other know when there was progress, and the specific actions were up to their team. It must be said that it was great to have a cooperative team. After saying goodbye to Oliver and Jack, Carl returned to his apartment. After washing up, Carl came to the rented computer in the apartment, opened the local area network of Night City, and read the latest news. Then he noticed a special piece of news. Not about Night City, but about the Wanderers. Wanderers, a group of people who left their homes, wandered in the Badland, and hugged each other for warmth as a family. This news about Wanderers was written like this. A family called Buckle, formed by the desperate people in the Badland, has once again split up. Perhaps the desperate people who have troubled the transportation route of Highway 43 of the new United States for a long time will soon disappear due to the split. All this is inseparable from the hard work of the new American soldiers. Carl ignored the words that were mostly boastful and useless. His attention was mainly focused on the words Buckle. For some reason, he always felt that he was a little familiar with Buckle, as if he had heard of him somewhere. Carl kept this news in his mind and prepared to pay special attention to it later. He read the recent news again to recall where he had heard of Buckle. After proper communication between Arasaka and Militech, the real mastermind behind the appearance of ACPA in Night City was discovered. The former director of Militech's R&D department tried to bring ACPA into Night City to reignite the war for his own selfish desires. His behavior of wanting to provoke war has been punished by Militech. The harmonious negotiation between Arasaka and Militech has once again brought peace to Night City. The news of the death of the scapegoat has only just begun to spread in the news. However, judging from the news, in the dispute between Arasaka and Militech, it was Militech's people who gave in first, although there were people on both sides in that mission. Most of the assassins were Arasaka personnel holding Shinjin, but the most critical ACPA armor was also driven by the people of military technology. Most of the people protected were Arasaka's security, and there were also mercenaries hired by military technology, such as Carl and his team. Most of the attackers were Arasaka Hawks, and there were ACPA drivers of military technology. From this point of view, it was really a chain reaction, and each had its own people to deal with. Bang bang. Just when Carl finished reading the news and was about to go to bed, his door was knocked. At this time, Carl connected to the door camera and looked outside. He found that the visitor was wearing a black suit. A man, about 40 years old. Not strong, but under the suit, he could see obvious signs of prosthetic modification. An East Asian face, and a pair of yellow glowing prosthetic eyes, staring at the door camera that Carl used to watch him. Who is it? An unfamiliar face, visiting at almost 12 o'clock. Obviously not right. Not in a hurry to respond to the knocks and doorbell. Carl put on the bulletproof jacket that he had taken off just before going to bed, then inserted the night guard into the gun bag on his waist, put on a few grenades, and went to the other room where weapons were stored to get a Crusher shotgun as a backup weapon. After spending 6 seconds fully armed, Carl responded, "Who is here?" Carl's voice was transmitted to the outside through the communication of the door, but the man only said his name as an answer. "You can call me Kenichi Shiro. Mercenary KK." Kenichi Shiro listened to this self-introduction with an obviously Japanese name. After hesitating for a moment, Carl walked to the door, opened the door, and faced the man directly. "What's the matter?" This was Carl's first sentence after the two officially met. Chapter 119, Dangerous Girl Agency. After the door was closed and Kenichi Shiro was signaled to come in for a talk, Carl sat on the sofa, facing Kenichi Shiro's scrutiny. After 2 minutes of silence, "Carl, who couldn't stand Kenichi Shiro's scrutiny, took the initiative to speak. So, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, what's the matter with you coming to me at this time? I don't seem to know your identity yet. I'm a bodyguard. Kenichi Shiro's words were quite simple and clear. But this level of information was obviously not enough to satisfy Carl. Bodyguard? So Mr. Kenichi Shiro, why don't you protect your employer? Carl smiled. I remember I didn't call for any security services. Are you planning to do business for free? That's fine. These days, free things are the most expensive. Faced with Carl's obviously provocative words, Kenichi Shiro chose to respond with silence. He just stared at Carl calmly. But Carl felt more and more uncomfortable. Carl had to admit that he had a strange feeling. If he had to describe that feeling with an adjective, it would be threatening. He sensed the danger of his life from the calm Kenichi Shiro in front of him. This guy was not a simple character. He was very strong. Whether it was the posture of sitting there or the glance, Carl felt threatened. And even some of his fatal parts, such as the temple and the heart, had phantom pain under this dangerous pressure. When this guy looked at him, his eyes instantly locked onto several relatively loose fatal parts of his body. It was definitely uncomfortable to be looked at by such eyes. At least Carl was not used to it. So he made a waving gesture after seeing Kenichi Shiro not answering. I think I welcome you to come in and sit down. Which is generous enough. If there is nothing else. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, you should not disturb my sleep. You are quite capable. Facing Carl's words that he had already indicated that he should leave early if he had nothing to do, Kenichi Shiro did not intend to respond at all, but just praised Carl's ability to himself. Thank you for telling me this. Carl was a little unsure what this man was doing, but he didn't feel any murderous intent from this man. So he kept the feeling of laughing and answered, so? What do you want? I brought a job. Kenichi Shiro finally talked about business. He took out a paper document from the lining of his suit and placed it on the glass coffee table in the middle of the sofa. You are qualified to accept this job? So, the previous review was judging his own strength? Carl would not refuse commissioned work. But, I have to take a look first. Okay. The treatment will satisfy you. Treatment? Commission? Why talk about treatment? Carl picked up the paper document and looked at it carefully. He found that it was not a commission. And it was really closely related to the treatment. Employee entry salary table? Carl looked at the company side at the top of the paper document and found that the place where he was going to join was called Dangerous Girl. Carl had heard of Dangerous Girl. Danger Girl, a detective agency responsible for private investigation, bodyguard and security services. Headquartered in Night City. Founded by Michiko Arasaka. This company is famous for its detective girl with cat ears to handle cases. Although it has been a bit sluggish in recent years, it still squeezes out most of its peers' business. The dove leader of the Arasaka family, Michiko Arasaka Private Detective Agency, found me in the middle of the night and invited me to join? Don't rush to say anything. Carl looked at the treatment and other issues in detail, and roughly understood what he could get if he joined Danger Girl. Because he identifies as a man, he will not become a beautiful girl detective with cat ears. His main business is bodyguard and security. He signs a contract every month. The benefits he can get are discounts on popular prostheses on the market. If you buy this, you can also enjoy it at Lao Wei. It doesn't say internal goods on it. It is estimated that it is at most the same level as the Arasaka Type 3 that he is using now. Although it is high-end enough, it can't keep up with the current me. The highest remuneration can be up to 60% according to the satisfaction of the employer in completing the task. This is also normal. If you take the task yourself, you can get 100%. Why can you only get 60% at most when you join a company? For the task, you only need to be notified at the critical moment. You don't need to be on duty at ordinary times. If you fail to notify in time, it will be regarded as the responsibility of the firm. Something is wrong. He takes the initiative to undertake the task, and the bodyguard only needs to arrive at the critical moment. Why does it feel like there is a backup plan and a key hand? Is this still a normal bodyguard? The minimum salary is 300,000 euros a month? 300,000 euros. Which means 3.6 million a year. If he adds his so-called task remuneration and gives more, maybe an annual salary of 4 or 5 million is not impossible. This salary is not even comparable to that of ordinary middle-level managers in companies. But it is given to a bodyguard? With his own ability, Carl thinks he is still qualified for this salary. But it is a bit surprising that the company took the initiative to offer it. This is not a big company like Arasaka, military technology, etc. It is just a detective agency. It is really surprising that Carl can't help but feel doubtful when offering such a high salary comparable to that of middle-level employees in big companies. Why? Carl stared at Kenichi Shiro. Why do you want me to join? I can see the look in your eyes when you came in. The emotion in your eyes is obviously repulsive and scrutinizing. A job invitation from a detective agency inviting me to join should not be sent by someone who is repulsive to me. Until now. I still don't agree. But you are indeed qualified. Kenichi Shiro's attitude was to talk about the matter at hand. You can rank in the top 20 among the people I have met. Top 20? This word, which is not sure whether it is underestimated or overestimated, makes Carl taste a different meaning. In that case, why don't you look for those who are ahead of me in your heart? But come to me. Faced with Carl's confusion, Kenichi Shiro stared at him for a few minutes and saw that Carl was a little uncomfortable, and then spoke in a somewhat dull tone. Because you are the one the lady trusts. And you have protected her in the past. I have protected her before. The agency run by Michiko Arasaka is too generous. Like the conditions of a backup at critical moments. And the lady she has protected. If you connect them together. Carl looked over and over again at the employee salary form without any restrictions. And was silent for a while. You don't need to stay for a long time. Just arrive at the critical moment. Right? You can't be there at ordinary times. In Kenichi Shiro's words that showed some emotional fluctuations and some dangerous implications. Carl patted the paper indifferently. I think we can talk about the details in the employment details. Carl smiled. The agency should not mind part-time work. Right? Chapter 120 difficult. Huh? 300,000 euros a month? Carl, you said you didn't have any relationship with the eldest lady of the Arasaka family. The next day, after learning about the contents and matters related to the contract signed by Carl, Oliver slapped the steering wheel of the Skyhara hard, unwilling to believe that Carl was actually favored by a rich woman. I am afraid that my brother will suffer. And I am afraid that my brother will rely on a rich woman. But it is not to that extent. But? Carl, you are not going to be kept. And you will not be a mercenary with us anymore? This is what Oliver is really worried about. What maintenance? Don't talk nonsense. It's a serious contract signing. A serious bodyguard job. This kind of work will only be passed at critical moments. Of course. It's just a part-time job. Besides, I feel that I may not be used normally. I may be used as an emergency measure in certain situations. Carl said, seeing through this contract very clearly. It does look like that. Jack, who was not as excited as Oliver, nodded. After what happened last time, he probably wanted to spend some money to take precautions. Hearing what Jack said, Oliver also put away his funny look and began to analyze for Carl seriously. Not only does she have to be protected by bodyguards on the surface, but even in private, there are street mercenaries as backup. The eldest lady of the Arasaka family seems to be very scared after what happened last time. But under normal circumstances, with the protection of Arasaka group of company dogs, it is not your turn to execute this matter. Right? That's right. Ordinary people can't really break through Arasaka's security and attack her. But in other words, if it really happens, and I need to do it, if someone is called over urgently, then it is very likely that, at least, they are all opponents of the same level as ACPA? Oliver put his hands flat on the steering wheel. This money is not easy to take. Look at it in a positive way. Generally, no one would think of attacking the Arasaka family. Moreover, even if they did, they would at least break through the protection of the Arasaka security personnel. The probability of such a thing happening is too small. According to the normal probability, I basically get 300,000 yuan a month for free. This should be considered a somewhat optimistic view for Carl. Oliver originally wanted to say that the attack just happened last month. But before he said it, he felt that this was too unlucky. After thinking about it, he still didn't say anything. Jack finally said this, if you need to, don't face it alone. I know. I'm not stupid. If there is danger, I will definitely ask you to go together. Just as Carl smiled and answered like this, and sat on the Skyhara, Jack's artificial eye flashed, and he received a communication. Then, Jack's face changed, revealing a somewhat complicated look, which was rarely seen on Jack's face. Naturally attracted the attention of Oliver and Carl, who were sitting in the car. But before they asked, Jack had already told them what happened. My ex-girlfriend Camilla. Come to me if you have something to do. After saying this, Oliver and Carl were silent. Camilla. When Jack was drunk at the party, he talked about something related to her. That was another childhood sweetheart who entered the Valentino gang with Jack. Compared with Jack, who later left the Valentino gang because of some things. Camilla, who had always stayed in the Valentino gang, is now considered a high-level member of the Valentino gang. Camilla is obviously quite capable to be able to get to the top of the Valentino gang, a gang with 6,000 members, at the age of 28. But now she has to ask Jack for help. Did something big happen in the Valentino gang? Although Jack and Oliver have both quit the gang, they are still a little tied to the gang. If something big happens in the gang and involves people they care about, they can't help but help. For example, Mrs. Wells has a background in the Valentino gang, and there are Oliver's sister and father in the 6th Street gang. The ex-girlfriend is also a childhood sweetheart. After all, there is some unforgettable friendship in it. Jack, something happened. If it's serious, I take a day off today. Jack shook his head at Carl's words. Don't think about skipping school. Carl. It's nothing. Jack, who had read the entire message and understood the general situation, smiled and told Carl and Oliver, who were looking at him with concern, to be more at ease. She just wanted me to look after the place. She's too busy at the scenic area and is in need of someone she can trust. Jack glanced at Oliver. It's a conflict with the 6th Street gang. The scenic area. Oliver understood immediately after Jack said that. That place is the most fiercely contested place between the 6th Street gang and the Valentino gang. Although the Legion district is generally poor and not profitable, there are always people willing to start a dispute for these leftovers. As for the matter there, I will go with you after sending Carl to school. If the person who comes is an acquaintance, I will see if I can persuade him. I can't persuade him. Oliver. For Oliver obviously well-intentioned suggestion, Jack did not refuse to go with him. But he was not optimistic about the so-called persuasion. Oliver, who was kicked out of the gang after joining it for a week. Even if he grew up in the family environment of the gang, how many people in the current 6th Street gang could he know? Oliver couldn't even go back to Santo Domingo. Jack didn't think it would be possible for him to persuade those 6th Street gang members with his former identity. It's okay as long as it's not a big deal. Carl returned to his limp posture at school. But for Jack planned to help his ex-girlfriend Camilla to look after the place. Carl still mentioned an important point. It's just that you go to help your ex-girlfriend, and you send a communication. What if Misty knows about this? When he said this, Jack's body froze a little. And Oliver, who hadn't thought of this, suddenly realized it and began to look at Jack with a look that said you're doomed. It's just a one-day visit. It shouldn't be that bad. Jack forced a smile. Besides, I'm not going to do anything bad. I'm paid, just like a commission. And as long as you and Oliver don't tell anyone, who will know? Really? Carl expressed doubt. Even if he helped Jack conceal it. With Misty tarot divination that was not known for some reason. Obviously the business was not good, but was extremely accurate. Would it really not tell anything? Carl always felt that Jack was going to suffer. Chapter 121 Jimmy Kurosaki Capture. During the break after the academy class, Gaius was stopped by a friend he met at the academy. The azure-haired girl with a ponytail stared at her friend, who occasionally came over to chat with her during class breaks these days, and asked, "Are you planning to leave the academy? You are so perceptive." Gaius, as always, had no intention of hiding anything. He sat on the academy bench facing the surveillance camera and changed the camera's shooting angle so that it could not capture the place where he and the azure-haired girl were. But how did you notice it? Because you are in a good mood today. Just like a bird can finally escape from the cage and sing softly among the flowers. If you describe it like this, any serious person in Night City will not understand it. Whether it is a bird or a flower. They may not have seen many people. Gaius patted the other side of the bench and motioned the azure-haired girl to sit down. I am indeed going to leave. And it should be within these few days. The azure-haired girl stared at the empty bench next to Gaius. Stared at Gaius for a few times. And finally sat down. But the place where she sat happened to be on the two sides of the bench with Gaius. After sitting down, the azure-haired girl spoke. Have you completed the mission to enter the academy? I think so. Do you want to report me? Are you selling the Black Mutuo? Hearing the azure-haired girl say this, Gaius' mouth twitched a little unnaturally. You actually knew about it. You didn't hide it. You walked through the corridor with Mutuo in front of the camera. Of course I knew it. It seems that it is about what I expected. Gaius leaned back in his chair. Even you can notice it. So the staff of the Academic Affairs Office, who have been staring at the surveillance camera, should have discovered it long ago. They know about this violation of school rules. But they didn't think about dealing with it. I think I already know that they... Cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest? I like your exquisite description. It seems that in order to prevent my business in this part of the academy from being affected in the future, I have to give them a little warning and lesson first. Gaius stood up. It's almost time. Let's talk about it here. I'm not in a hurry to leave today. I should wait for 2 days, until the storm has passed before leaving. If you want to chat, you can come to me in the next few days. After all, Gaius smiled, for a special company kid like you, I am happy to let you know about the working people. Wait a minute. The azure-haired girl got up from the chair, took a few steps, and walked to Gaius from the side. Can I know your true identity? No. Gaius refused without hesitation. Is it because you are still on guard? The azure-haired girl stared at Gaius. No. It's because someone is coming. Gaius pointed to the side, where several students wearing Arasaka Academy uniforms were passing by. Since I said you are my friend, I will choose to believe you. If I don't know people well, then I should bear the blame myself. I can't show you my real face because someone is there. But I can tell you my real name. If it's not my real face, is my name also fake? Just like I haven't asked you your name until now. One person knows the face but not the name. And one person knows the name but not the face. It's fair. Although we want to check, we should be able to find it. Gaius pointed at himself. My name is Carl. Carl. A name I haven't heard of. Then you are a little ignorant. Is it a famous name? Then I understand. I will try not to look at the relevant information until we meet officially. I look forward to that day. After saying goodbye to the friends he met in the academy, Carl received a communication from Man not long after he walked out of the academy. Carl, we have captured JK. Did he capture her successfully? The speed is quite fast. Did you encounter any obstacles? Were you discovered by anyone? No. There was just a little accident during the process. This Jimmy Kurosaki, codenamed JK, was a Mutuo master. But he actually carried a small EMP device. I almost fainted. But fortunately it only lasted for a wave. I barely withstood it. And then I managed to catch this guy. With a small EMP device? Can he withstand it himself? Doesn't he have prostheses? Some prostheses with unimportant organs. Not as many as I modified. But to be honest, he was stupid. He actually thought that he could rest assured with EMP. Carl didn't quite understand what Man meant by this sentence. Carl, so Man, how did you catch him? Man, he thought that my arm with a projectile launch system was useless after being paralyzed by EMP. And he dared to stand in front of me and look at me. Then I immediately made him understand that even if the prosthesis was paralyzed, it was still steel. Carl, so? Man, so I used the strength of the upper half of my arm, and swung the half of the iron arm equipped with the projectile launch system and hit him, knocking him out on the spot. From this point of view, Director Mutuo was really suicidal, daring to get close to the mercenary, who was not unconscious. So how do you say it specifically? Is he willing to cooperate? He hasn't woken up yet. My people have already guarded him. I used a lot of force, and smashed his face into a dent. He is still receiving emergency treatment. This guy has a platinum membership of the trauma team. The trauma team almost came here. If Chiwei hadn't blocked it quickly, he would have been in trouble today. Can he be rescued? Don't kill him. It's hard to find a clue. He won't die. Do you still remember Pira and my team? I sent you the information. The technical experts in the team are very skilled in human movements. Protecting a person's life is as easy as protecting a prosthesis. That's good. When are you going to start the action? It will take some time to persuade Jimmy Kurosaki after he wakes up. It should be done tomorrow. By then, we will torture Jimmy Kurosaki and Tanaka private transaction location, and send the location to you. Just be ready to come when the time comes. Listening to Man's words, Carl nodded slightly where Man couldn't see. As expected of a professional street team, they have been in Night City for a few years, and are much better than our team in mission preparation. They are prepared for everything, including shielding the trauma team and maintaining human life. It sounds really easy. Just like picking up money in the past. See you tomorrow then. The communication ends. Tomorrow will be the time for me to leave the academy and complete this mission. Thinking about it carefully. It hasn't even been a week yet. Compared with the 2-month time limit of military technology, the efficiency of the operation is really high. Chapter 122 6th Street Gang takes over. At 8:44 p.m., Carl sat in a restaurant in the Legion district. Open the communication. Jack? Oliver, we still need a while to finish this job. You order food and wait for us. We will come after we finish at 9 o'clock. Nothing happened today. No one from the 6th Street Gang came. It was pretty smooth. I don't know if Jack met his ex-girlfriend. Since Jack and Oliver sent me to school in the morning, the two of them have been watching the place for about 12 hours. I don't know if the 6th Street Gang saw them and didn't dare to cause trouble. According to the address Jack sent later, the bar they were watching was a new place opened on the border of the 6th Street Gang and the Valentino Gang. As long as they were a little cautious, the 6th Street Gang would know that this new bar was opened by the Valentino Gang. After 12 hours, they didn't organize people to cause trouble. I guess they acquiesced. Are they planning to do something else afterwards? Carl didn't know. But anyway, the commission that Jack accepted from his ex-girlfriend was just to watch the place for one day. And what happened afterwards had nothing to do with them. Jack and Oliver had helped through the most difficult day. So what else could happen? Someone couldn't come at the last minute. Carl, who was madly putting up flags, sat in the corner of the restaurant, looking through the glass window at the bar opposite, looking in from the wide open door. He seemed to be able to see Oliver's dazzling blonde hair. Did this bastard rub something messy on his hair? After ordering macaroni with tomato sauce and real water electronically, Carl was reading the menu, thinking about what to order for Oliver and Jack, when the door of the restaurant opened. Click. A guest that Carl knew walked in, with the sound of some old glass. David? Carl was about to say hello, but stopped halfway when he raised his hand because he found that there was another person behind David. A middle-aged woman with tired eyes and a face full of traces of years left by hard work followed David into the restaurant. Carl knew this person. He had found his family information when he opened David's box. Gloria Martinez, David's mother, is an emergency medical technician at Night City's medical center. Looking at David, who was full of joy and kept saying something to his mother, and then looking at Gloria, who smiled at David in fatigue and responded to something. Carl silently put down his half-raised hand. To get back to Santo Domingo from the city center, the fastest way is to take the scenic area. Judging from the situation, David should wait until his mother gets off work, and the two of them plan to stop by the scenic area restaurant on the way home. This is a rare time for mother and son to have a meal together, so as an outsider, it is better not to disturb them. Gloria, who usually works until the early morning, will get off work at around 8 o'clock today, probably because she has an appointment with David. Carl shrank back, feeling lucky that he was in the corner, with the help of the seat back. David hadn't seen him yet. Otherwise, according to his personality, he would definitely drag him to eat with him. It's better for people who hang out on the streets not to get to know more people who do serious work. He is not wearing an Arasaka uniform and doesn't have a gayest face. If they really meet, Mrs. Gloria might think that her child has been led astray. If Carl and David were not friends, of course he wouldn't care about this. But as friends, he couldn't help but consider David. David's mother expected her son to become an employee of Arasaka Company and protected him so well. She certainly didn't want him to get involved with people on the street too much. At this time, a mercenary dressed in street clothes greeted and talked with David enthusiastically. As a mother, could she feel at ease? Fortunately, David didn't notice Carl. After scanning the restaurant, he took his mother to sit next to the seat near the window, which was just in front of and behind Carl's seat. This is one of the positions with good sight in the store. David did learn something from Carl and the others. Oliver and Jack will be here for some time, so David and his mother should be able to finish their meal in this time. If not, they can be asked not to come for the time being. While Carl was mumbling in his heart, David and his mother began to order. I just have a tomato macaroni. What do you want to eat? Mom? David ordered the same food as Carl and looked at his mother. My words. Gloria also ordered a tomato macaroni after hesitating for a long time. Carl, who was listening to them, flipped through the menu and found that tomato macaroni was the cheapest food in this restaurant. In the decent restaurants in Legion District, it only cost €3. Legion District is indeed a poor place. Carl, who basically doesn't care much about prices now, didn't really pay much attention to the prices on the menu, except for the 3-digit numbers. While waiting for the food to be served, Gloria and David talked about the sudden transfer of money to her today. David, how did you get so much money? 5,000 euros. You won't do anything bad, will you? No. Mom, I'm just selling Mutuo in the academy. Real Mutuo. You know, I used to help the cyborg doctor I know sell Mutuo. I just made more money recently because it's selling well. Don't worry. It's not against the rules to sell ordinary Mutuo. You think I'm always looking at something at home? I'm always looking at the goods. Can you make so much money selling Mutuo? Of course. No one else in the academy can buy it. They all rely on me to bring it. Will this affect your studies? No. Don't worry. I just sell it during the break. I've been listening carefully in class. Is that so? Seeing that his mother was still a little worried, David acted as if it didn't matter at all. Don't worry. There will be a test at the beginning of the month this week. Mom, just watch it. I promise I can get into the top of the school. 10. As long as it doesn't affect your grades. It definitely won't affect you. By the way, Mom, since I can make so much money, you don't have to work so hard in the future. Just get off work at this time. I think I can take care of my tuition by myself. You see, I'm already this age, and I should be responsible for myself. Gloria shook her head at David's words. It's good that you can make money, and I'm happy. But there may be many places to spend in the future. For example, if you are admitted to the university department, there may be extra expenses. How can you not work hard just because you have made temporary money now? There will be many places to spend money in the future. There will be scholarships in college. Just as David said this, the door of the restaurant was kicked open, and then several people wearing Entropyism clothing with the 6th Street Gang logo on their clothes walked into the restaurant with guns. Entropyism, one of the main styles of clothing in Night City. It emphasizes practicality over appearance. The 6th Street Gang and some street mercenaries like this kind of clothing very much. Prepare some food. We from the 6th Street Gang have taken over this restaurant. Hearing this, David looked out the window and found that without him noticing, more than 20 members of the 6th Street Gang had come outside and occupied the street. Chapter 123 Three-Party Gunpowder Barrel. 6th Street Gang. How come they are here? David observed the main gathering place of the 6th Street Gang outside the window, and found that most of the 6th Street Gang members were standing in front of the bar opposite the restaurant. The target is that bar. Is this place just occupied by chance? After thinking about it, David turned around and glanced at his mother sitting in front of him, and found that his mother showed a very nervous and fearful look. Mom, are you afraid? Yes, you should be afraid. At this time, David reacted a little dazedly, and his concept changed a little. In the past, if I saw the 6th Street Gang members holding guns in front of me, I would probably behave like my mother, with fear on my face, wondering when the possible NCPD personnel would come. But now David was surprised to find that in his heart, he did not have much fear for those 6th Street Gang members, who started walking around in the store with guns. Not only was he afraid, but when he saw their postures and movements with guns, he was actually thinking about how long it would take them to raise their guns, and whether they would be able to react if he pulled out his gun. Why did he have such thoughts? What was wrong with him? Was it because of the teachings of Carl, Jack, and Oliver? Or because they said that it was enough to face ordinary street thugs? David felt that he was a little too brave, facing formal gang members. He actually had the courage to treat them equally. Mom, it's okay. David comforted his mother. It's none of our business. Gloria looked at David with a calm face, and it was a little hard to imagine the maturity shown by her son. That confident and mature look was something Gloria had never seen in her son. David, don't worry. Mom. David's hand quietly touched Kenshin under his clothes at his waist. I will protect you. David already had the courage and some strength to protect his family. There were 6 people from the 6th Street Gang who entered the store. 2 of them were checking the kitchen while chatting with the owner. The remaining 4 stood at the 4 corners of the store in a state of alert. Judging from their movements, they probably thought that if a fight broke out at the bar opposite, they could quickly occupy the restaurant and use it as a position to fight against the opposite side. As long as you see the arrangement of the 6th Street Gang, you can understand why they can occupy Santo Domingo with only more than 2,300 people and reach out to Haywood. They are elite personnel, not ordinary. In terms of the overall quality of street personnel, other gangs may not be as good as the 6th Street Gang, whose main members are all military. When a member of the 6th Street Gang stood in the corner, He noticed the guests who were eating at the table next to the corner. He stared at the other person with his head down, and could only see the back of his head. He looked quite timid. After his eyes swept over the other person's black hair, he no longer cared. It seems that he is just an ordinary guest eating. As long as he doesn't disturb things, he will hide. Holding the Ajax assault rifle, this member of the 6th Street Gang stood in the corner of the restaurant. Military technology M251's Ajax, the assault rifle of choice for soldiers all over the world. A durable and reliable weapon. While standing in this corner, this member of the 6th Street Gang was still looking out the window at the situation in the bar opposite. The guys from the Valentino Gang, who had just opened such a bar on the default border of the two forces, were definitely a provocation. And no one knew what would happen in the end, if a war was to start. Thinking of that possibility, this member of the 6th Street Gang felt that his hand holding the gun was a little stiff. The Valentino Gang was the gang with the largest number of people in Night City. If they officially went to war with them, it would undoubtedly be a hard battle. Would he really be able to survive at that time? Except for the conversation between the owner and the 6th Street Gang members. The store was quite quiet. The only guests were silent. Facing the conflict between gangs, they did not dare to get involved at all. The silence didn't last long, because after the 6th Street Gang surrounded the bar across from the restaurant, a group of Valentino Gang members arrived soon after. Is a gunfight going to happen? Looking at the Valentino Gang and the 6th Street Gang members facing each other on both sides of the street, David had a rather ominous premonition. He and his mother were right next to the glass window of this restaurant. If they exchanged fire and stray bullets came, the glass window would not have any protection. In this 10th Street confrontation where people could open fire at any time, the third group of forces also arrived on various strange motorcycles. Even the Tiger Claw Gang came. The Lee Scenic area was originally the intersection of the Valentino Gang, the Tiger Claw Gang, and the 6th Street Gang. Now that the Valentino Gang and the 6th Street Gang were about to clash, there was really no reason for the Tiger Claw Gang not to come and take a look. Maybe this was the time to extend the Tiger Claw Gang hand into the Lee Scenic area. The Tiger Claw's members attracted the attention of both parties after their arrival. Obviously, the Valentinos and the 6th Streets wanted to exclude this third party, who had inserted rashly. It was enough to have two gangs in this place, and there was no need for another gang. However, this situation changed after a negotiator from the Tiger Claws talked to the Valentinos. The Tiger Claws, with a nod of the Valentinos, led the people to join the Valentinos and pointed their weapons at the 6th Streets. This time, the situation was reversed. David was in the store and couldn't hear their conversation clearly, but he could guess the general situation. It was nothing more than that the Tiger Claws and the Valentinos had reached some temporary agreement and were ready to let the 6th Streets suffer. It was very similar to the nature of the companies behind the Tiger Claws and the 6th Streets. As long as they could discuss military technology, Arasaka was willing to help with anything. Just like military technology was willing to help with anything as long as they could discuss Arasaka. Originally, the Valentino Gang had only more than 10 people, while the 6th Street Gang had more than 20 people. The Valentino Gang was at a disadvantage, so they were still in a standoff. But now with the addition of the Tiger Claw Gang, the Valentino Gang and the 6th Street Gang were evenly matched. Watching the Valentino Gang and the Tiger Claw Gang approaching, every 6th Street Gang member in the store tightened their weapons. If not unexpected, the exchange of fire was only a spark away. Bang! A gunshot from an unknown party ignited the gunpowder barrel. Chapter 124 at the very least. Call NCPD. Call NCPD quickly. The moment the gunshots rang out, most of the customers rolled and crawled to hide in the deeper parts of the store. They were all residents of Night City. How could they not understand the consequences of gang fighting? It wouldn't be long before this place would become part of the battlefield. Mom, let's go! David hurriedly protected his mother and ran inside. The position they were in was too dangerous. It could almost be said to be the first line of fire. Bang, bang, bang. David had just left their original seat with his mother when their original position was covered by a barrage of gunfire from members of the Tiger Claw Gang. Those people had already discovered the 6th Street Gang members in the store and started indiscriminate gunfire. Damn it. Damn Valentino Gang. Damn Tiger Claw Gang bastards. The 6th Street Gang soldier standing in the corner immediately used the window seat as a half cover, and the cat followed behind him, raised the Ajax assault rifle in his hand, and started to shoot outside. At the same time, he started to shout urgently in the communication channel. asking other companions on the street to quickly retreat to the store. The 6th Street Gang soldier fired a round, and after the bullets were empty, he leaned back against the seat to change bullets. But he found out of the corner that the black-haired customer who had just buried his head in the corner was gone. He ran quite fast, and this kind of exchange of fire must have scared him. This thought flashed through his mind, and the 6th Street Gang member quickly changed the bullets. When he was about to step out of the cover and shoot another round to cover his companions, an oval object was thrown in front of him. Grenade! Without any hesitation, the 6th Street Gang member made an urgent move of flying and rolling into the store. Boom! Accompanied by the burning sensation behind him. The 6th Street Gang member, who was blown away by the shock wave and lying on the ground, felt as if his entire abdomen was hit by a heavy punch, and he was a little breathless. After he flew and rolled, he was right next to David, who was dragging his mother to the kitchen. The Tiger Claw gang member who threw a grenade inside the window saw that the target he wanted to kill was not dead. So he picked up the authentic assault rifle and started shooting at the fallen 6th Street Gang. Arasaka HSH-18 Authentic, an assault rifle developed by Arasaka. Designed in the 1950s, it is easy to operate and durable, suitable for almost all combat environments, and can manually adjust the 3-round shooting mode. The 6th Street Gang member, who had not yet recovered from the explosion of the grenade, was hit by more than a dozen kinetic bullets in the back before he could even move. His body was broken into pieces, and he died on the spot. But the bullets of the Tiger Claw gang did not stop. After killing the 6th Street Gang member, he was so excited that he kept pulling the trigger, maintaining a shooting posture, and forcibly moved the muzzle of the gun to another 6th Street Gang member in the store. The thugs of the Tiger Claw gang were not as elite as the 6th Street Gang. They didn't care whether the recoil of kinetic weapons could be suppressed or not. They just wanted to shoot happily. The bullets that he couldn't control from the muzzle of the gun that began to rise flew towards David and Gloria when he changed his target. They were just civilians. In the eyes of the Tiger Claw gang, they were really nothing. From the beginning, this Tiger Claw gang member didn't take the accidental injury of civilians seriously. The ominous premonition came true. From the moment the gunshot sounded, David felt his heart beating wildly. In just a few seconds, the quiet shop turned into a mess filled with bullets and gunpowder. They were obviously affected. When David noticed the black muzzle of the Tiger Claw gang member's gun facing him, the sense of crisis in his head, like a needle, made him scream instinctively. "Mom! Get down!" David threw his mother to the ground. But at this moment, he felt his left arm tremble. And then a slight numbness came from the upper arm. And then a stimulating pain, accompanied by heat, began to come from the side of the upper arm. The sense of pain transmitted by David let him know that he was injured. But he immediately knew the extent of his injury. It was a graze. Fortunately, it was just a graze. If he was really hit by the kinetic bullet, it would definitely not be impossible for his entire arm to be torn off. David. After being knocked down, the first thing Gloria saw was David, blood flying in the air along with the broken pieces of Arasaka uniform. This scene almost made her instinctively start to call out her son's name anxiously. At the beginning, her husband was killed by a gangster's stray bullet in front of her. "I'm fine, Mom." David smiled despite the pain, and was about to comfort his mother, but he found that his mother's face was quite pale. The bullet grazed David's left arm. So where did it finally land? The answer is Gloria's shoulder. Looking at his mother's shoulder, which was already bloody and fleshy, and looking inside the rotten coat, he could see the bones. David's eyes were red. "David, I hope you're okay." Gloria, who was not aware of her own injury and forgot the pain in panic, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her son was not seriously injured. After she breathed out the breath after relaxation, her eyes gradually became blurred, and then she fainted. The scene of her son's injury overlapped with the scene of her husband's death in the past, which made Gloria's spirit, which was originally tense due to constant overtime work, reach its limit. Coupled with the shock of being shot and injured, Gloria's spirit, which was like a taut string, finally reached its limit. After realizing that David was okay, the taut string broke. Mom! David dragged his mother to the back of the cashier counter, trying to wake her up, but his shouting had no effect at all. In fact, as he was only concerned about dragging his mother to a safe place, Gloria's shoulder bled faster. "Damn! Bastard!" David's mind was full of confusion. Anger made him want to draw his gun to retaliate against the Tiger Claw member who fired the gun. But the remaining rationality told him that his mother needed help now. At this time, he hoped so much. Take it, David. Carl can be here. Huh? David stared blankly at Carl, who appeared in front of him and handed him the Führerking Type 3. Carl? What are you staring at? Are you stupid? Seeing David in a daze, Carl stuffed the Führerking 3 into David's hand, injected into the neck. Do you know how to use it? Of course. Although he was still a little dazed, his mother was injured. So David came back to his senses quickly. He immediately held the Führerking 3 tightly and started injecting. When David was moving, he heard Carl apology. Sorry. I was also in this store. I thought it would be difficult to meet your mother, so I hid for a while. After the gunshots rang out, I took the opportunity to hide in the back kitchen. When I got there, I realized that the gangs were fighting and you were in danger. I just turned around and saw that guy shooting at you. Although I drew my gun, he kept shooting and there were too many bullets. I only had time to shoot 9 rounds. And 1 round was not shot down, which injured you and your mother. Carl was a little annoyed. It must be said that some inertial thinking in the past hurt people. He and David had done a mission. Although he protected David during that mission, he treated David as a formal member in his attitude, just like he treated man. When he heard the gunshot, he instinctively felt that David would not be in any danger. Gang members were not big figures. Could they pose any big threat to Jack, Oliver, and man? Obviously, it was unlikely. So David? No, David. Carl reacted when he ran to the kitchen too quickly. When he turned back immediately, the Tiger Claw gang had already fired and moved the gun towards David and his mother. In an emergency, Carl only had time to shoot down the 9 bullets facing David. His friend and his mother were right next to him, but he failed to protect them because of carelessness. He really had to apologize. This is not your responsibility. In response to Carl's chagrin, David watched his mother breathing stabilize and the blood stopped flowing, and comforted Carl. I thought about protecting my family, but I couldn't protect anything when I encountered a crisis. In the face of real fear, I still thought about you. I was useless and failed the teachings of you, Jack, and Oliver. David held the Kenshin at his waist and pulled it out. So, at least, I have to do part of the teaching in front of you. David still remembered Oliver, Jack, and Carl teachings on shooting. He held the gun with both hands. Not too tight, like holding a door handle. And then David stuck his head out. Aim and shoot. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The head of the Tiger Claw gang that was shooting in the store exploded. The revenge for injuring his mother must be avenged personally. Chapter 125 Trust and Transformation. You hit the target well, David. You are still far from being as good as Carl. After getting rid of the Tiger Claw gang member as revenge, David proposed something to Carl. Carl, can you recommend a mercenary team to me? I want to try to be a mercenary after class like you. Do you want to be a mercenary? Carl looked at David. At his eyes, that seemed to have made up his mind. After a moment of silence amid the constant gunfire outside the bunker, he said, Does your look mean that you are no longer planning to continue on the corporate path? I still have a year to graduate from junior high school, and the University Department of Arasaka Academy is a 2-year system, which means that I need 3 years to become a low-level company employee. And after that, I don't know how long it will take to become a middle-level person with protection. This period of time is too long. I want to be able to protect my mother immediately. But weren't you also safe in the past days? Carl said halfway and stopped talking. How long can such luck last? What happened today is the end of luck. There is no need to be a mercenary. The danger of mercenaries is greater than your current life. You may die in the afternoon or even at noon after taking a job in the morning. Even if you want to grow up, you don't need to be a mercenary. Carl knows the mercenary business very well. You can ask a professional to teach you. Why did I say something stupid again? Is it realistic for David's family to hire bodyguards and people to teach? Carl thought about it and said, I can lend you money so that you can hire someone to teach you or be your bodyguard. You can pay it back when you become a company employee and make money. I don't mind. No, Carl. David shook his head and rejected Carl's kindness. He stared at Carl and said, I have been getting your help. But at least I don't want to rely on you anymore for things I have made up my mind about. David recalled that he was desperate and thought of Carl first. He said slowly, I really thank you, Carl. You made me grow up and let me understand the truth of the company. I think, at least as a man, in some things that require life, I have to do it myself. Your words are mature enough, David. Carl looked at David and suddenly asked a question. What is your dream? In the past, under the expectation of his mother, David would definitely answer to become a top person in the company. Now, David answered without hesitation with his own dream. I want to be able to protect the people I want to protect. This seems to be no different from what David expected in the past. But it is different when it is truly said with the word dream. Looking at David, who has his own dream, shining like gold, as if glowing, Carl asked the last question. Aren't you afraid that your mother will be sad after knowing that you are dead? I don't want to see myself crying because I can't protect my mother. I want to become stronger. Not afraid of gangsters. Not afraid of gangs. Not afraid of the darkness of the company. In this regard, let me, as a son, be willful for once. Should I choose to be worried all the time, and step into the company, which also requires worry, just like now, the abyss where I can die at any time, or take the initiative to take a step, use my own will to explore the road in the darkness, to be strong, and face the company and my mother expectations. David obviously chose the latter. Should I not move forward and wait for the death that may come at any time in fear? Or should I move forward and face death myself and try to defeat it? How to choose? Everyone has a different answer. But those who take the first step bravely deserve Carl respect no matter what. You are an amazing friend of mine. Knowing that he is not strong enough. He wants to become stronger. And he is unwilling to rely on himself. Jack and Oliver. Now David is a man who can be equal to them. It seems that I am not wrong to treat David like them. Carl has no right to interfere with the belief made by the man. So he smiled at the end and said something that made the determined David a little bit amused. You said you don't want to rely on us, but you still need us to recommend a mercenary team for you to join. This, David's face turned red, and the firm look he had just put on collapsed instantly. Then, he said a little embarrassedly, just this once. Then David, you owe me, Carl, the first real favor. Carl smiled and said, now that you have the favor of the future big man, I have to help you find a suitable mercenary team. Carl thought about the mercenary teams he knew. There were not many. Just two. And each of them was trustworthy enough for Carl. One team was the brown team he met during the escort mission. The team was so cool even when they died. And they were almost buried together with Carl and his friends. Even at the last moment of death, they took care of the youngest person and let him go to leave a fire. There was absolutely no problem for David to go to that team. But Carl didn't know much about their team, and didn't know if they were still short of people. Compared to this, Carl knew more about another team. Man's team. Recalling Man, who said he would be at the front and really was at the front during the same escort mission. And thinking about his efficient team organization with clear division of labor, Carl felt that he could ask Man if he could put someone in to help and learn skills. But it would not be a good idea to just put a chick with no prosthetics in. Even if it was just to help and do the task of picking up goods. To be a mercenary and a student, with two identities at the same time, you need a certain prosthesis. David, it happens that I have such a prosthesis here, and I just don't need it anymore. I dislike its neural connection. If you are willing, I can transfer it to you for free. You don't have to refuse this. And it's not considered as help. It's normal to give small gifts between friends. The rest is the task reward. Task reward? I will take you to meet a mercenary team I know well tomorrow. You will be a handyman to help them. If you do well, the task reward and the recommendation will come together. What if you don't do well? Are you not confident? Yes. Then you will definitely owe me this recommendation. I believe in you, so I will pay you in advance. Carl listened to the gunfire gradually subsiding outside and contacted Lao Wei. Lao Wei, do you have a ballistic coprocessor? Ballistic coprocessor directly connects the user's optical implants and weapon systems to provide real-time data tracking. Chapter 126 Lion, Tiger, Rabbit. When David and his mother left through the back door and Carl stood up, the gunfight on the street had already stopped. It wasn't that the gang members didn't intend to fight, but the people in the store at the center of the conflict were almost all dead. Looking at the bodies that filled the store, and then looking at the gang members who were wailing and screaming on the street, but had not yet died, Carl shook his head. As a mercenary, he really had no idea of getting involved in gang fighting before he received the mission. To him, Both sides were just dog-eat-dog. And neither side was any better. Looking at the vending machine in the restaurant that was shattered by bullets, Carl took a few steps, stuffed a banknote into the exposed coin storage, and then took out a can of real water from it and drank it. It's almost done. Carl, it's almost over outside. Did anyone rush into the bar? Oliver, no. Everyone except Jack and I rushed out and kept fighting outside. We agreed to just watch the bar, so I didn't think about going out. Carl, what about you? Jack? Didn't you go out? Jack, we agreed to protect the bar, so we just protected the bar. We are mercenaries, so there is no need to make trouble. Besides, I don't know anyone outside. Why should I get involved in this matter? Carl, that's right. There are about 6,000 people in the Valentino gang. Jack, you don't know everyone. And you are not a social butterfly. Jack, what are you talking about? Carl, I used to be loved by everyone. Don't worry. I can understand some nostalgia for the past. But now I am a mercenary. I won't think of helping others just because they are from the gang I used to be in. I am still qualified in my duties. If someone from the Valentino gang escapes into the bar, I can help. After all, it is included in the scope of the commission. But forget about asking me to go out and help. Oliver, but it would be great if no one came in. This kind of thing is really troublesome. It would be troublesome if it really happened. After all, Jack and I come from different backgrounds. If someone from outside really rushes into fight, we can only handle it in a fair manner. Jack, so this is just this time. Some tasks are still quite troublesome when they involve the past. Carl, I have called the police. The NCPD will come to deal with it soon. I have heard the sirens. It seems that the 6th Street gang will suffer this job. It is already past 9 o'clock. We should leave. Oliver, okay. Jack and I are done now. You come to the bar, and we drive out the back door. What does the matter between street gangs have to do with this group of mercenaries? They do whatever they want to do. They either don't do it, or they do it according to the task. We agreed to get off work at 9 o'clock. But we worked overtime after 9 o'clock. It's good that we didn't ask for overtime pay. After drinking 2 or 3 sips of real water, Carl walked towards the street on the bullet shells on the ground. The moment he walked out of the store, he attracted the attention of the 3 gangs. The default rule on the street is to solve the problem before the NCPD comes. Otherwise, it's easy to talk to the NCPD, but it's not easy to talk if they provoke the terrorist mobile team. Listening to the approaching sirens, the 3 gangs, who knew that this matter was over, stopped the exchange of fire, packed up the nearby equipment and the bodies of their companions, and prepared to retreat. At the end of the conflict, a neatly dressed, relaxed man holding a can of something suddenly walked into the center of their previous exchange of fire. It was too conspicuous. This guy looked so relaxed. This is what every gang member who survived the fight thought when they saw Carl. Along with this thought, there was an emotion that was almost absurd. To use a description that they had only seen in super dreams. When the lion and the tiger were biting and fighting each other and retreated to both sides to lick their wounds, a rabbit chewing vegetable leaves jumped between them. If the lion and the tiger were not crazy, then this rabbit was really bold. Or it could be said that the rabbit was crazy, who with a normal mind would run out and pass through the middle of the 2 sides at the moment when the 2 sides just put down their guns in the battle. Even the residents of Night City who are thick-skinned and turn a blind eye to gun battles can't find such a person. Carl walked to the trash can on the street and threw the empty can into it in a very polite manner. Then he shook his hands to shake off the water drops on his hands that had condensed on the surface of the real water can due to condensation in the air that seemed to have risen several degrees in temperature due to the exchange of fire. It felt really good to buy frozen real water from the vending machine and drink it. After throwing the can, Carl noticed the surprised gazes from both sides. He didn't care about anything. He nodded to the group on the left first, and then nodded to the group on the right, just as if he had greeted them. It's late. Go to bed early. Looking at Carl, who walked into the bar with a calm face, the 3 gangs woke up from their dreams when they heard the sirens that were very close. For a moment, the stagnant time moved. For some reason, the injured lions and tigers continued to move after seeing the rabbit passing by. Hurry up and drag the man away. This guy can still be saved. Leave the body to the people in the medical center. We will pick it up later. Damn Tiger Claw gang bastards. I must find an opportunity to kill them on the street later. Go. Go. Don't stop. NCPD is here. Don't let those black police catch us. Otherwise, they don't mind solving us together and handing it in as another credit. NCPD bastard. Why are you here so fast today? In the midst of panic and confusion, many gang members who were in action and had considerable experience in dealing with such street conflicts could not forget the black-haired young man who walked slowly through the center of the crossfire after they stopped the crossfire. Generally speaking, even if such a crazy thing really happened, they should not say nothing and just stare at the other party passing by. It is too arrogant to ignore all of them in this way. These street bullies should not tolerate it. That guy just walked so pretentiously. Why didn't anyone threaten him or draw a gun to deter him? Do you think you shouldn't bother with a madman? Then why did the remaining 30 people just watch him pass by? No one said a word. And no one moved. As if the mute button in the dream was pressed. Why? Just now. Only the injured people were wailing? After evacuating, the lions and tigers realized something. In the dream of the African grasslands that recorded the past, when a real lion walked slowly, the African grassland hares peeping in the hole dared not make a sound. And only the injured rabbits with nowhere to escape could squeak a few times. Chapter 127 Immunity. Today is December 5th, 2075. Thursday. Carl last day of school. Carl enrolled on November 30th. And this is also the 6th day of school. Finally. It's over. Kaya's face turned back to Carl. In the sky era, Carl excitedly raised his arms to touch the roof. Just like a student who just had summer vacation. His mental state has improved a lot. If I keep going, I go insane if I spend half of my class every day learning how to flatter my superiors. Listening to Carl's excited and joyful voice, David, who was sitting next to him, scratched his cheek in confusion. I feel fine. One is not yet free. And the other is free, but has to go back to suffer. How can they be the same? Carl said. And then he remembered something and asked, David, is your mother okay? It's okay. I paid to send her to the medical center in Santo Domingo. My mother has woken up, and will probably be discharged tomorrow. That's not bad. Oliver, who is also from Santo Domingo, said while driving, I was treated in that hospital before. Although the price is a little expensive, the service is still very good. Well, the enthusiasm is a bit unaccustomed to me. Give. If you have money, you will definitely be enthusiastic. Anyway, it is much better than any street clinic. But if you want to talk about professionalism, I still only trust Lao Wei. Lao Wei. It is the place we are driving to now. Carl wants to take off the prosthesis on his face. He has been enduring for a long time. I remember that he is ready to give it to you. You have to be careful. The prosthesis has been worn for a long time, and has been tightly integrated with the nerves. So you can't take it off. I'm fine. It's good to wear it all the time. Hearing David's words, Jack in the co-pilot seat smiled. Indeed. Only Carl, who is particularly fond of his original face, would take it down after installing the prosthesis. I don't like the pain of connecting nerves. And I hate getting used to the pain and gradually adapting. Carl tapped his cheek. In fact, in general, I am a person who cares about face. Really care about face. In Oliver's voice. The Sky Hera slowly stopped beside the street leading to Misty's psychic house. After Oliver learned his lesson and set up the trigger alarm device, several people walked into Misty's psychic house. After saying hello to Misty, except Jack who stayed to accompany his girlfriend, the others went to Lao Wei Clinic through the back door. Lao Wei knew about the relevant things yesterday, and when Carl and others arrived at the scheduled time, they were already ready. Lie down. The operation began with Lao Wei's voice that was exactly the same before each prosthetic operation. The behavioral characteristic synchronized faceplate is very good in manufacturing technology, but it is quite simple to install and remove. Lao Wei completed the operation without much effort. The expressions and movements on your face these days are richer. The residual feeling may fix your facial nerves. If you don't want to become facial paralysis, smile more. I know. Lao Wei. After taking the towel handed over by Oliver and wiping the remaining blood on his face, Carl got off the operating table and rubbed his face with his hands. Looking at his face that had become a little whiter because he had not seen the sun for 6 days. Well, the feeling of rubbing it is actually the same as when the prosthesis is installed. But Carl just feels at ease. At least he won't change his face. And he won't have facial nerve pain. He is not a Sichuan opera face-changing master. Why does he need so many faces? If you put it on for a long time, you can't take it off. Are you ready? Kid? Carl is ready. And then it's David's turn. In Victor's voice, David took a deep breath and nodded. Then lie down. I start with the hands. The facial prosthesis needs to be adjusted and cleaned. I usually don't use second-hand prosthesis for surgery. But this behavioral feature synchronization faceplate happens to be suitable for anyone. You have to bear it. It may be a little painful. And the nerves around the prosthetic eye will be involved in the prosthetic eye, causing your prosthetic eye to skip frames and lose color. As he said, Lao Wei injected anesthesia, and then began the operation under the gaze of Carl and Oliver. Installing the ballistic coprocessor, this hand prosthesis did not last long. When Jack and Misty came over after chatting for a while, they just saw the end. It was pretty fast. The next part is the highlight. It's okay. It will be over soon. Lao Wei glanced at Jack, comforted the panting David, and took out the anesthetic injection. Lao Wei first used a small dose to test David's resistance to anesthesia and determined his tolerance. This time he was going to take real action. I will open your face in a while. Don't resist when you are confused. I have to change the route of the prosthetic line connected to the prosthetic eye on your face. The person who installed the prosthesis for you must be the prosthesis doctor in Santo Domingo. Dr. Victor. Can you tell? The craftsmanship is crude. But there are only a few decent prosthetic doctors in the entire Night City. Victor said so and injected David with anesthesia. As the cold liquid in the blood vessels began to spread with the coolness, David's consciousness gradually disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, his prosthetics had been installed. Here, an inhaled immunosuppressant. You should be a little uncomfortable for a few days. Facial neuralgia and the like. Once a day. You will almost get used to it after 2 days. The human body will instinctively resist foreign organs. Inhaling this stuff can help your body learn to adapt. Immunosuppressant. A drug that has an inhibitory effect on the body immune response. Got it. Dr. Victor. Don't worry. There are still faces to choose and adjust. Keep sitting and see which face you like to use as a change in the future. Watching David, who had woken up, talking to Victor. Carl was a little curious about the immunosuppressant that Victor threw to David. Old Victor, why don't you give me this thing? I was in pain for a while last time. You don't need it. Victor took the time to look at Carl and said calmly, your body rejection reaction to the prosthesis is unexpectedly low. Just like the prosthesis belongs to you naturally after it is installed in your body. You don't need this kind of thing at all. The pain you feel is the pain of nerve connection, which has nothing to do with immune response. It's like it belongs to me naturally. It makes people feel weird. It's like my body is a part. Plug and play. Maybe. Anyway, even if the rejection reaction is small, try to install as little as possible. No matter how good the prosthesis is, it will never be as comfortable as your original body. There's no way. Old Victor. As a mercenary, you have to install some sometimes. But I don't have any special needs or ideas now. After all, the more advanced goods in the Access warehouse are not available now. Wait. Old Victor turned his head, moved his hands, and then said something that surprised Carl a little. I recently contacted the supplier, an insider of the company. He is making internal arrangements to see if he can get some internal goods out. If successful, you can install more advanced goods at that time, compared with installing a messy prosthesis. I would rather you just upgrade the Access warehouse. Old Way. Where did you get the means to be so powerful that you can get the internal goods of the company? It's not me who is powerful. It's the person I know who is powerful. What about me? Old Way. I want to get a C on Weston. Oliver. You should wait. The time you spend on the transformation is much shorter than Carl. Amid the heated chat caused by the internal goods of the company, the sky outside the clinic gradually darkened. And then, in the light, it became bright again. Night City entered the night. Chapter 128. Tanaka arrives. At night, the agreed secret spot. Is this guy Jimmy Kurosaki? Carl looked at the Mutuo director, with long dark blue hair. He was quite surprised that he had appeared on camera twice. But he actually looked like a serious artist. Or should I say, a stereotypical artist. With long hair and earrings. When Carl was looking at Jimmy Kurosaki was also looking at Carl. After seeing Carl's appearance clearly, Jimmy Kurosaki, who was pointed at his head with a gun by man, suddenly became excited. You are not Carl. The famous mercenary KK in Night City. Carl was not surprised that Jimmy Kurosaki knew him. After all, It was a bit too much for him to know that he had appeared on camera twice. He just didn't understand why Jimmy Kurosaki was so excited. It's me. What's the problem? I am Jimmy Kurosaki, the top Mutuo director in Night City. Well, I know that you also filmed Mutuo related to me, which made me want to beat you up when we meet. So? Under Carl's strange gaze, Jimmy Kurosaki moved. And with this movement, man directly put the muzzle of the gun against Jimmy Kurosaki's temple. Don't move. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I've agreed to cooperate and won't break the contract. I just want to formally introduce myself to the person in front of me. As he said this, Jimmy Kurosaki waved his hand to signal man that there was no need to get excited. He took out a piece of paper from his arms, held it with both hands, and handed it to Carl very seriously and politely. Carl looked down and found that the thing he handed over was actually Jimmy Kurosaki's personal business card. You give me this. If you want to act next time, please contact me. I will give you a good salary. Just asking. What movie do you want me to act in? Listening to Carl's words, Jimmy Kurosaki raised his head with a strange look on his face and looked at Carl. Of course, it's the Cyber Psycho series. With your qualifications, it would be a pity if you don't act in such a mutuo. But I'm not a cyber psycho. Every cyber psycho says they are not. Jimmy Kurosaki didn't care at all, and even if you are not now, it will be a matter of time. Let me make an appointment in advance. The salary will definitely not be less. Appointment? Carl clenched his fists calmly. Let him waste money on buying Mutuo once. Let himself appear in the Cyber Psycho series once. Plus the current speech. He has provoked himself 3 times. The person who provoked himself 3 times. I make an appointment with you. Don't get excited. Carl. Jack and Oliver each grabbed Carl's hand, barely dragging Carl back from the point of punching Jimmy Kurosaki in the face. With your current hand, one punch would kill this guy. Just bear with it for now. It won't be too late to kill him after the mission is over. As Oliver persuaded, Jimmy Kurosaki, who had been through a life and death situation, stared at Carl now. The excitement in his eyes became more and more obvious. And then, he actually turned around and rushed towards Carl. Don't stop him. I've already prepared the super dream recording software in my head. Let him come and kill me. This will definitely be the pinnacle of the series. The person who recorded the cyberpsychosis finally died on the cyberpsychosis. This irony is absolutely full. Fuck. Man had to hold Jimmy Kurosaki tightly with one arm and pulled him back. I feel like you are almost a cyber psychopath. As the two sides kept struggling, David and other team members watched all this in amazement, always feeling that what they were thinking was not right. Finally, Rebecca spoke the words that represented their inner thoughts. What the hell are they doing? This rather harmonious first meeting did not last long, because Tanaka was already nearby. After making a unilateral agreement with Carl to participate in more performances in the future if there was a chance, and it would be best if he was killed in public, Jimmy Kurosaki gave up the plan to die at Carl's hands now after some trouble. Because even if he died, the protagonist today was Tanaka, not him. And he didn't want to be a supporting role. After all, he was a famous director in Night City, and it would be too sad to be a supporting role in his life. I will definitely hang you up and whip you with a belt until you spin like a top. Carl raised his middle finger towards Jimmy Kurosaki. He felt like he was stuck by a slug, and it was disgusting to pull it off. But Carl was a professional mercenary after all, so he temporarily suppressed what he was going to do later. He, Oliver and the others, as well as the people from Man's team, hid in the corner of the place where Jimmy Kurosaki and Tanaka had agreed to meet, leaving only Jimmy Kurosaki standing on the first floor of the house at the agreed location. In the dark, several guns were pointed at Jimmy Kurosaki. If he had the slightest intention of revealing information to Tanaka, the bullets would smash his body. However, Jimmy Kurosaki obviously didn't care about the aiming of the gun. After he revealed that there was a mutual recorder in his head, Lucy and Chiwei jointly blocked the recorder. Now, all he wanted to do was to quickly cooperate with the mercenaries to finish this trip, and then invite Carl to film as soon as possible. ZZ. The tires rolled over the gravel, and the slight friction sound of the gravel and the ground sounded, accompanied by the gentle and calm footsteps. Under Jimmy Kurosaki's control, the door of the secret place was opened, and Tanaka walked in. When Tanaka saw the smiling Jimmy Kurosaki, his face was calm, but there was a hint of expectation in his next words. What new film is this time? You seem to be releasing films very quickly recently. In the past, it took several months to release a new one. With good material. It will be like this. You must understand that I have high requirements for materials. It is rare to encounter incredible materials these days. The film of James, the former military technology lieutenant, is very popular in the company. I found that many of my subordinates are watching such high-end films. Have you found new inspiration again? Of course. I will never let you down. But rather than saying that I found inspiration, it is better to say. It is better to say? The best inspiration in my dream found me. Found you? Tanaka had not yet understood what Jimmy Kurosaki meant. A gun was pressed against his back. Don't move. Carl stood behind Tanaka. Chapter 129 Unique. You are? Tanaka instinctively wanted to turn back. But the gun pressed against his back stopped him halfway. If he turned back, the other party might shoot. And Tanaka didn't dare to bet on that possibility. After realizing that he might have been tricked, Tanaka stared at Jimmy Kurosaki with anger in his eyes. Kurosaki. You bastard. I'm sorry. Sir. I was forced. Tanaka knew that it was useless to reprimand Jimmy Kurosaki at this time. So he simply looked at a man who appeared from behind Jimmy Kurosaki. Do you know who I am? Of course I do. You are our target. Oliver walked to the side of Tanaka and looked at this company dog. You don't have to think about calling for help. There is a jammer here. Whether you want to contact the company or find a gang, you can't do it. Who are you? By the way, we will help you turn off the relevant physical examinations of the trauma team. You're welcome. Tanaka stared at Oliver and tried to contact the outside world. It turned out that just as Oliver said, this place was blocked by the jammer. The company will soon find out that I'm missing. And they will come to track down my last signal point. We know this. Of course. So it won't take long. Oliver held the rope in his hand and smiled at Tanaka. It will be over soon. At this time, Tanaka tried to struggle. How much did you pay to carry out this mission? If you are willing to send me back and reveal detailed information, the company will definitely pay twice as much. Sorry. We didn't mean to violate the mission. Next. Do it well. A big hand pressed Tanaka's shoulder. And at the same time, Tanaka turned his head and saw another person standing beside him with his hand outstretched. That was a man who looked very muscular, with a small braid tied behind his head, and he looked quite difficult to mess with. When Tanaka saw this man, he suddenly felt that he looked familiar. Or rather, the blond man holding the rope next to him was also familiar. After a little recollection, Tanaka realized who the two people around him were. Jack, Oliver, mercenaries in the city. The moment he learned their identities, Tanaka also realized how his whereabouts were exposed. Wasn't the incident at the Kabuki Hall a simple accident? You have a good head. And you deserve to be in Arasaka for so long. When he heard the voice of the person holding a gun against him, Tanaka's heart had sunk to the bottom. Jack and Oliver are mercenaries, who are now somewhat famous on the streets in Arasaka information. But their existence is not what Tanaka is most afraid of at this moment. What he cares most about is the person behind him, who has not yet revealed his true face. Carl. Mercenary KK. Right? It seems that my reputation is quite loud. Since it's you, I have nothing to say. Tanaka's hand slowly raised. Ask whatever information you want. As long as you can save my life. Just when several people were waiting for Tanaka to say the word surrender and relaxed a little, Tanaka's palm, which had raised his hands in a surrender gesture, suddenly began to change. The skin of his palms peeled off and opened, accompanied by the sound of the mechanical structure. Dense, needle-like projectile launch ports appeared in the separated palms and backs of his hands. Needle-like projectile, a launch device that can be installed under the skin and deployed at a critical moment, from which deadly thick steel needles can be launched. There are needle-like projectile launch ports on the backs and palms of Tanaka's open hands. When he raised his hands high, except for him under his arms, the entire room was covered by the range of needle-like projectile attacks. Swish, swish, swish. When the needle-like projectile launch ports launched thick steel needles and shot towards the surroundings. In the eyes of Carl and Jack, time slowed down. They all clearly saw the thick steel needle shooting out of the needle-like projectile launch ports on Tanaka's hands and going around. Company dogs, worthy of being company dogs, have hidden murderous intent in their surrender actions. In the slow time, Carl and Jack knew what they were going to do. Jack grabbed Oliver and blocked him behind him. The thick steel needle fired from his hand was not powerful enough to penetrate his subcutaneous armor. But it was not certain for Oliver. After dodging the thick steel needle that would hit him, Carl raised the knight in his hand and aimed it at Tanaka's raised arm. If he still wanted to struggle, then forget about it. Bang. Whoosh. Crackle. After the metal collision sound of the thick steel needle hitting the subcutaneous armor, Tanaka's screams resounded throughout the hut in the secret location. Ah! Why are you struggling? Carl calmly let go of the knight, and was a little surprised to see Tanaka, who had both his hands cut off and only half of his arm left, kneeling on the ground and crying because of the pain. This guy. Doesn't he have a pain editor? Pain editor. A neural coprocessor that inhibits pain receptors from sending signals to the parietal lobe of the brain, so that users can't feel pain. It is said that some models can also relieve fatigue symptoms. Although Carl and his friends didn't install it, it was because they were mercenaries. Installing this thing would increase the burden on the human body, so it would be better to install something else. Logically speaking, a company dog of this level, who no longer needs to do anything should have this kind of thing. Looking at the perversion of Black Mutuo, I guess he is just looking for the pain stimulation. After installing that thing, he may not feel the same as Mutuo. Man, who had subcutaneous armor and easily blocked the thick steel needle, walked over and glanced at Tanaka, who was kneeling on the ground. Although I don't know whether the pain editor and Mutuo's pain regulation will conflict. Why not ask Director Mutuo about this kind of thing? When Carl looked at Jimmy Hisaki, he found that Director Mutuo had fallen to the ground. Will a Mutuo director who has installed a small EMP and has few prostheses on his body install subcutaneous armor? Obviously, he won't, because after launching the EMP, relying on his original flesh, he can't drag the subcutaneous armor that is like an iron shell to continue to move. Tanaka was the launcher. Oliver was protected by Jack, and he dodged it. Among the 4 people without subcutaneous armor, he was the only one who was unlucky. He had no one to protect him, no ability to dodge, and couldn't bear it. Looking at Jimmy Kurosaki, whose body was pierced by dense thick steel needles, and whose flesh at the wounds was like mud, Carl shook his head and walked to him, who was only breathing his last breath. Any last words? Remove the shield and kill me. You can keep the tape for yourself. Okay. Carl nodded, and the data flowed, removing the part of Jimmy Kurosaki's mind that was connected to Mutuo's recording, and then raised the knight of the end and aimed it at Jimmy Kurosaki. Seeing this scene, Jimmy Kurosaki smiled with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that he couldn't edit it more. Bang. Carl sent him off. What a pity. Carl said this after he got rid of him. I don't know if he was sorry that he couldn't hang this guy up and beat him, or what he was sorry for. Buzz. Sizzle. The recorded chip popped out from the back of Jimmy Kurosaki's neck and was held in Carl's hand. Although this Mutuo recording is only a few seconds long, it is indeed worthy of being collected by Carl. The Cyberpsychosis series ends here. The final chapter, the only one, is in Carl's hands. Chapter 130, Arasaka's Special Operations Team. It's bad. Carl, the voice of Chiwei, a hacker from Man's team, was heard in the communication. There are Arasaka personnel approaching nearby, and they seem to have tracked them down. How come so fast? Man was surprised to mention Tanaka, who had fainted from the pain and was given basic treatment by Oliver to prevent excessive blood loss. He was surprised by what Chiwei said in the communication, even if they realized that the signal is blocked. According to Tanaka private meeting, it will take some time for Arasaka people to track his hidden whereabouts. I know. I don't know why. Lucy's voice also sounded in the channel. Just now, I saw Tanaka name on the layoff list announced by Arasaka. It was newly released, and it was only 1 minute ago. Tanaka happened to be blocked by our jammer in this minute, and did not receive the message. What? He was laid off. What's going on? Then the current group of people are the people who deal with him. Carl recalled the scene he saw at the Ritz bar. The loser of the office struggle. It seems that the turmoil has involved Tanaka. Tanaka is still in the mood to come out to see Black Xiaoming at this time. Didn't he realize that he was also a member of the liquidation? What should we do now? It will take some time to get the information in Tanaka's head. We may not be able to solve this matter before the Arasaka personnel arrive. Man sought Carl's decision, and Carl made the decision very quickly. Tanaka is the chief of the experimental department after all. I don't know how much knowledge that threatens Arasaka is in his head. Arasaka will deal with Tanaka personnel. They will never let us take him away. Man, Jack, and Oliver will stay. The others will retreat with Tanaka and go back to search for the information about the Cybertron in his head. It is the most sensible approach to let the 4 strongest people deal with Arasaka pursuers. After hearing Carl's words in the channel, Dolio, a female man-in-man's team, also wanted to stay. It may not be enough to rely on the 4 of you to deal with Arasaka personnel. How about I stay too? The retreating people also need people to cover them. 4 people are enough. Dolio. Retreat? Obviously. Carl should be the commander of another team. But after listening to Carl's words, Dolio could not refute and soon began to sort out outside the secret location. David, hand Tanaka over to them. I understand. Knowing that he was not strong enough and not going to cause trouble, David went into the house and carried the unconscious Tanaka away. Seeing him carrying Tanaka away with a thin body, man was a little surprised. Carl, the intern you recommended to me, does he look strong enough? Specially prepared animal supplements, which are often used by the animal gang. He just bought a shot for himself before coming to the mission. Huh? Is this guy like me? Playing with muscles? To be precise, he is like you, playing with muscle growth and prosthetics. And he needs to exercise together later. Only with a strong body can you withstand the modification of prosthetics. David's original physique was not good, so the beginning of the change naturally started from this aspect. Not long after David and the others left, Chi-Wei's voice sounded again in the channel. It's the combat personnel of the Arasaka Special Operations Department. Be careful. They are elite and not on the same level as ordinary Arasaka personnel. There are 11 of them. Pay attention. There are hackers. I can only help you resist remotely up to here. The distance is far, and you have to rely on yourself from now on. It's okay. It's enough to get here. Man hung up the communication to prevent the hackers from tracking Chi-Wei and the others along this line, and then picked up the military technology crusher kinetic shotgun. It's just Arasaka Special Operations Division personnel? It's not like they haven't fought before. They are just rookies who can't even use intelligent weapons like Shinjin. Oliver aimed at the gap in the ceiling caused by the thick steel needle, pulled out the Nova revolver to make the gap bigger, and with the help of Jack, he climbed through the gap to the 2nd floor and set up a gun by the window. I want to see if their so-called intelligent weapons can lock me outside my cat and mouse range. 11 people dare to face us. It's their bad luck. Take out the Saratoga submachine gun. Jack leaned sideways to the window on the 1st floor. I just hope they don't fall too fast. Carl also followed Oliver to the 2nd floor, and he took out the knight. The only regret is that this job may expose my identity. Carl's original plan was to hide that they took this job, so that they could take the job next time, such as snatching the cyborg, and it would be easier to execute. But now it seems that due to the frequent struggles in the Arasaka office, his plan is no longer possible. Even if they were given military technology, it would not be easy for them to execute. Wouldn't it be okay to kill them all? Man asked, a little puzzled. The people in the Special Operations Department have mutual recording or similar monitoring software in their heads, and they probably uploaded. Our last job was filmed and sold everywhere. Is there such a thing? So, don't worry. Just kill them all. Anyway, they are all exposed. So the simplest way is the best. The 11 people from the Arasaka Special Operations Department quickly searched the vicinity, and they also quickly realized that the target Tanaka needed to be cleared, and the place where he disappeared was the hut in the distance. Be careful. The signal has been cut off for more than 3 minutes, and there may be other people involved. Are you the people protecting Tanaka? What do you need to do? Clean them together. No need to survive. The moment the other members of the combat team sent by the Arasaka Special Operations Department received the captain order, the team's hackers had already detected something. The hacker who interfered with the investigation has disappeared. I have connected to the local area network of the hut in front. There are 4 people in the room who can detect biological signals. 2 on the 1st floor and 2 on the 2nd floor. Understood? Mark us and light it up. Yes. It is. The team hacker has not finished speaking. He felt a stream of data pouring into his brain, and at the same time, his access warehouse was overclocked and began to heat up. The enemy also is hackers. Shall. The communication of the team hacker was suddenly cut off. Hello. Hello. Number 6. Number 6 is calling back. Captain. Number SIX's vital signs have disappeared, and the cause of death is overheating of the prosthesis. How is it possible? He used the Arasaka Type 3, the best product currently circulating on the market. We are the Special Operations Department and can only be equipped with it. How could such high-end products be broken through the firewall by the targeted data flow of overheating of the prosthesis? The captain's disbelief has not ended yet. His eyes noticed the second floor of the hut in the distance and lit up. Light up? Before his consciousness came out of this thought, a bullet had penetrated his skull and taken his life. Your equipment looks better than others. You must be the captain, as Oliver muttered to himself. The captain, who couldn't believe that the hacker in the team was easily solved, fell heavily to the ground after shaking his headless body twice. The elite team of the 11th Special Operations Department had already lost 2 people in one encounter. Chapter 131 News and Retreat. There are 9 people left, looking at the Arasaka team in the distance, which was in a brief chaos because of the fall of the leader. Oliver moved the Nikomata, and the next person appeared in the scope. The trigger was pulled. Now there are 8 people. There is a sniper. In the squad battle, there are few people who can hit morale and make people feel threatened more than snipers. In the escort mission that Carl and his team performed in the past, a sniper could suppress all the mercenaries and make them dare not look up. And the situation is the same now. After losing the captain command and 1 person died in the chaos, the remaining 8 people woke up from their dreams and found shelters, hiding their bodies temporarily. The gun model has been confirmed. Judging from the sound and power of the gun, the sniper used a Nikomata. After hearing the Nikomata say this in the communication intelligence, the other members of the Arasaka team were half disappointed. Technical sniper rifle Nikomata. That thing can easily penetrate the sniper rifle in the bunker where they are hiding. Can you find a way to solve it? Where is the sniper in our team? The position is not good. There is no way to lock it. Listening to the helpless words of the team sniper, who was also hiding behind the bunker, the deputy captain who took over the command after the captain died wanted to curse. They were just here to collect and deal with the idiots who failed in the factional struggle in the company and didn't know that the disaster was coming. How could they encounter such a thing? The hacker who could easily burn their team's hackers. The sniper who was proficient in using Nikomata's precise sniping. They are not in conflict with the military technology agent team. Is it so exciting? But they have to go. If this job is not completed, they can't bear the pressure from the people above. Transfer. Move in the bunker. Go around from both sides. Spread out. Confirm the other party's identity first. If it is a military technology person, call for support. As long as the matter involving military technology is confirmed, the armed forces responsible for handling it in Arasaka operation will be raised to a higher level. If the other party is really a military technology agent, then they can at least call for another 60 people for support. As long as it can cause trouble for military technology, Arasaka will never be stingy with the 4 cent. Can the special personnel of military technology have such ability? The armed personnel of the company are all contracted professional soldiers, and there is not much difference between them and the country. It is precisely because of this that Arasaka and military technology, 2 long-term hostile companies, are very clear about each other's abilities, especially the 2 special operations forces in Night City, who have fought in secret for countless times. In the impression of Arasaka team, military technology should not have such strength, whether it is or not. Let's confirm it first. The deputy captain said so. But he was deeply worried, because just as the team member said, the level of the military technology action team is not much different from theirs. And the equipment they use is not much different. The equipment they can be equipped with is generally produced by their own company to clear the inventory. So it often takes a short time for the 2 sides to distinguish their identities. And Nikomata, that is an expensive firearm produced by Tsunami Defense System Company. Usually only the most elite teams and wealthy firearms enthusiasts can afford it. This is obviously not something that people like them in the Special Operations team can afford. If they can't afford it, it means that the military technology troops of the same level can't afford it either. People who are not military technology, the people above will not support them. It can't be Haishu's people. Haishu is a company headquartered in Osaka, Japan, and it is naturally at odds with Arasaka, which is headquartered in Tokyo. In the past, it almost fought a modern Japanese northern and southern dynasty civil war with Arasaka. If the people of Osaka and Tokyo are naturally at odds with each other, Haishu will be involved in this matter. This deputy captain is obviously quite clear about the current political situation between various companies. Because of speculation, His inner panic is getting worse and worse. Unknown enemies are very scary. God knows what is waiting for them ahead. It can't be an ACPA. The identities of 2 of the 4 people have been confirmed. Deputy Captain, the communication personnel connected to the company's intelligence department, and approved the request with the reason that military technology may be involved. After accessing Arasaka monitoring satellite, the image was quickly transmitted. Who are they? Street mercenaries. Jack Wells. And man. Jack Wells. Man? The deputy captain obviously had not heard of the names of these 2 street mercenaries. But the words spoken by the communication personnel immediately made everyone in the team look stunned. Jack Wells and the mercenary KK are members of a team, and they often act together. The crazy mercenary KK? The good news is that it is not ACPA and Tsunami and other messy powerful unknowns, but the characters they know. The bad news is the mercenary KK. Without any hesitation, the deputy captain sent a communication to the upper level, requesting instructions from the upper level. We encountered the mercenary KK when cleaning up the field, and 3 members of the team have been killed. The deputy captain threw the matter directly to the upper level. According to the internal combat power assessment of the company, it is impossible for them to get rid of KK. If this cleaning work is to be completed, there must be reinforcements. At that time, whether it is worth doing or not will be decided by the upper level. Did you encounter KK during the cleaning? The upper level quickly replied, have you confirmed your identity? Although not thinking of the possibility that he might encounter KK, the smart deputy captain used a more euphemistic word to answer. The whereabouts have been discovered. Discovering his team members can be regarded as discovering the whereabouts. Since there is a whereabouts, the person above obviously heard the deputy captain little thought. But he didn't care much. After thinking for 2 seconds, he issued an order, let the people withdraw. The cleanup personnel are now being sent to various places in Night City. Gather personnel to deal with more important targets. Yes. After receiving this order, the deputy captain, who felt relieved, quickly issued instructions to his team members, who were moving behind the bunker. After a while, they evacuated as quickly as they came. After hanging up the communication with the deputy captain, the upper-level person who contacted him looked through the information about Tanaka. And after seeing that his department was the Night City Experimental Department, and the research he participated in was a project called Cyborg, he showed a thoughtful look. The experimental bait they deliberately threw out. The cyborg that was spied on by the military technology side? Remember? The purpose of developing this cyborg was for that person to use. After thinking for a long time, the senior official of the Special Operations Department handed the information to the director of the Security Department of the Night City branch. The new director of security of the branch, who came with Miss Haruko, would be interested in this. Chapter 132 Wakako. Why did they retreat? Oliver turned off the flickering light of his artificial eye and stared at the figure moving away in the darkness. Although he was puzzled, he did not intend to shoot and waste bullets. Maybe they thought the profit was not high, so they gave up. Jack's voice came from the first floor without firing a shot, since they are not going to cause trouble. Let's go quickly. Chiwei and the others are gone. And the jammer is gone. The trauma team will come to check the situation soon, because Jimmy Hisaki's biological signal has disappeared. Will the trauma team come to check the situation even if the client dies, and the client fails? Oliver was a little puzzled. Will the dead be rescued? Depending on the membership level, there will be some additional services, such as corpse collection and funeral. Hasn't Delamon launched this business now? They collect corpses, which should have nothing to do with us. Right? The trauma team will regard anyone who interferes with their mission as an enemy. It's better not to meet with those guys who only recognize money and customers to avoid conflicts. When Jack answered Oliver's question, the person he was looking at was Carl, who jumped down from the second floor. Obviously, the possible cause of the conflict was Carl. According to Carl's personality, it's okay for the trauma team to collect corpses. Carl is quite respectful of corpses. However, if he pushed them to get out of the way during the mission, or used a stun gun to shock them, Jack would doubt whether the trauma team members would be regarded as Jimmy Kurosaki's substitutes and be beaten by Carl. Not knowing that Jack thought so much when he looked at him, Carl put away his gun all night without firing a single shot, but felt strangely depressed. Why are the Arasaka personnel so cowardly that they dare not fight with them? It's rare to think about practicing shooting. So, where are the others? Carl turned his head to look at Man, who was reconnecting with his team members and started to send some information. It's at our base. It's connected to Tanaka now. The data is being read. But it may take some time. I see. Then, Carl called someone in the address book. We have captured Tanaka. Very efficient. So, have you got the intelligence? On the other side of the communication was Blanca. As a professional office worker, she was still working overtime in the company at this time, which was why she could receive Carl communication in seconds. It is still reading. It is expected to take some time. If you want to receive it, you can receive it now, which saves us the time of getting the intelligence. I still trust you for this matter. I think you can give me satisfactory intelligence? Of course. Carl understood another meaning of Blanca. The simple things related to the cyborg are what military technology needs. And what can satisfy Blanca is naturally not the completion of military technology, but another important intelligence in Tanaka's mind that is not related to this military technology mission. In other words, it is useful intelligence for Blanca. We can hand it over to you after the next contact. Man, how long will it take? We need to use the secret backstage permissions left by Tanaka to break through the blockade of Arasaka on Cybernetic. The people on the Arasaka side fired Tanaka, but the secret permissions left by Tanaka have not been found and cancelled. So we are also racing against time. It should be completed tomorrow morning. This is man's complete retelling from Chi-Wei words. Do you need help? I also know a little bit about hacking knowledge. Lucy and I are enough. Too many people may attract attention. Hearing man's retelling, Carl put aside his thoughts on this aspect. Then what should we do next? Go home. Oliver took the cat downstairs again. It should be okay for you to handle the finishing work next. Man, we can't help much. That's enough. Don't worry. Just leave this finishing work to us. Do you want us to take you a ride? No. I can go back by myself. After listening to Man and confirming that no one from Chi-Wei and the others were tracking them, Carl and Jack also got on the Sky Hera driven by Oliver. Overall, this mission lasted less than 2 weeks. It was indeed the first long-term mission that Carl team received and solved. 500,000. In addition to the deposit that has been issued and the money distributed to Man and the others, we can get 200,000. Each person can get more than 60,000. Have you figured out how to spend it? Sitting in the car and sitting in the driver's seat. Oliver had a plan for his own expenses. I have already thought about giving the money to Lao Wei and asking him to help me order a Sion Weston. As I said before, violent type Jack said. A little curious, didn't Lao Wei say before that he had some internal purchasing relationship in the company? Did you ask which company's product it was? No. It's just over 60,000. At least I can buy a Sion Weston to get used to it first. I don't know if I can bear that kind of thing. I buy a low-end one first. If I can't bear it, it's a waste of money. I don't want to pretend to become a cyber psychopath. Oliver said this and suddenly thought of a good idea. What do you think about me installing a Krenchikov first? Doesn't this thing enhance the speed of human consciousness and reflexes? It's usually used with Sion Weston. With this thing, you should be able to experience the feeling. Right? Just watch it. Anyway, Lao Wei is here. If you really can't bear it, Lao Wei will help you dismantle it as soon as possible. Carl trusted Lao Wei craftsmanship very much, so he was quite natural when he said this. And after this sentence, his communication rang. Unknown number. Connected. Is that KK? Listening to the voice of an old woman coming from the other end of the phone, Carl immediately asked back, "Who are you, and why do you know my number?" For the middleman business? This is not a secret. He is a popular mercenary in the city now. There will always be someone who needs his number. Middleman. Listening to Carl's voice, Oliver and Jack stopped talking. They were also curious about who the new person would be. Carl nodded to them and said in the communication, "I am not familiar with the middlemen in the city. May I ask who you are?" "Just call me Wakako." Wakako. Carl knew this name. The middleman in the Japanese street area actually came to me. "Do you have a job?" "Yes. There is a small job for you to solve. It's just an ordinary rescue mission. Are you interested?" "Of course I am interested. But what about the reward?" "Not much. Just 30,000 euros. If you are interested, the details are in the attachment. By the way, the employer has also called another person to help in this mission. She is a hacker. If you want to take the job, you can try to contact her and see if you can get any detailed information." I take a look. The communication was hung up, and Carl opened the attachment. It's necessary to take a look before accepting the task. After opening the nearby, the first thing Carl saw was the hacker contact. The code name of that person is T-Bug? Chapter 133 Terrorist Mobile Team. T-Bug? Carl knew this name, and he was as familiar with it as Jack and Victor. In the demonstration he watched before he came to 2075, T-Bug was the hacker in V and Jack team. What was your impression of her? A dark-skinned bald girl? It seems that I have to take this job. What do you think of Wakako's mission? Carl wanted to take the mission, but he still had to consult Jack, who had more experience in street life. For the general situation, Wakako, I don't have much to say about her, because I'm not very familiar with the middlemen in Japan Street. Jack thought for a while and said, but I heard that she has some background in the Tiger Claw gang, and the missions often involve the rich people in Charter Hill and North Oak Park in Westbrook District. It seems that she is more popular than ordinary middlemen in socializing with the rich, involving the rich people in Charter Hill and North Oak Park. Carl recalled Charter Hill and North Oak Park. Charter Hill, a relatively new area in Night City. It is the best choice for a large number of ambitious and asset-rich middle-level corporate executives to live in. North Oak Park, an area that once became a refugee shelter during the reconstruction of Night City, after being cleaned up and renovated by the company. North Oak Park has now become a dreamy high-end residential area. Only the most elite people in the company and celebrities can have the honor of living there. Luxurious manor villas, exquisite artificial landscapes, adjustable microecological communities, and mechanism security are all just the foundations for residents living in North Oak Park. People who live in that kind of place will also seek help from middlemen. Some things are not easy to do openly, even though those company people say that middlemen are dogs on the street waiting for the company to feed them food. When they really need dogs, they will rush to throw meat, Jack said with a little sarcasm, and then asked, so what is Carl's mission about? It's similar to the mission we received from Faraday at the beginning. Go to a place to rescue someone. But the attachment doesn't say who to rescue, nor does it say where the person was abducted. We have to contact the hacker named T-Bug for all these. It's worthy of being a middleman who can make a name for himself in the Westbrook district. Oliver, who was driving, didn't have time to look at the attachment sent by Carl. He just listened with his ears. When he heard that there was no target or location for rescuing a person, he showed a look of approval. It's much better than Faraday. At least he knows the confidentiality of a job. This kind of middleman can help her to relax when she does the job. If it was Faraday, he might send the detailed information to 3 or 4 teams of mercenaries at the same time and ask them to help with the work. In that case, even if one team really accepted it, the job would not be easy to do if the information of other unfamiliar mercenaries leaked out. I think you just dislike Faraday. Sending the detailed information of the mission is just what we mercenaries want. We can also think about whether to accept this job based on the detailed information. Carl complained about Oliver refusing a mission before agreeing to accept it, and refusing it after agreeing to accept it are two different things for mercenaries. The former is that they didn't agree to it in the first place, so refusing it certainly won't ruin their reputation. The latter is that they agree and then refuse, and their reputation in Night City will fall to the bottom. For mercenaries, Faraday approach, which would increase the difficulty of accepting tasks, but would better make those who do not accept tasks give up and not ruin their reputation, is what they like. Regarding Carl's comment that he disliked Faraday complaints, Oliver admitted that there was indeed such a reason. But for him, the bigger reason was another one. The main thing is, mainly for this job, Carl, Keiko is willing to pay 40,000 for this job. In her words, a small job is 40,000. Just think about how much the first job we did for Faraday is worth. Oliver still can't forget that number. 6,000 euros. Just give 6,000 euros. How much do you think he swallowed? At least the 40,000 euros given by Keiko can make me feel that my account will really increase. The price may be different if the difficulty of the job is different. And bang bang bang. The sudden gunshot interrupted Carl's words and made the 3 passengers on the Skyhara tense. Enemy? Jack immediately crouched down and looked out through the window. Is it the person who retreated from Arasaka before? Did they not give up the mission? The gunshots were some distance away from us. Subconsciously, he pulled out Carl, the night gun, and quickly determined the direction of the gunshots. He looked in that direction, and after seeing the situation clearly, he found that he, Jack, and Oliver were too nervous. It's just an ordinary robbery. The three people's sights were four gangsters who had intercepted a car on the road and held it hostage. They were now firing at the sky to deter others while dragging out the owner of a luxury car. It's midnight, and this kind of thing will always happen. Jack looked at the owner of the luxury car, who was dragged out of the car by the gangsters, and squatted there with his head in his hands. If I were him, I would not stop the car, but directly hit it. Maybe his car is not bulletproof? In the night, Carl, who was not very familiar with cars, did not see the specific model of the luxury car illuminated by the streetlights. All he could see was the luxury under the streamlined and beautiful appearance. How could it not be bulletproof? That's the Gudla 66640 TS. For that car, excellent bulletproof glass is just the least worth boasting part in marketing. Oliver, who was quite proficient in cars, recognized the luxury car at a glance under the dim streetlights, and even said the model. It's been 20 years since that car was launched in 2055. But its speed and appearance, in my mind, still rank among the top 5 on the streets of Night City today. It's a pity that this car was hijacked by street thugs. Speaking of pity, Oliver had no intention of intervening in the matter. They are mercenaries, not gentlemen. Such roadside robberies should be handled by the NCPD. These thugs are doomed. Jack made a direct assertion. I remember there is a surveillance camera nearby. They actually hijacked the car directly on the main road. If I were the owner of the car, I would have to send these guys to jail even if I had to spend some money. Maybe there's no need to look back, Carl said, raising his head, and he saw a black floating car that was about to blend into the night approaching rapidly. I feel like they're dead now. That's, listening to Carl's words, Oliver and Jack followed Carl's line of sight and saw the black hovercraft. The moment Oliver saw it clearly, he called out its name. Scorpion Tail. The military tech Scorpion Tail. With the NCPD logo. This hovercraft designed with military technology for military operations. In today's Night City, only one group of people will spray the letter symbolizing NCPD on its shell after purchasing it. That group of people is the Terrorist Mobile Team. Chapter 134. What will happen? The Terrorist Mobile Team is an elite special operations unit in the NCPD, and their only duty is to eliminate cyber psychopaths. However, the Terrorist Mobile Team, which actually has absolute autonomy, will not be limited to eliminating cyber psychopaths. For these people who enjoy the most advanced prosthetics, the most prototype equipment, and many rights such as law enforcement and punishment, they often do something special out of interest. For example, recruiting the cyber psychopaths they want to kill to join the Terrorist Mobile Team, or doing some small things to be brave during the mission. For example, now, this group of Terrorist Mobile Team, which seems to have just completed the mission, has become interested in the 4 gangsters who robbed the car below. The 4 gangsters did not notice the floating car approaching in the night. They just waved their hands excitedly and circled around the Gudla 66. They seemed to be very satisfied with the car they had robbed. Just when a gangster walked to the front of the car and admired the beautiful car that had fallen into their hands, the Gudla 66 was suddenly started. The driver was kneeling on the ground with his head in his hands, and the keys had been taken away. No one should be able to control the car. But just when the gangster walked to the front of the car started moving. Full speed start. The engine of the Gudla 66 suddenly roared. And it was indeed the excellent sports car praised by Oliver. It took only a moment to start and accelerate, before the gangsters beside the other cars came to their senses. The roaring sports car had already run over the gangster, who was watching the car in front. Until his death, the gangster did not realize that the beautiful car in his eyes was crashing towards him. Did he take over the vehicle's control system and let it start at full speed? Watching the Gudla 66 that crashed forward and broke a telephone pole and stopped next to the flower bed, Carl's eyes shifted back to the hovercraft. The side of the hovercraft had been opened, and a member of the violent Terrorist Mobile Team wearing night vision goggles was watching the situation below while operating a laptop. Is he a hacker in this Terrorist Mobile Team? In Carl thinking. The 3 thugs who had just recovered from the accidental death of their companions at this time. The first thing they did was to point their guns at the owner of the luxury car, who was holding his head on the ground. It was a matter of course. The car belonged to this guy, and it suddenly started and crushed their companions. In their opinion, it was this guy who did something. The first one to speak was the tallest one among the remaining 3. You are still not honest now, you bastard. Amid the angry shouting, the thug holding the Arasaka Tamaki pistol pulled the trigger without hesitation. He originally wanted to save this guy's life, rob the car and money and leave. But he didn't expect this guy to be so ignorant that he still wanted to resist it this time. Take a bullet in the head first. At the moment when the gangster pulled the trigger, a fully armed member of the terrorist mobile team jumped down from the airborne vehicle, and his landing point was puff, ding-caw, accompanying the sound of the flying bullet hitting the lampshade of the street lamp. There was the sound of the human skeleton breaking through the flesh and blood. A member of the terrorist mobile team holding a shotgun jumped directly from the airborne vehicle to the gangster, who fired the gun. With a heavy set of equipment and the added gravity of jumping directly from a height of 6 meters, the gangster under the feet of the terrorist mobile team could no longer be described as a human. Now, he was just a pool of blood mud. Seeing the terrorist mobile team falling in front of them, the remaining 2 gangsters were already stunned. The brain will be blank for a moment due to the huge impact. And only after that will it slowly start to deal with things according to the severity. Which is more important to deal with? Is it more important that the leader of this job was stepped on like a cockroach? Or that he met the terrorist squad? Without a doubt, the latter is more important. The terrorist squad. In the voice mixed with disbelief, fear, and some crying, the bodies of the 2 gangsters reacted before them. When the human body faces fear, it cannot control certain physiological reactions, such as urinary incontinence, peeing in the crotch. The words that these 2 gangsters usually use to mock others on the street have now become a fact and appeared in their crotches. In Night City, what are gangsters afraid of? Gangsters who are more powerful than them. What are those gangsters afraid of? Cyberpsychiatric. Those people don't care what is behind them. They will kill anyone when they get sick. Who can solve the problem of cyberpsychosis? The terrorist squad. That group of lunatics is made up of cyberpsychosis. They never thought they would face the terrorist squad in their lives. The consciousness of these 2 thugs has reached the limit of what their spirit can bear in the shock. With a roll of his eyes, they were actually frightened and fainted. Huh? Fainted. The member of the violent terrorist mobile team, who was about to raise his shotgun and shoot the 2 thugs, saw the 2 thugs fainted. The artificial eye under the night vision device quickly confirmed their life status. The sympathetic nerves are excited. The heart rate is increased. And the blood pressure is increased. They actually fainted. After knowing that the 2 thugs were frightened and fainted, the members of the violent terrorist mobile team, who were originally planning to shoot, suddenly retracted their weapons. It's boring. They are indeed thugs. After shaking his head, the airborne vehicle dropped slightly in height. He used his legs to jump directly to a height of 4 meters and jumped onto the airborne vehicle. Let's go. The small matter is dealt with. The side of the airborne vehicle of the violent terrorist mobile team was quickly closed again. Just like when they came. They left in a hurry again. For them, rescuing citizens on the road seemed to be just a small thing to kill boredom. After losing interest, they were no longer interested. The equipment they have on them looks really good. As Jack sighed, he watched the floating car leave and saw the owner of the luxury car stand up. The owner of the robbed luxury car walked to the rotten body, picked up his jade ring, walked to the 2 unconscious thugs, shot one of them in the head, and then threw away the jade ring as if nothing had happened, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands, and threw it on the body. Sure enough, this is Night City. Looking at the owner of the sedan, who walked towards his front luxury car as if nothing had happened, Oliver sighed. Who says it's not? Carl said. But his eyes kept looking at the floating car in the night until it disappeared from his sight. Terrorist mobile team. Seeing is believing. Sure enough, it's very strong. I just don't know what will happen if I face it. Chapter 135 T-Bug. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Carl opened his eyes. He got up habitually, washed up, and was about to take out bread and milk from the refrigerator when he remembered. Do I not have to go to school today? Putting the bread and milk in the plastic packaging back into the refrigerator, Carl sat on the sofa in the room and hugged his head. Damn. I got up early. Are you awake? Carl sent a message to Oliver and Jack. But after waiting for a while, he did not see the reply. These 2 adapted much faster than himself. Probably still sleeping now. Thinking about it, Carl sent a message to David. Carl, are you awake? How was yesterday? David, already in the college. I went home yesterday after seeing them connect with Tanaka. Man said that the next thing does not require the participation of interns. Carl, did Man say anything? David, he said that after this job is over, he would take me to do a few small jobs to learn first. It seems that they all came this way. Carl, it seems that man really intends to accept you. It is almost standard procedure for street teams to test new members with a few simple tasks. Man, who has risen from the bottom of the street, is much more skilled than Carl and his friends in this regard. After thinking about it, Carl sent another message. Carl, from today on, everything about Super Dream in school will depend on you. So do your best. After sending this message, Carl did not read David's reply. He took the night watch, opened the door, and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. There is actually a lot of frozen pork in the refrigerator at home, but it takes time to thaw. Carl is too lazy to spend a lot of effort to thaw it in the morning and fry some pork slices as bacon. He just has an ordinary breakfast at a roadside stall. There are quite a lot of people in the elevator going downstairs today. When Carl walked in, there were already 6 people standing inside. After scanning a circle of super skyscraper residents wearing different clothes, Carl calmly walked to the middle of them. If it were a movie, the 6 people standing around Carl must be assassins sent by some secret organization to deal with Carl. But obviously, the residents of Night City are very busy and have no time to play any movie tricks. For ordinary residents of Night City, the assassination they can think of is to take a Lexington and shoot people in the back on the street. The elevator arrived at the bottom floor, and Carl walked out of the elevator. The bottom floor of the super skyscraper is the first floor. In this regard, the name of Night City that once belonged to America is similar to Carl's memory in his previous life. The basement is counted as the -1 floor. In general, this sense of familiarity is better than the British way of calculating floors. As always, Carl walked to the snack stand not far from the exit of the super skyscraper and sat down. He greeted the boss, who was already familiar to him. Customer, you are here. What would you like to eat? A plate of fried noodles with synthetic eggs, a little starchy ham sausage, and some organic vegetables. The organic vegetables on the streets in 2075 are not real vegetables, but a brand has registered the word organic and sold it as a sign of synthetic vegetables. Just like cola and iced black tea, this company also has organic pork and other things. Carl could barely eat some starchy sausage, and could only say that this thing at least has more starch than synthetic meat, and is much better than those synthetic meats that taste like rotten wood and plastic. Okay, customer, wait a moment. When the stall owner started to work on the wok, Carl bought a cup of sweet tea from the small vending machine in the store, and started to contact T-Bug. He has decided to take this task. Ding. Carl originally thought that T-Bug might not be awake at this time, and he would only be hung up when he called. But he didn't expect that he would be connected the next moment after he dialed. Carl didn't know whether he got up early, or the night owl didn't sleep. A female voice came from the other end of the communication. Who are you, and why do you know my contact number? At the same time, Carl noticed a stream of data coming through the communication. T-Bug was trying to use the communication to find out the situation on Carl's side. He was very alert. I was introduced by Wakako. Carl used this sentence to stop T-Bug from invading. Wakako. I understand. Are you the mercenary she found? Almost. She asked me to find you to ask about this job. What exactly is it? Wait a moment. The voice belonging to T-Bug on the other end of the communication was somewhat relieved, but still somewhat distrustful. Just the name of Wakako doesn't make me believe it. Maybe you heard it from some big-mouthed mercenary. Mercenaries who can be found by Wakako should be famous in the city. Who are you? Carl could hear some hidden meaning in T-Bug's words. If he couldn't report his name or make a sound, the suspended data flow might start again. Carl didn't want to keep the idea of competing with the next partner in hacking skills. According to his understanding of himself, his level was limited. At that time, he might be successfully hacked by T-Bug, and some black history of his actions might be revealed. Instead of doing that, it would be better to report his name honestly. Anyway, his name should be considered a bit famous. I'm KK. Have you heard of me? Mercenary KK? T-Bug on the other end of the communication obviously knew Carl's reputation. She paused for a moment, accepted the situation, and then spoke again. I didn't expect Wakako to hire a mercenary of your level. Aren't you afraid that I'm an imposter? There may not be anyone in Night City who dares to pretend to be that name, and is good at taking on middleman tasks yet. This makes me feel ashamed of being flattered. You're famous. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Since it's you, then this job may be easier. Do you want me to send the detailed information of the target and the kidnapper now? Listening to T-Bug's words, Carl was a little surprised. He had read the general information sent by Wakako yesterday, which concealed important information. One of the items was that the target was kidnapped at 10 o'clock last night. It's only been 9 hours now. Bug has found out everything? Detailed information. You didn't make a mistake, right? In our industry, detailed information means that we have to find out about the family member's entire ancestry. Although not to that extent. I have found out about everyone's family situation. What their relatives are doing. Hobbies. Private sexual fetishes. And who their sex dolls are. Listening to T-Bug's words, Carl admitted that he was really a little shocked. He didn't have many hackers he was familiar with. He counted himself as half. Sasha as 1. Lucy as 1. And Chiwei as 1. Which added up to only 3.5. And among these 3.5 people, it might take 3 or 4 days, or even longer to do what T-Bug said in his relaxed words. This hacker is amazing. How did you do it? Humans are born social animals. As long as they live, they will always leave traces in society. Listening to these particularly familiar words, Carl raised his eyebrows. Aristotle's famous quote? Oh, you know this too? Listening to T-Bug's voice, Carl looked through the information. It seems that the hacker he met is not only capable, but also a cultured person. In this era of knowledge monopoly, not many people on the street know Aristotle. Chapter 136, The First Cooperation with T-Bug. Customer. Your fried noodles are ready. Yes. The money has been paid. Nodding. Eating fried noodles with disposable chopsticks. Carl has almost read the information said by T-Bug. Let's summarize the key points. First, the target. The daughter of a company dog. 18 years old. Pretty. 4 eyes. 1 mouth and 1 nose. Quite weird style. Then, kidnap the prisoner. Hee. The Tiger Claw Gang. The reason is to kidnap her and sell her to Hintang to be a sex doll. Hintang. The full name of Hintang Sex Doll Club. You can tell what this place does by listening to the name. It is the best sex doll center in Japan Street, and even the entire Night City. Even some high-minded company dogs are its loyal customers. They want to sell the target to this place. Wakako heard from Jack yesterday that there is a little background of the Tiger Claw Gang in it. She took this kind of task as a middleman. It feels that there may be some complicated inside stories. Carl was not surprised that the target was sold to Hintang. Hintang was the territory of the Tiger Claw Gang. It was not surprising to kidnap and sell people there. However, even within the gang, there were divisions of territory and territories. The Tiger Claw Gang that managed Hintang and the Tiger Claw Gang that kidnapped the target belonged to different bosses. It was because of this relationship that the target had not been sold to Hintang and was still in the hands of the kidnapper. Fortunately, the two sides had not yet reached an agreement on the money. Otherwise, if this job was delayed, I might have to go to Hintang to do it. Going to Hintang was not a big deal. If it really prevented me from saving the target, I could just help the Tiger Claw Gang there to clear the place. It was just embarrassing to go to a sex doll club for nothing. It was best not to go. The Tiger Claw Gang that kidnapped the target was a small group. Several people had just died 2 days ago. The current team had 21 members, and lived in Kabukicho in Watson District. The number of people was clear. The address was clear. The purpose was clear. And the reward was clear. This job was waiting for Carl and others to execute. I like this kind of simple and clear work. When are you going to do it? T-Bug's communication has not ended yet. Now? Now? Listening to the slurping sound of noodles from the other end, T-Bug asked uncertainly, but I heard that you are still eating? The last bite. You have finished it. Carl said, I will walk over right away. Walk over. T-Bug's voice was obviously hesitant. Where are your car and companions? The car keys are at my friend's place. And the road is close. And there may be traffic jams if I take the car. So I won't drive. As for my companions, they should still be sleeping. I plan to call them while walking to see if I can wake them up. I will go to check the spot first to see if they can wake up before I get there. Listening to Carl relaxed words as if he was going shopping. T-Bug couldn't help asking, what if they're still sleeping? Then don't bother them. It's not good to wake them up. Carl yawned because he got up too early. After I'm done, ask them to pick me and the target up. You're facing 21 people. Official gang members. I know. What's wrong with 21 people? Is it that great? He has a full one. I hope you can survive this job. Thank you for your good wishes. Not long after his debut, Carl faced 10 members of the Whirlpool gang in a room and solved them all in a few seconds. Obviously, he didn't realize that T-Bug's words were about worrying about the failure of the mission. He just took her words as a blessing for some kind of habitual mission and thanked her in return. Listening to Carl's strangely polite reply, T-Bug on the other end felt that this famous mercenary didn't seem as reliable as he imagined. T-Bug flipped through the information about KK that he had found. He planned to go up against the 21 people by himself. Even if he had fought ACPA alone and dealt with the Arasaka Special Operations team last night. He shouldn't. Wait a minute. Realizing that he habitually looked up information and something strange had slipped in, T-Bug looked at it in detail, and then found that he still didn't know enough about the ability of this mercenary, who had only heard of the name, but didn't know much about it. T-Bug, who usually chose to read books and improve his hacker knowledge when he was free on weekdays, was obviously not very interested in surfing the internet to watch entertainment videos. So he only had an idea of KK's fame, but didn't understand why he was so famous. And now, after watching the video that had already spread all over Ninth City, she understood. For this guy, 21 people is really nothing. But last night, the Arasaka Special Operations team was dealt with. This video is really new. I don't know who took it. It looks like there is a special satellite shooting the whole process. The one-sided attack, the death, and the retreat are all clearly filmed, as if they were specially watched. It shouldn't be filmed by the Arasaka Intelligence Department. According to T-Bug's understanding, that group of people can use a few seconds of satellite identification to ask the subordinates to write hundreds of pages of reports. It's too extravagant to film the whole process. But this sense of investigation has the flavor of Arasaka operation, which is really strange. T-Bug looked at the latest video and couldn't figure it out. It's impossible that some Arasaka senior executives noticed this exchange of fire and specifically asked the intelligence department to lock this place and film the whole process. Is it necessary to be so detailed in the duty records of the Special Operations team? And after the Special Operations team evacuated, the video was still filming the Carl team. I don't know which side is the focus. After thinking about it for a while, T-Bug came up with a reason that made sense and could explain why it was circulating in the Night City land. It was probably filmed by someone from military technology, specifically to discuss Arasaka. Only the people from military technology would make a sacrifice that would not bring any benefit to the company, just to discuss Arasaka, while maintaining a call with T-Bug. Carl, who was walking on the street, got a response from Jack and Oliver when he was about to reach Kabukicho. Jack, I be there soon. Oliver, there's a mission coming. These two guys. I was almost there when they woke up and were coming. Then I came here by myself. Was my energy wasted in vain? I was so considerate that I wanted them to sleep a little longer. After mumbling a few words, Carl sat on a chair on the street and waited for them. And by the way, pulled T-Bug into the team communication. Carl, let me introduce you. This is the hacker who will carry out this mission with us. T-Bug. Chapter 137 Action. Connected in. Under a residential building in Kabukicho, Carl retracted the single molecule line connected to the access point outside the house. I like places like Kabukicho, where there are messy access points left over from previous renovations, and they can be used as soon as they are connected. The building in front of you was once a place where scavengers used to cover up their business. The craftsmanship of those people was really messy. Listening to the conversation between Carl and T-Bug on the communication, Jack holding Saratoga observed the surrounding situation and said after making sure that no one was monitoring them, "When will we start the action? Some passers-by have noticed us. If we continue like this, it will arouse too many curious ghosts, which will be bad." Now, as T-Bug spoke, Carl and the other two saw the back door of the residential building not far from them and opened it by themselves. I have taken over the land of this residential building. These 3 floors are full of Tiger Claw gang members. I have sent the detailed situation of the building to your personal terminal. Remember to take a look when you enter. They have installed mines in some corners. Awesome, girl. It's only been a short time since you got the connection, and you have figured out everything. When Jack was praising T-Bug in the communication, he couldn't help but glance at Carl. The meaning in his eyes was so obvious that Carl couldn't ignore it. I can figure it out if I give you some time. Time is money, my friend. Holding the Nova revolver suitable for fighting in the building, Oliver, who had already parked the car and set the warning alarm, came over, But this floor is full of tiger claws, so it's easy to move. Just kill one when you see one. The employer didn't specifically ask for stealth. You can do whatever you want, Carl said, holding the knife in both hands. His body slightly closed to the back door, and slid into the residential building. I deal with the mines placed next to the back door first. A few seconds later, after receiving Carl's mine removal message, Oliver and Jack also entered the residential building with weapons in hand. And the next moment after they entered, the back door was controlled and closed again. Who knows? There may be some curious people who see the door open and plan to come over to take a look. And it would be bad if they were disturbed. Take a look at the situation in the building and pay attention to the number of people. After the three of them came in, Bug's voice sounded again. 6 members of the Tiger Claw gang are having dinner and drinking in room 3 on the first floor. 8 members of the Tiger Claw gang are resting in room 1 and room 2 on the second floor. And the target and 7 members of the Tiger Claw gang are on the third floor. Pay attention. The target is located in the middle of the 6 members of the Tiger Claw gang. Don't hurt them by mistake. 7 people are surrounding the target. And those who don't know would think they are protecting Snow White. Oliver made a joke that didn't get any response, and shook his head. So, what's the process? Ready to walk around? It depends on whether you like speed or cleanliness. Carl said in the communication. Speed is simple. We sneak to the third floor, kill 7 people, and then rescue the target. While protecting the target, we will deal with the remaining 14 people who reacted. Cleanliness? 1 person per floor. I think 1 person per floor is faster and cleaner. Okay. Then let's do it. Carl and Jack had no objections, except for the major matters decided by Carl. The rest of the team was discussed. If Oliver wanted to do it, then let's do it. So which floor do you want? Oliver said, I can do the first or the second floor. I want the first floor. I'm too lazy to walk upstairs. Carl said, looking at Jack. Jack, can you protect the people? What are you talking about? Brother, it's a must. There are only 7 tiger claws, and Jack has no problem dealing with them now, even if he needs to ensure that the target is fine. Then Carl, you take the first floor, Jack the third floor, and I take the second floor, so it's easier to deal with the sleeping people. After discussing things, they started to work, while Oliver and Jack quietly went up the stairs. Carl came to the door of room 3 on the first floor with a night watch. This group of tiger claws is not to say that they are very vigilant. There is even a trigger mine in the corridor. And they are not afraid of drunken people going out and tripping everyone in the house to send them to the funeral. There is a sequence for the actions. It will be difficult to deal with Jack after he is alarmed. So Jack must act first. And then Carl will act after that moment. As for Oliver on the second floor, he just needs to not make any noise when he twists his neck as he is sleeping. I'm on the third floor. In Jack's message, Carl, who was ready to rush into the room, heard Bug's voice the next moment. Wait a minute. Someone is coming. Is there anyone? Is the identity being confirmed? Carl and Jack, don't rush to do anything. Okay. Carl took a few steps and hid behind a long-abandoned vending machine in the corridor. He maintained basic silence, amid the noise of the Tiger Claw gang in the room. Several footsteps accompanied by the sound of the door opening came from the main entrance. Identity confirmed. Also a member of the Tiger Claw gang. All of them are the people who look after the place at Hintang. Judging from the situation, the deal has been reached, and they are ready to pay. On-site transaction. At this time. What a coincidence. I have dealt with all 8 people here. None of them are awake. They are all sleeping like dead pigs. Oliver's voice sounded in the communication. Do you want me to help you? Carl? No. It's just an unexpected person. And there are not many people from the footsteps. Bug? How many people are there? 3. 2 men and 1 woman. No weapons. But the woman may have a mantis knife. The internal cameras in this building are already aging. And the scan is not clear. So I can't be sure. Mantis knife? Keeping this information in mind, Carl saw the 3 people coming to the corridor of the scene. And then, the door of room 3 on the first floor that Carl was about to break into was opened. And a member of the Tiger Claw gang with purple hair died, holding a bottle of wine, came out with impatience on his face. Why did you arrive so early? Didn't we agree to meet in the evening? We're still drinking. I just came on the way. Listening to the answer from the most decently dressed man in the trio, who looked like a company dog. The purple-haired Tiger Claw member scratched his head with the bottom of a wine bottle. And then sighed, "It's really troublesome. Forget it. Let me lead you upstairs. The boss and the others are waiting upstairs. Be careful not to come over. There are still mines in this place and on the stairs. I have to clear them first." As he said clearing, the purple-haired Tiger Claw member, who was a little confused by the drink, glanced at the ground not far from the door. And then he saw a cleared mine. "Ah?" Looking at the mine that had been removed, the purple-haired Tiger Claw member stopped scratching his head. He looked at the other 3 Tiger Claw members, who had arrived with some surprise. "Have you removed it?" "This thing. You didn't see us removing it. When we came here," the well-dressed Tiger Claw said halfway, and saw a black-haired young man holding a pistol walked out of the darkness behind the purple-haired Tiger Claw. The purple-haired Tiger Claw noticed the sight of the people in front of him and turned his head. Then, he was stunned like the 3 Tiger Claw members who had arrived. "Who is this person?" "Hello." The black-haired young man greeted the stunned people. And then Jack's roar sounded in his communication. "Do it, Carl." Chapter 138. This deal is settled. At the moment when Jack roared, Carl had already pulled the trigger. He gave 1 bullet to each of the 4 people in front of him. Puff. In the sound of piercing flesh that sounded at the same time, the 3 people did not even resist at all, and left the world in a daze. However, there were only 3 people. Carl, who was originally going to rush to room 3 on the first floor and open the door to deal with the remaining 5 people inside, felt the time and slowed down, facing Carl shooting. Among the 4 people of the Tiger Claw gang at the door, only the woman reacted. She stretched out the mantis knife from her arms, activated the Sion Weston, and cut the bullet flying towards her head during the slow time. Mantis knife with Sion Weston. A classic combination belongs to. In the time that Carl could feel, the Tiger Claw gang woman raised her mantis blade in both hands, like a lion hunting, and pounced on Carl, the prey, vowing to penetrate Carl's body with the mantis blades on both arms. Playing flying. Amazing. But I have seen this classic combination many times. Next one. Data flow. Prosthetic overheating. The Tiger Claw gang woman, who was halfway through the pounce, seemed to have her body twitched, and then fell to the ground in front of Carl like a kite with a broken string. Installing the mantis blade and the Sion Weston. A member of the Tiger Claw gang. "I really don't believe you can install any components to resist data intrusion. Sorry. I'm very busy. I have to think carefully about what to eat for lunch later. I don't have time to play with you for more than 2 hands." Walking past the Tiger Claw gang woman whose head should have been roasted, Carl kicked open the door of room 3 on the first floor. Time. From the exchange of fire to now. 2 seconds have passed. The drunk Tiger Claw members obviously didn't have the spare money to install artificial bodies that specifically remove alcohol or regulate the secretion of human hormones. So their brains soaked in alcohol were still dazed when they heard the gunshots. "Excuse me," Carl said politely as a guest, while raising his phone. 1 second later. "I'm done here." Carl's voice sounded in the communication channel. For seconds later, Jack's voice also sounded in the channel. "I'm done here too. The leader's subcutaneous armor is still quite hard. Similar to the leader of the Whirlpool gang we encountered at the beginning. Fortunately, the weapons I have now can penetrate them all. Is the target okay?" T-Bug was obviously paying attention to the whole process, and had some understanding of the exchange of fire between the several people. But the specific situation of the kidnapped target was still unclear. "It's okay. The clothes are all neat and tidy. It seems that this group of Tiger Claws really want to sell for a good price. However, some virus chip may have been installed on it, and it is still unconscious now. Can you connect it, Jack? Let me check it. I connect it while I bring her down. The data interface is here. I found it. It is actually behind the ear and covered by hair. This girl is quite fond of beauty." Listening to the conversation between Jack and T-Bug in the communication, Carl searched for money. After finding that the total amount was no more than 500 euros, he called Johnson, an old acquaintance of NCPD. "Mr. Johnson, I have completed a commission here. Many people from the Tiger Claws died. Do you mind cleaning it up? Forget about the scavenger. Tiger Claws? I am not a corpse collector. That is the job of the emergency medical technicians in the medical center. I have a good gun. Address? I'd be there right away." After reporting the address, Carl yawned again. He did get up early. Weapons are not worth much if you sell them in a weapon store. The weapon dealers are very stingy when it comes to second-hand weapons. It is better to give these things to Johnson. At least it can arm the NCPD personnel under his command. As for Johnson, Carl is his friend, so he knows him well. Although Johnson is not a good person, he accepts bribes and often asks for protection fees from street vendors. If they don't pay, he will beat up the vendors. But overall, Johnson is a rare and conscientious NCPD in Night City. He dares to face cyber psychopaths, and will cover the civilians to evacuate first in dangerous moments. There are not many NCPD in Night City who can do this, compared with those NCPD personnel who collect weapons and sell them, dig up corpses and trade second-hand prostheses, who are essentially no different from scavengers and only put money into their own pockets. Johnson and his people can do things. At least Carl knew that if these weapons were given to Johnson and his police officers, they would really use them to deal with scavengers and gang fights, and even dare to fight against cyber psychopaths. This was enough. Carl originally wanted to collect the weapons, so that it would be easier to move when Mr. Johnson and his men came over. Unexpectedly, he felt a hard object on the waist of his female Tiger Claw member. I didn't notice it when searching for money. Is this a chip? There was some Japanese written on the surface of the chip. After blinking, Carl recognized what it was. Self-developed Sion Weston experiment record. Personnel number 8. Self-developed Sion Weston. The female is from the Tiger Claw gang, and the person behind the Tiger Claw gang is. So that's why a Tiger Claw member has both a Mantis knife and a Sion Weston. The former is a cheap model, but the latter is at least priced at more than 70,000 euros, which is not affordable for ordinary Tiger Claw members. So, is she an experimenter? The general practice of the company is to treat you as an experimental subject, but will give you a powerful prosthesis. For street people who crave power, it really can't be refused. As an experimental subject, gang members are at least better than civilians randomly pulled from the street. Carl was a little interested in the contents of the chip, but of course, he couldn't just insert it in such a place. It might contain some virus. If he was knocked down, Jack and Oliver would have to carry him to Lao Wei, and then he would be laughed at when he woke up. Thinking about being laughed at by Jack and Oliver for inserting a chip of unknown origin. It's better not to do it. It's not like he was tricked by the client. It's embarrassing to think about being tricked by recklessness. When Johnson arrived with his staff, Carl and his friends were just about to leave. After saying hello to Johnson, they transported the target in the trunk to the place agreed with Wakako on Japan Street and completed the handover. Well done, KK. The target is intact. The client will be happy. The money has been transferred, and the order is settled. After receiving 40,000 and ending the call with Wakako, Carl invited T-Bug, who was about to hang up the call because of the order. Are you interested in working together? T-Bug? Chapter 139. I understand too well. Work together? T-Bug was silent for a while after hearing Carl's words, and then said, Do you mean that you want me to join your team? That's right. My team is in need of a formal hacker who can assist in the rear. Since you will cooperate with us in this mission, you should not have a fixed team. How about it? Are you interested in establishing long-term cooperation? You are very capable, and it is very reassuring to be a teammate. But I have to think about it. T-Bug did not seem to have much intention of refusing, but just said that he would consider it. If you are interested, I will tell you the rules of the team first, so that you can follow them and take precautions in advance. Carl did not care about T-Bug's hesitation, and directly explained the rules of the current team. Mercenaries are mostly for money. As for money, if someone does not play a special role in each job and others agree, then the money will be divided equally, and no one will get more or less. If there is any loose money that is difficult to divide, then it will be used as meal expenses during the party, Carl said, and found that T-Bug did not say anything about this. So he continued, Then the mission is similar to the mission you and we did today. Everyone can discuss it, but whether to accept the mission is generally decided by me. Is this okay? The leader's decision is like the fish must be led by the leader. There is no problem. There are almost so many rules. We don't have any special extra rules. If you are particularly concerned about something, we can also change it. The rules are fine. Very reasonable. T-Bug said, but I'd better think about it first. I just completed my first mission today, and I have to go back to summarize the details. Okay. Then we wait for you to contact us, whether you agree or not. We hope you can think about it and reply when you have time. Even if you don't want to join our team, we can ask you to help us temporarily in the future. Okay. After T-Bug said this, her communication was disconnected. But she did not exit the team's information chat channel. What do you think, Jack? Listening to the conversation between Carl and T-Bug, Oliver looked at Jack in the co-pilot seat. It feels promising. A smile appeared on Jack's face. I feel that our team will soon welcome an amazing hacker. Trust your intuition. Oliver drove the car and asked Carl, who was sitting in the back, what are you going to do next? Go for lunch? Order takeout? Go to your room. I have some information to show you. Carl flipped his hand and handed the chip to Jack in the front. What is this? It's probably Arasaka stuff. Take it and open it on the computer in Oliver's room. Self-developed Sebastian, Jack muttered, and asked Oliver to take a look at the chip while waiting for the traffic light. Self-developed Sebastian, from Arasaka. Do you know what I'm thinking of? After looking at the chip for a few times, Oliver handed it back before the green light came on and said, remember the first cyber psycho that Carl killed? Patrick Bell? Carl still had some impression of the cyber psycho. And then he instantly understood why Oliver said this. I remember that at that time. Mr. Johnson also said that because he was a hired security guard of Arasaka, everything on him belonged to Arasaka. I complained about this to you when I came back. I remember that he seemed to have a mantis blade and Sebastian configuration, Jack said, looking at it this way. These two things are really the standard configuration of Cyber Psycho. Could it be that these two prostheses are particularly stimulating? Maybe. But I remember that Mr. Johnson, who checked his prosthesis later, said that it was a Type 1 Dinara's Enviston, which should have nothing to do with Arasaka's so-called self-developed Enviston. Carl muttered, and figured it out again. I understand. Tolerance test. I thought so too. I heard from the veterans of the 6th Street Gang who participated in the Unification War that the agents of the Arasaka group like this set very much. The Mantis Knife plus Enviston, the so-called self-developed Enviston test, can't be consumed right away with the company's elite reserve armed forces. It must be carried out by ordinary security personnel or low-level people like the Tiger Claw Gang. Oliver continued, and I heard that within Arasaka, there is actually a kind of Enviston that is specially provided for elites. Guess where those specially provided data tests come from? As expected of a company, they are so skilled at attacking their own people. Jack sighed. I suspect that when they give Sion Weston and Mantis Blade, they may ask those who want to be tested to pay. Don't worry. Mr. Patrick Bell is undergoing a normal tolerance test. His whole body prosthesis belongs to the company even after his death. Do you think they won't pay for this? According to my guess, they may use the name of cheap discounts to make them pay for their whole life. Only by selling to Arasaka can they get this qualification. While Carl was talking, several people drove to the underground parking lot of the super skyscraper. It's ironic that you have to pay to be treated as an experimental subject. With Jack's summary, several people took the elevator to the floor where Oliver's room was. Without delaying for too long, they entered the room. While Oliver and Jack were ordering takeout, Carl inserted the chip into the computer and read the contents. Cholesterol, lipoprotein, blood pressure status. How does it look like a human body examination form? After looking at a long string of data, Carl pulled the chip out of the computer. In summary, it is a chip that monitors the human body in real time. But it is useless to Carl. Maybe professionals will understand something. But for a mercenary like Carl, what can he do with this data? You can't just use this data to infer the situation of Arasaka's self-developed Sion Weston. No wonder Arasaka dares to give the things to gang members for testing. It turns out that they are bullying the people on the street because they have low knowledge. Carl really doesn't understand. But he knows who knows. Or he knows who has someone who knows. Dial the communication. Carl, is there anything? Blanca's voice came from the other end of the communication. I have some small things from Arasaka here. Are you interested? Arasaka knows a lot about military technology. Chapter 140 Silly Goose. It's time to share the money. It's time to share the money. When the takeaway arrived, Carl had already completed the transaction with Blanca. Blanca was very interested in the Arasaka data in the chip, and spent 30,000 euros to buy it from Carl. In this way, the overall profit of this job was 70,000 euros. After telling Jack and Oliver about the transaction between him and Blanca, Carl transferred the money to them. 23,000 euros each. and the extra 1,000 euros was just used to spend on the takeaway. Compared to the 2,000 euros for working for Faraday, the difference between earning 23,000 euros for a job with Keiko is too big. Oliver looked at the euros that arrived and complained about Faraday's stingy middleman. Fortunately, we didn't plan to work for him after that mission. In fact, if we only count the commission after deducting the transaction part, each of us should earn 13,000 euros. And the difficulty of solving the Tiger Claw gang is different from that of solving the scavenger. Although Carl thought so, he also doubted that according to Faraday's stinginess in the two hirings, even if the person to be dealt with was the Tiger Claw gang, the money would not be much higher. I don't know how man can do it. Jack shook his head and took a bite of the pizza. I don't think it's necessary to cooperate with this kind of middleman. If you don't have a reputation and can't get any work, you can only be wronged. Carl chewed the sausage and potato pizza and said. And then he ate and ate, feeling the taste of pizza in his mouth. It's the same as before. Like chewing wet cardboard. But today, it's acceptable. This restaurant is good. Oliver. Remember it. And order more next time. Don't worry. The young master's Night City food record will not be forgotten. Oliver stretched out his index finger and pointed at his head. I remember it all. You can try to eat it for a day when you have time. By the way, Jack. Speaking of the topic of eating, Carl remembered something and called Jack. What's the matter? With a puzzled look on his face. Jack turned his head and saw Carl, who temporarily put down the pizza in his hand. Do you remember what we agreed to do before? Carl's words made Jack a little unresponsive for a while. What agreement? Jack said blankly. But Oliver had already reacted. Walked to Jack's side, put his hands on Jack's shoulders and shook. Yes. Didn't we agree to do it before? After the intelligence mission of the cyborg is over. Oliver deliberately slowed down his voice a little, wanting Jack to recall and realize it himself. And Jack also remembered it, after hearing what Oliver said. Are you talking about what I promised you before? That after this mission, we get together at my house, and I make corn flakes and tamales for you? That's not the most important thing. It's hard to imagine that this sentence would come from Carl, who values food. But it's true. Carl wiped his hands on the paper that came with the pizza, and then came over. He and Oliver rocked Jack like a rocking chair. The more important thing is the other things. Don't tell me you forgot. You promised us that you have to invite people. And in addition to Old Way, you have to invite Misty. Jack still said his girlfriend's name under Oliver and Carl shaking. After this, Oliver and Carl both stopped shaking. But Jack's face showed a reserved look that was extremely inconsistent with his appearance. It's okay to wait. Didn't we say that we can get together on Christmas? Today is December 5th. And there are not many days until Christmas 25th. Jack Wells. Is he a man who can't keep his promise? Oliver's words, which were obviously provocative, made Jack silent. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he closed them halfway through. The expression on his face changed several times, with tension and anxiety. And finally, it turned into determination. Okay. Then go to my house tonight, and call Lao Wei and Misty. Just waiting for you to say this. Carl had already acted very quickly, and called Lao Wei. I contact Lao Wei. I talked to Mrs. Wells. Oliver also started communicating. And the two of them obviously left one person, for Jack to notify. Hey, Lao Wei. Are you free tonight? Let's prepare today. Mrs. Wells? How was your day? Let's prepare tonight. Looking at Carl and Oliver on the phone. Jack sighed, but did not hesitate. Beep beep. Beep. Jack? A familiar and gentle voice came from the other end of the communication. Jack, who heard it, became nervous again for some reason. His big heart, which he always boasted about, beat a few times before he called out his girlfriend's name in a slightly soft voice. Misty. What's wrong? Misty seemed to hear the remaining nervousness in Jack's voice, and said with a smile, You must have some surprise to tell me. I just did a divination. Guess what it is? It told me that you will have family harmony and happiness in the future. I was just about to tell you this. And you called me? Listening to his girlfriend's voice, Jack didn't know why. The nervousness in his heart disappeared along with the smile. And then he couldn't help but smile. I really can't hide anything from you, Misty. Of course. I am the most powerful fortune teller in Night City. In Misty's proud voice, Jack said, I want to have dinner with you tonight. And Carl, Oliver, and Old Way will come. That's great. I'm free tonight. Will you pick me up? Of course. By the way, Misty. The place for dinner tonight is my home. After Jack said this, Misty fell into silence for a rare time. This was a rare hesitation for her, who always seemed optimistic in the communication with Jack. A few seconds later, under the nervous gaze of Carl and Oliver, who had finished the call, Jack heard Misty's voice. Is it okay? The simple sentence made Jack smile even brighter. And then he answered firmly. Of course. Looking at the smile on Jack's face and listening to what Jack said, Carl and Oliver turned their heads and looked at each other. Today is a good day. Indeed. The two of them smiled and answered each other. Like two idiots. Chapter 141 just in time. Mrs. Wells? We are here. Welcome. Carl and Oliver. You haven't been here for a while. Just a few days. Carrying the thawed pork and a bunch of drinks. Carl responded to Mrs. Wells' words and entered Jack's house. They have been to the Wild Wolf bar many times. But it is indeed the first time to visit Jack's house. They have never seen it before. Why are you here? Where is Jack? Mrs. Wells watched Carl and Oliver come in. But she didn't see her son. He went to pick someone up and will be here soon. Will anyone else come? Mrs. Wells looked at the smiles of the two people. And after a little confusion, she no longer cared. Compared with caring about the guests who have not arrived yet, her more important responsibility now is to entertain the two children. Have a seat. The French fries will be ready soon. Would you like something to drink? We brought our own drinks today. Okay. If you don't have enough, just let me know. Mrs. Wells said this and went back into the kitchen. The French fries were still frying, and she had to keep an eye on them. Sitting down on the sofa on the first floor, Oliver looked at the decorations around him and said to Carl, I heard Jack say that he is going to move to the garage recently. To me, the garage is not as warm as home. Maybe he wants to take care of his car closer. Carl also looked at this ordinary but quite warm home. But he didn't sit down like Oliver, but walked to the stairs leading to the second floor in the room on the first floor. Is this where Jack comes down from when he gets up every day? I quite like the staircase design that connects the first and second floors in the room. After living in an apartment building for a long time, you will feel this way. Oliver rubbed his beard on his chin with his right hand and said, but with our current economic conditions, we can afford to live in a high-rise suite with a courtyard. We should be able to afford one with a swimming pool if we grit our teeth. But the price may be a little bit higher. For example, here in Haywood, I have seen a property before. A valley villa. A high-rise building. A duplex villa. A house on 2 floors. A monthly rent of 40,000 euros. And the place is so big that a row of about 30 people can live in it without feeling crowded. 40,000 euros a month. Listening to the price, Carl thought about the current monthly rent of a super skyscraper of 1,000 euros. And felt that the gap was too big. This month, it's enough for us to pay 40 months. Or more than 3 years. Of rent. So I just gritted my teeth. Oliver counted the days on his fingers. It's almost time for us to pay the rent this month. Why don't we move to a new place to share the rent? And call Jack to come. It's better to live together in the garage. If 3 people pay, it should be cheaper. And the bigger place is more spacious. Right? Forget it. We have just made a name for ourselves. So let's not think about that kind of luxury. Carl didn't have any opinion on his apartment, although it was a little smaller and more ordinary than the luxury villa suite Oliver mentioned. It was still adaptable for people living there. Carl said, wait until we complete a big order next time. And then think about changing it. You and Jack still have to spend money on prosthetics. Right? Do you want to ask me for funding? I have no objection. Forget it. The luxury suite in his mind was gone in an instant. Compared with the enjoyment, Oliver still valued the prosthetics that could strengthen the team more. Sion Weston. That's my favorite. It's not long. It's the adaptation period that Lao Wei mentioned and the time for him to contact people. I don't know what kind of prosthesis Lao Wei can give us by then. I don't have high requirements. I just want a Zeta technology one. Zeta technology. Listening to Oliver's words, Carl responded to the Sion Weston he had seen about Zeta technology. Zeta technology Sion Weston is a rare type among Sion Weston. It is a type for the public. The Sion Weston designed in the popular model adheres to the minimalist concept. That is, it will not add some messy functions. If only the current popular Zeta Type 1 is counted. It may be the lightest one in terms of the burden it has to bear. Are you so unconfident that you came to Zeta technology? I don't want to become a cyber psychopath. Ding. As Carl and Oliver talked, the doorbell rang. Oliver got up, walked to the door, looked at the surveillance, opened the door, and opened his arms. Old Victor, you're finally here. We were just talking about you. You're talking about prosthetics again. Victor was obviously experienced. He hugged Oliver and looked at Carl. You can come to my clinic tomorrow. I think the shipment list has arrived. So soon. Victor? Isn't it about the adaptation period? Carl was a little surprised. Tomorrow we are just going to select. Not to install directly. We have to see the goods. And after seeing the goods, even if I don't let you install, can you bear it? The adaptation period is safer for 2 or 3 days. But you are all in good physical condition. When the installation is completed, let me see it. If there is no particularly serious rejection reaction, just pay attention to it. Listening to Victor's words, Oliver was delighted. Then Victor, you have to eat well today. Otherwise you will have no strength for the operation. Save it. Kid, don't hold me up, or I will have hiccups during the operation and the knife will shake. I will be hungry again tomorrow after digesting what I eat tonight. It's impossible. I don't have a good stomach like you, Victor said, and saw Mrs. Wells, who saw a new guest sticking her head out of the kitchen, and greeted her. Mrs. Wells and Victor have known each other for a long time because of Jack, and the two are not strangers. Didn't Jack come with you? Mrs. Wells looked at old Victor, who came in alone with some doubts. When she saw Victor, she thought that the guest Jack was going to pick up was Victor, but she didn't expect that she still didn't see her son. Jack? He's behind? Coming soon. Victor looked at Mrs. Wells and smiled a smile that Mrs. Wells didn't quite understand. As if to verify Victor's words, Jack appeared at the door as soon as he finished speaking, and the person who appeared with him was Mrs. Wells. She was stunned for a moment when she looked at the girl, who was a little nervous, holding what should be a door-to-door gift in her hand and smiling at her. She didn't expect that the guest Jack was going to pick up in person was her. Thinking of the mysterious expressions of Carl and Oliver before entering the door, and looking at Victor's current smile, Mrs. Wells finally looked at her son. Jack's eyes now were not looking at her mother, but at the girl next to him with a smile and encouragement. So, that's the case. Mrs. Wells looked at the girl, who was nervous but smiled like the boy next to her. Mrs. Wells smiled, went back to the kitchen, brought out some French fries, and greeted the new guest. Welcome, Misty. You've arrived just in time. Chapter 142 Prosthetics. Ding. Are you awake? Carl? Yes. I'm brushing my teeth and washing my face. Wait a minute. I'll be there soon. Carl, who had just gotten up, was talking and asked Oliver on the other end of the line, shall we go to Old Way Place now? To pick things. We have to go early. I see you can't wait. Opening the refrigerator and taking out the synthetic milk that he was almost used to, Carl asked, have you and Jack had breakfast? How about we go have breakfast first? Jack and I got up this morning and ate the pork rice that Mrs. Wells had heated up. We were already full. By the way, Carl, didn't you stay at Jack's house yesterday? I woke up early and saw Jack lying next to me. You two drank too much yesterday. I didn't drink. I went home after sending old V and Misty home last night. Didn't I say hello to you and Jack, who were drinking when I left? Did you guys black out? Maybe a little bit. I still have a headache now. I have to go to old V to check this out first. But if you haven't had breakfast, do you want us to buy it for you first? Order me a bowl of noodles with soybean sauce at the stall in front of the super skyscraper. No diced meat, but soybean sauce. And then buy me a can of sweet tea. You really like to drink this. Is that all? What else do you want? No. I eat it in the car later. I be down soon. Okay. Carl finished the smooth synthetic milk first, then walked out of the room and headed for the elevator. The corridor on the road was still the same as before. The gangsters who were groggy and leaning on one side. The residents who were standing there with guns and arguing with spit flying. Everything was still the same. After taking a look at the colorful billboards, Carl walked into the elevator. Night City is still the same Night City. There is no difference from when he came here a month ago. After getting off the elevator, Carl got on the Skyhera, a car with a dedicated driver, Oliver. Carl took the noodles handed over by Jack and ate them in the back seat, listening to Oliver and Jack discussion while eating. What is your expected prosthesis? Jack? I want a Zeta Technologies Sion Weston, the biodynamic violent type. The violent type they have is the best product on the market now. But didn't Lao Wei say that he might get the company's internal products? Don't you expect more? Internal products are internal products. But Lao Wei didn't say which company is behind the person he knows. Some companies have not developed violent types and Sion Weston. We can't expect the people Lao Wei knows to get all the company's products for us to choose. That's the reason, Oliver said. I remembered something. Oh, Carl. I remember the commission we took from Blanca. Didn't she say that after we killed those fledgling ACPA pilots and let her subordinates completely occupy that department, she would use her authority to give us 2 internal military technology products? Yes. But it hasn't been long since ACPA appeared on the streets openly. And those people are still outside Ninth City. Anyway, as a long-term mission, I don't know how long this mission will take. Carl answered and finished his noodles. Are the Sion Weston and the violent type in military technology very awesome? You are from the former 6th Street gang. So shouldn't you know more about this than me? I didn't have the money to buy such high-end prostheses before. That's right. Carl thought for a while and said, as far as I remember, there seems to be only one violent type in the market, which is the violent type 5 of military technology. I heard that it is the best in the use of nanotechnology, and its recovery and regeneration capabilities are far superior to other violent types of the same type. Jack listened and couldn't help asking, what are the violent types on the market? Can you buy it? There is a market but no price. Carl explained the meaning of this idiom. To put it simply, there is a market, and many people need it, but they can't buy it. It's said to be on the market, but in fact, it's just for publicity to show how awesome the company's technology is. But even if you want to order it, you can't get it. This kind of goods is not for outsiders. Another meaning is that if you want to use such an awesome prosthesis, you can't join our company. Right? Jack heard the meaning. It is not ruled out that some lone wolves may be attracted to join the company by powerful prosthesis, which is also a means for the company to recruit talents. If you don't show your stuff, how can others know that your company is good in this aspect? Carl continued, then there is Sion Weston. In this regard, there is a military technology, Peregrine Falcon. Sion Weston Type 5. The Peregrine Falcon was once one of the fastest animals in the world, and the prosthetic with the same name as the Peregrine Falcon is also much faster than the ordinary Sion Weston. This thing, like the military technology Furious Type 5, was a priceless commodity in the market and was only distributed to the most elite soldiers of military technology. However, I saw news recently that it would start to be mass-produced and sold to ordinary consumers. I don't know if it is true. It's probably true. Jack said, remember the former lieutenant of military technology that we got rid of before? I remember that he was wearing the experimental Sion Weston inside military technology. I suspect that military technology has made some breakthroughs in Sion Weston. So they sold the Peregrine Falcon that was once so precious. Keep the good things for yourself, and sell the unwanted ones when you have better things. I guess it's the same, Oliver said. If I don't get the good stuff this time, I can hope that Blanca will give me the internal prosthetic after helping her complete the task. Anyway, military technology is not famous for access warehouses. I don't have any special needs for prostheses in this area. Just wait and see. If you don't have the goods you like today, you can just wait. Anyway, at most 1 or 2 months, this matter will be settled, and then we can do this task. People are always forgetful about news. After Carl's voice fell, several people had arrived at the Old Way Clinic not far from the super skyscraper. Get off the car. The burglar alarm went off. The 3 of them walked through Misty's psychic room, said hello to Misty, and then came to the clinic, where Old Way was already waiting. Come and take a look. Old Way said so, turning around the computer screen in front of him. Chapter 143 Further Modification. Is this from Zeta Technology? Oliver looked at the list of available prostheses displayed on Lao Wei's screen. He didn't expect that he was lucky this time. The goods Lao Wei could get were exactly what he wanted from Zeta Technology. It's a bit of a connection, Lao Wei said in a flat tone. But he obviously didn't mean to explain in depth. He pointed to the screen. These are almost the goods I can get. The best ones are below. You can scroll to the bottom to see. By the way, these goods are not with me. They insist on handing over money and handing over goods. After the payment is made, they will send drones to deliver them. I understand. Lao Wei. I have come into contact with a lot of internal transactions in the company before. Oliver nodded. Although most of the transactions involving prostheses were robbed by his father, the 6th Street Gang also secretly accepted military technology funding. At that time, the funding relied on drones to deliver cash and prostheses. He was used to it, while Oliver was happy that it was just what he wanted. He didn't forget Carl and Jack. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and looked at the two of them. It seems that I am lucky this time. The relationship with Lao Wei will not change. So what kind of luck is that? Don't worry about fixed things. Jack didn't care, and Zeta Technologies' violent type is also good. It leads in stability, and was originally my expected choice. As he said, Jack followed Oliver to flip through the internal products of Zeta Technology displayed on Lao Wei's screen, and then quickly found what they were satisfied with. Zeta Technology Samweston Type 3. I want this. A perfect industrial assembly line product. A favorite of soldiers. Oliver's choice surprised Carl, who was watching. Because although Samweston is a relatively rare type of prosthesis on the market, Zeta Samweston Type 3 is not impossible to buy if you want to. It's a rare opportunity to have internal goods. So Oliver chose this. Why choose this? Isn't it available? Carl asked questions when he had them. And Oliver's answer was simple. For the first time, try your ability first. If you go for a big brand right away, you may not be able to handle it. And the price inside the company is much different from the price outside. The price outside is almost double the price inside. Of course, you should choose it if you have the chance to buy it cheaply. Well, the reason is very sufficient. Oliver's choice is Zeta's Samweston Type 3, while Jack's choice is very simple. Zeta Technology Rage Type 4. One of the top Rage type prostheses on the market now. Even within Zeta Technology, only Type 5 is above it. And as for why Type 5 was not chosen, one is that it is a top product that is difficult to get even within the company. And the other is that Zeta Technology's products are good. But there is also one thing that is also famous. That is the price. As the most expensive Rage type prosthesis on the market. Even if it can be bought, Jack can't afford it. And he may have to borrow money from Carl at that time. Borrowing money doesn't matter. But it's the first time Jack has installed this kind of prosthesis. And it's not worth it to take such a high risk. Zeta Technologies Samweston 3 and Zeta Technologies Berserk 4 both look good. Carl watched his two friends choose their prosthetics and stared at them. He felt a strange sense of envy. Zeta Technology is a much smaller company than Arasaka and Military Technology. As the foundation of a small company, they focus on differentiated competition. So they do not involve the access warehouses that many high-end companies invest resources in. In other words, there are no good access warehouses among the internal goods. But Lao Wei is Lao Wei. How could he disappoint Carl? He knew that Oliver and Jack were going to install Samweston and Berserk. So how could he not know that what Carl had always wanted was to install a better access warehouse? Ahem. While the three of them were staring at the screen, Lao Wei walked to the corner of the clinic, took out a box that was chilled in the freezer, and then came behind them with the box and coughed. Lao Wei, do you have a cold? Carl turned around as soon as he heard the voice, and then saw Lao Wei with a smile on his face and the box in his hand. Old Wei, what is this? It's for you. Remember to pay. I've paid for it in advance. After hearing what Old Wei said, Oliver and Jack turned around, and Carl had understood something and looked expectant. Could it be Old Wei? Yes. I got the upgrade components. I happen to know a little about this. It can almost upgrade your Arasaka Type 3 to Type 4. Can it be upgraded to Type 4 directly? Isn't there any conflict? Some prostheses may have it. And the company will also make some special encryption restrictions. But the upgrade chips between Arasaka Type 3 and Type 4 are not difficult to get. So you know? Lao Wei. It was really a surprise. How could Carl not know how much trouble Lao Wei was actually in making it? The company that sells prosthetics must be eager to buy a new one when it comes out. How could it be easy to get the upgrade chip containing the latest model functions needed to upgrade the old model to the new one? Lao Wei must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. He didn't say it until now. And he was planning to give himself a surprise. After Carl shouted excitedly, he didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said this most ordinary thank you sincerely. Thank you. Carl didn't know what to say except thank you. Just consider it as your reward for helping me get rid of those bastards. And don't look so grateful. If you want to pay, remember to pay. Not a penny less. Old Wei smiled happily, waved his hand, sat on the chair next to him, and urged Jack and Oliver, "Are you ready? I'm going to prepare the things for the operation. You can all make way. Let's move the computer to the side. Old Way, you are busy." Oliver immediately got up, moved the computer, and walked to the side with Jack. "Be careful. You are so clumsy." Old Way shook his head, moved the chair with wheels below, came to the table to get some things, and looked at Carl. "Start now?" Of course. Carl was already lying on the operating table with ease. "Don't worry. The software upgrade plus the installation of some things will be quick." Old Way calmed down the emotions as always, and opened the box. Inside, there is an upgraded chip and the anesthetic that Lao Wei had placed in advance. Then, let's begin. Chapter 144. It's time to go to the next life. No money again. This was the first sentence Oliver said after he paid. The drone transported the prosthesis to the operating table and installed it. "It's true that I'm out of money." Jack, who had installed the prosthesis earlier than him, nodded and agreed with Oliver's words. This time, the upgrade of the prosthesis almost emptied all their savings, and they were out of money, spending money like water. Carl said this while looking at the 1 million euros in his account. His original account balance had grown to a pleasant 1.09 million euros. This time, he upgraded the access warehouse and spent the money again. Carl still had money, but the team had no money. "Who told us to spend money so quickly?" Oliver inhaled the inhibitor handed over by Lao Wei and said, "I bought a top-level gun like the Katmata." Jack bought a motorcycle. And Carl, you not only upgraded the access warehouse, but also purchased high-end single-molecule wires before. How can this money be enough to spend? Now I understand why mercenaries, who have been on the streets for so long, can only have ordinary prostheses. So the money is spent so quickly. Carl recalled the man team and the brown team he met during the escort mission. They formed the team on the street much longer than his own team. But the weapons and prostheses they can use at this stage are similar to those of them who have just debuted. Even man only raised enough money to upgrade the projectile launch system after that mission. It is really a bottomless pit that you don't know until you spend money on prostheses. Now I understand why so many mercenaries would use second-hand prostheses even though they know that they are harmful. The price is really beyond the reach of ordinary teams. Hearing Oliver's words, Jack beside him smiled. "Oliver, do you mean that our team is already unusual? We must be strong." After inhaling the inhibitor, Oliver stretched his body and said, "I feel that I am very strong now." Swelled? Looking at Oliver's appearance, Carl asked curiously, "How does it feel? Can you withstand it?" "I don't know until I try it." "Let's try it first." Oliver looked at Jack. "Jack, I'm going to be behind you." After saying this, Oliver activated the Samwiston. Time seemed to slow down. Oliver carefully experienced this special feeling he had never had before, and then took a step. His actions left a trail of afterimages on the path he walked, which moved forward in slow time and finally gathered behind Jack. But Jack had already turned around. With a violent-type prosthesis with stronger hormone regulation function, Jack's synaptic accelerator has been further enhanced, and the regulation of hormones has been upgraded, allowing Jack to start time slow at any time to a certain extent. During this time, Carl also came over and stretched out his hand with Oliver, who came behind Jack. Time passed normally in the senses. From the perspective of the Old Way who was watching, Carl and Oliver suddenly disappeared from the spot, and Jack turned around, and the three of them put their hands together. "Oh! Success!" Oliver cheered and looked at Carl with a bit of surprise. "Carl, how come your body can keep up with us now?" "Well, how can I explain it? You can think that my hormones, nerve impulses, synaptic firing, and other things can be regulated by myself now. It feels magical to say it. Just like my body has turned into a whole prosthesis that can be controlled and used by me. Do you understand?" "I understand the terms you mentioned. I know medical skills after all. But I don't understand the situation. However, to put it simply, you can not only keep up with the reaction, but also the action? It requires computing power to operate, which is not so easy to keep up. It can be regarded as a limitation. Generally speaking, if you want to use this part of computing power to invade people, you can't accelerate the reflex nerves for too long. And vice versa." Listening to Carl's words, Jack next to him understood something. That is, for Carl, the computing power of the current Arasaka Type 4 seems to be a little insufficient. Your body is really special. Jack didn't know the specific situation, so he looked at Lao Wei. "Lao Wei, What do you think of Carl's situation? I've been practicing medicine for so many years. And this is the first time I've encountered this. Don't think about it. If you insist on finding excuses. Lao Wei thought for a while and said, as the saying goes, there are all kinds of things in the world. Maybe this is Carl's own talent. That's good. This way everyone can act quickly. Oliver smiled. I was worried that we were the only ones who were fast. And Carl would not be able to keep up. It's better for men not to go too fast. Carl waved his hand. He stared at Oliver and was more concerned about, how does Sion Weston feel? Can he bear it? For now. It seems to be okay for one time. I don't know what the final limit is. Let's check it again. At the signal of Old Wei, Oliver lay back on the operating table. Well, there is no synaptic rupture reaction, structural collapse or partial melting. It may be that Zeta Technology Sion Weston is a good product that gives people less pressure. Or it may be that you are talented in this area, Oliver. And this Sion Weston is not a big burden for you. Listening to what Lao Wei said after the examination, Oliver was delighted. Then I am awesome. Right? Don't be complacent, kid. Although the condition is good, Sion Weston is a burden for the human body. If possible, you should not use it more than 4 times a day. If you exceed it, there may be some risks. By the way, there is also your immunosuppressant. Please check the dosage. After warning Oliver, Lao Wei handed over a list. And Jack, you can take them together. Few people can avoid rejection. But your reactions are relatively weak, so you should not need immunosuppressants after a period of adaptation. But during this period, you really can't install any prosthesis. If you try a new prosthesis before the adaptation period of the immunosuppressant of the previous prosthesis is over, you will die on the street sooner or later. I know. Lao Wei. This time it is a slight exception. With you here, we will definitely follow the doctor's advice. As a person who knows medical skills, Oliver, who has no time and no money in a short period of time, listened to Lao Wei instructions honestly, and took the list by the way. They took the instructions for use. Lao Wei had prepared the relevant immunosuppressants and placed them next to them, waiting for them to take them away when they left. Then next, we have to find a way to take the task. After confirming that Jack and Oliver were fine, Carl talked about the key things. The only problem now is who should we find to take the mission. A familiar middleman will usually take the initiative to find a mercenary when there is a mission. But if he doesn't call, it usually means that the middleman thinks that the mission is not suitable for this mercenary or is not high enough to hire this mercenary. But for Carl and his friends, they have no money and can't not find a mission. Fortunately, when the 3 of them were discussing whether they should do the same as before and take some small jobs in the Wild Wolf Bar tomorrow, they remembered where the big names went. A place where the remuneration will definitely be higher than the small missions in the Wild Wolf Bar. It's time to go to the next life. Chapter 145 Mission and Blue Eyes meet again. Next life. I love Next Life to death. Jack, this is not the first time you come here. So what? You don't understand, Carl. Isn't it a new life every time you come here? Otherwise, why is it called Next Life? The bodyguard Emmerich Bronson at the door of Next Life looked at the 3 members of Carl's team approaching, and didn't say anything, but just silently made way. Good evening, Emmerich. When Carl saw Emmerich, he stopped talking to Jack and greeted the Next Life bodyguard, who had only seen him for a few seconds. Good evening, KK. Nodding, Emmerich stretched out his hand to push open the door of the bar. And then the familiar green light shone out, reflecting a green color on the bodies of several people. It still smells like the underworld. Shaking his head, Carl walked into the bar and sat down next to the bar with Oliver and Jack. Claire, the bartender of Next Life, saw the 3 people sitting down, took the initiative to greet them, and smiled at them. What would you like to drink today? 3 glasses of soda water will do. I'm not drinking today, Jack said. And Claire, who didn't drink, understood something. She narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled understandingly. Looking for work? You can't get drunk while waiting for work. Do you want me to tell you something? With your reputation, I don't know how many people want to find you to do work, but they don't have a way. I guess people who want to chat up will come soon. I pour you soda water right away. Do you want it cold? Then do us a favor and say we're waiting for work. 3 glasses of ice. Okay. Wait a moment. Claire said this and turned to the other side. Would you like to order something else to eat? Drinking water alone is tasteless. Jack turned to look at Carl. but was greeted with a roll of his eyes from Carl. Come on. I know there's nothing good to eat here. I saw it last time I came here. It's just vending machine food. I'd rather not eat that stuff. Master, your food requirements are still so high. If you were the person in charge of the Whole Foods factory, I doubt I would have to worry about eating weird things in the Whole Foods factory. Don't come on. I wouldn't eat anything from Whole Foods even if I were the person in charge. Time passed quickly as the members of Carl's team chatted nonsense. When Claire brought them 3 glasses of soda water, and Oliver was drinking so much that he wanted to go to the bathroom, someone came to them. The person who came was just an ordinary company dog in terms of his dress. He didn't say anything more after he came to Carl and the others. He just came over to pass on a message and handed over a note. This is the number of a gentleman who has booked a mission with you in advance. Carl looked at the company dog who said that, put down the note and left, thinking about the content of his words. Have you booked a mission in advance? Is there such a person? Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. It was the figure of a middle-aged man with a blue glowing artificial eye. I will contact you as soon as your mission is over. This blue-eyed man who had mysteriously approached Carl and his 3 friends when they were drinking in the Wild Wolf bar, and said that they were carrying out a military technology commission to investigate the artificial King Kong mission. Carl had some impression of him. At that time, he remembered that he was confused for a while. He didn't even add the communication. How could he contact him? Now it seems that it is not difficult for him to find him. Jack also recalled the middle-aged blue-eyed man who acted mysterious and spoke strangely. He stared at the note on the table and looked at Carl. What do you mean by this mission? We are free now without any missions. Let's take a look. If there is a problem with the mission and the deposit has not been paid, we will not accept it. Although the guy seems to have some intelligence channels, the cooperation is weird and not reassuring. Carl said this, picked up the note on the table, and then called the number on it. Ding. Almost at the moment the call was made, the call was connected, as if the other party knew that Carl would call at this time and waited there. Hello. Are you the one from before? If you mean the middle-aged man with blue eyes, who came to you in the Wild Wolf bar. That's me. Speaking. There is indeed a strange taste. As if describing something from a very objective perspective. So, you know that we are free now. And you are planning to discuss the long-term mission you mentioned before? Yes. But before that mission, I believe that your trust in me has not reached the passing line. So we can carry out a basic cooperation to get to know each other and establish a better foundation of trust. It sounds like he is a middleman. What's his name, and what's the mission? Is he someone like Faraday? When Carl was thinking this, the other party's voice came with a document and a sum of money. You can decide what to call me. The document has been transmitted. There is also a deposit. If you are willing to accept it to build a trust foundation, you can receive it after reading it. Although he spoke strangely and formally, he was very generous. Looking at the deposit of 60,000, Carl became curious about what mission this guy would give. Can I send the file to my teammates? Good partnership is the first step to a successful mission. I mean, it should be possible? After saying something to Oliver and Jack, Carl sent the file and opened it himself to read it. Then, the key words attracted his attention. Military technology. Engineer Thomas Stan. Wanderer. Kidnapping military technology engineer. A man named Thomas Stan was attacked by a group of wanderers called Night Wanderers outside the city while following the transport convoy. The entire transport convoy was hijacked, and he was the only one who survived. He was also kidnapped, and biological monitoring could not find his trace. The blue-eyed middle-aged man hoped that Carl and others could go to the Bad Land to find the trace of this group of wanderers and rescue Thomas Stan. Military technology people? Could it be that the blue-eyed middle-aged man is a military technology person? This can explain why he knew the information about the cyborg and came to me after completing the task. Because he was an insider and could naturally get the news. But Carl felt something strange when he was talking to the blue-eyed middle-aged man. He showed an attitude that no secret could be hidden from him, whether it was Arasaka or military technology. In his words, there was also a sense of neutrality and condescension. Could such a person be someone with military technology? It is difficult to understand. I don't understand. Company affairs are troublesome. But troubles always have their benefits. Carl looked at the amount of money written in the appendix by the blue-eyed man and stared. The rewards for tasks related to the company are really so generous. 1, 10, 100. 1,000. 10,000. 100. Chapter 146. Preparing to go to the Badlands. After Carl accepted the deposit and expressed his willingness to accept this mission, the blue-eyed middle-aged man hung up the phone. What do you mean? Carl? Do you have an idea? Oliver said. Go through the process? What process can there be? I am not familiar with the Badlands. This time it depends on you. A kid who grew up in the Santo Domingo area. Santo Domingo is close to the Badlands. No one in the team knows more about this than Oliver. Oliver, who was used to Carl making team decisions, also reacted after hearing what Carl said. He touched his head a little embarrassedly. Yeah. I was stupid. A local guy actually asked outsiders about this matter. So, what is the origin of the Nightwalkers, who are the target of the kidnapping this time? Are they a gang in the wasteland? It's almost the same as a gang. But in fact, most of the wanderers in the wasteland call them family Nightwalkers. In simple terms, you can think of them as the Vortex Gang in the wasteland. Vortex Gang? Jack, who hates the Vortex Gang the most in the gang, listened to this and took a sip of soda. So it's another group of modified lunatics who kidnap people? Just like, not really the Vortex Gang. They are more like the modified ones than the modified ones. They build their own cars and are more interested in vehicle modification. Just like the kind of car enthusiasts. You can understand Jack. If the degree is 10 times higher, it will be almost like them. You have never seen a car like that. It looks like a moving, creaking mechanical hedgehog. You can see all kinds of weird modifications you can think of on it. Modified car. Listening to Oliver's words, Jack came back to his senses. In other words, their cars may be equipped with some heavy firepower or something. I guess so. They are relatively poor and can't afford things like vehicle-mounted missiles. But they definitely have a lot of vehicle-mounted machine guns and other things. Maybe they can even take out a vehicle-mounted howitzer for you. Anyway, I remember that the 6th Street Gang once had sex with several gangs of night-wandering ghosts in the Badland. Some of them can be easily taken down, while others will suffer a great loss due to firepower. Anyway, it is really hard to say about this aspect. Aren't the Night Wanderers a group? How can the equipment gap be so big? Carl, who didn't know much about the Badlands, asked this question and got Oliver's explanation, rather than saying they are a gang. It is better to say that this group of people are called Night Wanderers. It is rumored that they are composed of exiles and expelled people from various wanderer families. The composition itself is very complicated. How can there be a unified management? Occasional cooperation is the best. A loose alliance of the rebellious people who left the family. Carl felt that he understood a little. In other words, even if we find a group of night wanderers, we may not be able to torture them out of the kidnappers. That's about right. Oliver nodded. This job is not as lucrative as imagined. Dealing with nightwalkers is a small matter for us. But how to find nightwalkers correctly is a serious matter. Is this what that guy called a test of ability? Carl thought and asked Oliver a question. Do you have any connections in the Badlands? Or do you know anyone familiar with the Badlands? I really want to say yes. But in this regard, I can only say don't count on me. Carl looked at Jack. And Jack shook his head. Don't count on me either. I'm not familiar with it either. Oliver and Jack were not familiar with each other. So naturally they couldn't count on Carl, a newbie who had arrived in Night City for just over a month. He didn't even know the streets well. Carl drank the soda in the cup in one breath. We can't just run into the Badlands like a headless fly. It doesn't matter if we're reckless in the city, since you're familiar with the area. But we have to drive in the Badlands, where we're unfamiliar with the place. If the car breaks down, we won't even know where to run. Carl's words hit the point, leaving Oliver and Jack speechless. Insufficient intelligence information is indeed the most fatal flaw of their team. Fortunately, today is their lucky day. Just as the three of them were thinking about what to do, a voice rang out in the team's communication. Are you still here? T-Bug. Hearing T-Bug's relaxed and leisurely tone, Carl joined the team's communication. Have you thought it through? Of course. One day is enough for me to think carefully. Fortunately, you will have the top hackers in Night City to protect you. Welcome. Oliver joined the team's communication. Can I give you a compliment? Among the hackers I have seen, no one can compare to you. I know myself. T-Bug's voice was steady, and with a hint of smile. Just compliment me more, and I won't refuse it. Just in time. Girl. Jack also joined the communication. And T-Bug on the other end of the communication raised his eyebrows when he heard his words. Just in time. Could it be? When T-Bug was thinking about whether the team had received the mission, she received 15,000 euros from Carl. What is this? Deposit. 60,000. 15,000 each. Keep it first. I have sent you the attachment. Take a look. This mission can get 150,000 in the end. So generous. T-Bug didn't feel embarrassed, and directly accepted 15,000. And then spent a minute reading the attachment. The military technology guy was kidnapped, and an unidentified client wants us to help rescue him. The night ghosts. T-Bug laughed in the communication. We are in need of intelligence on the Badlands. Right? I guessed it. Carl asked in the communication. So, do you have any ideas? T-Bug? There are few things in a region that can be hidden from the company. And apart from the company, the street gangs or middlemen know the most. T-Bug said, wait a moment. I am looking for the situation of the middlemen in the Badlands, to see if there are any middlemen who specialize in the business in the Badlands area, and leave local affairs to the locals. We can entrust the middlemen to help us find the traces of the night ghosts, outsourcing layer by layer. Right? But I have to say that T-Bug's idea is smart. In ancient times, generals had to ask locals to lead the way in war, when they are doing a mission. Of course, it is most appropriate to ask locals to help. Now I understand why so many mercenaries want to become middlemen after they retire. Jack sighed. The living legend Rog in the next life bar where we are now is a mercenary who retired and became a middleman. It turns out that this feeling of going from listening to work to having others listen to work is really cool. Mercenaries who can live to retirement have accumulated countless relationships. And with these relationships, they can certainly become middlemen in peace and stability. Oliver said, when I can no longer work in the future, I also want to be a middleman. Come on, Oliver. It's not that easy to be a middleman after retirement. I'm afraid that the enemies I made during my mercenary career will come back to kill us. Jack said, by then, I'm afraid we won't be able to pick up a gun. Even if I retire, I kill them one by one. You haven't even become famous yet, and you're already thinking about retirement. Carl looked at Oliver and shook his head. What do you mean by adapting to the life of the elderly in advance? In Night City, it's amazing to live to old age. As soon as Oliver finished this sentence, T-Bug had already found what they wanted. Dakota Smith, the most famous middleman in the Badlands. Carl, I found her number and sent it to you. Chapter 147 Dakota Smith. Ding. Hello. Is this Ms. Dakota Smith? Where did you get my number? Forget it. Kid. You don't need to call me Ms., just call me Dakota. Tell me about your background. Dakota Smith answered the call and was a little surprised. Usually, as a middleman, she would ask her hackers to help open the box when she wanted to find mercenaries. This was the first time in history that she was the one to be opened. My mercenary name is KK. I wonder if you have heard of this name. KK is a mercenary who has become famous recently in the city. I have heard of your name. Carl's reputation in the middleman business is quite loud. Basically, the middleman in charge of a region knows something about him. However, generally speaking, even if the middleman in charge of a region, he will not take the initiative to find him before Carl comes to this area. This involves the implicit territory regulations of the middlemen in each region. Only the middlemen who do not follow the rules will run around in various regions. Under normal circumstances, the mercenary will be assigned to the middleman in the region to contact the task. If KK came to the Badland, then Dakota Smith would naturally want to contact this famous person. But her intelligence did not say that KK had come to the Badland. Could it be that his intelligence network did not collect any information about KK's whereabouts? Thinking in this way, Dakota Smith asked, So, what's up with you? KK? Are you coming to the Badlands to help me solve some headaches? I welcome you very much. Who wouldn't like a mercenary with a 100% completion rate and a 100% favorable rating? There are many troublesome tasks on hand, and such capable people are needed, as many as possible. If there is a small job that can be solved by the way, I don't mind taking it. I'm still in the city now, but I'm going to the Badlands soon. I want to get to know you, the most famous middleman in the Badlands, and arrange a commission by the way. Arrange a commission. This sentence is very interesting. Dakota Smith habitually took a sip of pure oxygen from the oxygen bottle hanging on her waist. After calming her mind with this habit that she had maintained for decades, she said, You mean, you have a commission for me? Almost. I want you to help me find a group of people. Recently, A group of night wanderers robbed the company's goods. We want to know their whereabouts. You took the company's job. Right? Dakota Smith's words did not get a response from Carl. But she knew that this was Carl's tacit consent. The legendary mercenary Morgan Blackhand wrote a book called Executor's Manual, which basically tells what a mercenary should pay attention to, and what he should not do when doing a mission. Basically, all famous mercenaries have read that book more or less. And most of the clauses in it have become recognized rules in the industry. And there is one in this rule. When mercenaries are performing tasks, they cannot disclose the details of the mission to irrelevant personnel. After the mission is completed, you can brag as much as you want. When you are drunk, you can even tell clearly how many leg hairs the enemy has in the scope when you shoot. But during the mission, a qualified mercenary should not do this. Carl, who cares about his reputation as a mercenary, will not say it. But smart people can understand. Not caring about such things, Dakota Smith bypassed this topic and only asked a key question. How much are you going to pay? The price is the standard for the excellence of mercenaries. Every middleman knows clearly what kind of mercenaries can be hired with how much money. Every middleman has dreamed of getting top mercenaries to do things for a few thousand euros. But it is unlikely to be realized after all. Carl is also an insider. He knows the rules. So he reported a suitable number right away. 30,000 euros. You can give a deposit of 10,000 euros first, before discussing the remuneration with Dakota Smith. Carl discussed it with several other people in the team communication. As the captain, he will pay for this money, and it can be deducted from the total remuneration. Anyway, the client will pay him, so he doesn't have to change hands. 30,000 euros? Dakota Smith's voice was obviously lighter when she heard the money, and there seemed to be a hint of happiness in it. This is not a small amount in the bad land. What level of mercenaries can be hired with 30,000 euros? With 60,000 euros, the priest can ask Carl and his team to do a job once. With 30,000 euros, Wakako, who is cooperating for the first time, can ask Carl and his team to do a job once. If you convert it a little bit, you can ask people of the level of Carl team in the bad land to help do a job once. Of course, it can't be converted like this in essence. Working for the priest and Wakako, they all said that this is a small job for Carl team, and 30,000 euros and 60,000 euros are actually not worth it. It's just because of some reasons that they can use this price to ask Carl and his team to work. For example, repaying a favor, or having hackers help with this job. For only 30,000 euros. You can forget about hiring the Badland Carl team. But considering that people in the Badland are not rich, you can probably afford a team of the level of Badland Man or Badland Brown. That is, you can come in and have a drink, which is considered to be a street reputation. Most of the mercenaries in the Badland will fight for your commission. But I have to think about who to send. Dakota Smith responded to Carl while thinking. The Badland is not a good place to live. Most of the mercenaries in such a place actually live closer to Santo Domingo. Those people are okay working on the edge, but they can forget about tracking night ghosts. If you want to find them, you have to find veterans. As for veterans, Dakota Smith suddenly thought of a force. To find night ghosts, you may not necessarily have to entrust mercenaries. Aren't the Wanderer families in the Badland also good candidates for entrustment? Dakota Smith knew a lot about the families in the Badlands. From what she knew, there was a Wanderer family called Buckle that was splitting up because after the death of the old leader, none of them had a new leader who could last more than 2 years. As a result, the entire family was in a state of confusion and had no direction. I heard that recently a part of the Buckle family wanted to cooperate with the notorious Snake State. Many young members were very dissatisfied with this and began to actively contact the outside world, thinking about whether they could do something. And it happened that a group of people from the Buckle family had been active near Night City for the past few months. That group of people was running around for money, and they might be interested in this commission. Chapter 148 Attacking the Convoy. 7 o'clock in the morning. Badland. A Thunderbolt Mackinac Larimore pickup truck was driving on the desolate land. I hate all two-seater cars. Squeezed between the co-pilot and the driver's seat again. Carl sighed sincerely. Why do we have to drive this two-seater car? Don't complain, Carl. Oliver in the driver's seat said calmly. Whether it is the Sky Quartz or the Sky Hera, ours has not been specially modified for the Badland dust. If you come to the Badland, you can only drive this pickup truck. Just bear with it. Sigh. Carl sighed. But he knew that what Oliver said was true. Compared with Quartz and Hera, Thunderbolt Mackinac Larimore, a pickup truck specially used for running goods and long-distance transportation, and durable, is already the best choice. Think positively, Carl, Jack said, with his hand close to the car door, but not closing it completely. With this car, even if we get lost in the Badlands, the 20 gallons of water, about 76 liters, stored in the trunk will be enough for us to survive for many days. Think positively. Why does it have to be based on getting lost? Complaints aside, Carl only cares about the two-seater car, and has no problem with the pickup truck itself. First, this car is indeed a good car suitable for the Badlands. And second, this car was kindly borrowed by the old man, who is a regular customer of the Wild Wolf Bar. He also specially made Badlands protection. The other party is willing to lend out the precious car that the other party relies on for survival. It would be too rude for him to complain. The wind blew the dust against the glass window, making a rustling sound. Listening to the sound, Jack talked about another topic. Speaking of which, when I passed by Santo Domingo just now, I almost thought I was going to fight with the 6th Street gang. Jack was talking about the tense confrontation almost 2 hours ago. Oliver was kicked out of the 6th Street gang because of his past relationship, and was forced not to return to the Santo Domingo area. The shortest way to the Badland, Watson District in Night City, was from Santo Domingo. Originally, Oliver planned to drive over and forget about it. He just hid. But 2 hours ago, when Oliver drove a pickup truck through Santo Domingo, he was spotted by the 6th Street gang. In just a few minutes, more than 20 people surrounded him. In the tense siege of the group of people with guns, Jack even drew his gun. Looking at the atmosphere, I want to strike first. Don't be so anxious. They don't dare to shoot. Carl, who was squeezed between Oliver and Jack, responded to what happened 2 hours ago with a relaxed attitude. They know that if they dare to shoot, they are looking for death. Indeed, Jack smiled when he heard what Carl said. There are only more than 20 people, and they dare to surround us and try to touch Oliver. I actually suspect that they are more scared by your arrival than wanting to attack Oliver. Bug's voice sounded in the communication. In the picture I saw, when they surrounded you, many young guys were shaking in their legs. It's not that they came to cause trouble to you, but rather that they saw you and were afraid that you would cause trouble to them. So they gathered people to come and take a look. When they kicked me out of the 6th Street gang, they were all so arrogant, as if they dared to come back, and even my father and sister couldn't save me. Now it seems that the people in the 6th Street gang have also fallen. Oliver, who was at the center of the previous conflict, didn't think much of this matter. He just shook his head with some regret. I also saw the one who shouted the loudest when they kicked me out of the 6th Street gang among the group of people. I was thinking that when they wanted to punish me, I would attack him first. But that guy shrank back the whole time and didn't dare to say a word. I actually remember this kind of person. I'm really impressed. It's not wrong to cherish your life. Carl said, everyone has their own way of life. Maybe, as Oliver said. He saw the dust rolling in the distance, rushing towards them. That is, Jack looked at the dust, and the first thing he thought of was a kind of climate. Sandstorm? No. That's the trace of the convoy. Oliver, who knew more about the Badlands, said, steering the car to avoid the convoy that was rushing towards them. Maybe we are just in their path. I try to avoid it. Having said that, Oliver knew that a normal convoy would not rush forward side by side like it was now, but would be as straight as a stick, so that the traces of the cars running over would make it easier for the cars behind. But in a place like the Badlands, they were driving someone else's car, so if it was possible to avoid a conflict, he still wanted to try his best to avoid it. He dared to rush directly towards any car that belonged to him or Carl. Whatever he didn't want to happen, it happened. Oliver had already turned, but the convoys that were rushing towards him turned around and continued to rush towards them. Confirmed. It's the enemy. Oliver looked at the rearview mirror and saw the convoy approaching rapidly from the left rear side, and quickly identified the cars they were driving. The C-240T is the favorite car of the Wanderers. So, we are in trouble with the Wanderers? Jack heard gunshots and howling from behind. Could it be a night ghost? Who knows? Carl took out his night watch, but they have already opened fire, so there is nothing to say. T-Bug, how many cars are behind? 6 cars. The signal on your side is not very good. I can only connect to the camera installed on the front of the car to look back. And the exact number of people is unknown. It's okay. It's enough. Jack took out the Saratoga, which is more suitable for this situation, pushed open the door, and jumped out directly. Furious type begins to adjust, and the synaptic accelerator starts. In the slow time that Jack felt, his figure made incredible movements at the moment of jumping out. He turned over, pressed one hand on the roof of the car, and pushed hard. In an instant, he flipped himself onto the roof of the car. The boss has handed it over to me. The moment he said this, he half knelt on the roof of the car to steady himself, and started shooting at the back with the Saratoga. Did I trouble you, Jack? I fixed the car control system. Also moving in a slow time, Carl closed the open car door, closed his eyes, and lay on the seat. T-Bug, please help me connect it. It's ready. In the flow of data, Carl saw the convoy chasing behind. Chapter 149 IMV. There are 6 cars in total. Let's destroy 2 first. With the help of T-Bug, Carl smoothly accessed the control systems of the 2 fastest cars. If it were some old-fashioned cars without control systems, Carl would be dreaming if he wanted to hack into the car to control it. But it happened that the group of guys behind him, who were not sure whether they were night wanderers, modified the car very seriously. A good C-240T of Thunder and Colby was installed with various auxiliary machine guns and spikes. In this case, it was not easy to control it. After accessing and confirming the control, Carl issued an order without hesitation. The engine self-destructed. Driving such a modified car and daring to race with a car with hackers. You really don't want to die. Boom! In the explosion caused by the engine detonation, the people in the 2 cars died without a complete body. And the pursuer vehicles near the 2 cars were more or less affected. And one of them even spun to one side. Oliver. Now! I've been preparing for this. Jack on the roof roared, causing Oliver to swerve the steering wheel. The centrifugal force generated by the rapid turn of the vehicle almost threw Carl out of the car. However, we must not care so much at this time. Kill them. Opening his eyes, Carl tightly grasped the knife, looked at the vehicle that appeared in front of him because of the turn, leaned out of the window, and started shooting. Let's have some explosions. Bastards. Leaving the driving to the vehicle control system, Oliver started the Sion Weston. He then took out a bunch of grenades from the central armrest box between the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. When the vehicle entered the convoy and passed through, he leaned out of the window and scattered the grenades with the rings pulled out like flowers from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the continuous explosions, Oliver took hold of the steering wheel again and gave a middle finger to the destroyed and tilted vehicle wreckage in the rearview mirror. You dare to race with Grandpa? Wait for the next life. You really have road rage. After turning back and shooting to kill the group of people who jumped out of the car in an emergency, Jack tapped the roof of the car with the butt of his gun, indicating that he could drive slower. So, who are these guys? When the few people drove back and looked at the corpses and vehicle wreckage on the ground, Oliver, who got out of the car, asked this key question at this time. The other party opened fire. So in order to fight back, they killed all of them. But they didn't even figure out their identities. Who knows? Carl kicked the gun fragments on the wasteland. They caused trouble for no reason. And died for no reason. They didn't even struggle to save their lives for us to interrogate. We didn't hold back when we dealt with them. So why are you blaming them? Jack turned over several bodies that were shot to death, and then saw a logo on their clothes. This logo. They are really night-wandering ghosts. The Whirlpool Gang in the Badland. I now understand that what you said is really true. Are there so many crazy people? Carl shook his head. We only have 1 car. And normally there won't be any serious gains. They blocked the convoy right away. I don't understand the thinking of a psychopath. Who cares? Compared to this, I care more about what these guys have on them. Is there anything worth looting? Oliver turned over the bodies. But after turning them over and over, he only found a few hundred euros. 330 euros? No. That's too poor. What do you expect from the Nightwalkers in the Badlands, who are in danger every day? Carl pointed to the destroyed vehicles. The modified goods they spent all their money on have been destroyed by us. The Night City Vortex Gang. The Nightwalkers in the Badlands. One modified himself, and the other modified the car. To us, they are all a group of poor ghosts with nothing. Oliver shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Let's keep going. How is the contact with Dakota Smith? She said that she has hired a special wanderer for us. In front. The abandoned town is waiting for us. We are exempted from the agency fee for this job. The 30,000 euros are all used to find qualified candidates. So the person who comes this time will be quite capable. Carl's words made Jack on the side understand something. The middleman exempted the agency fee. She is so kind. Does she want us to help her next time? It's not said explicitly, but that's what it means. However, she did exempt us once, so we have to accept this favor, as long as it's not a stupid job for a guy like Faraday. It has almost become Oliver's habit to tease Faraday every day. On this topic, the few people didn't talk for long, because the person was waiting there, and it was not good for them to chat. So after packing up, they set off again. The target point was not far away. After solving the minor problems on the road, we drove for another half an hour, and the abandoned town appeared in front of us. Carl, what did the vagrant say? He sent a message. He seemed to have noticed our approach and asked if the approaching car was us. He was very alert. I have replied. They are watching us from the roof of the small bungalow at the entrance of the town. I have locked it. T-Bug's voice sounded. There are 3 people up there. The leading one is already going down, and 2 people are still on the second floor. 3 people. 1 person goes down to negotiate. As Oliver was muttering, the car stopped at the entrance of the town. And then Carl, who was a little uncomfortable with the squeeze, urged Jack to get out of the car, and then got out of the car. When he looked up, he saw a short-haired black youth approaching in the distance. Looks quite young. Is he reliable? Oliver's words almost made Carl roll his eyes at him. Who is he hinting at? Come on. We know whether it's a mule or a horse after we take it out for a walk. Carl, as the negotiator, walked towards the short-haired young man, while Oliver and Jack stood there with their arms folded, waiting. Are you the client of this mission? The black-haired young man walked over and said this, then looked at Carl carefully and added, You're quite young. Are you reliable? What a fool. This was Carl's first impression of him. Generally speaking, he wouldn't say this in front of the client. Suppressing this thought, Carl took the initiative to extend his hand to show his friendliness. What's your name? I'm KK. KK? Hearing this name, the black-haired young man was stunned for some reason. And then he reacted and stretched out his hand and shook Carl's hand. I didn't expect you to use this single letter as your nickname. After that, he reported the name that made Carl stunned for a moment. I'm V. Chapter 159 Tour of Ghost Camp. V. Hearing this familiar name, Carl had to admit that he thought a lot in this moment. Carl remembered the time before he came to this world. That was 18 years ago. He sat in front of the computer and opened the game demonstration video that he had watched 4 times again. He listened to the introduction of the game in the headphones and got to know this world full of science fiction. The character he played in the game demonstration video was named V. A simple letter. But it was Carl's last impression of the past. Opened his eyes. V stood in the super skyscraper and looked at the colorful advertisements. Opened his eyes. Carl stood in the super skyscraper and looked at the colorful advertisements. They were looking at the City of Night. This is a good name. It was hard to describe the complicated feelings in his heart now. Carl only knew that the young man in front of him was himself in the future of time. Your name is the same. KK. V smiled. For some reason, he always felt that he got along well with the person in front of him. It was just their first meeting, and they just called each other names that were not their real names. But he felt a rare sense of relaxation. It was as if his heart was telling him that he could trust the other person. This was a sense of security that had not risen in a split family for a long time. After a brief exchange of names, Carl talked about this commission. I want to track the traces of a group of Nightwalkers. Dakota should have told you about it. The Nightwalkers who recently robbed military technology. Right? We have found their traces. You just follow us when the time comes. V said, pointing to the house behind him. Our car is parked behind. Really efficient. Then, ding. V's artificial eye flashed a light. And he found that in the communication with Carl. Carl sent him 15,000 euros. We agreed to pay half of the remuneration as a deposit first, and the other half when we get there. Is that okay? Do you still pay a deposit for work? Hearing V question, which was quite surprising to receive the money, Carl had to admit that he had underestimated V's level of innocence. Doing work without paying a deposit. Aren't you afraid that people won't pay you after the work is done? This is the rule. Is this your first time doing something? Carl stared at V for a few times. And the first time he mentioned made the expression slightly stiff. But then he didn't hide anything. It's indeed the first time. You still asked us if we are reliable. But he actually told the truth. Quite honest. You will get used to it after doing it a few times. Anyway, the deposit has been paid. Lead the way. It won't be long. The road is very close. We will be there soon. Follow closely later. After receiving the money, V nodded at Carl, then turned and walked to where his two companions were. Calling them, and seeing this scene, Oliver and Jack both put down their arms. Carl walked back. How about it? Can we talk to the Wanderers? T-Bug's voice sounded in the communication. Yes, they are quite capable. I thought we would have to search for a few more days. But they have already found the target, and are waiting to take us there. Then it seems that this job will be easy. The signal is not good over there. I will deal with it first and contact you when we get to a place with good signal. Contact you later. T-Bug. After communicating in the team channel, Carl looked at Jack and Oliver in front of him. They have found the target. Just follow them later. Really efficient. After Oliver sighed, he stared at V back for a few seconds, turned his head and looked at Carl, frowning. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's my illusion. Carl, do you look a bit like that person? Look like? Carl recalled V's appearance and said, except for the color of our hair. We are not alike in any way. His hair is not as long as mine. His skin is not as white as mine. And his appearance is also one Western face and one Eastern face. How can we be alike? Really? Oliver scratched his head and said, is it true? He scratched his head, feeling a little strange. It seems so. You don't look alike at all. It's strange. I just looked at you. I don't know why. I always feel that you two are like brothers. Like one person standing there. Is it because his temperament is very similar to yours? I also have this strange feeling. Brother. Jack also looked at V back and said, he gave me the same feeling as when I first met you. Carl. I felt that this guy would definitely get along well. And I also felt at ease. A strange sense of security that I don't see in Night City. Badlands are generally not included in the Night City area. Right? Isn't it that you can't see it in Night City? Carl turned his head and looked at V. This mission is really worth it. A few minutes later. I hate all two-seater cars. Carl, squeezed in the middle by Oliver and Jack, swore that after this mission, he would never ride in a two-seater car with 3 people next time. Hold on for a while. Carl, didn't they say the road is very close? Jack comforted Carl and noticed that the car in front slowed down. Look. It seems to be the place. It was just like V said. The road was very close. And it would be there in a while. In total, it took less than 5 minutes to drive to a high point on the hillside. After the car stopped, they saw a camp with a large number of people stationed below. And the people walking in the camp had the mark of night wandering ghosts on their bodies. Is there no sentry watching this place? If I were a night walker, I would definitely leave a sentry on the hillside if I were stationed at a place like this. After getting off the car, Oliver looked at the situation below and found it a little unbelievable that they were so close that they could even look down from above. But the night walkers didn't notice it. After parking the car, V approached and heard what he said and explained to Oliver. Most of the night wanderers were troublemakers in the family. They either did something unforgivable and were driven out, or they left the family on their own. Those who left the family only care about their own affairs. They join the night wanderers to seek shelter. They can't even think about contributing to others. They won't do tiring work like sentry. And, V pointed to the camp, this is just a temporary camp. And we will move away soon. You see, the people moving around in the camp are all transferring. In this case, even some people who are forced to be sentries can't stay. Because according to their concept, who knows if someone will transfer and take their things in the chaos? And they don't trust others. I see. Only the real wanderers in the bad land can understand. After understanding the matter, it's time to start the mission. So, where is the target? Oliver Carusi Optical Prosthetic. I began to scan the camp. Chapter 151 Sevenfold Gap. Advantages in me. Looking at the flashing artificial eye in Oliver's eyes. V obviously had never seen this type of eye in real life. He looked at it a few more times out of curiosity, and then roughly recognized the model from the changing colors. The recently launched Qilu C selected color model. I remember that this artificial I has a shielding camera and scanning function, as well as the latest clear image zoom technology. You are very knowledgeable. Are you paying attention to this? While scanning the camp, Oliver didn't mind chatting with V, who was a little familiar with him. It's not the top model among the launched models, but it's a model that I like very much. I am paying attention to it. After all, it's a big brand. V, who seemed to be particularly knowledgeable about technical equipment, chatted with Oliver for a while, and Oliver scanned a special place. We found a suspicious point. There is a cave on the western edge of the camp. There is a special heat source in it. Even at this critical moment of transfer, the people over there did not move at all. I suspect that may be where the target is. Have you confirmed how many people there are? Carl walked over. During the scan, we can confirm the life signals of 42 people. But we don't know how many people are in the cave. The heat source over there interfered with the signal. 42 people? Got it. Carl looked at V. Ding. This deal is done. V was a little puzzled when he found that he was sent 15,000 euros again during the communication with Carl. Isn't this job not over yet? Ah? What do you mean by not over yet? Isn't this task very simple? V and his team found the traces of the night ghosts, and then took them to the place. And then, they solved the problem. Looking at Carl's puzzled face, V also showed a puzzled face. You said you'd give me 15,000 euros. You said this before. I'm not surprised you gave me money. But the order hasn't been settled yet. Haven't we dealt with the people down there yet? Haven't we helped you rescue people? Huh? Jack and Oliver, who had finished scanning the camp, also turned around. You're going to help us deal with the night ghosts and rescue people? What else? These two wanderer companions came over with their weapons from the car. V didn't understand the surprise of the three people. You want us to rescue people with 30,000 euros. Right? You paid the money. But you still don't want us to work? What a strange city dweller. This is what V is thinking now. What a strange wanderer. This is what Carl and the other three people who have been immersed in Night City think. 1 penny for 1 effort. The 3 mercenaries who have been mercenaries for a while have almost figured it out. In other words, they do as much work as they are paid for, and they never do more or less. But what happened this time? 30,000 euros for Carl and his men was simply a sum of money for V and his men to find the traces of the night-wandering ghost and help lead the way. But for V people, leading the way to find people was just a side job, a small additional thing in the commission. The real mission for so much money must be to help them save people. There is no doubt about this. As for why the commission only mentioned finding the night-wandering ghost, that is the next thing. Needless to say, finding the night-wandering ghost and other evil land scum. Isn't it just a fight? The difference in concepts between the two sides made the team of 3 people inexplicably add 3 more living forces. Fortunately, you are not mercenaries. Otherwise you will definitely be snatched up by those middlemen. Carl sighed. He just wanted to find a group of capable trackers who could find the traces of the night-wandering ghost. But he didn't expect that tracking was just an additional service. And the real service was the thugs who came to his door, thinking that the money is high. So the easy work must not be the real work. As the hired person, he should think about the employer and do harder work for him. Carl can only say that what kind of ultimate enemy is this idea? Looking at V holding a Nova revolver and ready over there, Carl felt that this guy might do it for the middleman's thousands of euros. After thinking about it, Carl walked behind the pickup truck they were riding in and opened the trunk. Originally, I thought that V and his team would leave after completing the task, and I didn't think about counting them. But since they are willing to help, it would be unreasonable not to give them some extra rewards. Give them extra money and explain to these wanderers that 30,000 euros is really not much for the mercenary team. It's really too much trouble to give them money for leading the way. It's better to take something useful as a reward. Since you are going to go, come and change some equipment. Carl said to V and his 2 wanderer companions. It is too inefficient to hold the Nova revolver. Consider these as gifts for you. Use them. As he said this, Carl threw the storage equipment he brought with him before going out this time. Copperhead assault rifle, Crusher shotgun, and Saratoga submachine gun. These weapons that Carl got in the past mission were caught by 3 wanderers, and Carl threw bullets to them. For basic bullets for each gun should be enough. Finally, after closing the door of the pickup truck, Carl pulled the slide of the night to make sure there would be no problem with the firing. Saratoga submachine gun. This is a good product. Crusher shotgun. I remember it costs more than 1,000 euros. in the surprise of his companions checking the guns. V, who was holding the copperhead assault rifle, didn't have any special thoughts about Carl giving him a gun, because he had seen a lot of this thing in his family. But the Nova revolver was enough for normal use, so he didn't think about changing it. Well, let's go through the process first. After making sure they had checked their weapons, Carl said, "The target should be in the cave west of the camp. We need to pay special attention there. When the night ghosts have almost moved out of the camp and are about to move the people in the cave, we will take action. At that time, one group of people will deal with the guards at the entrance of the cave and enter the cave to grab the target. A group of people will be outside to block the night ghosts, who have reacted to prevent them from being blocked in the cave. After the night ghosts surround the area of the cave, another group of people will attack from behind, and then the people inside will cooperate to attack from both sides." Carl looked around at the 5 people in the field except him. In human terms, 2 people will enter the cave to grab the target, and 2 people will guard the entrance. Starting from the outside, the target may be solved by the night ghosts. If everyone goes in together, they will be blocked by the cave and will die. 2 people will go into the cave, and 1 group will stay at the door. The night ghosts with more people can surround that area and limit them to the cave range by shooting. In fact, Carl has considered directly activating the prosthesis to kill the night ghosts. But the rejection period of the new prosthesis ordered by Lao Wei has not passed. Oliver and Jack have used Xeon Weston and Violent Type today. It is not clear whether they will have any problems if they activate the prosthesis at a high frequency on the second day after the operation. Therefore, they can only follow the safe way of dividing into 3 groups. Carl's plan was the same at the beginning, but there was only 1 person in the group at that time, which was indeed not very safe. It must be said that with the addition of V and his companions, at least the number of people in each group has doubled. 6 people face 42 night ghosts, and 1 person only needs to face 7 people. The advantage is simply mine. Chapter 152 Target and Exoskeleton. Crack. After breaking the neck of a Nightwalker who was facing away from him, Carl sent a message in the team communication, successfully entered the cave. The enemy is resolved. I'm fine here too. At the same time as Carl took action, V also broke the neck of a Nightwalker in the cave. This should be the last one in the cave. I hope the Nightwalker doesn't react so quickly and go back to the cave to check the situation, Carl said, nodding to V not far away. The 2 of them were responsible for entering the cave to rescue possible targets, while Jack and another wanderer holding a Crusher shotgun stayed at the entrance of the cave, ready to block the Nightwalkers entering the cave. Finally, Oliver holding a cat-shaped gun and a wanderer holding a Saratoga submachine gun provided support outside and cooperated with the internal and external pincer attack at the critical moment. This team was decided after a little discussion, which was a reasonable allocation. As for the feeling of actually implementing it, Carl could only say that it was very comfortable. V understood without him saying anything, and cooperated with him to complete the infiltration perfectly. When breaking and twisting the neck of the person, they did it together without any communication. You are very good. I think if you become a mercenary in the future, you will definitely be able to do great things. V shook his head at Carl's words. I just want to be a wanderer who runs freely in the bad land now. It's quite free. Being a mercenary is actually quite free. If you have nowhere to go in the future, you can consider it. Our team welcomes people with skills to join. Nowhere to go. Listening to Carl's seemingly ordinary words, I don't know why it sounds like a very firm word. V thought about it, but gave an uncertain answer. When the time really comes, I will consider this kind of thing. The atmosphere in the family is really not good now. Otherwise, they would not come out to find work. If there is really no way to elect a qualified family leader, the family will split, or join some snake country. V himself is actually not sure what he can do at that time. Maybe by then, it would be nice to be a mercenary. Caw. Just as Carl and V were walking inside, they heard a strange sound coming from deeper inside the cave. It sounded like a heavy machine was stepping on the ground. This strange sound made Carl's hair stand on end, because he was very sensitive to this kind of sound. The last time he encountered it was during an escort mission. This was the sound of a huge mechanical foot stepping on the ground. Boom! Just as Carl made a vigilant move, a ball of fire burst out in the darkness deep in the cave in front of him. And then under the gaze of Carl and V, a humanoid mechanical structure with a height of nearly 2 meters and 3 meters walked out of the fire. The humanoid mechanical structure, which was assembled from a bunch of messy parts, had a rotating machine gun installed on the left hand and a long knife on the right hand. Under the long knife, there was a flamethrower. Looking into the structure from the gap between the parts, you can see a middle-aged man with messy hair and oily clothes, who is surrounded by machinery and controlling something. When he sees Carl and V, his expression becomes obviously excited. You bastards of Night Wanderers. You are dead. Damn. This guy looks familiar from the gap. Could he be the target of the mission that needs to be rescued? Is the thing he is wearing an assembled exoskeleton? How did he make this thing under the nose of the Night Wanderers? This thing is almost as big as a medium ACPA. Do you think you are a genius inventor kidnapped by terrorists? Carl was about to explain that he came to save him. But this military technology engineer was obviously imprisoned and tortured by too many Night Wanderers. When he saw Carl and V, he had already pulled the trigger of the rotary machine gun. Damn it! Carl could only dodge while shouting, "We are mercenaries, who have accepted the commission and are here to help you. We are here to help you. You are a bunch of night-wandering ghosts. You still want to deceive me." It would have been better if Carl didn't say anything. After he said it, the engineer was obviously touched by something. And the bullet followed the trajectory of Carl's dodge. You used this routine to deceive me once. Do you really think I am a fool? You are really an idiot. He sprayed back without hesitation and rolled to a steel device in a cave, feeling the crackling sound of bullets hitting the other side of the steel device. Carl did not forget to shout to V, "He is the target. Be careful. Don't kill him. I can't kill him even if I want to." Is this ACPA? V, who was also a cat behind a mechanical device, was already numb. What the hell was this? Was it really that exciting? It's just an exoskeleton. Okay, I admit, it's a little big, but it's really just an exoskeleton. We have to find a way to stop it and make this half-crazy guy talk properly. That has to be done. The gunshots in the cave obviously attracted the attention of the night ghosts outside the cave. A few seconds later, gunshots were heard outside the cave. It seemed that Jack and his men were also in a fight. This is the first time I've been tricked by the target I need to save. The kidnappers hid me. And the target also hid me. Is this mission reasonable? Carl complained. But he had to think about whether there was a way to stop the target from going crazy while ensuring that his hands and feet were not missing. I can't think of it for now. Finally, I try the civilized approach again. We are really here to rescue you. We accepted a commission from a middle-aged man with blue eyes. What middle-aged man with blue eyes? I don't know him. You still want to deceive me. Do you think I am an idiot as a top engineer in military technology? I will kill you. I am KK. Do you know me? If not, Blanca. I know Blanca in your company. KK. Who? Haven't you heard of Blanca? The new bitch in the operations department? I was wondering why my route was leaked this time. It turned out to be her doing. You bunch of night wanderers are actually her people. When I get out, I will kill her. Even more angry. Okay. It turns out that Blanca is an enemy. There is no other way. If he doesn't listen to reason, he can only use another reason. After taking a deep breath, Carl rushed out of the bunker. Throw something to cover me. V. I want to release it. He only said this. But V already understood what he was going to do. You're a lunatic. KK. V also came out of the bunker, took out a grenade from his waist, unplugged it, and threw it towards KK. Catch it. Chapter 153. Have you met KK? Grenade? Looking at the grenade thrown by V, the military technology engineer named Thomas Stein was obviously a little panicked. The exoskeleton he made was modified from the S-Scale 1903 security device made by military technology. And this device is far inferior to the real exoskeleton and ACPA armor in terms of explosion protection. In other words, the defense is very low and can't withstand the explosive power of the grenade at all. As an engineer, he really lacks combat experience. Facing this grenade that can kill him, he was a little stunned for a while, not knowing how to react, and didn't even dodge. Seeing his stupid look, Carl could only say that it was fortunate that they arrived in time. Otherwise Thomas Stein would be facing the night ghost with an exoskeleton in front of him, and he would be beaten into a sieve when he came out of the cave. If this guy was not a target and could not be killed, Carl could solve it with one encounter. Data invasion. If you are stunned and don't move, just stay still. Hinder movement. After the puppet invasion temporarily disabled the exoskeleton, facing the muzzle still spewing bullets, Carl grabbed the grenade thrown by V from behind, and then swung his arm vigorously, and threw it at the rock ceiling of the cave. Let's have a landslide. Don't worry. I've seen the minor mutuo how to blast correctly. Boom! In the explosion, Thomas Stan realized that the grenade was not coming for him. And before he could make any further reaction, the pile of rocks from top to bottom had already buried him in it. Because of the exoskeleton outside, he was not injured, not thrown at him. When Thomas Stan finally realized in his brain that these two guys did not seem to intend to kill him, Carl had already stepped on the pile of rocks that buried the exoskeleton and stood beside him, looking down at him from top to bottom. Looking down at him, there was also the end of the night pistol aimed at the gap in the mechanical structure and facing his head. I surrender. Thomas Stan raised his hands obediently in the exoskeleton and chose the smart way. Then he saw a ray of light on the wrist of the young man who called himself KK. Single molecule wire? When he recognized the prosthesis, the single molecule wire was already swinging and the cutting was completed. Thomas Stan, who found that there was suddenly nothing above his head, realized belatedly that the other party had cut off all the upper exoskeleton, and also cut off my hair. Stop howling, idiot. Who told you not to listen to others? You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Carl grabbed Thomas Stan's dirty clothes with one hand, lifted him up from the exoskeleton that could no longer move, and then looked into his eyes and asked a question. Now, do you recognize KK? I recognize him as well as I can. Now, do you believe that I am a mercenary who came to save you? I believe it. I believe it very much. Huh? Carl let out a long breath, then smiled and put Thomas Stan. He placed him on the pile of stones steadily, let him stand up, and patted his shoulder with his arm. Not too heavy or too light. If I receive a mission to kill you, I will kill you. Do you understand? Looking at Carl's smile, Thomas Stan, who felt his life was in danger, shrank his head. But you shouldn't kill me now. Right? So, you'd better not meet me in the future. Carl's fingers moved slightly. By the way, good morning. Before Thomas Stan realized what Carl was going to do, Carl's fingers had already pressed on his carotid sinus. This place can make people unconscious with the right amount of force. And Carl's arm just happened to be strong enough. Looking at Thomas Stan, who fell softly, Carl shook his arm. If you don't faint now, I could only use some drastic measures in order to prevent this stupid target from doing anything that interferes with the mission. Carl made things clear and let him faint. V, I leave the task of taking the target to you. Okay? Of course I can. V walked over, glanced at the target, and then looked at Carl. This exoskeleton. Is it so easy for you to deal with it? He doesn't know how to operate it. And you got a little too excited when you saw the exoskeleton that looked like ACPA. Didn't you see his performance? He was like a child. And he froze when he was thrown a thunderbolt. I guess this protection can't even block thunder. That's right. V was a little late to realize it at this time, because he understood the technology. He knew the power of the exoskeleton and ACPA very well, and he only thought about the complete version. It was a bit silly for him to think of this incomplete and weakened version with the most complete impression. However, V looked at Carl. Even if it was a defective version of the exoskeleton, it looked like ACPA on the surface. When ordinary people encountered it, they would not take the initiative to look at it in panic. Did KK identify its threat in an instant and take countermeasures? Is this a real mercenary? Too strong. Thinking so, V did not realize that although he valued Thomas Stan's exoskeleton and felt that the power displayed by the other party was difficult to defeat, when the real battle was fought, KK's words made him understand and risk dying in the machine gun fire. He leaned out and threw the grenade accurately. There was not even a single mistake in the whole process. V himself did not notice this excessive belief that the other party was strong. But in the real battle, it was extremely smooth and not disturbed by emotions at all, knowing that the other party was strong, but being able to make the most reasonable response. This ability is an amazing talent. When we grabbed the target Thomas Stan and Carl and walked out of the cave together, the battle outside had already entered a white-hot situation. Come on! Jack Wells is here. Attracting firepower. Jack Saratoga submachine gun has already killed 7 people. And the Night Wanderer, who couldn't break through and realized that he couldn't go on like this, brought a car-mounted machine gun to prepare for fire suppression. Just before they were about to shoot, a gunshot sounded from the high hillside, and the car-mounted machine gun that was brought over, along with the Night Wanderer, who had just held the machine gun, were torn in half by a bullet. "There's a sniper!" Amid the night wanderer's terrified screams, Carl and V had already arrived at the cave entrance. Everyone was there. Chapter 154, Disintegration. When he arrived at the door, Carl received the personnel distribution map set by Oliver in the team channel. Overlooking the entire camp from a high place, Oliver saw all the actions of the night wanderer clearly. "Carl, you're just in time. 40 meters in front of you, behind a brown modified Hera, there are 4 people who should be the leaders. Get rid of them. They are very alert and have installed some kind of electromagnetic interference equipment. After my scope penetrated the bunker, I couldn't see their specific location clearly, so it's not easy to deal with them. Is there no way to aim at the engine of Hera and detonate Hera with one shot? I tried it with the last car. They reacted quickly. The engine didn't explode immediately after being hit. Taking advantage of this time, they all slipped away. I couldn't catch up with them if I didn't drive the Sion Weston. You can't catch up with them. But they can't have a Krenzikov installed on each of them. Who knows? Krenzikov is not a particularly rare prosthesis. There are countless people in street gangs who have it. But in the harsh environment of the Badlands, where the sky is full of sand and dust, wouldn't there be any problems with installing such a sophisticated prosthesis? But what they like to install obviously has nothing to do with Carl. Time slowed down. In the hail of bullets, Carl stepped forward. His body passed through the bullets and stepped on the sand. Watching the bullets flying around, Carl felt that every part of his body was telling of pleasure. Just the reaction and the speed of muscle movement of the whole body accelerated as if he had mastered time. It is no wonder that many people are addicted to prosthetic transformation. This sense of power and control that the original body cannot bring. Perhaps it is also the cause of some kind of cyberpsychosis? Carl did not really understand the principle of Sion Weston. But in his thinking, the principle of Sion Weston might be similar to that of fish. When Carl was young, he often saw such a scene when he watched other children fishing by the stream. Obviously, the hand stretched out was less than 2 centimeters away from the fish in the stream, and they stretched out their hands first. But when they came to their senses, the fish had moved in the water waves as if it had moved instantly, and reached another place where the finger touched and continued to swim. The posture of swinging its tail easily was as if the child's hand stretched out at the last moment had never happened. The reaction and action that erupted in that moment were so fast that it was difficult for humans to reach. So Carl was thinking, is the principle in this regard imitating creatures like fish, whose action and reaction speed far exceeds that of humans? So that Sion Weston replaces the missing part of humans, so that humans can reach that action and reaction speed, just like fish can swim freely in the slow-moving river, easily avoiding the fingers of slow-moving children. Thinking too much. In the slow time, Carl, who has crossed 20 meters and arrived among the night ghosts, shook his head slightly. I am not the protagonist of the Time Stop series. Those people are talking to themselves and thinking about messy things because time is stopped. I am the one who is slowing down time. I think so much. Could it be that when time slows down, people will be like this and think that they are beyond humans? I don't want to become a person who is holding a steamroller, trying hard to suppress the messy thoughts that popped up in his mind. Carl felt that it might be that his nerves reacted faster, causing his thinking to become active. But at least he had arrived. Carl felt the tingling sensation in his nerves and body. And when he stopped, the place he arrived at was 24 meters away from the starting point. He could hold on a little longer, but this was almost the limit. Time continued to flow in the long river at normal speed, and Carl raised his hands in the crowd of night wanderers. In his wrist, the single-molecule line had already lit up with the completion of charging. Huh? Who is this guy? The 6 night wanderers around Carl's stopping position looked at the stranger who appeared among them, and their pupils shrank sharply. But before they could react, the single-molecule line had already passed. While swinging the light flashing in the air, Carl retracted the single-molecule line and stepped forward. Sorry. Just passing by. Ah! The one who could scream in fear was naturally not the night wanderer, who had been divided into 12 sections and fell to the ground. For Carl, who appeared in the crowd and killed 6 people at once, the night wanderers showed their qualities as a gang of Badlands people who despise others. All the people have been killed. We are no match for them. Help! Run! Drive! Go quickly! They turned around and ran. It may not be a route like birds and beasts. At least on the way, this group of night wanderers still showed basic qualities. They knew to go to the vehicle area, drove away with weapons. And as the night wanderers around Carl fled, the remaining night wanderers obviously did not intend to be scapegoats for others. They all knew the other's character very well, and they didn't expect them to stay and block them. So they just wanted to run faster than others. They were timid when they had an advantage, and they scattered when they were at a disadvantage. Well, they were not even as good as street thugs. As expected, the bosses in Night City are the bosses, and there is still a gap between them and the outside world. Things went more smoothly than anyone in Carl team thought. According to Oliver Idea, they had to cause more than half of the casualties to the Night Walkers, and they would only think about running after they had eliminated all the people of their leader. This was also the reason why Oliver wanted Carl to eliminate their leader. As a result, who would have thought that Carl rushed into the crowd and killed 6 people, and then killed them all? This would be shot in the 6th Street Gang. Oliver put away the cat and horse. He was not a murderer. He would chase and kill people if they ran away. That was about it. What a pity. I wanted to test the quality of the 4 leaders. Carl looked at the 4 figures running fast, but it seems that they really installed Krenzikov. I saw a person's back with obvious traces of Krenzikov installed. I don't know how they found a powerful prosthetic doctor to repair it in this evil land. Maybe there is a force behind the scenes to help. Otherwise, how can the military technology convoy be hijacked by these guys? It's too outrageous. As Oliver's voice fell, Carl called in. The caller was Blanca. Chapter 155 Blanca Mission. Blanca Communication? Carl answered the call without thinking too much. Carl on a mission. Something? Blanca, did you just destroy a night ghost camp? Just now. Carl looked at the night ghosts fleeing and corrected her statement. Carl, to be precise. It's now. Blanca, did you rescue an engineer named Thomas Stan? Carl, yes. You military technology. After Carl's words, Blanca was silent for a while. And just when Carl thought she had ended the communication, she sent another message. Blanca, I sold this guy. After hearing this, Carl was silent. He remembered that when he told Thomas Stan that he knew Blanca, the other party was even more excited. Originally, Carl thought that the other party was just too excited, like a mad dog, biting whoever he caught. But it turned out that you really sold him out. Blanca, in order to make them do a good job, I sent 4 departments to deal with it. You let them go, right? The 4 Carls thought of the 4 guys who ran away so fast. I said, how could there be 4 guys with prosthetics like Krenzikov who need to be maintained frequently in this place of bad land all of a sudden? Carl, rather than letting them go, it's better to say that they ran faster and I didn't have time to kill them. Blanca, come on. I don't know your ability yet. If you want to kill them, you must have killed them long ago. I owe you this favor. Don't worry about Thomas Stan. He is just a small figure. His position in military technology has been cancelled. You can save a fired person. Something is wrong. Carl felt something was wrong. Blanca is a corporate dog. Carl has cooperated with her so many times. He is still very clear about her character of not getting up early without benefits. Those people are her subordinates. She obviously didn't need to say it, but she mentioned it and said that she owed him a favor. It's very wrong. Moreover, she sold Thomas Stein and accepted the commission to save him. She didn't complain at all. Then she spent more money to get rid of Thomas Stein after the mission to achieve a perfect ending and eradicate the roots. Instead, she said that he was not important. This was very, very wrong. What are you calculating? Calculating? I owe you a favor. Is it also calculating you? Do I really not let you believe it? I don't believe it. Owing favors and not killing Thomas Stein. It's strange to show it in you. Answering without hesitation. Carl didn't believe Blanca. The company dog he knew. Oh, forget it. I'm not kidding you. Just think that I really want to get to know you. I owe you a favor. Just keep it. You can use this favor to ask me to do something small later. I'm still happy to do it. As for Thomas Stan, he was sold out, and he didn't know who did it, because he was fired. There are special people to deal with it. I just don't need to do it. Thomas Stan's doubts were resolved. But for favors, do you treat favors as an open transaction? Small things. In other words, don't think of asking you for big things? Well, just 4 subordinates. But it's not enough for me to owe you a big favor. It feels weird. Listening to Blanca words that sounded like a chat between friends, Carl felt that he was a little uncomfortable. He was now 100% 1,000%. 10,000. And 10,000% sure that this guy must have some unspoken calculations. After thinking about it, Carl asked a question. You are planning something now, so I won't have to kill you with my own hands in the end. Right? We are all acquaintances. So even Carl would hesitate a little before killing him. Ah? Listening to Carl's words, Blanca on the other end of the communication was obviously stunned for a moment. And then she realized what Carl meant. So her tone was a little more angry. You bastard mercenary. Why do you think I am planning everything about you? Can't you think about it carefully? I was expecting you to think about it. What do you mean? Carl's question made Blanca even more annoyed. Come on. You are a person who doesn't need favors. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if you want to ask me out for dinner, I can agree. After saying this, the communication was cut off by the angry Blanca. Is this a deliberate tone to relax yourself? Carl frowned. As expected of a qualified company dog, he actually retreated to advance, using the method of looking angry to make himself believe. However, what does it mean that even if I ask her out for dinner, she will agree? Just a casual remark to increase his trust? Carl did not forget to think that Blanca really wanted to borrow the name of his favor and go out for dinner with him. But the impression of Blanca as a shrewd corporate dog was too deep in Carl's mind, making it difficult for him to think of such a possibility. There is no such thing as a profit. She must be coveting something from me. This is what Carl can be sure of. But what else is worth coveting? I have to think about it carefully. Is it my own strength? She wants to build a relationship with me, as she said before, so that I can be her subordinate and help her do things? Weird. It shouldn't be that I really have to shoot her in the end. After a while of confusion, Carl was about to go back to help Jack and others clean up the battlefield. In the communication with Blanca, a text came. If you really want to invite me, I like the Spanish restaurant in the city center. If you like it, you like it. I like that restaurant too. But it's a little expensive. After Carl walked over and helped Jack and others to search for night ghosts around the cave entrance, Blanca, who had been silent for a long time, sent another message. I can treat you. Treat you? See, I said there was a purpose. He actually bribed me with delicious food. Meet in a few days. Are you going to talk in person? Can I bring other people? When you have dinner with the opposite sex, are there other people around? Carl thought about Mrs. Wells and Misty, of course. What else? Then, I can book the whole store. Anyway, do you have time on Christmas Eve? Not sure about Christmas Eve. My team has to go to the bar for dinner on Christmas Day. My biological monitoring just told me that my blood pressure has risen. And now I understand how to talk to a guy like you. What do you mean? Carl picked up the gun on the ground and looked at it for a few times. He found that it was useless. He sighed and threw it on the ground. Then, he received a sum of euros. 40,000 euros. You come to the Spanish store alone on Christmas Eve. Your mission is to have dinner with me and protect me. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'm definitely happy to have the job. And I definitely come when the time comes. Can it be just one person? Didn't you say before that you could take care of the whole store? And if you want to protect you, wouldn't a team be better? One person. This is the same as in the past tense. There are some problems internally. And there are no trusted subordinates to use. And they can't be too ostentatious. And the number of people can't be too large. So they come to me? Is this her real purpose? I will go. After sending the message, Blanca didn't move, as if she didn't want to continue talking to Carl. After searching for things for half an hour, Carl thought of a possibility a little bit late. This matter? It's not really possible that Blanca is looking for an excuse to simply date him. Right? This possibility was quickly thrown out of Carl's mind. Because she paid? As early as Carl time. He knew that paying for a date was not serious. Dating is something that requires money. Either one or both parties are wrong. Carl thinks that there is nothing wrong with him. So it must be Blanca who is wrong and is plotting something. After all, it is 40,000 euros. 40,000 euros is higher than the salary Carl paid to V and the others. Chapter 156 Encounter. Next time you have work in the Badlands, you can find us again. Sure. See you next time. After waving goodbye to V and his friends, who were leaving with a bunch of messy equipment, Carl and his three friends returned to Night City from the Santo Domingo district with their employer. Overall, the short one-day trip to the Badlands was quite rewarding. I got to know V and a new middleman, which was quite profitable. As the vehicle traveled through the streets of Santo Domingo, Carl and T, who had been reconnected to the network, Bug started the call. This trip is done. All that's left is to deliver the target to the employer. Are you interested in having a drink offline? We haven't even met in real life. Next time. I'm still dealing with some follow-up tracking issues. Not long after you rescued the target, some people from military technology began looking for the target's biological signals. They seem to have something to do with the target, and I'm shielding them. The target was fired by the people from military technology. Carl recalled Blanca's words and said, it should be the cleanup team from military technology, preparing to get rid of the target. But it's none of our business. After delivering the target, the order will be settled. At that time, his life or death has nothing to do with us. There's no need to shield him specially. Just cover him up a little. The people from military technology are not stupid. After they find out that we are carrying out the mission, they will understand the rules. Okay. I sent out the interference signal. They will probably track the wrong person for a while. Is half an hour enough? Enough? Believe in my driving skills. Oliver said so in the team channel and stepped on the accelerator. I've been racing on this street since I was a kid. But wasn't your car the Sky Quartz given to you by your sister when you were 20? Carl still remembered what Oliver had said and questioned him. Can't you secretly drive your dad's car if you don't have one? I think you must have been beaten a lot since you were a kid. Nonsense. My dad is confident in me. In other words, he doesn't care about you at all. After Carl's words, Oliver was a little defensive, and he chose to keep silent and ignore Carl. Jack talked about another topic. Speaking of which, do you think every company has a department dedicated to cleaning up the fired personnel? In order to prevent important personnel from taking information to other companies, they really put a lot of effort into it. Of course there is one, but the target is only important personnel. Carl said, if you are a low-level employee who knows nothing, I feel that the company may prefer to let you bear a debt that your family cannot pay off for several lifetimes, and then get out of the company, rather than sending people to spend time cleaning you up. Squeak. Just as Carl was talking, Oliver suddenly braked without warning, which almost caused Carl and Jack, who were not wearing seat belts, to hit their heads on the front window of the car. What's wrong? Jack opened the door that was not closed tightly and almost started the violent mode. His first reaction to Oliver's sudden brake without warning was that he might have been attacked by some kind of attack. Enemy? Carl pulled out his end of knife in the gap. No. Oliver stared ahead for a few seconds, then turned to Carl and Jack a little embarrassedly and said, my dad seemed to be patrolling the street today. I saw him. Huh? Carl and Jack followed Oliver's line of sight and found that just in front of him, a blond middle-aged man wearing clothes with the 6th Street Gang logo and looking very similar to Oliver was walking on the road with several 6th Street Gang members. What a coincidence. Carl thought about it, and thought about the two titles of uncle and uncle, and finally chose the former. This is the first time I have seen my uncle. He looks very energetic. He is just an old man with a stubborn temper, Oliver said, nodded to Jack and Carl, restarted the car, and slowly drove to the side of his father, and then rolled down the window. Dad, are you walking around the street? When Oliver's father saw a strange car parked beside him, his hand subconsciously touched his waist. When he saw that the black muzzle of a gun appeared after the window was lowered, he was stunned for a moment. Oliver, why are you here? He stared at the car in confusion. Did you change the car? I borrowed it. I went to the Badland to work today. When I passed by in the morning, someone blocked me. I didn't expect to see you in the afternoon. In the morning, it was Cannon people. Oliver's father obviously knew something and snorted coldly. He has been quite active recently. Well, Cannon is a senior member of the 6th Street Gang. His status is even lower than that of the leader. It was the death of his nephew, who was inserted into the mission to gild Oliver, that made him quit the 6th Street Gang. Oliver's father obviously didn't have a good attitude towards the guy. Hello, Uncle. Carl was very obedient and greeted Oliver in the car. He was always very polite to his friend's parents. Who are you? Oliver looked at Carl's black hair and recognized him. His expression was a little smiling. You must be KK. Oliver, this stupid boy is under your care. It's me who is under his care. It was a bit embarrassing, but Carl said this sincerely. If it weren't for Oliver to take him to know so much about Night City, Carl might still be a small mercenary trying to find a job on the street. and without Oliver's support in the mercenary mission, Carl would not dare to take such a risk. "Hello." Jack squeezed on the other side of the car and greeted Oliver. Oliver knew Jack. After all, Jack used to be a member of the Valentino gang. To Jack, Oliver just said this. "Next time, let's have a drink together when you have time." "Of course," Jack responded with a big smile. And the others didn't delay for too long. T-Bug could only delay for half an hour. Santo Domingo was still a long way from the agreed Highwood Wolf bar. The old guy and the employer were waiting for them to send the car and the target back. After the pickup truck restarted and drove away, a member of the 6th Street gang who was about the same age as Oliver's father came up behind him. "Will Cannon. He has been going too far recently." Seeing the guys above, "The actions of his hands will be casual," Oliver's father said. "I think the internal affairs are about to get chaotic." Hearing this, the other 6th Street gang members fell silent. Will Cannon was the first person under the leader, and now he is seeing the actions above. What does he want to do? The 6th Street gang is about to get chaotic. Chapter 157 Training Chip. Excellent action. Fast speed. There is no doubt that this is a perfect result. This order is closed. Mr. Carl. Listening to the voice of the blue-eyed middle-aged man in the communication, Carl sat in the Wild Wolf bar and ate French fries, and responded calmly, "I thought you would receive the target in person. But in the end you still asked someone to act as your agent. It seems that this rescue target is not worth mentioning to you." "You can't say that, Mr. Carl. He will naturally have his importance. But there are some things that don't need to appear in person." The blue-eyed middle-aged man continued in the communication. "Our next cooperative task is the more important thing now." Hearing this, "Are you going to send the file now?" "Physical rest is necessary, and I hope you can maintain a good mental state to perform my task." "You mean, let me rest for 2 days to prepare?" As a mercenary, Mr. Carl, efficiency and speed in performing tasks are really reassuring. But I think your mental state also needs some conditioning. The blue-eyed middle-aged man spoke strangely, but his meaning was very clear. He was worried about Carl's mental state and wanted Carl to adjust for a few days. After being told too much by people who were not familiar with him, Carl was too lazy to correct it. He was just a little diligent in carrying out the task. But people worried about his mental state. How could he explain this? If the mercenaries were lazy, then you guys would not be able to find anyone to do the work. Then I will wait for your news. I hope the reward for your so-called big job will be in line with the reward. You will be satisfied, Mr. Carl. But as an apology for not being able to give you the task immediately, I have sent something that you will be interested in to your apartment. I hope this can be my compensation." "To my apartment? How did you guys know where I live?" Carl still didn't say such stupid things. In this day and age, what kind of privacy can there be? It is not a surprising thing to be known by people with intelligence where you live. Carl was about to ask what was sent, but suddenly found that the communication was cut off. Weird. Carl could only say this to this somewhat mysterious client. I don't know what he said I would be interested in. Because of curiosity, Carl did not stay in the Wild Wolf bar for long after the mission. After Mrs. Wells gave him a big bag of French fries, he said hello to Jack and Oliver, who were still drinking, and took the subway home. The 4th floor of the super skyscraper arrived quickly. When he entered the room, Carl saw a bundle placed in the corner of the room. Was it delivered by a delivery robot? This super skyscraper really has no privacy at all. The goods are delivered to your home. Carl was not in a hurry to open the bundle, although it should not be necessary. It is necessary to be vigilant about the unfamiliar bundle. After tearing open the package with a single molecular wire across a few meters, Carl saw a transparent glass cabinet. Cabinet? Looking through this square glass cabinet with a diameter of about 60 centimeters, there is one thing in the glass cabinet. A chip. A chip needs such a large cabinet to be transported. Carl opened the cabinet, held his breath for a few seconds, and after confirming that there was no device such as poison gas in the cabinet that triggered it, he took out the chip. After inserting it into the room computer and doing a basic check with his hacker knowledge, Carl discovered that it was actually a training chip. Training chips are now used in the armies of many countries. As long as the chip is inserted, the user will arrive in a virtual environment, where he can practice with the various terrains and enemies simulated by the chip to improve his skills. I remember that military technology has invested a lot in this area, and the soldiers of the new United States are also using this thing in large quantities. I don't know if this chip is the same as the military technology, The computer's inspection ability is not as good as Carl's Access Warehouse. So after doing a basic check and roughly confirming that there are no viruses, Carl inserted the chip and checked it again. It's a bit risky, but there is really nothing special in it. It seems that the blue-eyed gentleman has made sincerity in the gift. I just don't know how much sincerity this is. Carl knows that the training chip provided by military technology to ordinary soldiers is actually very general in terms of training, because the manufacturing of the chip requires data input and good materials. The training chips that can be provided to ordinary soldiers may make them face opponents who, to put it bluntly, may be as low-level thugs on the street who can't even join gangs. In other words, the most corrupt and incompetent NCPD police officers will rush forward and rush to make contributions when they see them. The chip that can satisfy me must be at least as elite as the 6th Street Gang. After starting the chip, his consciousness entered the virtual space. Several debugging panels appeared in front of Carl, listing the exercises he could perform and the opponents he could face. The training chip given by the blue-eyed middle-aged man collected data on the personnel of Arasaka Special Operations Department agents, Arasaka Ninjas, Military Technology Operations Department personnel, New American Sergeants, Alice security robots, elite members of the Nether Dog, and Lazarus official mercenaries. After just a quick glance, Carl saw quite good training objects. Each of these personnel can clean up a scavenger base alone without taking a breath. The strongest can easily solve a gang base. The weakest can at least compete with 3 or 4 gang members. Looking at the data records of these mechanical personnel, the equipped prostheses, equipment, and abilities, Carl had to admit that he was indeed very satisfied with the gift from the blue-eyed middle-aged man. Or rather, he was very satisfied, if we use Carl's own standard. Except for the robots, everyone in this data is at least at Mr. Johnson's level. Although it's a shame to say this, Mr. Johnson, it actually feels that way. I don't know how that blue-eyed middle-aged man got so much data. It's hard to sell this training chip for 100,000 euros. Right? Let's try it first. The feeling of virtual space. Carl thought about it and decided to test his level. So, start setting up. Location selection, the 3-story villa, including the surrounding area, covers a total of 7,200 square meters of space. Personnel, 15 Alice security robots, 10 elite members of the Nether Dog, 7 New American Sergeants, 3 Lazarus official mercenaries, 2 Arasaka Ninjas, a total of 37 people. Equipment selection, Lexington pistol, Copperhead assault rifle. Training goal, clear all. Carl thought about it and checked another criterion. Only 40 rounds of bullets are allowed. Only headshots are allowed. And only firearms are allowed. Even the blue-eyed middle-aged man would not have thought that the training chip he gave as a gift was essentially intended to help Carl to keep his hands and feet from getting rusty during his 2-day rest. But Carl used it to train himself intensively. Chapter 158 Eat with Meal. Damn. This thing is really powerful. Jack opened his eyes and shouted. He sat on the sofa with his hands shaking. The sequelae of death in the training virtual space were a little difficult for a man like him to recover. You haven't come into contact with many black super dreams, right? My reaction is not as big as yours. So, what is the difficulty of your selection? Sitting on his bed and drinking water, Oliver saw Jack finished and was a little curious about what level he had reached. After Carl got the training chip yesterday and brought it over in the morning, both of them were just trying it for the first time. Oliver, who had already sweated from the experience, continued, didn't Carl set several difficulty levels? Practice difficulty, simple difficulty, difficult difficulty, challenge difficulty. Which stage have you reached? I passed the practice and simple levels easily. The difficult level was a bit thrilling, but I passed it. Not long after I entered the challenge, I was caught by the preset Arasaka Ninja. 2 mantis knives went straight through my chest. Jack took out the chip and pointed to his chest with some lingering fear and said, I feel like my heart was taken out by that charming blade. Physically taken out. Right? You are stronger than me. I reached the difficult level. And at the end, a new American soldier blew himself up with me. It was really a ghost. I saw him explode and didn't react. Oliver looked at Carl, who was sitting there watching TV. Come to think of it, Carl, have you challenged all the difficulty levels you set? I said it that way because I passed it. Carl turned his body back, spreading his hands. The data here is just a pile of people, which is meaningless. I have already stuffed the most reasonable distribution and difficulties into it. There is no better data. And it can only reach the challenge level. So the challenge level means that it is challenging for you. Right? Wait. If there is more awesome data, then your despair level will see several exoskeletons staring at me when you go in. It may also be several heavy, medium, and light ACPAs, plus a complete military technology team and Arasaka ninja assistants, patrolled by new American soldiers, and coordinated with more than 10 Kondao security alert machines. Well, there should be a Lazarus lone wolf with rich combat experience as a backup. After all, a few exoskeletons can be solved now, and it won't make me despair. Damn it. This configuration, you said? Is it something that normal people can pass? Who are you torturing? So it's the despair difficulty. Carl didn't quite understand. Isn't the despair difficulty just despair? I should be thankful that there is no more advanced data here. Otherwise, I might be blasted into ashes by machine guns when I go in. As Oliver was talking, he saw Jack handing him the chip. Want to try again? Oliver? Of course. He took it without hesitation. And Oliver still didn't believe it. It's just a difficult difficulty. Can I get through it? This time, I won't play the shitty SOR-22. That gun is not as good as a cat. And I was so distressed for so long. The price is much different. Do you think the company that manufactures weapons is so kind that it gives you cheap, affordable and easy-to-use goods? Well, there are such guns. But you still don't count on high-end weapons, like sniper rifles. Carl waved his hand, and turned back to watch TV. When Oliver inserted the chip, Carl's voice came again. By the way, to ensure randomness, I preset more than 10 maps. And there will be 20 templates for random positions and matches of personnel. It may be a bit difficult for you to pass the backup plan, Oliver. After all, it is a real practice. So come on. Damn. Do you think I expect to pass the backup plan? I will kill them today. Oliver was not convinced and inserted the chip. He was obviously already in a state of excitement, considering the occasional irritability he showed in road rage. Carl just hoped that he would not be so numb today. Why do you think he, a sniper, is entangled with this thing? Jack obviously planned to relax after practicing once. He picked up a bottle of beer and sat next to Carl to watch TV together. Breakthrough and annihilation. Isn't that what we should do? It's better to practice more. You never know when there will be close-range dangers that need to be solved by himself. Carl looked back at Oliver again. And after confirming that he was lying on the bed and was already addicted to practicing virtual space, he pulled out the single molecule line, inserted it into the interface connected to the TV next to the sofa, and changed the channel. Carl? Jack, who was puzzled by Carl's behavior, understood what Carl was doing the next second. Originally, the TV was just playing boring news and advertisements. Jack didn't know why Carl could watch it for so long. Suddenly, the screen changed, and the word cool was displayed. Jack almost couldn't help whistling when he saw Oliver on the screen, who was unable to raise his head in the hail of bullets, and was holding on to not start the Sion Weston. Third-person perspective. Right? I connected secretly. I ordered breakfast takeout. We watch it later. I also ordered a few boxes of beer and other drinks. They're all on the way. Eat and drink. This is much more interesting than watching a movie. Is there anything more enjoyable than watching a friend suffer? If there is, it must be that there is food and drink around you, so you can cross your legs and lie down to watch. After Oliver died 4 times, the takeout arrived, and Jack and Carl ate and talked. How many times do you think Oliver will pass? Jack asked, and Carl thought for a moment and said, after all, Oliver has not been on the streets as long as Jack. Even after forming a team, he does not have much close combat experience. If he practices, it should be within 20 times? 20 times? Will it be that many? I think 15 times is enough. Boom! On the screen, Oliver was blown to death again. If it were not for the virtual space to do redundant debugging, Carl would have wanted to add a subtitle of a dish. You have a good appetite today, Carl. It's a good operation to eat with rice. You will always eat more deliciously after watching it more. You still blame me. Jack, don't you eat a lot? I have a good appetite today. I can't help it. After Oliver spent a full 24 times to pass the difficult level smoothly without any injuries, he was exhausted and hungry. When he opened his eyes and took off the chip, he saw Carl and Jack lying on the sofa, full and unable to move. looking at the dark screen and the mess on the ground in front of him. Oliver was a little confused. What are you watching? You're eating so happily. Is it a food show? It goes really well with rice. Chapter 159, Save Face. After Oliver knew why Carl and Jack were so full, he almost couldn't help turning the car into the polluted river on the side of the road and died with these two bastards. Okay. It's our fault. Isn't it? I just wanted to see your practice and supervise you. Carl's words made Oliver's hands on the steering wheel tremble, and the slight tremor of the car made Carl choose to shut up. What is more terrifying than making the driver angry while riding in a car? That is to make a driver with road rage. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. Carl. Jack comforted him in the co-pilot seat. Think of the good side. Oliver. At least we are all full. The car shook more violently, and other vehicles that were almost hit couldn't help but lower the windows and scold him. You are full. But I eat leftovers. Oliver turned his head and glanced at Jack. Watch the road. Oliver. Watch the road. Carl, who was sitting in the back seat, was terrified. Oliver driving was much scarier than fighting. It didn't matter if the car crashed. At most, Carl would squeeze in out of grievance. If he hit someone, he would be in trouble. I'm watching. Don't worry. My artificial eye is sharp. After turning the steering wheel, Oliver put his main sight back to the front, and then said a little angrily, So? What are you going to do today? Did the blue-eyed guy send a task? No. He said to wait a few days. According to what people call waiting a few days, it could be a week or 2 weeks. It's only been a few days, because he had completed the task of the blue-eyed middle-aged man. Jack, who already had some money in his pocket, was not in a hurry to do the task. He looked at Carl. Carl, what did you say you were going to do today in the morning? Your memory. I feel like you can install a prosthetic to upgrade it. Carl looked at the surrounding scenery. I got a part-time job at Danger Girl. It's not an emergency task, but a small job that will increase my salary. They want me to go to an area in the city center to investigate missing persons. I have nothing to do, so I do it next time. Oh, I remember. You mentioned that you wanted to find someone, but it's not right. I remember that Danger Girls are all cat-eared beauties who go to investigate missing persons. I've seen the promotion. Wasn't your employment terms at that time to protect people in emergencies, plus occasional bodyguard tasks? How come it's your turn to investigate? Carl was amazed at Jack's memory for some things, because the person who went missing was the cat-eared beautiful girl detective. Carl said, the cat-eared beautiful girl detective who went to investigate has disappeared. As a bodyguard, I went to take a look. Is it a way to make up for the loss? So, this is what we are doing today. Yes. When they arrived, Carl opened the car door and stepped out. There are regulations in this regard. Outsiders cannot be involved. You know what outsiders are. They are people outside the firm. For the sake of salary, I think I should abide by the integrity. It's as if you have never abided by integrity. Oliver didn't care about being eaten by Jack and Carl before. He sat in the driver's seat and asked Carl, We could assist you with other things. You don't need to tell us the things. Just tell us what to do. Right? Bug is also free today. So let's ask her to investigate together. Wouldn't it be easier? This may not go as you wish. Mercenary Oliver. The one who said this was not Carl, but Kenichi Shiro, who saw the car parked and walked in from a distance, wearing a black suit. Carl will be my assistant for this job. So, Carl was not the main person. Oliver stared at Kenichi Shiro and paused on his East Asian face that was similar to Carl. Is this the Kenichi Shiro that Carl said? Who is most likely a member of Arasaka? Jack also looked at Kenichi Shiro, but he mainly looked at Kenichi Shiro's body, even with the suit covering it. The traces of prosthetic modification were clearly revealed, which made Jack vaguely aware of the danger. It was as if he was facing a dangerous killing machine. The difficulty of the challenge in the training chip seemed to be nothing compared to the man in front of him. If Jack was asked to give a similar impression of danger, he would roughly equate the man in front of him named Kenichi Shiro with the man he had seen briefly when he saw Carl lying dead, and the man named Adam Hammer. The threat they gave Jack was equally strong. Just now when I was in the car, the priest sent me a small job. I sent you the attachment. You can do that job today. Carl said this to Oliver and Jack with a smile, and glanced at Kenichi Shiro with a calm look. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, I'm going to say goodbye to my friend. It shouldn't be a big deal. It's not that urgent. Kenichi Shiro just said this, and then stood aside calmly. The work is left to you. Don't worry. After saying goodbye to Carl, the car left. After driving several thousand meters, the silent Oliver spoke again. Is that guy a surveillance? Speaking of surveillance, I feel that it is more likely that it is my first time alive. And I plan to see Carl's true ability with my own eyes. Jack couldn't help but want to look back again. That guy is very strong. I have the same feeling. To put it in a sniper's way, I feel that even if I have aimed at him, the bullet has been fired, and has reached him and touched his skin, he can react and dodge it, and in turn track my position and eliminate me. Is that the real elite in the company? From this point of view, we are still far away. So? Training chip. Still need to practice. Oliver drove the car very steadily. And by the way, contacted T-Bug, I've opened the communication. You are listening. We are going to finish this job quickly. Go back and practice hard. Carl sent me the attachment. I have found the personnel for you. And sent you the address. Go over now. I can also help you check the personnel situation. Really reliable. T-Bug. Hera of the Sky accelerated. Then, let's finish this job quickly. Standing in front of people, even a harsh word is difficult to say under pressure. This is not their nature. As a friend, Carl's face must be supported. At least to let them know that if they dare to have any bad intentions towards Carl still has someone behind him. Chapter 160 Investigation. The deceased is 32 years old. From Santo Domingo. A deliverman. And his family is Captain Johnson. The cause of death has been investigated. It is suffocation. Suffocation? Johnson, who was recently promoted from police sergeant to police captain, looked back at his subordinate, who handed over the documents, and found it difficult to believe the cause of death report given by the laboratory staff. After taking the documents and looking at them for a few times, he confirmed that the report given by the laboratory department was indeed suffocation, and then turned his head again to look at the situation inside the cordon. The meat and blood scattered all over the ground. The cause of death of the owner turned out to be suffocation? That is to say, the deceased was choked to death and then dismembered? This is the temporary speculation. That's strange. If the person is dead, is it necessary to disassemble his body so much? Or is it because he needs to remove his prosthesis in an emergency? Maybe the criminal is a scavenger? There is too little information. And Johnson is not a full-time crime solver. So he just took the report given by the inspection department seriously. Go back and check the surrounding surveillance and ask the people nearby. If it is really a scavenger, then we have to find time to clean it up. As Johnson was talking, a police officer ran over from a distance and hurried towards him. Report to the chief. What's going on? An outsider is approaching. An outsider? When investigating a case, an outsider is approaching. Johnson doesn't quite understand why his subordinates have to ask him for instructions on such matters. He should just tell him that the case is being investigated and ask them to stay away. There are two people coming. One is Carl. It's Carl. Why is he here? When Johnson heard that it was Carl, he understood why his subordinates came to him in such a hurry. If it was Carl, it would be okay to let him come. What about the other one? Why did you only mention Carl? I don't know who he is. The police officer swallowed his saliva and said a little nervously, but I saw Carl nodding and listening to him. Let Carl listen to him. This is different from the impression Carl left on Johnson. Carl, who is active and sunny, and looks no different from a cyber psychopath to unfamiliar people, actually listens to people honestly. It's strange. Let them come together. I'm also curious about who can make Carl listen to what he says quietly. Yes. The police officer received the order and immediately turned around and ran back. He ran very fast. But it was not because he was worried that Carl would get impatient. On the contrary, he simply didn't want Carl to wait any longer. The young police officer was by Carl's side twice when Carl faced the cyber psychopath. It can even be said that Carl saved his life twice. He was not afraid of Carl, a famous mercenary in Night City who was considered a madman by many gang members. He even felt relieved every time he saw him, because he knew that KK, who was regarded as a scourge in the bad gangs, was actually a very good person in essence. He was reasonable and polite. The young police officer could even see from KK the justice that he had longed for and regarded as a goal in the past, but gradually lost after joining the NCPD. That's right. Justice. which is hard to see in the NCPD where corruption and favoritism are common. Most people in Night City don't care about justice and reason. Maybe they are in a bad mood when walking. Or the crooked sign they are looking at falls down. Or the straight line they are walking on is blocked by someone. They may pull out their guns and start randomly pulling the trigger at passers-by based on their mood. But this is what Carl will not do. Carl is really reasonable. If he wants to kill you, there must be a reason. This alone is already quite remarkable. It is impossible to die with a clear mind in Night City. You don't even know what you have offended. There is no telling how many people have died. In this case, how can people prevent and avoid touching taboos? Living in fear all day long. Worrying about being randomly shot and killed by crazy people on the street is really too depressing. How can people not feel safe and assured when they meet someone who understands the bottom line? Can talk about reason. Always smiles brightly. Treats you as a human being and treats you fairly? Thank you for your trouble. After smiling and nodding, Carl thanked the police officer who came over to tell them that they could pass. And accompanied by Kenichi Shiro, he walked all the way into the sealed-off murder scene. Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Good morning, Carl. Facing Carl's smile, Johnson also showed a rare smile and greeted him. Then looked at Kenichi Shiro behind Carl. His eyes stayed behind his black suit for a while, and then shifted his sight to Carl again. Who is this? Is he my boss? Carl did not say Kenichi Shiro's name, but just said that he was his boss. Boss? Hearing this word that was a little hard to imagine hearing from Carl, Johnson was a little unbelievable. You are working in the company now? It's a part-time job. Dangerous Girl Agency. Have you heard of it? It's the one with the cat-eared beautiful girl detective. It's the Dangerous Girl Agency. As an old Night City man, Johnson naturally knew that this agency was headquartered in Night City. So in recent years, the reputation of this agency has gradually decreased. But when Johnson was young, the Dangerous Girl Agency was the hottest detective agency in the entire Night City. Johnson even bought the cat-eared beautiful girl detective photo album launched at that time. So, you are here to investigate something. Not this case. Right? If you are a professional detective, I welcome you to join us. But, Johnson looked at Kenichi Shiro suspiciously. Do you have a girl detective with cat ears? Or has the dangerous girl been changed to an uncle detective? Or is he a cat-eared beautiful girl detective once he takes off his clothes? His words made Kenichi Shiro's face change slightly. But he kept his face basically indifferent and silent, without saying a word. And he chose to leave the negotiation to Carl. As expected of a professional, he only had his eyelids twitch slightly when he was told that. Carl, who was watching Kenichi Shiro's expression, praised in his heart, and then did not embarrass the boss on the mission too much, and explained to Johnson.